Grandson of the Holy Emperor is a necromancer. Chapter 251, 133. An Extra Priest -2, Part 1. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. In the training hall of the Count's residence. There was no roof here, allowing the snow to cover the floor in pure white. Charlotte was currently covering her mouth, while wobbling unsteadily on her feet on top of this lightly packed layer of snow. She usually sported a taciturn, expressionless face, but at this very moment, a heavy frown filled her face, while tears were forming on the edges of her eyes. In the end, she couldn't endure and leaned against the training hall's wall, before sinking to the floor powerlessly. I muttered quietly, "I guess the drug really is pretty nasty." This would be my first time seeing her this out of sorts. She didn't have to force herself and drink the dang potion, but when I told her about its effects, she just chugged the whole bottle down without any hesitation whatsoever. I felt sorry about that, so I walked over to her and squatted down to match her eye level. While lightly waving my hand in front of her face, I asked, "Are you all right? You want me to give you some holy water? It can clear out even the most potent of hangovers, you see." "And no, I'll be all right, Your Highness." Charlotte held her head as if it was hurting to the point of shattering like glass, then began forcing herself back to her feet. She used her sword like a crutch to balance herself, then shot a resentful glare in my direction. "Fine, fine. At least drink this first." I summoned some holy water in my hands and pushed it towards her so that she could at least wash the inside of her mouth out or something. Charlotte took a gulp of the holy water cupped in my hands, and her complexion immediately improved to some degree. Just as I bent down a little to gently pat her on her back, Hans walked up to us while holding a parchment and a pen. "Are we going to test the medicine's effects from now on, sir?" Hans asked, looking quite excited at the idea. I figured that he just couldn't wait to record how incredible his own concoction was. I replied, "Let's do that a bit later, after Charlotte recovers a bit more." "I'm feeling fine, Your Highness. Although I do feel a little lightheaded, it's on a level that I can manage without any issues," Charlotte replied, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. She glanced at me, and I noticed the fire burning in her eyes. She seemed to have regained some of her vigor now. If what Hans said was true, then the effects of the medicine would be only minor when used on someone already boasting a great deal of strength. We had to pay close attention to Charlotte, and see how much of an effect the medicine had on her. There was only one surefire way to confirm that. I walked to the center of the training hall, then stood on the side opposite Charlotte. After summoning the great sword, I gripped it loosely and rested it against the snow-covered floor. "Okay, now, Charlotte, how about we spar for a little while?" She flinched noticeably, then with a complicated yet weird expression on her face, began staring at me intently. "Did you say spar, Your Highness?" She seemed quite surprised by my suggestion. But that was probably down to us never having sparred before. Back during my banishment period, I was what you'd call blessed with 2 left feet, and had no talent in wielding swords, so I was understandably reluctant to spar with her. But now that Qasim was with me, even someone like me could now more or less fight in close-quarter battles. That's why I wanted to have a spar with Charlotte at least once. "How about it?" "Very well. I accept, Your Highness." The tone of her voice grew higher. I wasn't sure why, but the corners of her lips were curling up ever so slightly. I could only guess that she was happy about something here. Well, my opponent gave her consent, so. "Qasim, I might as well get started properly, then." Qasim's soul was summoned and entered the great sword. Not just my physical abilities, but even the necessary skill in battle entered my mind through the large weapon gripped in my hands. I sucked in a deep breath, raised the great sword, and leveled it at Charlotte. As if to reply to that, a smooth grin floated up on her lips and she bowed her head a little, as per the established etiquette. She then stood opposite me and unsheathed her sword from its scabbard. Her refined posture, her precise movements as she drew her sword out while kitted out in that figure-hugging white-colored armor. Seriously now, it was like I was staring at a gorgeous portrait or something. White snowflakes quietly piled up on her silver hair. Her crimson irises were reflecting my image. After pulling out her sword, she lowered her stance and began glaring at me. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to suddenly transform. This still silence flowed all around us, and I even fell into an illusion of the air getting progressively heavier. I ended up blurting out something at the sheer pressure she emitted. "Please go easy on me, will ya? I'll give it all my all, Your Highness." Hey! Maybe she wanted payback for the medicine? I glanced at Hans, urging him with my eyes to give us the signal for the spar's start. He seemed to have understood the meaning behind my gaze, because he nodded and raised his hand up. He slowly lowered his hand and shouted out, "Begin." Charlotte's slender, frail-looking foot stepped on the ground lightly. She lowered her posture even further, and just as the light burning in her eyes sharpened considerably, her figure vanished from my sight. For a moment there, I thought I had lost her. By the time I picked up on her movement, she was already right in front of my nose. What followed after that was a delayed sonic boom. A snowstorm exploded right behind her. My panicking face was now reflected in her irises. I cried out, "What the heck?" Charlotte planted her foot on the ground, and with her foot as the pivot, she spun around 360 degrees while raising her sword. I desperately raised the great sword and barely managed to block her blade. Clang! A loud, violent metallic clangor rang out as sparks danced in the air. My muscles and even the bones in my joints were screaming in shock. She hadn't even used any divine power yet. Her current strength was purely a result of just her physical stats alone. Just her physical strength alone was enough to numb my arms and make them feel like they would burst apart at any moment now. "What's up with this ogre-like strength?" I muttered without even realizing it, but that only made her glare sharper than before. Her sword lowered, then slashed upwards. Clang! That metallic clang was only the beginning. Dozens upon scores of the sharp notes of metal colliding exploded out afterwards. Charlotte wielded her sword from all sorts of angles at a genuinely frightening rate of speed. I managed somehow to hold on, and retreated from her. Even though I was relying on Qasim's reflexes and his understanding of sword techniques, as well as his combat experience, I was still being overwhelmingly pummeled by her attacks. Was it due to the effects of the wonder drug? No, hang on. She hasn't even used her divinity yet, has she? Which meant that this development was solely due to her hard work and nothing else. Okay, fine. Let's get serious. I got some distance from her before rousing up my divinity. The divine energy coursed through my veins and spread throughout my body. The Aztal rune began emitting its beautiful golden light, and exhibited its power to greatly boost my physical prowess and reflexes. All of my senses were greatly heightened. I could now follow Charlotte's movements. Even the powerful blizzard slowed down to gently drifting snowflakes at this point. Hans's movements became oh so slow, as well. In the midst of time slowing down to a crawl, only Charlotte remained agile and nimble. Her movements were as smooth and refined as if she were dancing right now. The blade of her divine sword came flying in towards my waist. I injected divine energy into the great sword and deflected her blade away. I wasn't going to sit back and obediently take her beating, however. Divine aura of wind. Winds began compressing about my great sword. I created more distance before drawing the big sword back. If it was this attack, even Charlotte would have trouble defending against it. Here we go. I slashed with the compressed air gathered about the great sword. The snowstorm exploded apart and the formless blade flew straight toward Charlotte. Only then did she utilize her divinity. Faint but still pure white aura oozed from her. Particles of light rapidly gathered to the sword tightly gripped in her hand before wrapping around the blade and becoming one with it. She held the hilt with both hands and raised the weapon up high. She sucked in a deep breath as her eyes lit up. Phew! Her crimson irises locked on the incoming wind blade, then she hacked down with all of her strength. The formless great sword made out of wind collided with her divine sword and got cut in two. It split apart left and right, brushed past her, and crashed into the wall of the training hall behind her, promptly exploding in a spectacular fashion. Her figure dashed out from the blizzard and the blinding snow scattered in the air. She dug in with a lowered posture while a bright smile meant for me was etched on her face. She said, "This time." The moment I heard her voice, my view flipped upside down. Before I realized how, I was staring at the sky above. After turning my head to look below, I noticed that Charlotte used her leg to trip me up and destroy my balance. Not content with that, she was even pressing me down to the ground with her left hand on my chest. Once I was completely flat on the ground, she subdued both of my hands with her knees, then pressed her left hand firmly down on my chest. As for her right hand, it held the sword which was now clearly pointing toward my throat. "It's my win. Isn't it, Your Highness?" For a fleeting moment there, her gentle voice tickled my eardrums. I could only dazedly stare at her on top of me, still pointing her sword. Her expression had already stiffened up by then, as if she was trying to imitate a sheet of ice or something. Even I could tell that she was trying hard to suppress her emotions, but the corners of her lips were still quivering away. She was genuinely pleased about defeating me today, it seemed. Chapter 252, 133. An Extra Priest -2, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. This kid, she had grown a lot stronger while I wasn't looking. Sure, that wonder drug could have had some effect on her, but it was most likely all of her effort paying off handsomely right now. A once-in-a-generation talent, naturally gifted physical prowess, and an unyielding drive by having all of those things, Charlotte really did possess the natural disposition of a perfect paladin. I recalled the first time we met. Weren't we also in a similar position back then, too? When I said that, Charlotte flinched a little, then began smiling wryly. She got off me, stood up, and extended her hand to me. Yes, we were. I grabbed her hand and stood back up. I felt rueful. Actually, I was a bit unhappy, too. I thought I'd be able to put up a decent challenge by using Qasim's soul, but to think that I'd be this outmatched by her, and so overwhelmingly, to boot. I stabbed the great sword into the training hall's floor, then loosened my aching muscles. While doing that, I glanced at both Charlotte and Hans. The latter was walking up to her to ask, "How did you find the medicine's effects, ma'am?" Charlotte shook herself to loosen up, then spoke her honest impression, "Certainly, it feels like there was some kind of an effect. I feel that my body has gotten lighter, while my head feels clearer, as well. There's also a noticeable improvement on my ability to control the divine power. However, I get a rather strong sense that it's only temporary. Although only by a little, the effects should overlap, ma'am. The effectiveness will only get more pronounced after some time has passed by. That I'm sure of." Hans continued to jot down on the parchment, looking clearly excited. Her testimony had indicated that, although small, she did experience some improvement. After watching their interaction for a bit, I turned my head away to look at the bottles of gourds piled up at the side of the training hall. Every single one of them contained the plant sap that Hans had refined. According to him, he'd need around a week to refine a single bottle. But the required time should be reduced a good deal if other alchemists joined him to help with the mass production. That all meant that our only remaining problem would be the existing reserves of the carnivorous plant's sap. The quantity of that material was limited, and to procure it, one had to visit Tytalos. "Charlotte, it really did have an effect on you, right?" I turned my head and stared at her. She nodded vigorously, as if energy was overflowing inside her. "Yes, Your Highness. There definitely was an improvement." Even her voice indicated how pleased she was. I had no idea that she'd be a fan of sparring to this degree. It seemed that from now on, I better humor her every once in a while. I put the gourds away. A new task had just landed on my lap, raising up an army. I headed back to Count Genald's office. Since he was currently confined to a prison cell, even if it was a temporary measure, all management authority had been automatically handed over to me. After I arrived in the office, I spread open a parchment on the desk and began wielding my pen. Since it's been proven to be effective, the smart move would be to utilize the medicine right away. I was writing a communiqué. The recipients had already been decided: Lewin and Hilda of the imperial family, Queen Tina of Aslan, the girl priestess Yuria back in Irons, etc., etc. Saintess Alice should also be considered, but she was already here in Rania and spending most of her time in the library anyway, so I could just personally deliver the medicine to her later. All these were people that I could trust, people who wouldn't start abusing their powers all of a sudden. Also, they were the people who'd become the shields protecting the theocratic empire in the near future. I wrote my communiques to all of them. You will all become a great help to the empire soon. I glanced at the completed letters. Only one remained to be completed. However, I hadn't put down my signature yet. Things could get troublesome if my name was involved in this matter. The vampires seemed to be making some moves to spy on my actions recently. I was sure of it after going through the events surrounding the kingdoms of Lomé and Irons. Since that was the case, I had an urgent need for a way to hide my identity for the time being. From Extra, a priest of the imperial family. I grinned in satisfaction while writing that little line of postscript. The last letter I wrote was for Holy Emperor Kelt. Its content was pretty simple: to alert him to the cultivation of the priests. It kind of feels like I'm suggesting the 100,000 soldiers program here, doesn't it? I murmured to myself. 1. Of course, our numbers wouldn't get that high, but still. I finished up the last letter, then took a glance at a gourd resting on the desk. Besides all that, is this really that good for your body? I don't really care about how it tastes as long as it really is good for me. I injected my holy water into the bottle and shook it around, and the disgusting stench promptly wafted out. Right, what's good for one's body is supposed to taste really bitter, isn't it? I covered my nose, then dumped the liquid in my mouth. Yes, this is just me being curious. I don't have any plans to meet anyone specific. Yes, that's it. Muttering that to himself, Shuppel came to visit the Count's residence. There were soldiers stationed here, but when he told them that he'd like to speak to Harmon, they let him through pretty easily. They knew that Shuppel and Harmon, who was from the Paladin Corps, were acquaintances. Shuppel infiltrated the residence while this bubble of anxiety began ballooning inside his mind. That wonder drug he had drank before was a very suspicious item, indeed. It greatly enhanced both his reserve of divine power, as well as all of his physical attributes, yet there didn't seem to be any side effects at all. Such an item wouldn't just fall out of the sky one day. Either Alan did something crazy and created it, or that deeply suspicious Extra or whatever his name was responsible for cooking it up. However, I definitely don't remember hearing about Alan having a close aide named Extra. He had investigated all the people around Alan way back when. From Charlotte to Harmon, then Hilda and Lewin, Count Genald, Queen Tina, and quite a few others besides them. Alan enjoyed a fairly wide set of acquaintances. However, none of them were named Extra. Without a doubt, the odds of that name being an alias were uncomfortably high. This is merely a brother worrying about his sibling, that's all. It's definitely not my curiosity acting up. He was really curious about the real identity of this unknown priest. Curious that yet another talented individual was hiding within the theocratic empire. By the way, didn't I hear a scream just now? He thought he heard a familiar voice screaming out when entering the residence earlier, but after looking at how relaxed the guards were, he figured that his nerves were to blame here, instead. Shuppel glanced outside the windows while walking down the manor's corridor. Yet another knight was coming to visit the fortress. The promised hour with Extra was getting nearer, and Shuffle grew even more anxious at that. If his luck was bad, then they might end up missing one another. Wonderful. Yes, its effects are definitely proven now. Arg, what a miss, what a miss. I should have procured lots more plant sap from Tytalos back then. Shuffle's gaze wandered outside the windows, and eventually landed on the grounds of the training hall, which had layers of snow piled on top of it. That's when his steps came to a stuttering halt. He nearly freaked out of his skull when he stared at Hans still there in the training hall. The man was sitting down while leaning back against a great sword stabbed into the cold, hard ground. His pen was busy darting about on top of a parchment at the moment. But I need more test subjects to confirm the effectiveness some more. That's what His Highness the Imperial Prince probably wishes, too. Despite muttering to himself, his voice was quite loud. It seemed that he wasn't even conscious of his surroundings due to the sheer excitement he felt. Shuffle froze while staring at Hans. That great sword Hans was leaning against, and the gourd next to him. Those two were quite familiar to Shuffle's eyes. Could it be that he's Extra? Shuffle's brows shot up as he took a closer look at Hans's build. The alchemist was fervently jotting something down on the parchment. Even from this distance, the great passion a researcher had for alchemy could be sensed from him. Judging from how he subconsciously mentioned His Highness like that, one could also discern his loyalty towards the imperial family, as well. Was there a man like that? If Alan were to speak about Shuffle's resurrection to someone, then he'd certainly trust his confidants to keep a secret for him. Shuffle carefully combed through his memories before finally recalling an individual. That's right, there is someone. One of Alan's close aides, Hans the alchemist. Shuffle had heard that Hans was a peddler of sundry goods that Alan had run into during his adventure back in Aslan. Although Hans's ability as an alchemist was known to be quite excellent, to think that he was also capable of wielding a great sword and even using divinity, too. That man had attained a truly shocking realm of martial prowess, it seemed. There he was, yet another hidden talent of the imperial family. Shuffle engraved the true face of Extra deeply in his mind. It happened at that exact moment. Clang! Clang! Dang! Shuffle flinched in surprise and urgently turned his head. Servants and maids working in the residence were hurriedly moving about, and even the guards were dashing to somewhere. Shuffle called out to one of the guards, "What's going on here?" The guard's face was currently as pale as a sheet of paper. He stared at Shuffle and cried out. "Can't you tell after hearing the bell? That's the alarm to alert us of the undead attacking. Mr. Gravekeeper, quickly get your gear and head towards the outer wall." Shuffle nodded in understanding. The ringing of the bell was indeed familiar. However, what he heard just now seemed to be on a different scale compared to the regular alarm bell he had heard before. Even this guard looked deeply worried. Just what kind of creatures could cause this sort of commotion? Shuffle sent a final glance at Hans, before turning around to leave. He too was a defender of this fortress, and he had a duty to carry out. The complexions of every convict standing on top of the outer walls were as pale as one could get. They were all so stupefied that their jaws were hanging limply, as if they had all turned into a bunch of invalids. These people used to calmly deal with the previous assaults of the undead. They also used to offer prayers while calling out to Gaia and the name of their Lord Saint. But such people had frozen stiff in their spots, unable to think a single thing right now. What the hell is the meaning of this? They were currently staring at the horde of undead shuffling closer through the darkness beyond the outer wall. At first, they saw zombies, ghouls, and dull ahans, then even mummies and lichens could be seen among the mix, as well. Sure, they were mid to upper tier undead, but the full force of Rania's army should be able to stop them. However, the incoming horde boasted a ridiculously high number of individuals, and one could reasonably expect to see an extensive amount of losses at the end of the battle. If it had been only them showing up, that was. One of the convicts, cold sweat streaming down his face, muttered to no one in particular. It's a giant. The howl of a massive creature could be heard among the screeches and roars of the undead. The ground trembled, and Mother Nature's blizzard collided against something massive in the darkness. Humanoid-type monsters that reached at least 8 meters in height. They seemed to number around 30. Their hard muscles reminded one of tough armor, with thick and large fingers, and legs reminiscent of stone pillars. Whitish breaths leaked out as their chiseled jaws split open ever so slightly. That was a Jotun. The zombified giants were marching towards Rania. 133. An Extra Priest -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. TL, the 100,000 Soldiers program was a suggestion made by one of Josian's politicians named Yi, prior to the start of the Imjin War of 1592. Actually, I couldn't find an official English translation for it, so I had to make one up for this chapter. Chapter 253, 134. The New Ones, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Charlotte was feeling quite pleased at the moment. Even if the 7th Imperial Prince wasn't very good at close-quarter fighting, she still won the duel. As someone striving to get closer to his realm, she felt that this victory was an important validation of all of her growth so far. Just as a faint little smile formed on her lips. The only person in the feudal lord's residence who showed a reaction to that small, almost inaudible scream was Charlotte. She flinched in surprise and dashed towards Count Genald's office, flinging the door there open. "Your Highness," she shouted in alarm. She feared that he might have fallen victim to a sneak attack, but that turned out to be wrong. A truly horrid stench filled the office and an empty gourd rolled towards the open doorway. Charlotte looked at that bottle and could only smile wryly. Did His Highness actually drink this? If so, him screaming like that would be a pretty obvious end result. An imperial prince with not much resistance to speak of willingly drank something that horrible? It was unsurprising to see him screaming out of his mind. It was at that moment that she heard the loud ringing bells that served as a warning to alert everyone of an undead invasion. Charlotte furrowed her brows and stared at the corridor. Many soldiers were rushing about. Those warning bells sounded far louder and urgent than usual. It seemed that far more dangerous creatures than before had shown up this time. If it was nothing more than another undead raid on the fortress of Rania, then Harmon and herself would be more than adequate enough to deal with it, but she just couldn't shake an ominous foreboding. The Jotun. The giant from the legends that the ex-3rd Imperial Prince, Ruppel, had spotted during one of his reconnaissance missions. It was unknown whether such a creature really existed or not at this stage, but if they existed for real and they were coming to invade, then this battle would be a very challenging one. "Your Highness, we need to make a move now." It was unfortunate, but from the look of things, the Imperial Prince wouldn't have the luxury of time to recover. Right now, everyone needed his help. Charlotte shifted her rueful gaze back into the office, but then... "Your Highness!" The boy prince hadn't blacked out or puked his innards out despite having drunk that wonder drug. While calling his name out in a puzzled tone of voice, Charlotte ever so carefully stepped back. A mysterious and slightly frightening aura was slowly oozing out from the office itself. She then noticed whitish dust particle-like things beginning to dance all around her, and reached out to them. Snowflakes. She quickly realized she was mistaken. These were actually particles of divinity that resembled snowflakes. Charlotte shifted her gaze back into the interior of the office. Bones created entirely out of divine power were being constructed rapidly within the office. They tumbled and interlocked like an intricate spider web to encase their surroundings. And the 7th Imperial Prince was the center of it all. He said, "This thing was supposed to have almost no effect on me, but that was completely wrong." The golden light of the Aztal rune was gushing out from his neck, face, and the gaps of his flapping clothes. Fragments of divinity floated up like weightless snowflakes before quietly settling down to pile up in thick layers. "It's not that there's no effect on me, but..." The 7th Imperial Prince was sitting in a meditative position in the middle of the bones spread out about him like the spider web. It was actually a perfect match. Because, I am me. His eyes were closed, he was muttering quietly to himself. And thanks to that. Alan extended his left hand. In his grasp was an ancient necromancy grimoire he had acquired back in Aslan. Now I can finally activate it. His eyelids cracked open just a sliver and he stared intently at the necromancy grimoire. He calmly flipped through page after page. Every time he did that, the particles of divine power piled up like snow about him gradually gathered and transformed into bones. These bones slowly gathered up to form a figure. The particles continued to dance and radiate in the air as the bone hand, still soft and malleable, as if it was the side effect of being born not too long ago, rose from the floor of the office. A skull was created, followed soon after by the neck and the spinal column. A lengthy transparent robe, also created out of divinity, flapped elegantly, and the holy undead slowly lifted itself up off the ground from its prior supine position. This was the existence that all necromancers yearned to become in the end. It was also a creature that everyone in Aslan had to bow to in respect and awe. Charlotte's brows shot up high as she muttered out, "A lich." An undead lich draped in a lengthy robe was now silently standing tall there. A fog containing a great deal of divinity settled down on the floor and gradually spread out. Finally, a pair of glowing eyes lit up within the skull. "How can this be?" A calm voice came from the undead's jaw. The lich looked down at its own hand. "I've gained a new body." The undead creature reached out towards the pool of holy water resembling a pile of snow made up purely of divinity particles. While its whitish breath whooshed out from its jaw, the creature's bony hand slipped into the dense pile of snow of divine power and pulled something out that was neither a sword nor a magic staff. It was a musket possessing a long, sleek barrel, the longest firearm in Alan's arsenal, reaching about 2 meters in length. Grasping the weapon like a walking stick, the lich staggered a little and stood before Alan. The creature knelt down and pressed its forehead on the musket, then bowed its head as if to offer a prayer. "Oh, my new master!" A sense of puzzlement seeped into Charlotte's mind. She stared at the 7th Imperial Prince, and an expression of unrest formed on her face. Something like this happened every now and then. A swordsman, magician, or even a priest would sometimes come down with a major epiphany without warning. They would then go on to acquire a great deal of strength from that awakening process. The 7th Imperial Prince was able to wield a truly massive reserve of divinity before now, but his control over it wasn't what you'd call sufficient. He'd often use up every single drop of divine power until he was completely drained, and without the aid of the relics, he couldn't summon anything stronger than the Holy Undead Knight. But the story had changed now. The 7th Imperial Prince had broken through his own limits and experienced an awakening. He raised his head, as if finally reacting to the alarm bells ringing noisily outside. "What good timing this is!" He reached out and placed his hand on the lich's skull. "I'll be needing your help. Anything you order us, master." The lich made a move. It slightly raised the musket gripped in its hands and slammed it down on the floor. Bang! Divinity rumbled and reverberated, causing other existences to slowly rise up from the floor, covered in the snow-like particles of divine energy. They were skeleton mages, except that they were not holding their usual magic staves, but muskets. And on these figures of all the lich and the skeleton mages, the Aztal rune began engraving onto their bones. The Aztal rune's ability transfer has been used. Divine aura has been activated. Muskets are being upgraded. The corners of the 7th Imperial Prince's lips curled up. He stared at the lich with a deeply satisfied expression on his face and asked the creature, "And your name is?" The lich raised its head and held its master's gaze. The glowing light balls in its eye sockets arched like crescent moons. Its jaw came apart to speak its name. "I am Nasu's, master." This was the moment that the existence responsible for the downfall of the old Aslan was born anew with a new faith. "It's coming. Dodge it," one of the convicts on top of the outer wall cried out. Harmon, who was commanding the convicts on the outer wall, reacted to that shout and quickly turned his head. In the darkened sky where the sun had long set and the blizzard was madly lashing down, a huge boulder was hurtling towards the walls. Is that a lump of corpses? Harmon's thought briefly lingered on that possibility. Back in the battle against the vampire count, an army of undead of similar scale did come to assault the fortress. The siege projectiles used back then were lumps of packed corpses, mainly comprised of various zombies. But it wasn't the same story this time. It's a normal boulder. Harmon's brows shot up high. The incoming boulder was at least 4 meters in diameter. Even the sturdy outer walls of the fortress of Rania would find it hard to withstand the impact from a boulder of such a size. Get away from there, now! Get away from the walls! Harmon urgently shouted out and flung himself away. That prompted the other convicts to hurriedly flee from there as well. Seconds after that, the huge boulder slammed straight into the outer wall. The solidly built wall exploded and crumbled down to pieces at the impact. Help me! The convicts still on the wall were thrown aside before getting crushed to death. Chapter 254, 134. The New Ones, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. The wall collapsed spectacularly into a heap. Harmon stared at the caved-in portion of the outer wall that now resembled a crater for a moment before urgently shifting his gaze away. He could see the giants advancing in the darkness a distance away. They were all carrying large boulders at least half of their torso in size. Oh my god! They chucked a boulder that size from such a distance away? Just what was with the monstrous power that propelled such a large boulder? That physical power must have been dozens, nay, hundreds of times greater than an ogre's. Such power seemed rather fitting for the race of titans that was allegedly sealed away in another dimension by the fearful gods. Each and every single one is at least Viscount class or higher. These monsters would occupy at least the Viscount class if they were to be rated in the vampire ranking system. And there were 30 of them, to boot. Even Harmon would find it too much to deal with all of them. Just where have all those monsters been slumbering away until now only to emerge at once like this? We need to stop them. If Rania fell today, then the nearby villages and other territories would fall into grave danger. If something went wrong here, then maybe even the Sword King, or worse, His Majesty the Holy Emperor would have to step up. Fire the siege weapons! You stinking giant bastards! The convicts roared out and tried to take aim with the ballistas and catapults, but as it turned out, the giants were not even within range yet. But it was still a problem, even if they were. A large ballista bolt had impaled a Jotun's torso. But the giant didn't even stagger, and continued to advance. The creature yanked out the bolt, then threw it back hard. One of the towers operating the siege weapons was struck cleanly, and blew apart into pieces. Marquis Charlotte hasn't arrived yet. Harmon wiped his cold sweat away. The undead had begun flooding into the fortress before he had the time to react. They used the opening in the outer walls to step inside. The first ones to rush in were the lichens. The nimble-footed creatures easily jumped over the debris of the walls. The convicts had never seen a lichen before, and immediately became frightened out of their wits. Not only were these monsters faster and more agile than your average zombies and ghouls, their outer appearances alone were monstrous enough to make them the objects of terror. We must pray. The convicts stumbled back and hurriedly lowered the weapons in their hands. They were still hopelessly inadequate and inexperienced, and in order to offer a prayer, they had to put their weapons down to bring their hands together and concentrate. Unfortunately for them, the undead monsters wouldn't overlook such an opening. Ahaha! You stupid livestock! Are they surrendering? To think that they would actually discard their weapons. The half-man, half-beast monsters nimbly pounced on the convicts and grabbed their victims with their muscular arms. The helpless humans were thrashed and thrown around. In the meantime, zombies broke through the wall and began spreading through the gaps of the lichens rampaging around. The living soldiers were grabbed and bitten to death. Their screams sounded out, and more boulders continued to fly in without mercy through the night sky. Everyone, get back! Alice, arriving on the scene as quickly as she could after hearing the alarm bell, clanged her gauntlet fists loudly. She rushed forward and punched the incoming lichens to blow them away. The wall is coming down again. Harmon was descending the steps of the outer wall, heard that shout, and stopped in his tracks to turn his head. One by one, portions of the outer walls were exploding and crumbling down. More undead creatures were flooding in through the breaches. It seemed that these things weren't even aware of the gate's existence. For them, destroying the pesky obstructing walls would be equal to achieving a victory. As long as they killed the living, the numbers of their comrades would continue to increase. Now that powerful high-tier undead and even giants were accompanying them, they probably believed that overwhelming victory would be theirs. Our chain of command is insufficient. Harmon froze up in indecision. The inside of his head had gone blank. They needed Count Genald, but he was currently imprisoned in the official residence's dungeon. What about His Highness? Or Marquis Charlotte? Harmon muttered in a daze before clamping his mouth shut. You fool! Depending on those two and waiting for them to show up wouldn't solve the problem right now. Since when did he become this weak, anyway? Get into formation, now! Harmon roared out at the top of his lungs. He held his sword tightly and dashed towards the collapsed portion of the outer wall before swinging his weapon hard. Stop them with your shields and attack with your spears. Lichens can't fight properly if they are bunched up in a group. The screams of his dying subordinates rang out, but Harmon didn't stop shouting his commands in order to organize the troops. You must stop them. Subjects are still within the city limits. We must defend our position until they are safely evacuated first. Unfortunately for him, doing that was far easier said than done. As if to drown out Harmon's shouting, the lichens began letting out loud howls. Terror spread like a plague, only serving to worsen the chaos and confusion. The tragic screams of humans filled the battlefield. Yes, be frightened, oh you humans! Our masters will become the new rulers of this world. Be honored that you will be served up as our sacrifices. The lichens howled out noisily. Among them was a particularly large individual that suddenly dashed with frightening speed towards Harmon. It slaughtered every convict found in its way, then leapt up high towards the paladin. So, you are the commander of these humans, the creature held its claws up high before hacking down. Harmon raised his sword and defended against the attack. The claws and the blade collided, and sharp sparks exploded out. One relied on his divinity-infused strength to hold his sword up, while the other used its brute physical strength to force its claws down. Greetings, human paladin, the lichen smirked insidiously. Harmon, still caked in his cold sweat, further strengthened his legs and back as those ridiculing words entered his hearing. What incredible strength! The lichen noticed Harmon's incredulous expression and smirked again. My name is Warbel, the leader of the Rubaru tribe that serves Count Taimong. Harmon's sword was injected with divinity, but even then, it still trembled from the pressure. The claws of the lichen gradually forced his blade down. You're fated to become sacrifices today. Stop resisting and accept your death. Sacrifices? Harmon asked back and got the lichen to grin with its eyes. That's right, you shall all become sacrifices that complete the warp gate Count Taimong speaks so passionately of. Harmon's brows shot up, but even then, he didn't forget to force the corners of his lips to curl up. What a stupid beast this creature is! It so easily blabbed out the true intentions behind raiding this place. This had to be the reason why the lichens would never surpass the vampires. They might mouth off some things about reaching the apex or whatever, but in the end, they were nothing more than some beasts imitating the ways of men, that's all. Real vampires would never blurt out their true intentions this easily. In any case, Harmon had learned the truth behind tonight's raid. He wouldn't have minded listening to some more of this undead beast flapping its gums, but I guess that's going to be impossible. More cold sweat trickled down Harmon's back. Lichens overwhelmed even vampires in raw physical strength. Harmon pushing such an undead back with his own power would be akin to asking for a miracle here. His physical body, even reinforced with divine strength, was gradually pushed down. His sword was continuously shoved back and eventually touched his shoulder. His expression distorted from the pain of his own blade digging into his shoulder. "Give up your blood and flesh to Mist Calf. Then we shall. Oh, here yet, it is time to offer your prayers aloud." Divinity-laden spirit speech resounded out into their surroundings. The large Leakin quickly raised its head at the unknown voice. Confusion also rapidly spread among the convicts, as well. Even though they were giving their all trying to block the Lycans and undead with their shields, they still cast their glances behind themselves. "We are the devout believers who worship his noble being." Feet of bones were striding forward across the snow-covered ground. They began breathing into the lengthy barrels of their muskets next. "We might only be newly created beings, but..." A portion of convicts widened their eyes and looked up at the night sky. Snow was falling from the darkness above. But these snowflakes were different from Mother Nature's blizzard. The large and pure white flakes of snow gently settled down on their open palms and slowly melted down to become holy water. The convicts froze up as their gazes focused on one location. In that location was a road leading into the city. More convicts had been desperately defending this road, but they soon carefully stepped to the left and right to create a path. "We shall obey our master's will, and." A group armed with muskets was walking out from the crowd of convicts. The ends of their robes dragged along the snowy ground and revealed the naked bones underneath. Skulls could be glimpsed under the large hoods obscuring their faces. Pure white glowing balls of light burned fiercely within their eye sockets. "Subjugate the undead." All convicts stopped moving. They were now completely lost to unbridled astonishment. It wasn't just them, as even the Lycans forgot all about attacking, as well. As for the other undead, their bodies were currently burning away to ashes after touching the divine snow now falling from the heavens. One of the convicts dazedly muttered out to no one in particular, "A musket regiment." With Nasus the Lich as their lead, the skeleton mages formed up in an orderly line on either side of their leader and raised up their muskets to their shoulders. Clack! They assumed the shooting position in a perfect unison and stomped hard on the ground. Their muzzles lowered to take aim at the undead in perfect sync with their movements. "My name is Nasus." And lastly, the Lich injected divinity into the musket held high up, then elegantly took aim at the undead. "All of you, shall." Its robe flapped noisily against the wind as the Aztal rune's golden glow flooded out from the Lich's skull. "Start serving our new master, Alan All False." As the snowstorm continued to lash out, the musket regiment made up of a Lich as well as skeleton mages unhesitantly squeezed the triggers. 134. The New Ones, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 255, 135. Resolution -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. "What will happen to me, I wonder?" Count Jeanald Repang spat out a lengthy groan. He was currently squatting on the floor of his cell and feeding his new companion, a rat, with the food given to him during lunch. "It'll be an execution, no doubt." He could only break out in a bitter smile. The Holy Emperor was rather sensitive towards any and all treasonous acts, so he probably wouldn't go easy on Count Jeanald. He shifted his gaze around to look at the prison he was in, but all he saw were the steel bars protecting the other empty cells. It seemed that all potential combatants besides him had been mobilized just now. That probably meant that the undead raid this time was a serious one, but now that His Highness was here, there shouldn't be a reason to be worried. While he was thinking that to himself, he heard footsteps. He turned his head again to look at the front of his holding cell, and discovered Charlotte looking down at him on the floor from beyond the steel bars. She spoke, "Count Jeanald." Jeanald chuckled a little at her elegant voice and met her cool gaze. "What can I do for you, Marquis Charlotte?" "His Highness has granted you temporary freedom." Jeanald's eyes opened wider in an instant. Charlotte didn't mind that and opened the cell's door with a key, then addressed him, "Your role is to command the convicts." "But, will that be fine, ma'am?" For now, he was under the suspicion of insurrection. A problem might arise later if he was given authority to command the soldiers. Charlotte turned around to leave, but still glanced back at him. Now is an emergency situation. The key to undo his shackles fell to the cell floor. Charlotte spun around coldly and disappeared from view. Count Jeanald watched her disappearing back and smiled bitterly again. Her attitude towards him was quite cold. But that seemed rather reasonable, considering that what the Count had done was no different from hindering the Imperial Prince's path, and even resulted in a potentially precarious situation for the young prince. No matter how convincing the report was, the Imperial family would still treat this matter as a big problem. Still, as it's His Highness's order. Jeanald undid the shackles and noticed how creaky his body felt after only a few days of confinement. He rubbed and loosened his wrists while leaving the prison. He spotted Charlotte waiting for him by the exit. All his necessary equipment was sitting on a shelf next to her. She was leaning against the wall, sending him silent signals with her eyes. Jeanald understood her, and quickly put his armor on, then buckled a sword to his hips. "I'm ready. Let's get going, ma'am." Count Jeanald and Charlotte mounted waiting horses and quickly rushed to their destination. The emergency alert bells were still ringing quite noisily even now. That meant something major had to be going on. "By the way, what should be my role when commanding the convicts?" After Count Jeanald asked that, Charlotte muttered without slowing down, "Providing assistance." "Pardon? You are to provide His Highness with your assistance." It was right at that moment an explosion loud enough to rupture one's eardrums erupted ahead of them. Count Jeanald and Charlotte both flinched in surprise and reflexively pulled on their reins to stop the horses. Their mounts seemed to be agitated by that noise as well, rearing up beneath them. Jeanald ended up covering his ears without even realizing it. "Marquis Charlotte, that noise earlier." However, his question went unanswered. An upset expression formed on her face as she began gritting her teeth. "Why was I happy about winning earlier?" Count Jeanald flinched again in surprise, then stared at her. Her head faltered, and her grip on the reins suddenly grew a lot heavier. The reins, made by weaving tough leather strips together, ripped apart. I'm still nowhere near him yet." What are you even?" Jeanald didn't get to finish the rest of his sentence as his head snapped back to look ahead. In the distance far away, a large white dust cloud rose up to hover near the horizon. Taking in that sight, his eyes grew wider and wider. The light from the falling snowflakes and the layers of snow resting on the ground chased away the pitch-black darkness of the night skies. The divinity snow danced and blew around in the air, brightly illuminating the surroundings. The convicts standing on the layer of snow failed to hide their shock. Snow made out of divine power. Even though they knew they were in the middle of a battle, their gazes still slowly drifted towards the gently falling snow. And then, they shifted their dazed gazes back down to earth. The lich wielding a lengthy musket, its robe flapping in the winds, spoke as its teeth clattered, its jawbone eerily bobbing up and down, "Fire!" Its bony finger pulled the trigger. Powerful divine energy swirled within the muzzles of the perfectly lined-up muskets, and over a dozen rounds were discharged at once. The cacophony of the gunfire shattered the still silence of the night. The convicts instinctively covered their ears and hurriedly fell down on the ground. At the same time, the undead were blown apart. In the blink of an eye, their torsos exploded in a spherical shape before being blasted out of existence. Even though each musket fired only one round, the holy bullets still penetrated cleanly through flesh and bones of the leading undead to strike the other undead behind them. Just one round of attacks, and the incoming wave of the undead were blown away. What is this?" The Legion locked in the contest of strength against Harmon muttered, its eyes trembling in shock. "Reload." At Nasu's the Lich's command, the skeleton mages uniformly raised up their muskets in a practiced, professional manner. They breathed divine power into the loading chambers. divinity condensed to form new holy bullets. The expression of Warbel, the leader of the Lycans, hardened instantly at this sight. The snow falling from the heavens was burning the Lycan's fur. It was getting painful to even breathe, but despite all that, now wasn't the time to mind such little things. This regiment wielding some sort of strange staves, they were the truly dangerous ones here. All the fur on Warbel's body stood on end, and the creature roared out urgently, "Stop them! They are trying to use their magic again. Stop them now!" They were a lich and skeleton mages. They would need some time in order to use magic again. You must not give them the opportunity. They are nothing more than a magician's squad, that's all. The Lycans disregarded the convicts in front of them and rushed forward. Their new target was the bizarre magician squad. They simply had to eliminate these magicians at any cost. The Lycans were terrified right now, and befitting scared wild beasts, they were bringing out greater physical strength than ever before. Hideous veins bulged on their leg muscles. Their clawed feet trampled on the ground to accelerate their bodies in order to reach the lich over yonder. Coo-oo-oo. To forget that they were terrified, they resorted to howling loudly next. Nasus watched them come and sneered derisively with its glowing eyes. It temporarily stopped breathing into the musket, and slammed the weapon's butt plate on the snow-covered ground. "Stop them!" Hands of bone exploded out from the snowy surface. Skeletons rose up, wielding large shields and nothing else. They formed the first line of defense, with their shields out in front of the skeleton mages. The holy undead proceeded to stack their shields and lowered their postures. Even more skeletons appeared behind them to support them. They got into a close order formation and began glaring at the incoming Lycans. Summoning magic. Damn it, are they trying to buy more time? The Lycans swung their claws and flung the shields aside. The undead beast's sheer physical strength easily shattered and broke the skeletons and their bones. The Lycan's eyes glared at the lich and the skeleton mage regiment that had used other skeletons as their shields. One by one, the reloaded muskets were raised up. One by one, the muzzles began taking aim. And no, wait, the Lycans began freaking out even more then. Just as their terror-stricken eyes fixed on the muzzles. Fire! The second volley was launched. Kaboom! As the noise of the explosion echoed forth, the holy bullets went straight through the skeletons acting as shields. The projectiles of condensed divinity spun in vicious spirals, penetrating everything in their paths. The skeletons shattered and one of the holy bullets breaking past the bones reached a Lycan's eyeball. The undead beast's head simply blew apart into gory bits. The exploded flesh turned into ashes, while the splattering blood turned into powder before being wiped from existence. The beast's large body faltered as if it would crash to the ground, only for more holy bullets to fly in and utterly rip the creature apart, until it couldn't be recognized anymore. What is the meaning of this? Just what is going on here? The Lycans all fell into unbridled panic, and yelped loudly in fright. However, their voices failed to reach their own ears. The Lycan, still locking horns with Harmon, Warbel, also fell deep into the pit of fear and stumbled back. Their extremely acute hearing was being deafened by the loud gunshots, while their sensitive noses were filled with stench of purified corpses until they became disoriented and lost. Only their eyes remained as their sole functioning perceptive organs, but even then, the only thing they could see right now were the other undead rapidly getting cleansed from this world. Summon the Jotner, now, Warbel cried out, and the Lycans boasting some level of intelligence stumbled back to begin their escape. Just what on earth is happening right now, the convicts muttered to themselves while shedding a copious amount of cold sweat. They could sense the sacred aura emanating from the robed undead. Without a doubt, these creatures must be allies summoned by the Imperial Prince. Despite knowing that, they still couldn't help but be frightened right now. They all knew about what a musket was. Well, they had witnessed the Imperial Prince use one before, after all. But it was quite a different story when a terrifying platoon all using muskets hunted down the undead and half-man, half-beast monsters. The loud gunshots and the sight of hulking lichens capable of human speech turning into a bunch of beehives and dying tragically was more than enough to instill terror and near unrecoverable mental shock in their hearts. Chapter 256, 135. Resolution -1, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. It's a lich. Alice's jaw dropped to the floor while staring at Nasu's. The lich, an object of terror to all living humans, referred to as a magician closest to death, was standing right in front of her eyes. Alice! She flinched in surprise and quickly turned her head. That's when she discovered the 7th Imperial Prince riding up on a skeleton horse. His face emitted the unmistakable golden glow of the Aztal rune, while his hand was holding a musket. He looked down at her from his mount and spoke firmly, "I request you start the resonance." Her brows shot up high at his command. "We shall purify every single undead that has shown up here tonight," he spoke in a resolute voice, and she nodded at his command. She then brought her hands together and began singing the sacred hymn. The spirit speech laden with divinity quickly spread into their surroundings. The convicts were surprised by the sudden singing and focused their hearing on Alice's singing voice. Hearts painted with terror began to calm down. It didn't stop there, either. The small amount of divinity within their bodies reacted to her singing and began trembling strongly. What a beautiful voice! Just as the convicts were staring at her in a trance. "Offer your prayers, now." They quickly shifted their gazes and discovered Count Ginald rushing over to them while riding on a horse. He yanked his sword out and took command. "Offer your prayers, and let's teach these abominable undead the greatness of our theocratic empire." The convicts exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The lichens were still trying to flee from here. The divinity snow falling from the skies was oppressing the undead, even as they stood around like this. Now would be their only opportunity. The convicts put their weapons down and began offering their prayers. Alan, still atop the skeleton horse, shifted his gaze over to Nasu's. "Follow me, Nasu's. We shall obey our master's command." Nasu's took a step forward as bones rapidly coalesced beneath its feet to become a summoned skeleton horse. Other skeleton mages wielding their muskets also rose up on skeleton horses to follow their master's lead. In the meantime, the convicts finished their prayers and began picking up their weapons. Even though cold sweat still trickled down their faces, their expressions were firm and resolute. However, their eyes still trembled a little when staring at the massive giants beyond the outer walls, the Jotner. "Do not fear." Alan spoke up while breathing into his musket. He could see the Jotner in the distance closing in steadily. "A saint and a saintess are fighting together with you all." When he said that, the convicts all jumped up in surprise, their eyes threatening to pop out of their sockets. They hurriedly alternated their gazes between Alan and Alice as powerful astonishment swept over them. "Gaia's grace is now with you all, so," Alan whispered quietly, yet every convict present could hear him clearly. Their divinity was getting a mighty boost after receiving Alice's resonance. Bright light remained within the convicts, and the terror staining the deepest part of their hearts was washed away. Their passionate emotions morphed into a body-shuddering thrill and excitement, and they began gripping their weapons even harder. The convicts all stared at Alan as if they were waiting for his command. He looked back at them, and loudly shouted out, "Go and wipe out the undead." Alan spurred the skeleton horse and charged ahead, springing over the debris of the fallen outer wall. Nasu's and the skeleton mages accompanied him closely. Their Lord Saint had stepped into the front line. Count Ginald loudly cried out at that sight, "Lord Saint and Lady Saintess are with us." The convicts reacted to his shout. They roared out in unison as excitement took a hold of their senses, "Gaia's glory be with us." They all rushed past the wrecked remnants of the outer walls. Alice interlocked her fingers and pressed her forehead to her hands, singing the hymn continuously. Harmon followed after Ginald, and dashed past the outer wall as well. A large group emanating pure white light drove away the persistent darkness and began hunting down the undead. "Insane! They have all gone insane," the leader of the lichens, Warbel, panted breathlessly as it ran away, but it still looked behind itself, just in case. Humans were flooding out from the broken-down sections of the outer walls. Divinity gushed out from them, and not a hint of hesitation could be seen on their face. It was as if they were a part of a tsunami wave. What the hell? How can this be? Most of them are using divinity. Could those humans be from one of the main forces of the theocratic empire that the undead often heard about, the Heavenly Army? No, wait, compared to the ones in the rumors, those humans were definitely far shoddier. Even then, they are not scared at all. Warbel continued to flee as cold sweat streamed down its face. If it could, it would have liked to scream out loudly at this horrifying nightmare, too. Their human opponents no longer harbored any fear. They were instead taken over by madness and filled to the brim with fighting spirit. We need to run away. I need to report this. Warbel had to report this truth back to Count Taimong and let the vampire know about the situation in this place. If not, the ice castle would fall into Dang. Right at that moment, something punched completely through Warbel's shoulder. The holy bullet went through the Leekan's flesh and bones to completely blow away its shoulder and the arm attached there. It didn't even have enough time to scream. A barrage of holy bullets struck it soon after. The projectiles ripped the Leekan completely into pieces, and the torn flesh burned to ashes mid-flight. As the Leekan's corpse crashed to the snowy ground beneath it, a skeleton horse ruthlessly trampled it right into the ground. Alan was riding on the undead horse, and raised his gaze. A Jotun was roaring out monstrously. The giant, at least 8 meters tall, bent down before taking a swipe with its large arm. The giant's large palm swept across the ground, causing dozens of convicts to be flung into the air. "We shall deal with the Jotner!" Alan shouted out and lifted up his musket, then offered his prayer. "Oh, dear Gaia! Oh, dear Gaia!" Following him closely, Nasus mirrored him and prayed at the same time. "Through your blessing! Through your blessing!" Divinity began to rumble and writhe ominously. The holy bullets, after getting even more precise through their prayers, spun viciously within the chambers of the muskets. "Grant us the strength to! Grant us the strength to!" Alan and Nasus, plus the dozens of skeleton mages, all raised their weapons and took aim at the Jotun. Judge those who deny their own deaths. The triggers were pulled. With Alan in the lead, dozens of holy bullets exploded forth from the muskets of Nasus and the skeleton mages, flying toward the Jotun. The arms and legs of the giant undead, and even its torso, began exploding into large chunks. Many spiraling explosions punctured holes in the gigantic body, causing the frozen flesh to shatter and crack apart. The first of the huge Jotner crashed to the ground after its body was wrecked from a single volley. "That takes care of one," Alan muttered before shifting his gaze over to the remaining 29 Jotner. He tutted unhappily, still a long way to go, still. He then took aim with his musket, a smirk floating up on his lips. "We ain't gonna lose this game, anyway." He made sure to line up the target perfectly, then pulled the trigger once more. Charlotte was steering her Mount Unira, a descendant of the legendary unicorns. She unsheathed her sword and injected divinity into it. A beautiful aura danced around the edges of her blade. Every place she dashed past and in every place she swung her sword, purified undead were cleanly cloven by her gorgeous strikes. Fluent and confident as always, any undead trying to stop her would end up purified with a single, clean strike. As expected of Lady Charlotte. "Let's go. Lady Charlotte is fighting by our side now, too." The convicts cheered loudly and proceeded to hunt down the undead. To them, the Marquise Charlotte freely and fearlessly roaming through the battlefield was like a legendary heroine. However, the more undead she felt, the greater the sense of inadequacy inside her became. Still too weak. Charlotte glanced at the top of the outer wall. Alice was up there, still diligently praying with her hands held together. She wasn't a simple lady-in-waiting. Charlotte naturally knew that Alice was the granddaughter of Cardinal Raphael. Not only that, the girl was an excellent healer, who had also exhibited her outstanding close-quarter combat ability during Qasim's invasion of the Imperial Palace. Her outstanding skills, martial prowess that verged on being the work of art, and then, even her genius-level talent. And finally, she was even a saintess, as well. Just like His Highness. Charlotte gripped her weapon even harder. Alice was currently sustaining the resonance. The soldiers of Rania were all reacting to the power she had deployed. Their divinity was amplified, giving them the necessary courage, and at the same time, their fighting spirit soared even higher. That power, that miracle, was not something Charlotte could imitate nor even activate. Just Alice alone was more than sufficient enough to protect the 7th Imperial Prince and aid him whenever necessary. Charlotte was no longer needed here. Alice's status, even her abilities, they were all so much better than Charlotte's. She bit down on her lower lip. Why was I so pleased about earlier? She had felt so happy about besting the Imperial Prince during their sparring. I'm still hopelessly inadequate. However, if His Highness had fought seriously, then she wouldn't have gotten anywhere close to him. Egotistical. The worst part of her instincts acted up and she began feeling jealousy just then. Her personal feelings went on to disrupt her thoughts and made her head chaotic. She shifted her gaze back to what was before her. Alan, seated atop that skeleton horse, was still commanding the musket regiment over yonder. He was hunting the Jotner down one by one, bringing them down systematically. He seemed to be at a distance well beyond her reach. A Jotun swung its large hand and crushed a portion of the musket regiment, extinguishing them from existence. Alan gritted his teeth and did something quite reckless next, weaving past the Jotun's unguarded legs. That looked incredibly dangerous. He was being reckless, putting himself in danger like that. Charlotte sobered herself up at that sight. I won't give up. She'd protect him. That's what she swore to do. That was her goal. No matter what, she'd achieve her goal in the end. And in order to reach her goal, she had to make another resolution, as well. Charlotte stared at her own sword. If I wish to achieve something, then I must know how to give up on something else, too. She bit her lower lip again and spoke up, Anira, run forward. Run hard. Her horse, Anira, pounded hard on the ground with its hooves and dashed forward. It continued to accelerate faster and faster. She lowered her posture and secured her grip on the sword. When they reached a Jotun's location, she took a mighty swing with her weapon. The sword permeated with divinity sliced apart the giant undead's leg, causing its huge upper body to topple in an ungainly manner. She and her mount leapt over the collapsing giant and chased after the Imperial Prince's back. Your Highness! Alan looked behind at her call. She continued on, allow me to escort you. He smiled back at her. Thanks. I'll be in your care. Charlotte made her mind up the moment she heard his reply. I'll discard my swordsmanship. What she swore to do was to protect His Highness. As such, I shall become his shield. Charlotte reaffirmed her resolution for the last time, and took a swing with her sword at another Jotun. 135. Resolution, Part 1 and 2, -1 Fin. Chapter 257, 136. Resolution -2, Part 1. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. The sun rose above the horizon. Countless corpses were strewn about in a gory fashion on a land beyond the outer walls. The convicts who were still alive were standing around dazedly on top of this grisly sight. They lifted up their tired heads and stared at the rising sun before muttering softly, "It's over." All of the invading undead had been killed off. Even though their ears were deafened by the screams of the dying evil spirits not too long ago, even though their throats ached from the loud, spirited yelling that came from the sheer excitement they felt. They no longer had the mind to worry about such piffling little pains or fatigue. A stirring emotion was welling up from deep within their hearts. This emotion engraved a truly fantastic word, victory, in their hearts. Soon after that, the convicts all felt this indescribable elation and began raising their voices one by one. We won! We defeated the undead again! Ha ha ha! They began guffawing out loudly. The loud cheers of happiness resounded throughout the battlefield. Charlotte stared at the 7th Imperial Prince standing quite a distance from the center of the battlefield. Imperial Prince Nim, hooray! The convicts picked up the tired Imperial Prince and began tossing him up in the air to celebrate. One could tell from his expression that he really didn't like this, but stopping them must have been even more annoying to him because he just let them carry on as they pleased. Lady Priestess, hooray! Next up was Alice, and she too was lifted into the air. Lord Saint, hooray! Lady Saintess, hooray, hooray! Our theocratic empire will live on forever. The more she heard their loud cheering, the deeper Charlotte's bitter smile grew. She could only play a very small part in this battle. Most of the contributions belonged to the 7th Imperial Prince and Alice Astoria. Charlotte was nearly overcome by this feeling of bitterness born out of what seemed like the unbridgeable chasm between him and her. You've grown even stronger while I wasn't looking, haven't you, Alan? A voice suddenly came from her side, and Charlotte turned her head to look. She spotted Shuffle, currently plopped down on the ground, as if he was too tired to even stand up. He drank water from a leather waterskin while making a bitter face. For some reason, his face came across as rather familiar to her. It was like his expression resembled hers. An expression of wishing. An expression of someone still chasing after another person in a far-off distance, well out of one's reach. Shuffle glanced at Charlotte. Lady Paladin. Do your best to serve Alan well. When their gazes met briefly, Charlotte flinched a little and shifted her gaze away. She stared at the Imperial Prince once more. He continued on, that punk, he might be really powerful, but he's also the type to do something reckless by himself. Unless you or someone else lend him their support, he might falter and come crashing down sooner or later. This man was the former 3rd Imperial Prince of the Theocratic Empire, and a culprit responsible for endangering Alan's life. Whenever she recalled the events of Aslan, she found herself unable to forgive this man. Charlotte gritted her teeth, and turned away from him coldly. Of course I will. Without someone telling her about it, she'd do it, anyway. To her, the 7th Imperial Prince was her life's purpose, and she had made the conscious choice to be by his side, after all. She had already made up her mind. To reach her goal, she was even willing to discard her mastery over the sword, acquired through so much of her own blood and sweat. That was the very first thing she had to do. Charlotte turned around and walked towards Castle Rania. She now had to acquire the correct type of equipment to put her determination into action. In order to do that, she needed to send a request to the top armory in the whole of the Empire, Hilda Fiefdom. Charlotte headed straight towards the Fiefdom of Rania. Alan belatedly spotted her departing back and watched her leave. TL, in first-person POV. As expected of you, Your Highness. You are truly the one chosen by Goddess Gaia. I'm sure of it. While riding on our horses to get back to the Count's residence, I was given no choice but to listen to Genald go on and on with his maddeningly embarrassing praises of me. I spat out a lengthy groan and replied, why don't you stop there and take charge of the mop-up operation, instead? But Your Highness, will that be all right? When I said take charge of mopping up, I meant that he should take over command of the convicts. The outer walls had been destroyed in several places, so we urgently needed to repair all those damaged sections, plus the convict troops needed to be reorganized quickly. Our command structure was suffering from a distinct lack of manpower, so someone like Count Genald was an indispensable individual. I have no one but you to rely on in this situation. Genald formed an expression that indicated that he was deeply honored by the command, and replied, understood. Then I shall speak to you later, Your Highness. He bowed his head, looking quite happy, then turned his mount around to rush towards the outer walls. For a dude who'll get imprisoned again later, he sure is overflowing with energy. I watched his receding back for a bit, before heading to the manor. I could see the figure of Charlotte, who had arrived there some time before me. Next to her were 10 carriages and the regular soldiers of Rania, all lined up in front of the manor. Those guys were part of the supply corps tasked with resupplying the troops by traveling between Rania and Hilda. I stopped a distance away and watched Charlotte chatting to the driver of one of the carriages parked in front of the residence. The driver was nodding and saying something. To confirm, I must deliver this letter to Her Imperial Highness, Hilda. Charlotte was handing a letter over to him. Yes, I entrust you with this role. Please deliver it as swiftly as you can. Understood, ma'am. The tide of death is about to hit us, so we shall urge them to prepare as quickly as possible. The driver confirmed the letter's seal before securing it away in his inner pocket. Charlotte watched that and nodded, then left the driver behind to enter the manor. I felt a bit curious about that exchange, so I quickly walked up to the driver and asked, "What's going on?" He flinched in surprise and hurriedly tried to show his respect through a clumsy display of etiquette. I stopped him there. "It's fine, don't worry about it. In any case, you guys are heading to my older sister's territory, right? The master artisan fairies, the dwarves, lived in Hilda's fiefdom. Why was Charlotte sending a letter there, I wonder? It must have not been a secret, because the driver replied to me quickly enough. Her ladyship was requesting they craft a piece of equipment for herself." "Equipment, is it?" I tilted my head a little and the driver nodded in response. "Well, we're also in need of restocking our supplies anyway, Your Highness. Since we're going there to get the new batches of equipment for the soldiers, Her Ladyship Marquise Charlotte took this opportunity and made a request for the creation of another type of equipment for herself." "What kinda equipment are we talking about?" "Regrettably, even I don't know what exactly, Your Highness." The driver cautiously pulled the letter out. It seemed that its contents had something to do with the mystery item. Obviously I couldn't just tear open the seal and read what was in it. The driver looked kind of nervous about me taking that letter away from him, too. I recalled Charlotte's equipment. The metal armor that fit her figure, then the divine sword passed down through the generations of the Hirai's house. That was the extent of her stuff. What else does she need as a paladin? Maybe she was thinking of a new type of armor, or even a new sword. That could be it. I glanced at the driver and asked, "In that case, let me also ask you for a favor, too." "Sir?" The driver tilted his head in confusion. I extracted a dragon fang from the item window and placed it securely within the back of the carriage along with the other luggage. The dragon fang itself was pretty light, but it was still huge that when I put it down, a loud thud rang out. The driver's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. "Deliver this to my older sister." What kind of a bone is this, sir?" "It looks like a fang of some kind, but there should not be a monster boasting fangs of such size out there." The driver stared at the dragon fang with a deeply curious face. I resolved his curiosity for him. "It's a dragon fang." The driver's face hardened instantly, then while looking back at me, asked in a quiet voice, "Sir, you must be joking." "Nope, it's the real deal." "Ah, as a bonus job, I'll give you a dragon scale as well." "Give it to my sister, too." "Oh my goddess!" Maybe because he was someone tasked with resupplying our equipment or something, the driver became greatly intrigued by the bone. He stared at that dragon's fang as if he was in a trance, unable to tear his gaze away from it. I spoke to him again to break him out of trance. "Deliver them to my sister, okay? Tell her that I want them used for the purpose of crafting Charlotte's equipment. Since these are top-notch materials, I'm sure an armament matching their quality will be created." Chapter 258, 136. Resolution -2, Part 2. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. Why yes, sir. Understood. But, just where did you even acquire such things? This wasn't just your average dragon bone, but a piece straight from the toughest part of the dragon, a fang that didn't melt even after getting struck by its breath attack. The legends said that such a fang's hardness even rivaled that of orichalcum. Well, I'll leave it to you in your capable hands, then. Tell my sister that since it's going to be a gift, ask the craftsmen to do their absolute best. The driver nodded at what I said. It was right around then that the manor's surroundings suddenly became noisy. I turned my head and stared at a pathway leading to the manor itself. You bastard! Behave yourself and be still. What the hell, why is it so bloody strong? Be careful. Let your guard down and you'll be done for in the blink of an eye. Dozens of convicts were shouting out. In the middle of them was a Leakin busy roaring out while trying to rampage around. Many spears were threatening it, and the creature's limbs had been bound and shackled, while the steel chains tied around it meant it couldn't even escape from here, yet. Dozens of convicts were struggling mightily from the creature's physical strength alone. Harmon was in charge of the convicts, and rode up on his horse to reach the manor. Your Highness! He dismounted and walked up to me. There are some things I must inform you of. Judging from the tone of his voice, I guessed that he must have discovered something. I asked Harmon just in case, hang on. Were vampires behind last night's raid? Yes, I'm afraid so. And not only that, Harmon nodded and wiped away his cold sweat. It seems that the undead are preparing for something quite troublesome as well, Your Highness. Whatever those undead are doing, it's highly suspicious, Your Highness. Especially considering that Jotner have shown up, and Alekan even brought up the matter of warp magic earlier. As for the details, we still need to. Harmon turned his head and glanced at the Leakin. I asked him sharply, how long do you think you will need to dig out the info? At minimum, 2 weeks to a month, Your Highness. There is also some information related to this matter compiled back in the Imperial Court, so we also need to take into account the necessary time to fetch that. 1 week. Can you do everything in that time frame? Harmon bowed deeply and replied, I'll try my best. I sighed deeply again and stared at the Leakin being dragged into the residence. I hope I'm not getting tangled up in something troublesome here. My expectations on that were pretty low, though, considering that giants from the ancient legends called Jotner had already shown up. Well, I did expect that something like this might happen to some degree. The warp magic coordinates Hans figured out were somewhere up in the northern region, after all. So I thought that as soon as we found out what those vampire bastards were up to in the northern regions, we better take care of them for good right away. In the fiefdom of Hilda, often referred to as the Theocratic Empire's top armory, the first Imperial Princess Hilda was reading a letter delivered to her. It had been dispatched about a week ago, judging from the timing. As for its author, the girl named Charlotte Hera Eyes had written it. She also happened to be the head of the Order of the White Cross. The letter's contents, past the opening words of respectful greeting, were rather simple. She didn't beat around the bush and delved straight into the matter at hand. It was like she was making demands through her words. At a glance, one could say that she was being far too impudent to an imperial princess. However, there was this one sentence that touched Hilda's heart quite deeply. I wish to protect His Highness the 7th Imperial Prince. Although short, that sentence was also long enough to convey the girl's earnest desire. A grin floated up on Hilda's lips as she read that line. She put the letter down and glanced to her side, where the carriage driver from the supply corps could be found. Then her eyes drifted towards the dragon's fang and its scale, wrapped up carefully in silk, resting on top of the desk before him. The driver bowed deeply and delivered the 7th Imperial Prince's message. His Imperial Highness wishes to present his precious confidant with a gift, ma'am. He requested that the equipment be crafted with the utmost care. Hilda got up from her chair. That's obvious. My little brother has requested this of me, so I shall make it happen. She left her castle and headed to the mining area of the fiefdom of Hilda. This area was where all types of smithies could be found, and also the location where the race of the master blacksmiths, the dwarves capable of crafting a treasure sword befitting the imperial family in around 10 days, were plying their craft as well. Hilda walked with purpose in her steps. The members of the Verdant Cross followed her in silence. Oh, oh! Lady Hilda, a great morning to you. Today's beer, please look forward to it. Dwarves greeted her enthusiastically while carrying the ore extracted from various mines. Hilda lightly nodded her acknowledgement and walked past them. Her destination was a large smithy utilizing a blast furnace powered by the volcano's energy. The moment she opened the smithy's doors, a powerful gush of hot air rushed up against Hilda's skin. Clang! 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 The loud metallic clangs continued to reverberate, seemingly expanding the air with every blow. Although each hit sounded pristine and perfectly rhythmic, it was also powerful and loud enough to be mistaken for explosions. The blacksmith responsible for creating such rhythmic noises was short in height and possessed a bushy beard covering the lower part of his face. This leader of the dwarves, Belrogue, was working away while kitted out in a pair of goggles and leather gloves. Hilda stood within the scorching heat and crossed her arms in front of her chest before calling out loudly, "Belrogue!" Belrogue the dwarf jumped up in surprise and quickly looked behind himself. He cried out in alarm after finally noticing Hilda inside the smithy and hurriedly dropped what he was doing. "What's this? Lady Hilda! I told you so many times not to enter this place. Your smooth skin might get burned by this place's heat, you know." He ran up to Hilda, then began pushing her back to get her out of the smithy. "Oh I, Verdant Cross! What are you all doing? How could you escort Lady Hilda to such a dangerous place like this?" Belrogue roared out as if he was a parent worried about his daughter's welfare. His behavior and manner of speech prioritized his concern for her rather than minding the correct etiquette meant to address royalty. Hilda spoke up, "I came to speak to you as I have a request." Yes. Whatever your request is, my lady, I'll listen to it. But for now, please get out of this place first. You haven't even gotten married yet, so to have your skin damaged in this place is..." The muscles around Hilda's eyes twitched for a moment. She fake coughed to clear her throat and glanced at Belrogue, who was still pushing her back. "I've procured the fang of a dragon." Belrogue flinched in surprise and looked up at her. "Are you joking with me, miss?" Hilda snapped her fingers lightly, prompting the Verdant Cross members to bring out the huge dragon bone. "Oh my gods! Really?" Belrogue's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He completely forgot about pushing Hilda out of the smithy and fixed his stunned gaze on the dragon fang. The light burning in his eyes took on an unmistakable hue of entrancement. What kind of an armament would be born if he refined this fang? Just imagining it sent shivers down his spine. Hilda observed all the changes in Belrogue's expression and curled up the corners of her lips. "So? How about it? Are you going to humor my request now?" "Oh, of course this one will do whatever it is, if it's Lady Hilda's command. But, what should I create?" Hilda fixed her posture. She stood tall with her legs open about shoulder width and crossed her arms again, then while holding her head up, spoke in a confident tone of voice that even the most grizzled old male generals would be proud of. "Use this dragon bone to craft a piece of equipment." Belrogue's brows rose up higher. Hilda unfurled her finger and slowly poked the dwarf on his forehead. With a mischievous grin on her face, she finished the rest of her command. "Since it's going to be my little brother's special gift to someone he holds dear, do make sure to put your backs to it." Belrogue heard her command and nodded while making a somewhat dazed face. He didn't need to be told that, since he was planning to do so, anyway. He certainly couldn't afford to waste a precious material like this one, after all. She asked, "How long will you need for this task?" The Verdant Cross members handed the dragon's fang over to Belrogue. The latter couldn't immediately regain his balance due to just how large the bone was, and wobbled around for a second. Well, that depends on what I'm supposed to craft, my lady. However, it should be completed within 10 days. That's quicker than I thought. Taking longer to make something doesn't mean we'll get a better product in the end, after all. A human standard and that of a dwarf's differed noticeably. It seemed that for dwarves, using up the least amount of time to craft and refine an item resulted in the best quality possible. Once one got to the refining process of the ores, one needed to heat it up and smelt it to shape. So, by taking the shortest time necessary during that process, one could minimize the damage and craft an even stronger and more exacting end product. Belrogue was getting intrigued. What kind of an item was he supposed to craft with this dragon fang entrusted to him? My lady, what type of equipment should I create? His question was answered by Hilda's deep smile. A shield. She looked down at Belrogue and ordered confidently, craft the world's strongest shield, please. 136. Resolution -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 259, 137. Slaughterer, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Clang. Stifling heat filled up the room. Clang. A large hammer slammed down. Clang. 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 Dozens of dwarves were hammering away with powerful blows. The muscles on their thick arms trembled. Their hammers continued to strike down on the large fang that had been heated until it had taken on a crimson hue. We need to melt this fang down. Increase the heat. Raise the furnace's temperature even higher. The short-statured dwarves bellowed loudly while hurriedly running around here and there. They manipulated the blast furnace powered by the molten lava flowing from the volcano and increased the heat even further. Even though the forge had been sealed shut from the rest of the world, a darkish crimson glow still escaped from the gaps to illuminate its surroundings. Belrogue commanded his fellow dwarves, "We need to finish our task quickly so that the dragon fang can come alive once more. A bone of a legendary dragon, and not just any bone, but its fang, no less." They simply could not afford to waste a material this precious. However, despite the concerted efforts of the dwarves, the fang showed no signs of melting. Damn it! Belrogue spat out an expletive while staring at the fang currently dipped inside the molten lava-like liquid within the furnace. That bone was capable of withstanding a dragon's breath attack, so they needed a far hotter and fiercer flame in order to melt this thing down. How many days has it been already? It almost felt like a year had passed by at this point. The dwarves were getting anxious as the refining process went on. If they failed to smelt the fang as soon as possible, then the resulting product would end up a failure. This is none other than a dragon's fang. It was different from all the other bones of a dragon, making the process to smelt and refine it that much more difficult. It was near impossible to shatter it, so a dragon's special trait had to be utilized here. The fang might be absurdly sturdy, but it still had the characteristic of melting down when subjected to a temperature far exceeding a dragon's breath attack. And at the moment that happened, one had to quickly shape it into the desired form, widen it, and beat it to the desired state. We shall resort to alchemy, then. Forcibly increase the temperature of the furnace. At Belrogue's loud command, several dwarves wearing robes began pouring additives from jars into the furnace's molten liquid. Glug, glug. Once those unidentified liquids were added to the furnace, explosions began going off one by one. Flames gushed up and the dwarves kitted out in protective leather clothing stumbled back. What can a dwarf hope to achieve when he's scared of a little flame? Belrogue roared out and walked up to the blast furnace. When he looked inside, the fang contained within seemed to be breaking down, little by little. Yes. It's working. The heat was sufficiently high. Their job now was to beat it into shape and cool it down. We shall use His Highness's holy water to quench it. A huge pair of pincers creaked and came down like a machine to grab the fang, then raised it out of the molten liquid to place it on a large anvil. Beat it, now! All the dwarves rushed towards the fang. A cacophony of loud hammering noises resounded out next. They maintained steady breathing and matched each other's rhythm to pound away at the fang. And the dragon's fang eventually. Bring in the ore of the spirits, Eltera. The metal powder boasting resistance to magic was liberally scattered on the fang. And then, His Highness's holy water. The water, drawn from the lake of holy water created back when the 7th Imperial Prince was hunting lichens down, was used to rapidly cool the fang and harden the material. Time continued to tick by. The faces of the dwarves were getting burnt black. Just how long has it been? Belrogue wiped away the trickles of cold sweat from his face. It sure felt like 2 years had flown past him by now. He often thought about it, but well, it felt as if his sense of time would get warped whenever he became too focused on his work. His extreme level of concentration had created the illusion of a different time flow. Belrogue gritted his teeth. I will not fail at creating the greatest masterpiece of my life. Heat it up again. Faster, quicker than ever before, but with the utmost care. Temper it. They needed to shorten the time as much as possible. If not, the fang, the dragon bone itself, would die again. Cool it with holy water. They simply had to craft the greatest item this world had yet seen with the hands of these master craftsmen. 5 days. 6. Or even more than that. Time continued to march forward. It felt like 3 years had passed by already. The dwarves fell victim to exhaustion, one at a time. Which was understandable, considering that they kept hammering away the whole day while stuck inside this stifling, choking heat. They couldn't eat, drink, nor even get some sleep. It felt like ages since they last witnessed the rays of sunlight from outside the forge. Even back when they were slaves, they never had to force themselves to this extent. I'm at my limit. Bloody hell, why is it so tough? One by one, dwarves began collapsing from exhaustion. Not yet. Belrogue's legs were wobbling. Even then, he grasped his large hammer tightly with both hands. His arms and legs spasmed sporadically, and he had to endure an intense pain that felt like his spinal discs had slipped. Even then, Belrogue did not stop his hammering. He paid the utmost attention with every hammer strike and focused all of his senses on the task before him. Other dwarves stared at Belrogue and chatted among themselves. Damn it, just how many days has it been? It can't be 10 days already, right? Stop talking rubbish, will ya? In order to breathe a new life into the dragon's fang, to craft an even sturdier, more precise end product, they needed to complete the armament in question in the shortest amount of time possible. All of you, stop flapping your gums and get back to work. Belrogue roared out, but he could feel his lips tremble just then. A certain type of fear began rising in his mind. We might really fail here. The negative thoughts gradually eroded away at his confidence. Please, please, make it a success. Please. Belrogue ardently prayed in his heart. It wasn't just him, though, every dwarf inside the forge prayed for the same thing. No, we cannot fail here. Her Highness had personally requested this of them. They simply could not afford to betray her high expectations of them. For the sake of Her Highness, Belrogue muttered to no one in particular, but that prompted the exhausted dwarves on their knees to raise their heads. For the sake of Her Highness. Belrogue roared out again, and the dwarves all gritted their teeth. They resumed hammering away. For the sake of Her Highness. For Our Lady Hilda. Clang. 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 We shall complete the world's greatest shield. Belrogue struck down with his hammer for the last time. And right at that moment, a powerful explosion rocked the forge. The dwarves jumped up in shock before throwing themselves on the floor, while Belrogue was swept up in the explosion and got flung away. The firmly shut steel doors of the forge were blown outside, along with Belrogue's body. A sudden rush of incoming air stoked the flames inside the forge, but the jars containing holy water placed on the shelves shattered almost at the same time and poured their contents out to quell the flames before they could rage out of control. Dense steam quickly filled the interior of the forge. Other dwarves standing outside the forge counting the time down all gasped in shock and hurriedly stared at Belrogue lying tossed onto the ground. He moaned in pain and coughed out blackish smoke while lying among the wreckage of the broken steel doors. "Is that Belrogue? What the hell? What was that explosion just now?" The dwarves on standby outside hurriedly stared into the forge. Its interior was cloaked in a thick veil of darkness and dense steam, which obscured their view. The complexions of the dwarves grew pale white at that sight. "What's this? Oh my goodness! Could it be that Belrogue? He's finally come outside the forge after all this time." Dwarves shifted their gazes back to Belrogue. They were muttering away while sounding somewhat unconvinced. Belrogue heard their muttering and stopped moaning with a noticeable flinch. However, a despairing expression quickly filled his face. He turned his head and stared at the dwarves around him. The moment their stiff expressions entered his vision, he instinctively realized that something had gone wrong. Oh no, could it be that more than 10 days have passed by already? Belrogue was quickly overcome with fear. He urgently shouted a question at the other dwarves. "Days? How many days has it been?" According to his own senses, it must have been 3 years, at least. That's how painful the length of time he had spent inside was. He even had to spend every drop of his energy. But how many days passed by in reality? What if it had been over 10 days? All of their efforts would be in vain in that case. Just as he began spiraling into despair, one of the dwarves nearby finally opened his mouth. "It's been 3 days. Belrogue flinched at that reply before freezing up on the spot. "What did you say?" He turned his head and scanned the other dwarves for confirmation. The nearest dwarf to him muttered as if he was talking to himself. "I told you, it's been 3 days." The dwarves slowly turned their heads and stared at the forge once more. Even Belrogue dazedly stared at the mouth of the workshop that had flung him outside. The morning sun was rising. The pristine, clear rays of sunlight began illuminating the interior of the forge obscured by the darkness. Dwarves lying on the floor of the forge were rising unsteadily back to their feet. The thick steam was gradually settling down and dissipating in the air, while the warm rays of the sun caused a sacred pure white light to glow brightly from within. A shield shaped like an inverted triangle and a cross melded together, and boasting patterns engraved with bluish powder, was reflecting the light while soaked in the holy water. A shield that could withstand even the hottest flames and reflect any impact, it was the dragon shield, brimming with divinity. "Oh my gods!" Belrogue's irises grew larger and larger. He stared at that hauntingly beautiful shield and muttered out in a trance, that is my life's greatest work." The other dwarves seemed to agree with him because they clamped their mouths shut, unable to raise any objections. And Belrogue spoke with unwavering certainty. "We really have crafted the strongest shield out there. This was the moment of the greatest shield in the history of this continent being born." Chapter 260, 137. Slaughterer, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. "The investigation has been completed, Your Highness." Inside Count Genald's manor. I was sitting inside the conference room, listening to Harmon's report. Alice, Hans, Count Genald, and Charlotte were with us. Our opponent this time is a vampire count named Taimong. Here in the northern region was a castle of ice that used to be the Necromancer King's headquarters. Right now, it was home to a progenitor vampire, this Count Taimong, who allegedly had been working together with Second Imperial Prince Ruppel. I received the documents Harmon handed over and scanned their contents. They consisted largely of the new information acquired through torturing the captured Leakin, as well as the things learned by torturing the Second Imperial Prince back in the Theocratic Empire's secret prison. I continued to peruse the documents while Harmon resumed his report. It seems that Count Taimong has been researching the Warp Gate for more than 1,000 years. Hans reacted the most to that report. His brows shot up, and he began poring over the information on the documents. Their plan is to use their findings to open a doorway between different dimensions, A and D. Harmon glanced in my direction before continuing on. Bring ruination to the entire imperial family. Like, opening up purgatory. I interlocked my fingers and leaned against the back of the sofa. The warp gate, the dimensional doorway, those terms really bugged me. That doorway to purgatory back in Irons? Such a thing opening up elsewhere would present a massive headache that even I would have a hard time trying to stop. But now it sounded like this Count Taimong was planning to complete something even worse than a doorway to purgatory itself. And also, it seems that the vampires have almost completed the process. They are at the final hurdle at the moment. But that's impossible! Hans shouted out, shooting up from his seat. He shook his head wildly in agitation. Some mere vampires completed such a warp gate. Such a thing, that's completely, utterly. Don't forget that these bastards gave the necromancers back in Irons the info on the magic. Those necromancers used that info to cast the warp magic connecting to purgatory. Hans flinched at what I said and froze up. He looked back at me. So, you still think the vampires can't pull it off now? I continued. Hans clenched his teeth as if he didn't want to acknowledge it. But a short bit of silence later, he slowly admitted, yes, it's possible. Honestly speaking, I've already accepted my defeat in that regard. Hans held his forehead and sat back down in his chair. I glanced at him for a moment before shifting my attention back over to Harmon. Okay, so? What exactly are they planning to do? Open another pathway to purgatory or something? No, Your Highness. It doesn't seem that way, but we just don't have enough information. However, if that is indeed their plan, then... The ends of Harmon's sentence grew quieter. He probably wanted to say that, if that was what the vampires were planning, then the theocratic empire would be in grave danger. We shouldn't forget that the tide of death would soon flood this place. The curse of the Necromancer King, which sought to dye the entire continent in demonic energy, would begin. Before that happened, we needed to do something. I fidgeted around with my interlocked fingers, before rubbing my face after checking out the contents of one of the documents Harmon had handed over. It didn't contain the information related to the vampires, but a report concerning the current situation back in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial family was enjoying a period of peace, but Holy Emperor Celt's body was exhibiting some strange signs lately. He was quite vigorous for a man his age, but lately, he'd get fatigued by his daily routines and even fall asleep often during work. The symbol of the theocratic empire, the strongest man on the planet, and also the object of pure terror for the vampires, was gradually getting weaker. The end of one's life, which couldn't be altered even with the holy water or abundant divine energy. Celt's life was steadily reaching its end. Even then, this wasn't just some random nobody, but the one and only Celt All-False. It'd be another 10 years before he departed this world for the side of dear goddess Gaia. That's what I firmly believed. For the time being, I needed to focus on the vampire threat. But once we deal with this matter, I better quickly return to the Imperial Palace. I looked around at everyone present in the conference room. These punks managed to create that warp gate connecting to purgatory. Everyone focused their attention on me. No one knows what else they might do next. The tide of death, December 25th, was rapidly approaching us. That's why we are going to hit them first. I scanned everyone in the room and continued, as soon as the supply corps returns, we organize the convicts and attack the ice castle. Even if the convicts weren't all that skilled, it shouldn't be too hard for them to subjugate the undead in the land of the dead spirits with Count Genald commanding them, while Alice, Harmon, and Charlotte traveled alongside. As for me... Hey, Hans. Why yes, sir. Hans tilted his head as a puzzled look floated up on his face. Get the warp magic ready. I'm going to wipe them out from the inside. Hans was stupefied for a bit, before crying out in alarm, "Why you want to try the warp magic, sir? It's possible, right?" "Oh, of course, sir. But I need some time too." "How long do you need?" Hans held his head and fell into silent contemplation. His eyes were darting around. He muttered to himself in some indecipherable language, as if he was mentally calculating something. Eventually, he clapped his hands and yelled out, "December 24th. It will be completed by then. One day before the tide of death, is it?" Now that was cutting it really close. But that also meant I'd have some time to deal with the vampire punks hiding in there. My plan now was to wipe those bastards out completely in one night. "All right, I'll leave it up to you. I'll be directly infiltrating their headquarters using the warp magic." Hans nodded at my words. "Hurry and get the weapons. We ain't gonna stay here as sitting ducks anymore." I watched the convicts busily moving about outside from the window of the manor. They were bursting at the seams with fighting spirit, probably because they were anticipating our total victory. "Will it be really all right, Your Highness?" Charlotte asked me, her voice full of concern. She had tried very hard to dissuade me after learning that I'd step into the middle of the enemy camp by myself. I settled down on the office's sofa and replied to her while munching on a snack, "Can't be helped, since Hans's warp circle can only send one person at most." Hans was right next to us, and flinched visibly in the middle of drawing the warp magic circle on the floor. He snuck a glance at me and said testily, "Please search around the rest of the continent, sir. See how many people you can find out there who are capable of completing a warp circle like me." I waved my hand at him lightly, trying to cool his ire. In any case, vampires were far too dangerous to let them escape. I learned how dangerous this warp magic could actually be back in Irons, so I was planning to stop at nothing and do whatever it took to put a screeching halt to their plans. From this moment on, I'd be infiltrating their inner sanctum and start massacring some vampires. If any of the survivors made a run for it, then the convicts laying siege to the ice castle would simply deal with them outside. And since it was only a Count-class vampire, I alone was enough to deal with that vampire. There might be other unexpected threats inside, but I didn't have a choice here. I needed to deal with them as they happened. Well, both Alice and Charlotte were going to participate, so they would surely support me if something dangerous happened to me. Whatever the case may be. "I'll believe in you, Charlotte." But, before she could say something, I pushed a piece of biscuit in her mouth and stopped her. Charlotte stopped talking and munched on the snack while staring at me. "No need to worry about me. Understood." She seemed to have finally given up, judging from her depressed expression. However, she still snuck glances in my direction, and there were obvious signs of hesitation in her eyes. Charlotte took her time before finally opening her mouth. "Not too long from now, the supply corps will return, Your Highness. The ice castle is about half a day's travel away." Her gaze remained quiet, yet focused. "I pray that you stay safe until then." "That's obvious." I smiled brightly back at her to assuage her worries. "It's complete, sir." I turned my head and stared at the warp magic circle Hans had drawn on the floor. "All you have to do is to inject your divinity into it. The transfer will become safer the more divine energy you dump into it, sir," Hans said while stepping away from the warp magic circle. Unlike him, I was stepping into the circle, instead. "But, I'm getting a bit nervous here." I recalled what happened back in Aslan. Back then, I was totally surrounded by enemies, wasn't I? "You sure it's safe?" I stared at Hans, and he gave me a thumb up and a loud, confident shout on top as well. "Of course, sir. Just who am I? Aren't I the genius alchemist?" "Well, I sure hope that the end result matches your confidence." "Oops. By the way, take this with you, sir." Hans pushed a crystal sphere to me. It was the same explosive sphere he had used against the orcs way back in Aslan's desert. It will have the same effect as exploding holy water, sir. That sounds like a useful item. I took the crystal sphere and sucked in a deep breath. I then pressed my palm down inside the warp magic circle and began injecting divinity into it. Well, then. Bright light emitted from the magic circle next. I'm off. And then, my body broke down into tiny particles. The vampires under the command of Count Taimong were not specialized in combat, but more in magic research and alchemy. Before their vampirification, they were already renowned researchers in their respective fields, and upon turning, they had gathered in one place and performed all sorts of experiments together. The one field of research they were all interested in was, of course, warp magic. Especially the part about creating a doorway that led to another world, the possibility of that allowed the alchemists and magicians to dream and have visions of what it would be like. In the basement of the ice castle, there were dozens upon dozens of warp magic circles connecting to the rest of the continent to be found here. The vampires kitted out in leather aprons and goggles tilted their heads and began gathering near a particular warp magic circle. This circle had begun emitting light, which was the expected reaction when someone used warp magic to reach this ice castle. Who can it be? Is anyone scheduled to visit us today? They exchanged glances and continued to tilt their heads in confusion. After scanning through the list of the scheduled arrivals, they were left even more confused. No one's scheduled to come today, and I don't think it's going to be Count Taimong's guest, either, whoever it is. They confirmed the list of arrivals and became certain that no one was scheduled to come. The vampires naturally became wary and began grabbing various weapons hanging on the nearby walls. Just as they got ready, they flinched in surprise and clamped their mouths shut. It was because the gentle aura of divine power began spreading from the warp magic circle. The bright white aura quaked and undulated like ripples of water. What's this? Divinity? This is a vampire-exclusive warp magic circle, so how come divinity is? The vampires began stumbling back as their pasty complexions grew even paler. Right at that moment, the disparate particles began gathering rapidly on top of the warp magic circle written in ancient runes. The vampires felt their hearts tumble to the pits of their stomachs at the sight. Clack! A metallic creature was taking a step forward. No, wait, it wasn't a creature made out of metal, but a person covered entirely in metal armor, instead. An existence wielding a musket in his right hand and a huge shield wrapping around him on his left was walking out from the magic circle. That wasn't all, however, more paladins kitted out from head to toe in armor also accompanied him, as well. And every single one of them was holding onto a musket. What they? Paladins? Never mind that for now, why were they all wielding muskets? Dozens of them stood in a line, then raised the muzzles of their weapons. The vampires failed to understand the unfolding situation. Why did dozens of paladins suddenly step outside the vampire-only warp magic circle, and not only that, while brandishing muskets, too? Hold up, muskets! Only then did some of the vampires recall a rumor they had heard in the recent past. Their complexions promptly became completely devoid of all color. The existence they called the Slaughterer of Vampires and the Butcher of Lichens. The seventh imperial prince, from the Empire of Devout Believers, who was capable of hunting progenitors down with a mere musket. The Holy King, Alan Alfal. Right at that moment, the head of a vampire exploded into bits. The undead, now headless, was instantly enveloped in bluish flames and began the process of being purified out of this world. The headless body flailed about in torment, while the remaining vampires urgently turned their terrified gazes back to the warp magic circle. Hot smoke came from the musket wielded by the one in front of the paladins. That served as the signal, and the holy undead, their glowing eyes burning even more fiercely than before, began breathing into their muskets as well. The musket regiment slowly and steadily stepped outside the warp circle. As the dense smoke wafted about, dozens of holy undead began aiming their muzzles at their new targets. The paladin at the head of the pack stepped up, then opened the mouth hidden beneath his helm. Well now. Vampires. The vampires all flinched nastily. The paladin raised that large shield and hid himself behind it. But the musket in his right hand was still aimed at the vampires. It's time to hunt. That one sentence caused the vampires to scream their lungs out. 137. Slaughterer, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 261, 138. A Small Clue -1, Part 1. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. The leader of the dwarves, Belrogue, dearly wanted to deliver his masterpiece personally. So he quickly packed up his luggage and joined the Rania Supply Corps. He even jumped up on the carriage driver's seat and drove the vehicle himself. His gaze landed on the outer walls of the castle in the far-off distance. So, that's Rania, is it? Belrogue broke out in a wide grin before taking a glance behind him. His eyes took in the sight of a single white-colored shield wrapped in fabric, currently secured within the wagon. That's the gift I must hand over to His Highness. Belrogue was thinking of handing over that shield to the Imperial Prince and confirming its performance with his own two eyes. Rania's gates opened up and the dozen-plus carriages delivering the supplies proceeded to enter the city. Belrogue, sitting on the driver's seat, made a surprised face at what he saw next. The city of convicts, the haven for the undead, the sacrificial castle, etc. Several different labels were often used to describe this fiefdom of the northern region. However, unlike those negative labels indicated, this whole city seemed to be overflowing with vitality. Villagers from nearby villages were coming and going through the open gates, while the avenues were filled with various stalls. Several people, hard to tell whether they were convicts or regular soldiers, were busy dashing around, as well. When Belrogue reached the city's plaza, he got to witness yet another surprising spectacle. All troops, get in formation. Sir. What he saw was a battalion of soldiers at least 5,000 strong gathering in the plaza. Excluding the regular forces meant to defend Rania, all the other combatants had gathered here. They didn't make a single mistake or a misstep in their movements. These convicts, filled with military discipline, were all standing tall, like some sturdy, unshakable statues. A man walked up and stood on a podium in front of them. He was none other than the feudal lord of this place, Count Genald Repang. He began his speech. He mentioned the 7th Imperial Prince, then spoke some things about the saint and saintess before pumping his fist in the air. A loud cheer followed right afterwards. Their fighting spirit was positively overflowing. Are they really convicts? Belrogue's jaw dropped at the sheer shock of it all. Forget about calling them convict soldiers, they came across more like proper enlisted combatants of the theocratic empire instead. Are you Belrogue? As he stood there stewing in his own shock, a young woman walked up to him. She had a striking head of silver hair, crimson eyes, and pure white metal armor. Belrogue took a good look at her and was surprised one more time. I see. So this young lady is Charlotte Hira-Eyes. He immediately realized who she was, since her armor had been personally crafted by him. Unfortunately, I screwed up. He was supposed to match the equipment's size to the girl named Charlotte Hira-Eyes, but he made an elemental mistake of not setting the shield to the correct size. Belrogue ended up sneaking a glance at the shield inside the carriage. It was simply far too large and heavy for a slender girl like her to wield. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as a distraught expression formed on his face. Yes, ma'am. My name is Belrogue, the head of the dwarves that serve Her Highness, First Imperial Princess Hilda. May I inquire where I can find His Highness? He wanted to personally deliver the shield to the Imperial Prince. He also wanted to discuss with the latter on what could be done to rectify his mistake, as well. Charlotte's gaze followed after his and shifted over to the carriage, before her brows shot up. Although a piece of large fabric was wrapped around the sacred shield, such a layer proved to be inadequate to block off the gentle and bright glow coming from the equipment in the end. A familiar aura was coming off from it, the aura of divine energy. Not just any divinity either, but that's His Highness's own divinity. Charlotte was puzzled by that. Why was His Highness's divinity permeating that item? Is that the one? Pardon? Ah, yes. That's correct, ma'am. It's the shield that His Highness personally requested from us. His Highness did. Charlotte stared back at Belrogue with a stunned face. He tilted his head in confusion. You didn't know, ma'am? He even sent a precious dragon fang and requested it from us. He said that it's supposed to be a present to someone dear to him, so we had to give it our all when crafting it. A change gradually appeared on Charlotte's face. Her previously hard and icy expression gently melted away. Her eyes went round, and her lightly trembling lips couldn't say anything. That face of hers looked rather unnatural, but Belrogue could more or less figure out that she was feeling genuinely happy right now. But to think that I messed up this badly. The greatest masterpiece in his life, you say? Everything would be for naught if the intended master couldn't even use it properly. There was simply no way a slender girl could even lift up a shield so large that even 4 grown men would have trouble lugging it around. As Belrogue began thinking that to himself, Charlotte wordlessly walked right past him and climbed up into the carriage's load bay. This is His Highness's present to me. Her eyes remained round as she cautiously reached out to the shield. Belrogue watched her and tried to say some things that sounded like him making excuses. Well, we ended up making a bit of a mistake, ma'am. Because we were so absorbed in our work, the weight and the size of the... While he said that, he continued watching Charlotte's hand reach out, only to sense the carriage's center of mass tilt to one side, causing it to teeter for a moment there. His eyes rapidly grew larger and his expression stiffened from sheer astonishment. Charlotte had actually lifted up the sacred white shield. Even though it was as tall as she was, the girl's left hand effortlessly picked up the shield that was shaped like an inverted triangle joined with a cross. Belrogue gasped out. Holy cow! What crazy physical strength that was! Belrogue had to hurriedly put a gag over the voice of his mind trying to jump out of his mouth. Charlotte's gaze drifted away, towards a chest near the shield next. The familiar aura was also coming from there. Ah, that is, Belrogue quickly climbed onto the load bay and pulled out another item from the chest. It's been crafted out of the dragon's scales. I think they originally came from a black dragon's hide, but because of the holy water's effects, the color changed to white. What Charlotte received next was a pure white cape. It was thin, yet soft, and supple like silk. Her fingertips could clearly feel the softness of the cape. She carefully held it in her bosom. This cape and the shield were the very first gifts His Highness had ever given her. Meanwhile, Belrogue had turned his head to look at the convict soldiers present in the plaza. They were arming themselves with equipment being taken out from the load bays of carriages. He even spotted siege weapons being mobilized, and figured that they were about to enter a big battle soon. Belrogue turned his head back to Charlotte and asked her, "Are you all planning to fight a war, ma'am?" She was currently spreading open the pure white cape and letting it flap in the wind. She then draped the cape over her armor, and secured the shield as tall as she was on her left hand. Her right hand reached down and rested on the hilt of the divine sword by her waist. Belrogue watched her hold her head up high, and felt a magnetic charm quite different from Hilda's emanating from this young woman. She was commanding and majestic to behold. But at the same time, she also gave off a sacred vibe and was arrestingly beautiful, too. If a heroine from a fairy tale comes to life, would she look like this young lady? Charlotte shifted her gaze back to Belrogue and answered, "We are to march to the ice castle." The ice castle, you say? Wasn't that a structure that the Necromancer king had constructed? And we shall, Charlotte gently caressed the shield and smiled brightly, go and bring His Highness home. The ice castle in the northern region was built to a considerable scale. Just the outer walls alone were 15 meters in height. The whole structure was so large and imposing that one could easily spot it from many kilometers away. However, there weren't all that many creatures currently residing within the massive structure. Only some undead, like zombies and other vampires who quietly buried themselves away in their research, could be found in here. That was exactly what Count Taimong liked the most about this place. Almost nothing was as good as being able to carry on his research in such silence. He was currently standing on one of the balconies of the ice castle. He placed his hands behind his back, bent forward like a hunchback. His eyes were locked on the gigantic pit dug out in the middle of the ice castle. Bang! 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 The ground rocked violently. The stakes driven into the ground all around the pit's mouth, and the steel chains connected to them, were shaking precariously. Looks like it can't be held back anymore. Count Taimong rubbed his chin, thinking that it'd be difficult to maintain the seal on the mud giant, Mist Calf, for much longer. What's happening with the sacrifices, anyway? It had been several days already, so how come there was no news at all? Could it be that the undead got wiped out? But that couldn't be. The Jotner went along with that lot. Most likely, they must be having too much damn fun and lost themselves to wanton slaughter and destruction. This is why I shouldn't have entrusted the command to a Lekan, Count Taimong tutted unhappily. Chapter 262, 138. A Small Clue -1, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. It'd be December 25th later this evening. The mud giant, Mist Calf, would become drunk on the demonic energy permeating the land of the dead spirits on that day. That in turn would make the creature even more powerful. If it consumed living sacrifices while in such a state, then its heart would possess an even greater level of energy. If Taimong used that, he'd get to open up the warp gate connecting to another dimension. Count Taimong began shuddering in excitement at his own thoughts. Finally, the end goal of all alchemists, the power to rule over the gateway leading to other dimensions, would fall into his hands. His actions would be the same as intruding upon the domain of the gods. Finally, my long-held wish is. Right at that moment, the still silence flowing within the ice castle was suddenly shattered into pieces. Kaboom! Count Taimong flinched in shock and looked below, leaning against the balcony's railing. Thick smoke was gushing out from somewhere inside the ice castle. What's going on here? Just as he began tilting his head this way and that, a vampire urgently rushed up to him. My lord! Count Taimong, sir! Taimong looked behind himself and saw that a pale-faced vampire standing in the passageway connecting to the balcony was busy shouting for him. We have intruders. Intruders? What did he mean by intruders? Was there a human mad enough to enter this place? Count Taimong grew puzzled, but then abruptly flinched. There hadn't been any news from the undead army dispatched to Rania. Could it be? Taimong hurriedly scanned the vicinity of the ice castle. No matter where he looked, though, he couldn't see any human soldiers anywhere. That meant that it wasn't an invasion. Count Taimong looked back at the vampire and demanded, how many intruders are there? The latter replied with a stutter, we estimate there to be around 100. Such a large number had invaded the castle? But they shouldn't have a way to sneak in like that. Count Taimong fell deep into thought, then suddenly covered his mouth in shock. No, it can't be. Warp magic. But, what about the coordinates? Could it be, through their own warp circles? But it should have been impossible for humans to decode the vampire's warp magic circles. Beyond that, 100 combatants infiltrating through warp magic should be even more impossible. Also, they are wielding muskets, as well. Loud gunshots suddenly rang out within the ice castle, followed up by the sound of equally loud explosions. Layers of frost covering the structure came loose and tumbled down. Finally, it seems that they used our own warp magic circles to invade us, my lord. Count Taimong clamped his mouth shut at those words. The frozen solid steel door was blown apart. Vampires standing on the frost-layered corridor flinched nastily in shock, while staring at the entrance of the staircase leading to the basement. What followed next was a gunshot. At almost the same time, the heads of the vampires were blown apart while their bodies were turned into beehives full of holes. Oh ah! My leg! Ah, my waist, too! Their bodies were burning away. A vampire who still managed to survive screamed loudly, and stared at its lower torso dissipating from existence. The sounds of metallic clacking could be heard among the dense smoke. Clack, clayock. Those noises came from the paladins kitted out in heavy armor. The ones in front of the group carried large shields and swords. Without hesitation, they slammed their blades down at the still-alive vampires crawling desperately away on the floor. The knights behind them carried muskets, and pulled their weapons' triggers whenever they spotted vampires trying to flee in the distance. Hide somewhere. The vampires couldn't put up any decent resistance at this sudden onslaught. They either hid themselves inside some dark room and shivered in fear, or just hurriedly ducked behind a corner somewhere and hoped for the best. Unfortunately for them, the paladins marching through the corridors ferreted out the hiding vampires and systematically killed them all. We need to push them back. Kill the intruders. Eventually, the vampires began mounting a proper resistance. They put on some armor and picked up their weapons. Unleash the chimeras. The hybrid life forms created through alchemy, the chimeras, were released from various corners of the ice castle. Vampires covered in cold sweat leaned against the corners of the corridors and took a peek at the legion of the paladins approaching them from the other end. It looked like they were gradually making their way up from the basement. They continued to relentlessly press forward, as if they were planning to not let a single vampire escape from here. You honestly think we'll just take the beating lying down? The vampires shifted their gazes back to the chimeras filling up the corridors behind them. Go and devour the intruders. The hybrid monsters immediately charged ahead at the vampires' command. Zombie golems, created through combining many zombies, marched forward with great tottering steps. Many beast-type monsters featuring tigers' limbs but with the heads of lions pounced forward, while bizarre creatures boasting lycans' bodies but with minotaur heads joined them. Paladins raised their heads at the sight of the monstrous chimeras rushing at them. Get into a close formation, one of the paladins suddenly ordered. Their shields were rapidly overlapped, and the paladins wielding them arranged themselves in an organized line. Behind them were dozens of other paladins, leaning against them to provide additional support. Not a single mistake could be spied in their defense. They quickly created a sturdy, strong wall of shields. Chimeras collided into the shields. The rows of paladins were pushed back a little from the resulting impact, but that was all. Pikes. Spears were thrust forward from behind them to impale the chimeras and shove them away. Chimeras were dangling in the air, impaled by dozens of spears. Muskets were aimed at them next. Fire. Bang. Chimeras were turned into torn rags and purged from existence. However, one of the dying chimeras took a last-ditch swipe with its front paw. It struck the helm of a paladin in the front, destroying it. The paladin's face could now be seen under the broken bits of the helm. It was a skull with a new claw mark running across it. Vampires witnessing this sight from behind the corners screamed at the top of their lungs. Holy undead! It's really him! The Holy King has really come! The culprit who had murdered so many progenitors had come. There was no way that these vampires could win against an opponent of such caliber. It was at that moment that one of the holy undead suddenly tossed a crystal sphere at the corridor's intersection. The sphere rolled along the ground and reached the corner, glowed with a crimson light, then exploded loudly. Thick smoke spread out in an instant, and when it touched the vampires nearby, their skin began melting. Even breathing in the smoke caused them to vomit blood. Our retreat. We must get to Count Taimong. The surviving vampires hurriedly fled. What was happening right now was like a horrifying nightmare come true. The one commanding the holy undead, Alan, took his helm off and cast his gaze on his summoned creatures filling up the corridor. Go and procure any and all information you can find. More warp magic circles had been engraved in various parts of the ice castle. The things that cannot be confiscated, burn them down. Destroy them. The data vampires had compiled while researching various subjects practically overflowed in this location. This data would soon become a source of knowledge that improved the imperial family's strength even further. And then, hunt down any vampires you come across. The holy undead paladins all slammed their weapons down in unison. Their eyes glowed a nightmarish hue under their helms. Frost-containing divinity whooshed out from the gaps of the helms, as if they were breathing out heavily. They split into several teams and scattered throughout the castle. Soon, the tragic screams of vampires began echoing along the ice castle's vast corridors. Alan walked down on the passageway as his skeletons continued to deliver the freshly collected data to him. He unilaterally shoved all of it into his item window. Things are going well. The vampires had fallen into a panic. Rather than escaping outside the castle, they were actually climbing up higher. If he continued to kill them off systematically in this manner, then everything should come to an end pretty soon, unless he ran into some unseen problems. Alan grinned at that thought, and continued collecting the data. He noticed that quite a few interesting research topics had entered his hands. Bloody golem, synthesized life forms, other dimension warp gate, multiple dimensions theory. This was all information on magic that the vampires had been researching for thousands of years. Soon, they would all become a part of his power. Well, Hans will be quite pleased by this. Quite a lot of the books the Holy Skeletons had recovered were related to the topic of warp magic. Even Hans's goal was to understand the truth behind the warp itself, so he should be chuffed to get his hands on the vampires' research data. Alan continued to collect the recovered data. But when he nonchalantly reached out to the next item brought in by his undead. What the hell is this? He was so stunned that the inside of his head blanked out completely. Why is this thing here? Alan swallowed back his dry saliva. He extended his hand again, and lifted up the item his holy skeleton had brought to him. A story of a ring. The item in question was a book. A mere novel, at that. Except that it was Korean. A novel written in Korean. 138. A Small Clue -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 263, 139. A Small Clue -2, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. It had happened a really long time ago. A large game company held a public event, which also doubled as an experiment of sorts. The whole thing was being broadcast live, and they recruited volunteers like myself, who were ushered into the large open capsules. Arg, don't be nervous, now, I heard someone say, and shifted my gaze over to a dude wearing a scientist-like lab coat next to me. Although the temperature inside this location was okay-ish, this guy was still soaked in cold sweat from top to bottom, while he was continuously manipulating the complicated machinery I was lying in. This man, who happened to be one of the game developers, finally saw me staring at him. He said, "Don't be nervous and just breathe in, breathe out, Johann." Hey, not even bothering with polite speech, are we? Besides all that. Johann? That wasn't my name. Excuse me, but I'm not Johann. The developer flinched a little and awkwardly waved his hands around. Ahaha. I know. I'm Johann. Phew. You know, I'm getting really nervous here. This is my first time being in a live stream, you see. Let's not forget, we're about to unveil the world's first ever virtual reality game, aren't we? The developer began rubbing his hands like some kind of a fly. Maybe he was trying to lessen his anxiety that way. But watching him act like that only made me nervous, instead. You guys have done enough testing beforehand, right? Yeah? Of course. If we haven't, we sure as heck wouldn't broadcast any of this live, you know. You can rest easy. I saw how he took his time answering me just now, and that awkward, cramped smile on his face, doubled my anxiety level in an instant. Even though he was telling me to relax, how could I do that now? I glanced around and spotted what looked like doctors performing medical checks on the people inside the other capsules. Well, if you're still feeling nervous, please read this in the meantime. I'm sure it will help you brighten your mood. The developer named Johan handed a book to me so that I could at least stay occupied during this standby period. A Story of a Ring. That's a famous fantasy novel from overseas. The old-school classic had been revised for this latest edition. They had even made movies based on the book, too. I accepted the novel. Well, I'll be on my way now. After he said that, the developer walked away from my side. I opened the cover of A Story of a Ring and started reading the novel's contents. I heard the announcement from the speakers. Well, then. Let's get this show on the road. Everyone, be on standby. 10 minutes before the live broadcast. Just as the door to my egg-shaped capsule closed up, I quickly put the book on the shelf next to me. The book fell upside down and I got a glimpse at its publication date. The publication date was 20XX April 28. Alright, we're on air. The capsule's door sealed shut. Minutes ticked by. The overall flow outside sounded like the broadcast was well underway now. I did as the guiding message in my ear instructed and chose my in-game profession. It was right then that an emergency bell loud enough to deafen me suddenly went off. An urgent voice could be heard next, shouting out what's going on. My whole body was getting hot for some reason, too. What the hell? What's going on over there? Stop the broadcast. Cut the feed, now. Who the F***ck placed a faulty capsule over there? Who worked on that capsule? Fire. Fire extinguisher. The capsule was sealed tight, so I couldn't even leave. Its interior quickly filled up with black smoke, and I couldn't even breathe. As if that wasn't enough, a horrifying pain similar to electricity coursing through my whole body overwhelmed my senses. Finally. Is that a black hole? This sensation of being sucked in, as if something or someone was forcibly squeezing my body and yanking me inside. I was sucked inside an unknown space. My darkened vision was rapidly spinning around. I no longer had a body by then, only my soul tumbling non-stop in this space. I flew past what seemed like an endless stream of darkness, only to be flung into what looked like a tunnel bathed in bright light. By the time I regained my consciousness, I was being hung by my neck in a forest filled with the undead. Kawaii. Blood rushed to my head. My fingers dug into the rope, trying to pull at it. My neck couldn't endure the tightening pressure. My dangling feet kicked the empty air as I struggled. But at the same time, all sorts of knowledge suddenly popped up in my head: magic, the Necromancer class, necromancy, skills. This choked up, gasping voice leaked out of my lips almost instinctively. Resurrection of the dead. When I muttered that out, a rotting corpse limply crawled out from the ground below me. Save me. Help me. The zombie's eyeballs shifted around before it reached out with its rotting hands. It grabbed the rope tied around my neck, then ripped it apart. Hayok! Cold air rushed into my lungs. I collapsed on my back on this cold ground and stared up into the sky. As my vision faded away, I saw it. This place was filled with vegetation that I had never seen or heard of before. A completely unfamiliar world that I didn't recognize. Those were my memories of the moments after I arrived in this world. Back in the ice castle's corridor, I rubbed my face while staring at this novel. The loose fragments of my past memories were clicking into place. I remember now. I turned the book over and looked at its back cover. The publication date was 20XX April 28. This book was the same one that I read. It came from the same place I had. Ah, you son of a b***tch, I ended up cursing inside my head. My hand was already rubbing and massaging my temples by then. Chaos was filling up my head. What the hell was going on here? Could it be that this warp thing was connected to me somehow? Hang on, maybe the reason why I ended up in this world was... Stop the subjugation. The holy undead spreading out to all corners of the ice castle stopped moving right then. I kept massaging my temples while glancing at the novel, then issued another command: capture all the vampires alive. The fierce glowing balls of light in the skeletons' heads shook around. Do not leave a single one behind, and capture them all. No, I wasn't planning to spare any vampires here. It's just that now I had questions to ask them, that's all. And then, interrogate them. All of my undead heard my orders and began moving once more. The screams reverberating throughout the ice castle grew even louder and more tragic. The holy undead put away their swords and spears, replacing them with maces and shields, instead. Rather than muskets, they now wielded crossbows and bows while relentlessly advancing inside the castle. Spare me! Holy skeletons smashed their maces on the vampires. The bloodsuckers were being dragged around by their legs, while some ended up resembling hedgehogs from the barrage of arrows and crossbow bolts. Those boasting tenacious life force were dragged before me. Then, I interrogated them. While showing them the novel, I asked them what this was. But the vampires all shook their heads and said that they didn't know. Damn it! The small fry found here didn't seem to know anything. Right, what I needed wasn't some blood creations, but a true progenitor. The culprit who constructed the warp gate in the first place, in other words. Find this Count Taimong. That guy was a Count-class vampire, so regular undead wouldn't stand a chance against a monster like that. Qasim, Nasus. I stomped down on the floor. The lake of holy water was immediately summoned there, and Qasim and Nasus pushed their soaked bodies out from its depths. They knelt down before me and bowed their heads. Go and capture the vampire Count. TL, in third-person POV. Count Taimong was busy packing away all the data related to warp magic in his bag. Although he had already committed it all to memory, these things were still far too valuable to be stolen away by some measly little human being. Someone managed to decode the warp that I created. The odds of an alchemist, not a magician, activating the warp were uncomfortably high, judging from how one of Taimong's own warp circles had been utilized. This just didn't make any sense to him, though. Just which insane bastard was it? Taimong had barely managed to create this warp magic by researching it for the past 1,000+ years. On top of that, he had even encrypted everything in an ancient language. Yet, whoever it was, he managed to decode it all. That man must have been a genius that might appear once in a millennia or some such. If I lose my valuable research data to that bastard, then, someone other than Taimong would come to possess authority over the warp magic, instead. Such a thing could not be allowed. Only he, Taimong, was qualified to peek into the domain of the gods and decipher the truth, and no one else. Yes, I must flee from here. The research data could not just be destroyed. Taimong had to gather other researchers interested in the warp gate and continue on with the research somewhere else, using this data as their foundation. That was the only way to save himself another several decades. Chapter 264, 139. A Small Clue -2, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Count Taimong quickly began drawing a warp magic circle on the floor. Yes, I'll flee to somewhere far away. No, even further away than that. Simply using the warp magic alone was still not safe. If that bastard had indeed really decoded the warp runes, then it didn't take a genius to realize that he'd chase Taimong down even after using the warp itself. That meant that Taimong had to start running on foot the moment he successfully warped somewhere. Damn it, damn it. And the end goal was right in front of my nose, too. He finished drawing the magic circle, then injected his demonic energy into it. For a moment there, the magic seemed to be activating, but then, the demonic energy was suddenly expelled from the circle. What the? That had to be warp interference magic of some kind. Oh, no. He even brought along a magician capable of disrupting warp magic. Just how thoroughly did the other party prepare for today? Count Taimong clenched his teeth. His escape route of using the warp magic had been blocked off now, meaning he had to physically escape from here. He picked up his bag and hurriedly dashed towards the balcony. But when he peered over the railing, he was quickly reminded that this place was at the top of the ice castle, probably around 120 meters off the ground. The winds blowing here were bone-chilling, and snow fell constantly. Count Taimong tightly grasped the railing as cold sweat trickled down his body. Would I be unscathed if I jumped down from here? Even with the excellent regenerative ability of a vampire, that idea seemed too dangerous to try. Besides, Taimong wasn't even a combat-type vampire, was he? No, wait. Now isn't the time to hesitate like this. He grit his teeth, then climbed onto the railing. But then... bang! The loud noise of air exploding suddenly echoed out. Count Taimong reflexively turned his head, and at the same time, something flew towards him, scything viciously through the air. The blade of wind cleanly severed his leg. Hey! He lost his balance. His bag clattered against the railing and fell towards the bottom of the ice castle. Count Taimong's body also fell, but his destination was inside the balcony, instead. Something rapidly approached him, then grabbed the vampire's head with great strength. The huge hand belonged to a man around 2.5 meters tall, who was radiating bright light from his whole body. A berserker. Qasim Daryan brutally slammed Count Taimong's head on the floor. Kaboom! The balcony's floor began crumbling. It tilted to the side rather precariously. Oh-wah-ya! Count Taimong hurriedly shifted his gaze. What the hell was this? A dead man? Or was he alive? And no, a holy undead? Ha, ha ha. To think that I'd get to witness one up close. The corners of the vampire's lips curled up automatically. Despite his current situation, his inquisitive mind was going out of control. Even though his head was about to be shattered into bits, he was still a true alchemist right down to his soul, and the moment he saw a holy undead, his whole being rapidly filled up with genuine happiness. And no, wait. Now really isn't the time to be like this. Yes, he must escape from here, now. His calling in life was to perfect the interdimensional warp gate. Count Taimong slammed his palm down on the balcony's floor. His 5 lengthy fingers began darting about in a bizarre fashion, shaving away the floor and drawing a new magic circle. The circle would bring forth a magic powerful enough to blow away this berserker knight. But just before Taimong could activate it, crunch! A holy bullet flew in and blew apart Count Taimong's hand. Oh wah! The vampire's eyes rolled back to reveal their whites. A lich wearing a lengthy robe, Nasus, was standing over yonder, aiming with a musket. A musket's power is this strong. Even when he was subjected to intense pain, an enraptured expression filled Count Taimong's face. Impossible miracles were taking place right before his eyes, after all. This would be the first time in the past 3 years, ever since he succeeded in opening the warp gate, that he felt as elated as this. So, you are Count Taimong. He hurriedly shifted his gaze around. A boy walked past Nasus the Lich and stepped onto the balcony. Qasim Daryan moved next. He lifted up Count Taimong's head, and dangled the vampire over the balcony's railing. The vampire was now dangling freely in the empty air, and he got the full view of what was below the balcony itself. In the far-off distance was the huge pit where the giant was currently sealed away, while directly below him was nothing but frozen ground. If he was dropped from here, there was some chance of surviving the fall. Count Taimong stared at Alan and smirked insidiously. Oh, are you planning to drop me from here, human? You'll probably survive the fall anyway, so I won't do that, vampire. Alan thrust his hand out, and pierced right through Count Taimong's back. Woo-vuk! Alan's fingers tore through the vampire's hide and even crushed the vampire's spine. He then grasped the vampire's heart. However, you'll definitely die if you fell from here after your body's been purified. Alan drove his divinity into his hand. Uaaa! Count Taimong's internal organs began burning away. Even his skin was melting now. Alright, I'm going to ask you some questions. Alan pulled out a book with his free hand and showed it to Count Taimong. This novel, where did you find it? The vampire, clearly suffering from the intense pain of its body burning away, barely managed to shift his gaze. He stared at the book currently held in Alan's hand, the one with yet-to-be-decoded symbols printed on its pages. Not only had the vampires failed to figure out what kind of material was used to create such a book, they hadn't even decoded the contents of the book itself yet, either. However, that book was also a reminder, an end product, of Count Taimong's very first successful warp gate attempt. As a matter of fact, it was one of the items that the vampire count treasured the most. Taimong guffawed to himself. Ah, I see. So, it was this bastard. He stared at Alan and clicked his tongue. This bastard was the one who decoded my warp circle. That must be the reason why he wanted to know more about this unidentifiable book. Well, its pages and bindings were made of high-quality materials that this world couldn't possibly have produced, after all. I don't know. How should I know? Taimong believed that only him being able to open the interdimensional warp gate, and no one else, was more than enough already. There was no bloody way that he'd tell the truth to this human bastard. Alan drove divinity into his hand once more. Count Taimong vomited out a mouthful of blood. But the puked-out blood turned into ashes and dissipated almost instantly. He moaned in pain, but laughter followed soon after. Ahaha! Torture me all you want. You think the firm belief that I held onto for over 1,000 years will crumble down that easily? Taimong was the first one to open up the dimensional doorway in the modern era. He was far too absorbed in the sense of superiority, born from knowing that he was one step ahead of every other alchemist out there. I'm sure you're dying of curiosity now. Count Taimong glared at Alan. Yes, you must be feeling quite anxious now. That book is an undeniable proof that the dimensional transfer is indeed possible. Achieving that is the ultimate aim of all alchemists, after all. I shall never tell you how that novel ended up arriving in this world. You hear me? I shall never. Count Taimong's passionate roaring petered out as his eyes grew larger and larger. A sudden chill swept across what remained of his body next. His brain had begun processing every single word that Alan had spoken so far. Trickles of cold sweat broke out on Count Taimong's skin as he asked the human, "How do you know that book is a novel?" It was written in unknown letters. Of course Taimong had tried to translate the book, but he hadn't made any headway during the past 3 years. Without a doubt, he was looking at a concise alphabet system, with clear repeating patterns. However, they also seemed far too simplistic as well, so in the end, he determined that these letters were symbols of some kind. But that didn't mean he could figure out whether this book was a textbook on theology, some sorts of analysis on culture, a dissertation, a novel, or even a collection of art. Yet this boy in front of his eyes had already determined that this book was a novel. Even though he must have seen it for the first time today. You. What's your real identity? Just, what? What are you? Count Taimong began flailing his only remaining arm. He reached out and grabbed Alan's shoulder, before crying out in a desperately pleading voice, "Tell me. I wish to know what that thing is." He had already thrown away his pride of a vampire. He simply had to ask right now. Ask for the clue. The clue that would lead him towards his dream, his wish. Please, tell me. The other dimension, why you know about it, don't you? What kind of a place is the other dimension? What kind of? If you answer me, I'll tell you. Why yes, I'll tell you anything. everything. Count Taimong became excited beyond words. He had finally found his clue. His years as a human being was 70. Then as a vampire, 1,200 years or so. His hope, his ardent wish, had been burning in his heart for the past 1,270 years in total. And this boy before his eyes held the answer to his everything. Of course he'd lose his rationale in an instant. On July 32 ND. Alan flinched a little as his brows shot up high. That date was when he came to possess this body in this world. Count Taimong spoke of the things buried in his mind. For the first time ever, I managed to bore through the space. I managed to open a warp gate that connected to another world. Another world that's not purgatory, not the spirit realm, and also not the Titan realm. Count Taimong recalled the events of that day. All sorts of experiments on warp magic were underway on that day as well. In the middle of one of the experiments, the dimensional gate abruptly opened up. It all happened without any warning. It wasn't as if the vampires used a powerful energy source, nor did they offer up a whole bunch of sacrifices, either. It was just a regular warp magic circle, yet an interdimensional warp gate capable of breaking through the space-time continuum had suddenly opened up. No one could tell whether this was a coincidence or an inevitability. Actually, one could say that it was far closer to being a divine miracle, instead. The warp gate sucked something in, then spat something else out. A piece of unidentifiable metal, burnt beyond recognition, with some strange wires. Mixed among the debris was the novel called A Story of a Ring. Most of what ended up on this side was too big and they got broken apart, but this one book alone had arrived completely intact. It had passed through the narrow gap between the dimensions somehow. And finally, one soul, too. Alan's eyes opened wider. A soul that didn't come from the purgatory, but from another world, instead. We stored away all the unidentified objects, but for the soul itself. That was it. That soul was none other than. It got deflected away and disappeared somewhere. Either it's still wandering around without a place to stay, or was extinguished by now. Alan himself. 139. A Small Clue -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 265, 140. A Protective Shield -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. I had finally learned the truth of how I got to this world. However, something still didn't feel right to me. Before the warp gate activated, I felt the sensation of my whole body burning away. I was trapped inside the VR capsule and eventually met my demise in the other world. The capsule burned down, the warp was activated, and I got sucked inside. The sensation back then was kinda like someone or something was sucking me inside. That sensation felt vaguely different from the normal warp magic I've experienced so far. I thought back to the warp gate connected to Purgatory back in Irons. More specifically, the Grim Reapers trying to invade this world via the warp gate, and the Black Hands that had stopped them from doing so. Back then, those Grim Reapers were trying hard to cross the dimensions, only for the Black Hands to block their attempts and pull the undead back inside. Without a doubt, there was something in this warp magic. The Black Hands inside the warp tunnel. What could those things be? Hands? What are you even talking about? I was only muttering to myself, but Count Taimong displayed a very sharp reaction to what I had said. Even though he was currently suffering from a lot of pain, he still formed a puzzled expression. But his whole face stiffened up shortly afterwards. Then, pure astonishment took over his expression as his eyebrows shot up high. Why you bastard, have you really seen the mediators? Just where? Could it be, during the warp itself? Mediators. That's right. They are the ones who maintain the balance of the world. Of course I had no idea what Count Taimong was even talking about. Just before I opened my mouth again, I looked over the balcony and spotted Rania's army in the distance. They were felling the undead scattered around this place one by one, while steadily marching towards the ice castle. I looked up toward the sky. The sun was setting over the horizon, and night was about to visit us. After tonight, it'd be December 25th. The tide of death would be flooding over us. When that happened, all the zombies scattered around this place would possess an even greater level of strength. Although I still have a lot of questions to ask you, we're running out of time, so let's wrap this up, shall we? I had found out what I wanted to learn, anyway. This Count Taimong was no longer useful to me. No, hang on a section. This guy was way too dangerous to be left alone, wasn't he? I told you everything you wanted to know. Now, tell me. Tell me how you know about the object from another dimension. See, could it be that you had a glimpse at this other dimension? Count Taimong was clearly in a highly agitated state. What Hans told me was right. The ultimate goal of all alchemists was the warp gate, their dream, and even their lifelong wish. I snickered and stared at Count Taimong. My remaining doubts and concerns would be resolved for sure if I used all the data collected from this place, with Hans helping me decode it. I drove in more divinity into Count Taimong's heart. It exploded, and the vampire's whole body began melting down promptly. I leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "You are no longer useful to me." Count Taimong's eyes shot open wider even as incredible pain came over him. "I have nothing else to say to you. Still, thanks for your earnest replies, vampire." Taimong's face began twitching in indignation. His expression distorted to an indescribable degree from his rage. "Why, you bastard!" I pulled my hand out from his melting body. As expected of a progenitor vampire, his head was still intact, so despite his heart being shattered, he was still capable of moving around. But it didn't matter. Throw him away. Even if he was a vampire, he'd no doubt die if his head hit the ground first and exploded. Qasim tossed Count Taimong over the balcony. And just in case something happened, I had Nasu's take aim with his musket as well. "You punk! How dare you lie to me? I shall never forgive you. I shall have my vengeance." Count Taimong's tragic screams followed him. His voice was stained in resentment and hatred. To put an end to it, Nasu's began breathing into the musket next. Too bad for the vampire, he wasn't going to get a chance to get back at me. I mean, a dead vampire wouldn't be able to do anything, anyway. I turned around and tried to step away from the balcony and into the interior of the castle, but then... thud! My steps came to a stuttering halt, leaving me frozen on the spot. A thick stench of demonic energy wafted in and pricked my nose. I turned my head and slowly walked up to the edge of the balcony before grabbing onto the railing. Thud! The frozen ground below could be seen splitting apart like a spider's web. There was a massive open pit in the plaza of the ice castle below the balcony. Stakes and steel chains were arranged to resemble runes, forming a powerful barrier of some sort down there. What the heck is that? A ceiling barrier. Snap! The chains were breaking loose. My whole body froze up instantly. The stench of demonic energy previously wafting out lazily suddenly transformed into a typhoon and slammed into me. A ridiculously massive demonic energy pool was breaking out of the ceiling barrier. A massive hand suddenly emerged from the pit. What the hell? What kind of a hand could be that big? The emerging arm's muscles seemed wet and soggy, while bits of bedrock were dotted around the arm itself. The huge hand snatched up Count Taimong's head and the remaining part of his melting body, which meant Nasu's was unable to hit the vampire with his holy bullet. Kwahoo! An unidentifiable yet still monstrous roar exploded out from the pit. Something was crawling out from there while destroying the earth. Its massive right hand was holding onto Count Taimong's head, while its left slammed down on the ground outside the pit. A head made out of sticky, sloshy mud then emerged from the pit. Its torso followed next, then its legs landed with a loud bang on the ground. It was like I was staring at a landmass getting up and walking around. That's how imposing this creature was. The huge figure was at least 18 meters tall, even at a casual glance. This giant was almost comparable to the Archangel Metatron in its sheer size alone. Its muscles and flesh were made out of mud, yet it was putting on pieces of bedrock around itself like some kind of armor. Its bent back straightened up, and a thick dust cloud was spat out from its mouth, as if it was breathing out. Bloody hell! My masterpiece is. Even though it's this close to completing its maturing process. Count Taimong, writhing on the palm of the mud giant, cried out. But, it doesn't matter. You holy king. When this mud giant devours you, it'll come to possess an even greater level of power. Even though his lungs and the vocal cords capable of producing his voice were all gone now, Count Taimong's remaining head still continued to mutter like a madman. Oh, my mist calf, kill that holy king. Devour that stinking bastard. I shall witness the other dimension with my own 2 EY. Count Taimong's face gradually hardened as he spoke. That's because the giant palm he was on was heading directly towards the mud giant's mouth. Hey! Wait! The large mouth split open with a loud, wet ripping sound. A strand of mud dripped out of the split open mouth as if that was the creature's drool. As for its teeth, they were ultra-sharp stones. And while exhaling a breath laden with dust. Don't eat me! I'm your master, you fool! The giant creature tossed Count Taimong inside its mouth. The vampire's head was too small to even chew, so the mud giant just swallowed it down. The giant, referred to as Mist Calf by the vampire before his demise, began scanning its surroundings. Its eyes soon landed on the zombies wandering around in the ice castle's plaza. The giant's body seemed to writhe, then the parts of its muscles made up of mud suddenly shot out like sticky strands of spider web. Zombies found everywhere were suddenly impaled by spikes of mud. They were then dragged towards the giant. The mud rapidly crushed and broke the zombies down and absorbed them. What the hell? What were the vampires even sealing down there? It was like watching a piece of land shift around whenever Mist Calf took a step forward. It slowly raised its head and stared at me. While resembling a wild beast gone mad from its hunger, the creature glared at me with eyes made out of rocks. You look like a fine meal. The damn thing even said something. This guy, it even had an ego. The corners of the mud giant's lips curled upwards. The mud-like muscles forming the giant's arms suddenly expanded as it clenched both of its fists tightly. It then raised its arms up high, as if it was planning to do something crazy. That's gonna be dangerous. I instinctively retreated away from the railing. Qasim. Nasuz. Qasim raised his great sword higher, while Nasuz took aim with his musket. The blades of wines cut into Mist Calf's head while the holy bullet penetrated straight into the giant's forehead. But the giant head only showed a lukewarm reaction and simply absorbed all the impact force, instead. Come crumbling down, now! Mist Calf slammed down with both of its hands. With the giant in the center, the ground cracked and split apart like a spider web spreading out. In the blink of an eye, large boulders jutted out violently from the fissures in the ground. The rising rocks destroyed the fortress walls, and even proceeded to shatter the ice castle's foundation. Bang! The layers of ice covering the ice castle tumbled down. Countless cracks ran up the walls and eventually, the imposing castle lost its equilibrium and began crumbling. I staggered precariously and hurriedly grabbed onto the railing. Crazy son of a b***tch. I looked down at the ground from the top of this ice castle now falling down into pieces. The terrain had been altered. The frozen wasteland was now surrounded by large boulders, while choking dust clouds had enveloped the land as far as eyes could see. This giant was altering Mother Nature herself. Muscles around my eyes began twitching at this sight. There was one saving grace here, though. What an idiot! And that would be this creature not being all that bright in its head. The ice castle was about 120 meters high. The tall structure was tilting on its side, gradually crashing down to earth, right above Mist Calf itself. The falling surface of the ice castle began crushing down on the mud giant next. As expected, its huge body was flattened under the structure. By now it was far too late for me to summon the bone wyvern. Qasim quickly wrapped his arms around me while Nasus cast a protective barrier magic around us. "Master, prepare for a hard impact," Nasus warned me, and I sucked in a deep breath before locking my gaze ahead. The top of the ice castle was falling towards the ground at a frightening rate now. I squeezed my eyes shut at the sight. Chapter 266, 140. A Protective Shield -1, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Push them back. Other than their large numbers, they are nothing more than measly zombies. Rania's armed forces made their move. Count Genald analyzed the unfolding situation while continuously commanding them. The scattered zombies had discovered the army of the living and had begun congregating here. The convicts raised their shields and got into a tight formation, then proceeded to systematically kill off the incoming zombies. These undead didn't know any combat skills, nor did they boast some form of armament. So, subduing them should not pose much problem. Except that there are a lot more than I thought. The zombies spread throughout the land of the dead spirits were far too numerous to even count. Which was unsurprising, since these undead had come from all corners of the continent. As a result, Rania's troops had fallen behind schedule, much more so than what had been initially planned. Count Genald looked up at the sky. The amber lights of the setting sun had dyed the heavens, and the night was steadily closing in. What should we do now? In only a few hours it would be the 25th of December. Rania's convict soldiers would be in grave danger when the tide of death arrived in full force. As their commander, it was Genald's duty to think about the well-being of his subordinates, but His Highness was literally right in front of their noses, right over there in the ice castle. They just couldn't abandon him, either. What a relief that we haven't spotted any vampires trying to run away from there. Indeed, they hadn't discovered any vampires fleeing from the ice castle so far. If some had tried, then the human troops wouldn't have a way to capture them, thanks to all these zombies blocking the way. We shall march forward a little faster. Genald issued a new command, and the convicts began roaring out in unison, "Advance! Forward! For the glory of His Majesty the Holy King!" The shield soldiers let out a spirited roar and shoved aside all the zombies blocking their path. Spears came flying in from behind them to accurately stab the undead's heads. Alice's job was to provide support to the convict soldiers pushing themselves beyond their normal limits. She was currently riding on an altar being pulled along by a two-horse carriage. She was on her knees and praying ardently while staring at the symbol of the theocratic empire, which roughly resembled a Chinese symbol for wood. The beautiful melodies of a sacred hymn continued to drift from her lips. Her spirit speech contained divinity, and invigorated and strengthened the soldiers. This is far more amazing than I thought. If someone told me that I was witnessing the actual theocratic empire's army in action, then I'd have believed that person, that's for sure. Not only that, these folks seem to be extremely devoted to His Highness, as well. Belrogue was riding on one of the carriages, and spoke of his honest impressions so far to Charlotte, who was escorting him. She was riding on her Unira, while her new shield was slung over her back diagonally. The thing was, her mount Unira seemed to be staggering somewhat. Even though it was a descendant of the legendary unicorn, Belrogue had this sneaking suspicion that the poor creature might need quite a bit of time to get used to the shield's great weight. The dwarf blacksmith could only break out in a wry grin, while glancing at Unira struggling to cope with all the extra weight. They have all received His Highness's grace. This is an obvious result. Charlotte's expression didn't even change a little while she said that. However, at least her voice indicated how buoyant her mood was at the moment. She probably felt happy that her master was being praised here. Belrogue smiled faintly at the thought and carried on. "What the hell is that? It's a giant. A freaking giant. But, what is up with that size? The convicts grew agitated and pointed at the ice castle. Jotun, the grave keeper travelling with Sir Harman, Shuppel, dazedly muttered to himself. Charlotte flinched and quickly shifted her gaze over to the ice castle. She could see a huge mud giant beyond the tall castle walls. Belrogue also witnessed the towering creature and his expression hardened in an instant. Oh my gods! Isn't that Mist Calf? How was an ancient Jotun even standing over there? A legendary creature described in the pages of the ancient records was standing tall before their very eyes. That mud giant was supposedly created by one of the countless kings of the giants, the king ruling over ice, the king ruling over fire, the king ruling over earth, etc. That creature was nature itself, capable of controlling the element of earth. It was a rather different existence from the elemental spirits, but somewhat similar at the same time. That unbelievable existence was standing near the ice castle right now. Your Highness! Charlotte muttered in stupefaction, just as the ice castle suddenly began collapsing. Her expression sharpened considerably in an instant. She pulled out the shield on her back and equipped it on her left hand. While holding the reins tightly with her right hand, she pressed her forehead to Anira's neck and whispered quietly, I'm sorry. I know it's difficult, but... please, run for me. Anira reared up and neighed loudly in response to her request. Its hooves slammed down hard on the frozen terrain, and the horse accelerated. It easily leapt over the close formation the convict soldiers had been maintaining diligently. Lady Paladin! I'll go ahead first. His Highness is in danger. She roared out as she and her mount utterly trampled and shield-bashed any zombies in their way. Convicts watching her receding back froze in their spots. His Highness is in danger. Wait, Lord Saint is in danger, you say? Their words spread out to everyone else at a breakneck speed. Lord Saint is in danger. The one blessed by Goddess Gaia is in danger. The more those words got engraved in their heads, the greater their agitation became. The same applied to Count Genald, as well. What are you all doing? The convicts turned their heads to stare at their commander. The mounted Count Genald yanked his sword out. With a distorted expression, he shouted loudly enough for the veins in his throat to bulge visibly, the Lord Saint is waiting for our arrival. Are you still going to stand around in a daze like this? The convicts all snapped their heads back forward. Weren't they issued with an important mission, to lay siege to that ice castle? Yet these measly zombies were hindering their path. Convicts began shooting enraged glares at the undead. We are all blessed believers. They began marching forward again, one step at a time. Their emotions were surging higher and higher. They shoved the zombies aside with their shields, and used their spears and swords to cut down any undead before them. The formation gradually broke down. Even if a zombie began biting into their fellow convicts, they ignored it and continued to swing their weapons. We are all believers in the Lord Saint, Alan all false. They clenched their teeth and glared at the collapsed ice castle with their bloodshot eyes. We shall serve him, and we shall protect him. A loud roar that contained a trace of madness exploded forth from the believers and reverberated throughout the land. Their marching speed increased, and they gradually closed the distance to the ice castle. TL, in first-person POV. Give me a freaking break. I regained consciousness within the debris of the ice castle. The icy frost had turned into a dense fog. It was so cold here that my whole body was shivering away uncontrollably. After successfully creating the magic barrier, Nasus was crushed under the large debris of ice and extinguished from the world. As for Qasim, he was still holding onto me, but several ice shards had penetrated his back and he was currently lying on his side, unmoving. I figured that it'd be quite some time before I could summon them again. I staggered unsteadily while getting back up. I touched my head and discovered trickles of blood there. So dizzy. It could have been really bad if I hadn't summoned Nasus and Qasim ahead of time. Still, what a relief it was. Rania's army had arrived, so all that was left to do now was to go home and... Boom! A chill ran down my spine. Boom! The debris of the ice castle bucked and tumbled all around me. Goosebumps broke out all over my skin and I urgently turned my head in the direction of the commotion. Rumble, tumble, crash. The mud giant was lifting its body up from under the ruins of the ice castle. It stood within the dense dust spreading out and stared down at me. Even after getting crushed flat by an ice castle at least 120 meters tall, this guy walked away without a scratch. It just shook its head around a bit, and some mud drooped out of its open mouth, that's all. After seeing that reaction, I understood why it chose to destroy the ice castle despite standing right next to it. To this monster called Mist Calf, such an impact was nothing more than some kid's play. I won't let you go, its bassy, scratchy and cracked voice reverberated all around me, as the creature reached out with its massive hand. However, my situational awareness had been dulled by the injury to my head. Bloody hell! Mud shot out from Mist Calf's palm. It was the same technique it used to impale the zombies to drag them in and absorb them. Dozens of mud spikes extended like snakes as they flew towards me. I tried to retreat, but couldn't maintain my balance and lost my footing, instead. My leg muscles didn't seem to have any strength left, and it was really hard to dodge. But I need to stop this somehow. Even as the dizzy spell took over me, I still summoned my undead. They stood in front of me to act as protective shields, but the mud spikes easily shattered through all of them, as if they weren't even there in the first place. The mud spike flew in at a frightening speed in order to impale me. Damn it! At this rate, I wouldn't be able to avoid a grievous injury. Right at that moment, I heard the sounds of a horse's hooves. Something or someone was leaping down, followed by urgent panting. Just as I turned my head towards those sounds, a white cape flapped past my eyes. That something or someone grabbed me tightly next. At the same time, a large shadow stood before us. It belonged to a shield. Bang! The mud spike was deflected away. The large shield trembled once. I turned my head and saw the girl embracing my shoulders. Her silver hair and crimson eyes, as cold as ice, yet her beauty was as ethereal as her demeanor. Charlotte! She was holding me tightly. 140. A Protective Shield -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 267, 141. A Protective Shield -2, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Loud shockwaves came from the white shield. I stared at Charlotte. It must have been difficult for her, because she was gritting her teeth while trying hard to maintain the shield's balance. She had broken past the physical limitations of a human being and attained a transcendental body. Even then, she was still not quite strong enough to block off just one small spike from the mud giant. "You," a quiet little moan escaped her lips. Her metal armor began creaking noisily, and on top of that, I thought I could even hear faint cracking noises coming from the muscles and bones in her arms. "Charlotte!" I cried out to her, and she reacted to my call. But that was all she could do. If this kept up, then she wouldn't last for long. In that case, cut that thing down. It felt like her thoughts got transmitted to me somehow. I placed my hand on her shoulder and drove my divinity in to heal her body. At the same time, Charlotte pulled back the shield gripped in her left hand as if she was yanking it away. Her left hand was viciously knocked to the right side with a frightening amount of force. It served as a stark reminder of how powerful the mud spike had been. Charlotte rapidly yanked her sword out with her right hand and sliced the incoming spike apart. "Your Highness, you must escape!" Charlotte cried out urgently. "No, that's gonna be way too difficult." While replying to her, I glared at the mud giant called Mist Calf. The massive creature was frowning rather deeply. I figured that thing's pride was wounded after its attack didn't work on us. "You mere insects dare to!" Mist Calf raised its torso up completely. It clenched its super large fist and cocked its torso back. "You dare to oppose me, the one personally created by the king of the giants. The creature's stone eyes were glaring murderously at us. From the look of things, it seemed to be planning to pummel us to death with its fist. Even Charlotte wouldn't be able to defend against that. I shall try to buy you time, Your Highness. Wait, what? She kicked the ground. Her metal boots dug deep into the ground and her body flew up like a tightly wound spring being released. She was now airborne. Mistcav's glare turned to lock on her, instead. The incoming fist changed direction and flew towards her instead, and I quickly summoned Amon's skull. Charlotte faced the giant's fist flying in. Her eyes narrowed to slits, and both her body and sword spun around in the air. Her divine sword deflected the fist covered in bedrock, and using the force behind the attack, she jumped up even higher. Her figure staggered precariously, but still managed to evade the fist by a gap narrower than a hair's breadth. Seeing how she was wobbling like that, she must have suffered some serious damage just now. She then tried to thrust her sword into the back of the fist in order to injure the creature, but she only managed to inflict a little nick. It's just too big. Her thoughts were transmitted to me once more. While watching her struggle, I put on the mountain goat's skull. I am the Legion. Mistcav's other hand slammed down on its own back of the hand, as if he was trying to squash an annoying bug flat. Charlotte rapidly dodged it, moving from the giant's hand to its wrist. She was still wobbling from the force of the impact, however. It all looked far too dangerous. And I am. When I got to that part of the activation phrase, Mistcav finally caught onto what I was doing. The giant shifted its eyes in my direction, and yet another mud spike fired out from its body. Gaia's Inheritor. TL, in third-person POV. Charlotte rapidly dashed forward, even as she snuck a glance behind her. If she had been one step too late, then she would have lost her life, crushed under the giant's palm. She swallowed back her dry saliva. No, there's no reason to be scared, she calmed herself down. She took complete control over her emotions, then gripped her sword and shield tightly. It was right at that moment that she heard a loud gunshot. She quickly shifted her gaze down to the ground below. She spotted Alan down there, currently kitted out in Amon's skull and the bone armor. Your Highness! He was even holding Amon's staff in his right hand, while his left held Amon's grimoire. Greyish smoke wafted out from the muzzles of 12 muskets held in the bone hands sprouting from his back. The muskets rose up and unleashed their loads on the giant's arm. The holy bullets traveled through the air and collided with the giant's flesh. The bedrock surrounding the arm exploded, and was shoved back. What happened next was that even the mud underneath blew apart and the bits glooped down like thick viscous liquid. An open wound gaped there now. Charlotte's eyes took in that sight, and were suddenly filled with the light of understanding. It'd be hard to damage the rocky skin, but that wasn't necessarily true for the mud underneath. Phew. Charlotte sucked in a deep breath. She relaxed her muscles and got into her stance. She then stabbed her divine sword into the mud below before seemingly letting it hang loose. She then covered the front of her body with the shield in her left hand. Forward. Her next move was to dash along the giant's arm. Her sword gripped loosely behind her followed along and began splitting the mud apart. As she dashed forward, mud spewed out like splattering blood from the massive gap she was slicing open. Coo-oo-oo-oo. Mistcaf howled out monstrously, and tried to smack her away with its other hand, but Alan provided timely fire support whenever that happened. Forward. Spikes shot out from the mud and flew out viciously, trying to impale her. She held her shield at an angle to either deflect them away, or yanked the sword out from the mud to slice apart the incoming spikes. Go beyond, A&D. She dashed past the giant's arm and reached its shoulder before leaping up with all her power. The shield covering her body was slung to her back, and she raised her sword high. The giant's face was making a freaked-out expression, and it completely filled her view. The creature's eyes seemed to be shaking, displaying how stunned it was. Its previous arrogant demeanor was nowhere to be found. Right now it was very flustered and feeling the rare and heady sensation of fear. This giant was filled with nothing but hot air, it seemed. And that's why it would lose to humans today. Charlotte roared out a battle cry. Her sword, now one with the pure white aura of divinity, flew in directly at the mud giant's eyeball. Clang! The tip of her blade collided with the hard surface of the eyeball. Her hand shook from the impact. The blade began sinking into the mud giant's eyeball, melting through its surface. Eventually, it fully impaled the eye. Stab! Quaa. More mud burst out from the wound in the creature's eye. A typhoon of dust exploded out from the giant's mouth at the same time. I did it! Elation filled Charlotte's face. But that only lasted for a second or two. Her eyes met the giant's remaining eye just then. The glare in that gigantic frowning eye was stained deeply with hatred and rage. Charlotte's expression froze at that sight. Her attack was too weak. Even if she had successfully stabbed deep into the creature's eye, her size in comparison to the mud giant meant that it'd be about the same as pricking the creature with a mere needle. Charlotte! The Imperial Prince's loud cry came to her. At the same time, a huge shadow loomed right next to her position. When she turned her head, she saw a huge palm descending on her. Ah! Her eyes naturally lowered to the ground where Alan was. He was raising his head up to stare back at her. You're high. Kaboom! TL, in first-person POV. Even I became momentarily dazed. I didn't have enough time to summon either the Skeleton King or the Bone Dragon. Charlotte's body was flung away, only to rapidly descend to the ground. I kicked the ground hard to leap up and hurriedly caught her falling body before bringing her head closer. Our bodies crashed into the cold, hard ground. I didn't bother with the dust kicked up by our crash landing, and instead hurriedly checked her condition first. Blood was streaming down from her head. She was still holding onto her shield and sword, but then, her hands let go and her armaments tumbled from her grip. She wasn't breathing. Son of a B*TCH. An uncontrollable rage began taking over my rationale. No, hang on. I must not. If I lose my rationale now, I'll really end up losing her here. Don't f***ing making me laugh, god damn it. I won't let you die like this. Chapter 268, 141. A Protective Shield -2, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. I pressed my hand on her head and drove my divinity into her body, but there was no effect. A simple healing magic spell wasn't going to cut it anymore. What I needed here was resurrection. Meaning, I only had 5 minutes or so left. Beyond that, I wouldn't be able to revive her. Not only that, the damage to her physical body was quite extensive, too. I heard thunderous footsteps behind me. Mistcalf was striding closer. I can't concentrate like this. Resurrection was not a skill I could easily use even if I had a huge divinity reserve. I was trying to bring a life back, so I needed a correspondingly high level of concentration to pull it off. Also, enough time was critical, too. At the bare minimum, I need something to stop Mistcalf for a little while. Protect His Highness. Something broke through the dense curtains of rising dust. A huge ballista bolt used during siege battles flew in and pierced straight into Mistcalf's hardened skin of stone. What is the meaning of? The giant sounded flustered again. Provide support fire. Pepper that thing with siege weapons. Archer battalions, fire at will. Countless projectiles fired from various siege weapons flew in. A large boulder slammed into Mistcalf's face, while the ballista bolts continued to stab into the giant's chest. I stared at that sight, before lowering my head to see Rania's convicts rushing closer to the mud giant within the dust fog. They had used various siege weapons to restrict Mistcalf's movements. As for those regular soldiers without the large caliber weapons, they got closer to the mud giant on foot and deliberately yelled out loudly to distract it. You stinking giant bastard! Who the hell do you think you are? They fired their arrows and even threw their spears at it, but their projectiles were harmlessly deflected away by its hard stone skin. They were acting as bait. In order to draw the giant's attention away, they were even willing to risk their lives. Bloody hell, I've never been someone this brave, you know. Shuppel cried out before throwing his spear at the giant. Stepping into a battlefield is already an act of bravery, Harmon nearby replied to him before firing an arrow. Every time more projectiles hit Mistcalf, the giant furrowed its brow and angrily swung its hand about. Dozens of humans were sent flying in the air. Your Highness! Count Genald rushed to my side on his horse. Please hurry and escape from here. I looked at him and shook my head. These people were trying to do the impossible. They were swept up in the madness of the moment, only to throw their lives away. To this mud giant, humans were nothing more than some ants. No, Your Highness. We are not just mere ants. Count Genald looked down at me from his horse. Did he read my mind or something? Or was it because of Alice's resonance affecting everyone here? At the very least, we should be like fire ants to that giant, my lord. Even though his life was clearly in danger, Genald had a gentle smile on his face. Mistcalf roared out monstrously and stumbled back. As a giant, the amount of pain it felt from the attacks of these puny humans would have been not even worth mentioning, yet. Why, you monsters! Mistcalf was actually shuddering from fear right now. On the other hand, Rania's convict army wasn't scared in the least. The giant had been suppressed by the raucous roars and fighting spirit of the convicts. It's exactly as the ancient records say. Hans traveling among the Ranian army muttered out and made a hopeful expression. The cowardly Mistcalf. He recalled the stories from the ancient records. Although a king of the giants had created this creature a long time ago, it was always seen as a failure. It certainly did possess a far greater strength than other giants, but... However, the mud giant was created with a heart of a mare, according to the ancient legends. The myth spoke of how, during the construction of the mud giant, a mistake was made and the heart of a giant mare found in the Titan realm was unintentionally used as the creature's heart. It made the creature surprisingly timid and a coward. It seemed that legend was actually true. Compared to how large it is, it's just an easily scared giant, that's all. Rania's convicts roared out loudly, and the frightened Mistcalf flailed its arms about. Whenever that happened, the convicts retreated to create some distance and gradually lured the mud giant away. Over here, you bastard! The cavalry raised lit torches and waved them around fiercely, drawing Mistcalf's attention to them. With that, safety for their Lord Saint had been secured. Alan got down on one knee and slammed the staff down on the ground. He then flipped open the pages of Amon's grimoire. He was planning to initiate the resurrection skill. Also, he needed to find the quickest, surest way to defeat that mud giant. Summoning either, or both, the Skeleton King and the Bone Dragon would surely do the job, but it'd take too long to summon them. Although I haven't done this before. Alan was about to use the same skill that the former version of Nasus the Lich resorted to back in Aslan in order to overwhelm him. The Grim Reaper transformation. Nasus sacrificed the lives of 1,000 slaves in the Black Order's headquarters to gather enough demonic energy. But right now, Alan possessed more than enough divinity to pull this transformation off by himself. Also, I gotta restrict that thing. He might not be able to perfectly confine that creature, but it should at least be sufficient enough to stop the giant from moving anymore. He was planning to overlap all three skills and activate them at the same time. Alan's bone armor-covered hand gently wrapped Charlotte's head. "Charlotte, this is my first command to you," he directly commanded her. "You must come back to me alive." The 12 bone hands coming out of his back like 6 pairs of wings gently enveloped her next. Astal rune has been activated. Ability transfer has been used. Skill, Resurrection, has been initiated. Skill, Grim Reaper transformation, has been initiated. It was inside the deepest darkness imaginable. Only the still silence and nothing else existed in this space. Charlotte was silently floating in this place, all alone. Her body gradually felt heavier. Death. It was coming for her. The deep darkness acted like a swamp, and her body was sinking deeper and deeper into it. The more she sank, the fainter her memories became. Just what was I doing until now? Charlotte. A voice suddenly came to her. It was so very familiar to her. A voice she missed so much. You must come back to me alive. Charlotte flinched at that. Someone grabbed her hand and began pulling at her, as if to forcibly drag her away from the darkness of death. She cautiously cracked open her eyes. Her eyes took in the sight of her current surroundings. She was still inside the deep darkness. Yet, there was bright light above her, up there in the sky. Everything below her was filled with that same inky darkness. It was like she was inside the depths of an ocean. Charlotte looked at her own hand. Someone was definitely pulling her away from here. That someone was Your Highness. It was Ellen. She tried to move her body and match that sensation of being pulled away. However, something else suddenly reached out to her from the depths of this dark ocean. Those things were the hands of countless dead spirits. Those things reached out and grabbed her feet. She flailed about with her legs. The frustration of being unable to breathe quickly overtook her. Charlotte. The voice was getting further away. Her body was sinking even lower, about to get buried within this darkness below. Let me go. Charlotte kicked at the hands grabbing onto her feet. Charlotte. She could only grit her teeth. Right at that very moment, the Aztal rune was engraved onto her face. The bright golden light gushing out from the runes drove the dead spirits away, and they released their grip on her. They tried to shield themselves from the light with their hands and retreated back into the darkness. Charlotte kicked at the darkness and swam towards the light above. His Highness told her this. He told her to come back to him alive. That's why. I'll live on. She grit her teeth, then reached out with her hand for that bright light. How dare these mere insects? Mist Calf continued to stumble around. Its chest was aching for a while now. Something deep within itself was writhing away uncomfortably. Rage had almost completely taken over the mud giant's mind. It inwardly swore that it would not take all these beatings lying down without doing something about them. Mist Calf grasped its hands together tightly. It got ready to deploy the same attack that it had used to bring down the ice castle earlier. That should be more than enough to kill off the majority of humans here. All of you lot. Mist Calf grinned viciously at the humans below. It's time to die. But, just as it tried to slam its fists down, chains radiating with a golden light suddenly shot out from seemingly everywhere. They wound around Mist Calf's arms tightly and completely prevented it from moving. The battlefield suddenly became deathly quiet. The convict soldiers roaring out loudly, and even Mist Calf howling out monstrously in fear, all clamped their mouths shut in shock. Their gazes immediately shifted to another location. The 12 wings wrapped around Alan spread open wide to reveal another person in there. She was a paladin. Her platinum silver hair, glistening like pure white snow, flowed down all around her like a white robe. On her left hand was a huge shield, while in her right was a great sword made purely out of divinity. As she radiated pure white particles of light, her eyes slowly reopened to the world. 141. A Protective Shield -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 269, 142. A Protective Shield -3, Part 1. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. A long time ago, Charlotte heard a story from Oskal the Sword King. He had told her, humans cannot win against a giant. A giant? Charlotte looked over at him. It was currently late at night, somewhere in a rural village in Humite's vicinity. Oskal, having acknowledged her for the first time earlier in the day, was setting up the firewood. It was around the time that he had begun teaching her her first swordsmanship technique. He turned his head to Charlotte and continued on from where he left off. That's right. A long time ago, I had an opportunity to fight the Necromancer King. Back then, I had to fight off countless monsters, as well as the king of all undead he had summoned. The king of all undead boasting a gigantic body a dozen plus meters tall. It possessed 4 bone hands and swung around a massive sword with them. Oskal had experienced several very close brushes with death at this creature's incredible power. I couldn't win. And also. But I didn't lose, either. Oskal's mission was to carve open a path so that Kelt Allfalls could fight against the Necromancer King. In order to fulfill the imperial decree given to him, he stepped forward to defend against all the attacks of the King of the Undead. That creature not only boasted a humongous body, but its strength also surpassed a human's by an incalculable margin as well. No matter how much Oskal reinforced himself with divine strength, he just couldn't compare to that creature's overwhelming combat power. Humans were inherently weak. However, they still hunted monsters down. Even then, we of the Imperial family still confront these frightening monsters and emerge victorious in the most overwhelming manner. Do you know why that is the case? The reason why the Imperial family was able to defeat both the Necromancer King and the vampires was the diametrically opposed natures of divinity and demonic energy. A powerful explosion would go off when divinity and demonic energy collided against each other. If you use that, Oskal locked his gaze on Charlotte and finished explaining, you can offset any attack coming your way. The moonlight had been dyed in a crimson hue by the overflowing demonic energy. A bone-chillingly cold current dominated the atmosphere, and as the night deepened, yet another day drew to a close. And so, the date became the 25th, the date where the tide of death awakened by the demonic energy would rouse itself. Thick fog spread out all over the ground. The entire continent was about to get blanketed by demonic energy, and every undead would become stronger from it. This also applied to Mistcalf, who possessed demonic energy, as well. However, why? Why is this? Even though the mud giant was in the center of the tide of death itself, the creature could not use its full power. The chains emitting a sacred golden aura had confined it, stolen away its freedom and dulled its movements. All this happened only a few minutes ago. It was like the force of gravity applied to the mud giant had been increased dozens of times. Its body felt incredibly heavy. Mistcalf grew terrified at this phenomenon, which was outside its scope of understanding. But what it feared the most was something else. It was the existence radiating the gentle light within this world dyed in the crimson hue. She was merely a small paladin. Even though she had been flung aside from the mud giant's attack earlier, she now stood in front of the human wearing the mountain goat's skull, all alive and well. That female should be less significant than an insect, yet. Why? How come? Why do you possess such an aura? Charlotte lowered her gaze and stared at the armaments in her current possession, the metal armor she wore, and the duo of shield and sword. Every single one of them was engraved with the Aztal rune, and she was even wearing a robe manifested through nothing but pure divinity. A truly expansive amount of divinity was maintaining her body right now. At first, the inside of her head was in a daze. But memories gradually came back to her, and she realized what must be done right now. She glared at Mistcalf, currently tied down by the golden-colored chains. I must stop that thing. Stopping the mud giant before her eyes, and protecting the others around her. Those were the duties she must carry out. She kicked the ground hard. Her figure shot forward like a bullet, and a loud sonic boom belatedly exploded in the air behind her. Mistcalf felt threatened as Charlotte rapidly closed the distance. A pathetic little sealing attempt like this. The mud giant's arms creaked noisily. Smoke poured out from the gaps of the golden chains of light. It tried to forcibly extricate itself, causing various injuries to appear on its body. However, it could still rip these chains off if it really tried. Eventually, the chains were ripped apart. Cracks formed on the rocky skin of the giant's body, but their hardness didn't seem to have changed. Now that it had regained its freedom, Mist Calf shot a glare at Charlotte next. She leapt up in the air, and the mud giant grinned in a sinister manner. No matter what happened, a human was still no better than an insect. Just one swipe with the giant's hand, and she'd be squashed flat. Mist Calf opened its palm wide. Die as a mere smudge, human. The mud giant even leapt off the ground and used the momentum from the rotation of its waist to take a mighty swing with its hand. Charlotte, watching that scene, recalled what Oskel had told her back then. Divinity and demonic energy possess natures diametrically opposed to each other. However, it might be too much for you. Divinity permeated her shield. The Aztal rune greatly amplified the divine energy, and a pure white aura enveloped the shield next. If I use that principle to my advantage. That technique is dependent on how powerful one's divinity is. If you do possess divinity strong enough for it, then, well. The giant's palm scythed through the air. It was like watching a humongous boulder falling right on top of her, and it was just as scary to behold. But, I can block this. You should be able to block it, that's for sure. Charlotte swung her shield in mid-air. A wall containing divinity immediately flared in front of Mist Calf, and collided with the mud giant's palm. And then, the giant was bounced back. Mist Calf's glare automatically shifted to its own hand. It even felt numb, too. Even before its palm could reach the airborne girl, it had smashed into something in the air and bounced away. What was that? Mist Calf's incredulous gaze then shifted back to its front, where Charlotte was still present. Sharp light shot out from her eyes as her robe flapped grandly in the wind. Your sword has become one with divinity. She gripped the divine sword tightly. You must reach the heights where you can freely wield that. Once that becomes possible for you, then, child. Divinity sizzled within her great sword. You have earned the right to be called as the next Sword King. Her great sword was swung diagonally upwards. A sword light purely made out of divinity exploded forth from the swing. It was different from the blade of wind Qasim Darien fired off by relying on his divine aura. This strike consisted purely of divine power, and nothing else. Mist Calf flinched grandly in shock and crossed its arms in front of himself while stumbling back. The sword light and the back of the mud giant's arms collided to create an almighty explosion. Mist Calf's brows shot up high. The armor of stone covering its arms was breaking apart into pieces. What are you, human? Just what are you? Everyone, commence firing. A voice came from somewhere below. Mist Calf immediately lowered its lone eye. That voice had come from the one wearing the mountain goat's skull that had been standing near the female paladin. The mud giant urgently shifted its gaze again. One word from the skull-wearing man, and countless ballista bolts and boulders came flying in from seemingly everywhere. Those measly siege weapon projectiles, they won't even leave a scratch on my bedrock, so I... Crunch! A ballista bolt impaled itself into Mist Calf's chest, while boulders flew in at a frightening rate. TL, in first-person POV. I was giving it my all. The damage to Charlotte's body was far too extensive to bring her back to life, so I chose to use the Aztal rune to repair her wounded body at the same time. While sealing Mist Calf's movements, I also simultaneously applied the Grim Reaper transformation skill to Charlotte. All these phenomena happened because I was obsessively trying to save her life. The resulting power proved to be quite considerable. I watched Charlotte. She deflected the mud giant's attack, and struck with her sword light to shatter the lithic armor on its arms. The power she exhibited far surpassed Nasuza's back in Aslan. The Aztal rune amplified her divinity and reinforced her physical body, and it even transferred the divine aura's ability to her. The Grim Reaper transformation was thrown into the mix, too, and it all resulted in her displaying an absurd level of combat power right now. Oh, and not to forget, there's Alice's resonance, too. I turned my head as Alice's hymn continued to enter my ears. Whatever the case might have been, she's one tough girl, all right. Charlotte was strong to begin with, yet I had managed to even further awaken her, turning her into an existence that far surpassed the limits of a human being. By the way, the Aztal rune's divinity consumption right now is no bloody joke. Although I was mostly focused on Charlotte, I had also transferred some of the rune's powers to a small number of the siege weapons of the regiment, as well. I upgraded and strengthened their siege weapons. Their overall firepower might be nothing to write home about, but I figured that they should still threaten the giant at least a little bit. I now had two things to do here. 1. Strengthen the ceiling and restrict its movements. And 2. Wrap this event up in one strike. Chapter 270, 142. A Protective Shield -3, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Mistkev's heart was pounding away madly inside his chest. Why is this? It hurriedly shifted its remaining eye to chase after the female paladin's figure. She was moving incredibly fast. The mud giant's mud spikes continued to chase after her, but every time they got near, she agilely dodged them and closed the distance to her target. Why? The mud giant clenched its fist. It grit its teeth, then punched with all of its power at Charlotte, who had managed to get near its foot down below. Why aren't my attacks working on you? It dumped a massive amount of demonic energy into its attack. A dense aura enveloped the fist seemingly made out of nothing but granite. Search for the optimal time. Charlotte recalled Oskel's teachings once more. The best timing for deflecting your opponent's strike. Her crimson eyes seemed to gleam brightly just then. The humongous fist descended on her position. It contained the power of demonic energy. It will work even against a regular attack. However, if you're going up against demonic energy, then the effect will be doubled. She recalled the technique that would completely neutralize the opponent's attack, while she herself didn't suffer from the resulting impact. She raised her shield, then controlled her breathing. Just before the giant's fist reached her, just as the demonic energy within it wavered. Right at that exact moment, she injected divinity into the visible gaps in the fist and demonic energy, then swung her shield confidently. The barrier of divinity wrapped around the shield expanded, then smoothly slipped into the narrow gap between the fist and the flow of demonic energy. For a moment there, Mistkev's fist seemed to be mere inches from hitting her, yet the air suddenly expanded and the giant's hand was flung away as if it had been swept up in an explosion. The area around Mistkev's eye twitched uncontrollably. It couldn't afford to let this continue. Otherwise, it'd be defeated for sure. Trying to hit this female with a frontal attack wasn't working. Something in the air was continuously deflecting the giant's attacks away. In that case, there was one other method to try, not going with direct attacks in the first place. The mud giant clenched its fist, then pounded the ground. Charlotte flinched in surprise and hurriedly stepped back. Stone debris shot up and landed everywhere, forcing her to agilely dodge them or to cut them down with her great sword made out of divinity. Mistkev grinned after seeing that. It had finally figured out a way to attack her, and now it was time to counterattack. No need to contemplate what kind of an attack, either. The mud giant curled its thick fingers and raised up its huge fists overhead, but the golden-colored chains shot up to hinder its movements whenever it tried to do that. However, this was nothing more than some lukewarm sealing attempt, that was all. The spellcaster wasn't even trying to completely seal the giant's movements, but did just enough to hinder its movements. No doubt they were scheming to kill it right here. Oh, you foolish little humans! Mistkev was the masterpiece of the king of the giants. Did they really think that such a being would fall to not some gods, but to some puny humans? The mud giant forcibly ripped and tore the golden chains of light apart. Its movements were dulled. Various projectiles from siege weapons continued to fly in and damage the giant, but the creature ignored them all. The muscles of mud forming its thick arms began ballooning up. Demonic energy encased its clenched fists and whipped about in the air violently. The creature sucked in a deep breath, and sent all of its strength to its fists. Mistkev smirked viciously. Die, you puny humans, and slammed them down with all its might. Fists burning up in black flames combined into one and came crashing down in the ground below. This one attack would split the terrain apart, make the rocks shoot out and completely wipe out every human standing nearby. The mud giant was certain of this. Charlotte flinched in shock and looked up. She discovered something up there in the sky and grit her teeth. His Highness has prepared that attack. She couldn't afford to waste something that important. There were countless soldiers in the vicinity. If Mistcalf was allowed to go through with its attack, then every single person in this place would be killed off. His Highness had stepped up to the plate so that he could save all these people. Not to mention, they had all been prior recipients of his acts of benevolence, too. Protecting the subjects by fighting together with His Highness. That is the role of a protector. Charlotte raised her head and glared at the Mistcalf's two fists coming down. Peer through the flow of demonic energy. It was swirling madly at a crazy pace. She couldn't see any gaps there. No, wait. She simply had to find the opening. She swore to find it no matter what. Heighten my senses even further. It felt like the blood coursing through her entire body was boiling. Her sharp vision pierced straight through the flowing demonic energy. All traces of agitation in her sharp glare instantly vanished. Concentrate. Focus. Focus. Find the gap within the demonic energy, swirling and spitting as violently as a typhoon. I see it. Charlotte stepped back and balanced herself. She lowered her posture, gripped her shield hard and brought it closer. Right there, in that gap. She wrapped the wall of divinity around her shield. I will break through. She swung her shield with all her strength. The condensed wall of divinity dug deep into the gap she had found within the flow of demonic energy. The wall began expanding in the middle of the swirling, spinning demonic energy, causing it to get jumbled up with divinity, and when that happened, kaboom! The two opposing powers expanded until they exploded. Mistcalf's clenched fists tore apart and were shoved away. Its sturdy fingers made of hardened stone shattered into bits, and mud underneath rained down everywhere. Bloody hell! Mistcalf's huge body staggered unsteadily as its remaining eye opened wider. It tried hard to regain its balance, slamming both its 2 feet on the ground. It left far too big of a gap open just now. A truly powerful counterattack from the female paladin would be coming its way quickly. It had to get ready to defend against. This is the end of the road for you. Mistcalf flinched in surprise, and hurriedly raised its head up at the sky. That's where it discovered a sword made of solid light floating high up there. This sword, seemingly dozens of meters long, radiated divinity as it silently hovered in the air. Alan stated while taking Amon's skull off, Heavenly Sword. The Sword of Heaven's Will, an attack that could only be created through the prayers of countless priests. While taking in that weapon's appearance, Mistcalf's eye began quaking uncontrollably. With this strike, you will sleep for all eternity, you bastard. The sword of light floating in the sky tilted, then began falling straight down toward the ground below. It cleaved right through the storm like winds and descended towards Mistcalf's head. I must block it, Mistcalf screamed loudly, and tried to cross its arms in the air towards the sky, but its lone eye nearly popped out of its socket. Its hands had already been obliterated to bits earlier. Its protection of hard stone was gone now, only soft mud below dripping down. Ah! Just as Mistcalf shifted its eye of stone back to the heavenly sword, the blade of light reached the mud giant's forehead and sank in. It broke through the surface, then impaled straight into its forehead, its slack mouth, and down its throat to completely cleave the giant's torso. Violent spasms broke out on Mistcalf's face. Ah! Ah! The aura of divinity rapidly spread out. I am. Mistcalf's eye of stone slowly rolled back and its whole body suddenly went limp. Eventually, the huge figure began breaking down. All the hard stone wrapped around its body began tumbling down. As if its hide and muscles were melting down, the mud oozed and flooded out next. Everyone, get out of here. Mud tumbling down like a flash flood forced the nearby convicts to hurriedly flee. Charlotte quickly created some distance by quickly darting back. Once they got to a safe distance, the convicts stared at the dead mist calf with wide eyes. A brave one among them stabbed his spear into the liquid mud below. There was no reaction. The giant couldn't be recognized anymore. The only remaining trace left of it was its cloven head, left behind on the mud's surface like some kind of a grotesque statue. It really had died. The Jotun is dead. They had snatched victory away from a titan only seen in legends. This wasn't just some vampire hunt, but as it turned out, they actually took part in the creation of a new heroic tale for all the ages. We won! All the convict soldiers roared out in elation. Phew! Alice leaned against the theocratic empire's symbol as if all strength had left her by now. Hans approached her to hand over some healing medicine. Harman and Shuppel plopped down on the ground to chuckle away in disbelief and happiness, while Count Genald commanded the convict soldiers to drive away the undead still trying to approach the army. Ha! Ha ha! Alan looked around him. He spotted Charlotte nearby, plopped on the ground as if all strength had left her legs now. The great sword made out of divinity had dissipated and returned to being her normal divine sword. Even the white robe was gone now. The sacred divinity enveloping her gradually disappeared, but Charlotte still was smiling away faintly. Hang on, she's still feeling fine. If it was Alan, he'd had blacked out by now. What a superhuman level of mental power that was. But what a good timing it was, too, since he also felt pretty exhausted, as well. Alan walked up to her and settled down before leaning his back against hers. Hey! You did real good today. Charlotte flinched a little and clamped her mouth shut. The soldiers are alive all thanks to your hard work. That's me included, too, said Alan while extracting a bottle of holy water from the item window. He pushed it towards her. Drink. I'm sure you're feeling dizzy right about now. Looks like you're in the divinity depletion state. Drinking this and replenishing some of your divinity will alleviate your symptoms a bit. Charlotte hid her face and received the bottle containing holy water. For a while there, a bout of silence filled up the space between them. As the soldiers continued to cheer in elation, Charlotte quietly whispered to him, "Was I a help to you, Your Highness? I told you, didn't I? I'm alive, all thanks to you." Alan raised his head and stared at the sky above. The crimson moon was obscured by the dark clouds, making their surroundings even darker. He felt her trembling. He couldn't tell whether it was a result of her smile or her tears, but one thing was for certain. Let's go home. Now was the time to get some much-deserved rest. Kelt found himself in a strange space. A bright light wavered in front of his eyes. It felt like a gentle breeze was brushing past him. He wasn't restricted by the laws of gravity, either. It was like he was floating in the air. As for that bright light, it gave off a truly sacred feeling. How fantastic would it be if he could reach out and touch the light with his hand? When he thought like that and reached out, Kelt was roused from his sleep. "Your Majesty!" He heard Cardinal Raphael's voice coming from his right side. Kelt had been subconsciously reaching out with his hand. He realized that he was still inside the imperial palace, and smiled wryly. He muttered quietly, "It seems that I fell asleep again." He looked over to Raphael and smiled benevolently, but only a worried expression could be seen on Raphael's face. That wasn't surprising, considering that he probably knew what was going on here. Honestly speaking, Kelt was planning to stick around for another 10, maybe 20 years more in this role, but it seemed that the time for his retirement was rapidly approaching. Retirement, is it? Spending the remainder of my life in some quiet little village doesn't sound so bad. Should I go on a trip to Irons in that case, then? He rubbed his chin while staring out through the room's large window. Warm rays of sunlight could be seen basking the world outside. What feel-good weather this was! How wonderful would it be to abdicate the throne on such a beautiful day? Kelt shifted his gaze to his left. That's where Oskal the Sword King could be seen peering at the parchment still gripped in Kelt's hand. Ah, I see. How absent-minded of me. I've forgotten about this thing. Kelt unfurled the parchment, which happened to be a communique sent by the 7th Imperial Prince, Alan. As for its contents, to nurture 5,000 priests, and for a period of a year, too. Oskal the Sword King froze up, while Raphael cleared his throat loudly. Kelt blinked, before letting out a wry chuckle or two. Rather than rooting out all the vampire menace, it seems like that boy is planning to conquer the rest of the continent, instead. Please don't jest about such matters, Your Highness, Raphael retorted sourly. The Cardinal knew almost better than anyone that the people of the imperial family were not quite right in their heads. If they decided that conquering the continent indeed sounded nice, then without a doubt, they would foster a huge-scale army and have a go at it later. I'm jesting? Well, indeed. It should be near impossible with only 5,000 troops. Besides, only a year of training, too. Still, they were talking about a maximum of 5,000 priests. The implication here was that it was possible to nurture a powerful divine army reaching that number in only 1 year. The evidence of that would be the convicts of Rania. Some story about an insurrection or whatever came out from that, but Kelt just laughed that notion out of the room. Why would his dear grandson start a rebellion in the first place, anyway? No, it'd be the exact opposite of that. Kelt even entertained the notion of the boy sensing the incoming danger to the theocratic empire early on and coming to a decision a long time ago to prepare a secure footing to mount a counterattack. Rania would be the result of that preparation. Such a result was more than sufficient for Kelt to make his own decision. The corners of his lips curled up. If this project succeeds, then those damn vampires will never think of invading us ever again. My grandson is planning to return in a month's time. Prepare to welcome him home. Kelt got up from his throne and casually extended his hand towards the window where the rays of sun seeped in. The warmth of the sunlight buoyed his mood. Also, he turned his head over to Raphael and Oskal. We shall proceed with the enthronement ceremony of the Holy King. A gentle smile floated up on Kelt's lips. He shall be installed as the #1 successor candidate to the throne of the Holy Emperor. 142. A Protective Shield -3, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 271, 143. An Enthronement and a Celebration -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. 2 weeks after the felling of Mist Calf. Around the time the effects of the tide of death had more or less subsided, a search party had been dispatched from Rania. It consisted of 500 or so convict soldiers. They sifted through the collapsed ice castle and dug around the inert pile of mud that used to be the now dead Mist Calf. Please recover the heart of Mist Calf, sir. The demonic energy contained within it began dissipating the moment it died, that's for certain, but a humongous amount of energy should still remain in it. It will provide a great help later down the line, sir. After listening to what Hans had to say, the 7th Imperial Prince issued a direct command. He commanded the convicts to search for and recover all the data related to the warp magic, as well as the mud giant's heart. One of the convicts rummaging through the debris of the castle brightened his face. Found it, he called out. He had stumbled across a large torn bag. It was filled with the data related to the warp magic. I also wanted to participate in the subjugation battle, though, Grill muttered, smacking his lips in disappointment while performing his job as the member of the search party. He recalled the face of his adopted daughter, Charlotte, before she set off for the decisive battle. It'll get dangerous, so stay behind and protect Rania, please. She said those words while wagging her finger and massaging her forehead. Although her expression back then could be described as indifferent, Grill still found her attitude quite adorable anyway. Yes, one should definitely have a daughter. Just as Grill began smiling like a content dad, he spotted a crimson jewel sparkling away within the mud. It was so large that it didn't fit in a man's palm. Grill lifted it out of the mud. I wonder, just where would something like this be of use? He placed the crimson jewel inside his bag. There were quite a few large shattered jewel shards inside already. Not enough. Grill turned his head after hearing someone muttering that out. Harmon, who was in charge of the search party, was currently standing on top of Mistkev's corpse and looking around with a slightly concerned face. What do you mean, Sir Paladin? According to Mr. Hans, the jewel is supposed to be at least 1 meter in diameter. It shattered into pieces, so its size might have gotten smaller than before, but still, it's too small. They had been digging through the mud and under the fallen bedrock for the past few days. But all they had recovered so far had been shards of shattered jewels of varying sizes. Harmon thought that for a heart around 1 meter in diameter as Hans had described, the resulting pile of shards seemed a little inadequate overall. I can only pray that it's my mood affecting my judgment. Harmon felt rueful about it, but he still shouted out at the convict soldiers, "We shall conclude the search." TL, in first-person POV. I climbed aboard the carriage headed to the capital of the Empire, Laurensis. Our plan was to head back to the Imperial Palace with Count Genald in tow, now that we were finished taking care of the aftermath of the defensive battles in Rania. The carriage provided by the Imperial Palace was quite large inside, but various items of luggage filled it up, making it seem rather cramped. While I was sitting inside, a knock came from the door. "Are you going to open the door, sir?" Hans asked while holding piles of documents in both of his hands. He was sitting near mountains of other documents. "Do you have to look at them here? Besides all that, why are you even riding in my carriage in the first place?" Hans waved around the documents detailing the data on warp magic, which I had given him permission to look at, and giggled brightly. "How can I not take a gander when such amazing and wonderful pieces of information are now available to me, sir? And also, I was wondering if you've heard something from Count Taimong, as well." "Well, aren't you a dedicated warp enthusiast? It's a long-held dream of every alchemist after all, sir." I recalled the mug of Count Taimong, then extracted a book from my item window and tossed it lightly to Hans. "Here, take it." He caught the book in an awkward manner, and almost immediately, his brows shot up high. Since his discerning eyes were so highly attuned, he probably latched onto the fact that the book's quality and the letters written on it were foreign to this world in a matter of seconds. "The material quality is something I've never seen before, sir. How was this book manufactured in the first place? Not only that, the ink and the letters themselves are so precise and consistent, too." Hans, resting his chin on his hand and pondering this new quandary, suddenly hardened his expression. "Wait a minute, which era did this book come from? What kind of a title is it, what material? I don't recognize any of it. Oh my goodness! An ancient language that even I don't recognize." Knock, knock. I reached out and grabbed the carriage's door handle. "That's not a book of this world." Hans flinched and froze up when I said that. His gaze hurriedly locked on me, and I grinned mischievously while pointing at the novel in his hand. "It's a book that has crossed dimensions. It's an item you alchemists dream of acquiring. It's a gift, so take it." Hans's eyes shook powerfully. But before he had a chance to say something, I opened the door. Harmon, riding on horseback, was right outside. "Oh. Harmon, you managed to join us." I figured he'd arrive later due to him being in charge of the search operation up north, but he joined us on time in the end. He seemed to have something to report, because after offering a short greeting, he turned his head to look behind him. A wagon carrying the data collected from the vampires, plus crimson jewel shards inside a large leather bag, could be found there. "These are the data and the parts of Mistkev's heart recovered during the search, Your Highness. We did our best to find them all, but some portion seems to be missing, my lord." "Really?" I signaled with my hand, and Harman had a portion of the data and the crimson jewel transferred to my carriage. Hans received them and laid them out on the floor, making the already cramped carriage even more cramped. Hans fidgeted around as if there was a seriously bad itch he wanted to scratch right now. He sneaked a glance in my direction. "Excuse me, sir, what were you saying earlier?" Harman closed the carriage door. I glanced back to Hans and replied, "That's what Count Taimong said. I don't know all the details." Hans's shoulders slumped visibly, as if all of his energy went flying out the window just now. It was probably because he knew that Count Taimong was devoured by the mud giant mist calf. He seemed to be trying to comfort his aching heart or something, because he began fidgeting around with the data and the shards of the crimson jewel Harman had brought over. He put the data away in an orderly fashion before taking the shards of the jewel to piece them back together, like some kind of a jigsaw puzzle. I asked him. "By the way," Harman said, "there's a portion of the heart missing. Will that be all right?" "Ah, that. Yes, it should be fine, sir. I'm almost certain that some zombies or other undead took them away. As this is an item containing demonic energy, even those undead without functioning ego would still be attracted to them instinctively. And what are the odds of vampires taking them away?" Hans continued to stack the jewel shards, while replying to my question in an unconcerned tone of voice. As a matter of fact, most of his attention seemed to be focused on carefully joining up all the shards at the moment. They were most likely planning to use this Jotun's heart to complete the warp gate, but with it shattered so completely, opening one up now would be next to impossible, sir. "Impossible, you say?" Hans nodded before looking back at me. If that Count Taimong or whatever his name was still around, then sure. But now that he's dead, it'll be exceedingly difficult to bring their warp gate to reality no matter how smart they are, sir. "But, doesn't that mean it's still possible to make it happen?" Hans froze up when I said that. A bitter grin floated up on his lips soon after as he stared at the crimson jewel shards he had stacked together by then. "What those vampire bastards were trying to create isn't simple warp magic, sir. It was to create a pathway that leads to another dimension. A doorway that doesn't just lead to the Titan realm, spirit realm, or purgatory, but a completely new world beyond them, only accessible by boring a hole straight through space itself. That's what they must be aiming for." He resumed stacking the shards while continuing on, "And its purpose isn't simply to summon souls or things similar in nature, but for them to directly travel there. I'm sure that is what they wish for, sir. Wasn't that the ultimate dream of all alchemists, though? An unknown, different world that none of them had seen nor heard before, and being able to travel there. They saw that as seeing the truth of the world." Chapter 272, 143. An Enthronement and a Celebration -1, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Unfortunately, that Count Taimong fella is dead, and the heart of the mud Jotun has been shattered into bits, sir. Even the demonic energy contained in it has dissipated. Hans shrugged his shoulders and continued on, "With this, one might still, probably open the doorway to either the purgatory or the spirit realm at most, sir." I replied, meaning, yes, they can still open the warp gate if they are serious about it. Of course, except that you'd need someone like Count Taimong, who has researched this subject for 1,000+ years, sir. Otherwise, it will remain a tall order for them, and even if they do open the gateway, no living creature would be able to cross over, anyway. They are just too large. Well, that was a relief to hear. Hans was still staring at the book I gave him as if he had developed a lingering attachment to it already. From his expression, I got a feeling that he wanted to achieve the ultimate dream of all alchemists, dimensional transfer, as well. I spoke to him. "That's a novel, by the way." Sorry. Its title is A Story of a Ring. Hold on, sir. What are you even? That's as much as I know. But that's what you said a minute ago. I'm telling you the truth, though. I guffawed at the sight of the clearly flustered Hans. Around a week after we left for Laurensis. The day was getting darker, announcing the night's impending visit. Our carriages came to a stop, and we set up camp for the night. We should arrive in the imperial capital around tomorrow. I climbed out of the carriage, wanting to get some fresh air. Allow me to escort you, Your Highness, Charlotte offered, so I lightly nodded in consent. I found Alice getting ready to cook our dinner by a campfire, while Harmon was nearby overseeing the soldiers setting up various tents. I turned and stared at the wagon. Before anyone had noticed, Hans had finished putting Mistcav's heart together and restored it to almost its original size. Hans himself was standing before the heart while rubbing his chin. His face seemed rather serious at the moment for some reason. I walked up to him and asked, "What's up?" He faltered a little and stammered out his answer. "'Es, sir?" "Ah, that. No, well, All sorts of emotions and thoughts visibly tumbled around in his expression. He then rubbed his whole face and grinned right back at me. "No, sir. It should be nothing." "No, wait," he nodded while making a confident enough face. "There are no problems, sir." "Is that so?" Hans finished his not-so-convincing explanation, then looked back at the large jewel that was nearly a meter in diameter. A noticeable part of it was missing, roughly big enough to fit a person's head. The next morning, our procession got going again. Morning came and went, and it was afternoon. Along with her knocking on the door, I heard Charlotte's voice coming from outside the carriage. "We've arrived in Laurensis, Your Highness." I opened the carriage's door and peeked my head outside. A wide open plain spread out before my eyes. A spacious highway ran through it between many small villages. At the end of this road was a huge gateway built into the tall and magnificent outer walls of the city. The imperial capital, Laurensis. We had finally returned home after such a long time away. Clang! Clang! Bells were ringing loudly. Someone up in the tall outer walls was scattering flower petals in the air. My eyes almost threatened to pop out of their eye sockets as I stared at the citizens visible through the open doorway of the carriage. Every house we passed by had their windows open, while countless people had streamed out into the streets. There must have been hundreds of thousands of people here, and they were all crying out in elation, "It's His Highness, the Imperial Prince! Your Highness! Please look this way!" Paladins were lined up on either side of our procession to restrict the citizens from rushing in. But they were grunting and panting heavily away while trying to stem the tide of the sea of humans. All I could do while stuck inside their raucous cheering was to make a stupefied face. "Gaia's blessing be with you, Your Highness." A portion of the gathered masses were priests offering prayers while holding their hands, and regular subjects of the empire could be seen following their example. "We pray that God of Death Yoda's favor be with you." There were some folks wearing steel masks mixed in among the crowd, too. They were the Necromancers, Hashishins affiliated with Aslan. The Holy King has finally come back home. We shall devote ourselves to him and welcome him back. That loud yelling came from the clergyman of the Church of Ke-Eliam, my one-time enemy. These people, wearing their trademark robes, were loudly cheering us on like a bunch of zealots. "Lord Saint is here. Thank you for saving us all. Lord Saint." Even the refugees from the kingdom of Lomé had traveled a long way to appear before my eyes this day. An imperial prince of the imperial family, me, was returning to the imperial capital. So yeah, I kind of expected to receive some type of a welcome. But, something here felt a wee bit wrong to me. But why? How come? Why did all these people from other countries decide to brave the lengthy journeys to get here? "Hey, Charlotte!" She visibly winced when I called out her name. She even avoided meeting my gaze and turned her head away. "Is there anything you'd like to tell me? I'm under the strictest orders of the vice-captain, so I can't really." The only person Charlotte would use the term vice-captain to describe would be Oskel the Sword King. Okay, so what's going on here? I still pressed on, and Charlotte sneaked several glances in my direction. She eventually relented, and cautiously opened her mouth to say, "There will be an enthronement ceremony soon." What was that? A ceremony to enthrone the Holy King, Your Highness. The Holy King, you say? Hang on, did we even have a position called the Holy King in the first place? I contemplated this matter deeply while rubbing my chin. It's to designate the number one successor candidate for the Holy Emperor, Your Highness. Aha! I see. I nodded in understanding. Could it be that damn father of mine, White All False, was about to get upgraded to the position of Holy King? It sounded to me like the whole position had been hastily thought up, though. The idea probably was to install him as the Holy King and gradually turn public sentiments in his favor, and at the same time, eliminate any negative sentiments the subjects might still have of him, since he had already absconded from his duty as the Holy Emperor once before. As for keeping it a secret from me, well, the imperial family must have figured that doing so would prevent me from raising any vocal objections, as I didn't have a good impression of that irresponsible guy. If that was the case, then yeah, everything made some sense. Was it because I didn't look as surprised as expected? Charlotte got slightly flustered and asked me a question. Did you already know, Your Highness? Oh. No, it's just that it all made sense to me, that's all. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then, may I assume that you are not dissatisfied at all? Well, I am dissatisfied, all right. By a lot, too. I mean, that position is meant to be a placeholder for the next Holy Emperor, right? It's a super important role, in other words. So it won't do for some irresponsible dude to occupy it, you know. That's not true at all. Your Highness, you're an excellent person. Hey, you. Why are you mentioning me all of a sudden? No, hang on a minute. Maybe it's not White, but one of my siblings of the imperial family ascending to the position of the Holy King, instead. Are you concerned, Your Highness? Of course. Charlotte stared at me with eyes filled to the brim with heroic determination. Please do not be concerned. I swear to become a trustworthy support for you, Your Highness. I tilted my head this way and that. Why do I get the feeling that we were not exactly on the same wavelength here? Besides all that, I kept hearing the people shouting out, Your Majesty, the Holy King, my way. Now that I thought about it some more, didn't the convicts back in Rania fiefdom also call me the Holy King or some Su? I was suddenly overcome with this bone-chilling anxiety. Something had gone wrong here. Hey, Charlotte. Yes, Your Highness. She looked back at me in a calm, composed manner. Although her expression was best described as taciturn, there were some twinkling lights within her eyes, indicating how happy she was inside. Can you tell me who the inheritor of the Holy King's position is? Charlotte broke out in a flustered expression. But, Your Highness, that's... She cutely tilted her head from side to side, then fired the decisive kill shot in my direction. The 7th Imperial Prince, Alan All False. It's you, Your Highness. 143. An Enthronement and a Celebration -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 273, 144. An Enthronement and a Celebration -2, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Currently, at a conference venue in an unknown location. The majority of blood creations that have infiltrated the Iron's royal palace have been eliminated. Never mind one lit torch to illuminate the surroundings, not even a single drop of candle wax could be found in this place. Only the impenetrable veil of darkness existed here. In the middle of the venue was a large round table, and creatures boasting truly bizarre outer appearances had gathered around it. It was a meeting of vampire nobility, consisting only of progenitors, except that most of the marquis class vampires were not present. There was no need to even ask if Duke classes and Archduke classes were here, either. Most of the ones in attendance were either Count class or lower in peerage. Among them was Marquis Chiram, dressed like a court jester, currently covered in a thick layer of cold sweat. For a little while now, he had been conveying the current situation to the other progenitor vampires present with a communique he had received earlier. He continued on, all contact with Count Taimong up north has been lost as well. These beings were supposed to be noble, fearless creatures. These beings, who always treated humans as mere livestock, all fell into a severe bout of panic and fear the moment one person's name was brought up. All these acts were perpetrated by the 7th Imperial Prince of the Theocratic Empire, Alan All-False. The vampires present all felt a deathly chill creep up their skin, and shuddered in fear. A thick strand of cold sweat trickled down Marquis Chiram's cheek. His normally playful tone of speech was long gone by now. He only resorted to that manner of speech when he was in an excited state, or when he was trying to confuse his enemies. He certainly couldn't afford to sow further chaos in the current group of vampire nobles, now could he? Also, a new saintess named Alice Astoria has been discovered in the Theocratic Empire, as well. The 7th Imperial Prince is protecting her. According to the report, after he finished dealing with Count Taimong up north, he and his entourage have returned to the capital, and he is currently in the middle of the preparation to ascend to the position of Holy King. The vampires grew agitated upon hearing this news. A new saintess. This Alice, she's one of the ladies in waiting. A granddaughter of Cardinal Raphael, no less. Does that mean she has been hiding her true power all along? Not only that, the Holy King? What in the world is? As the commotion and unrest among them grew, more sweat trickled down Marquis Chiram's hands after he took another look at the report. The idea of needing to read the next part of the report sent a chill down his spine. Still, he had to continue on regardless. Also, the 7th Imperial Prince is planning to personally foster 5,000 priests. 5,000! Not some regular soldiers, either. The number of priests currently in the Theocratic Empire was suspected to be near 15,000. They weren't just priests in their job title, but people capable of wielding divinity to some extent. But now 5,000 additional priests were about to be nurtured on top of that as well. Not just regular priests, either. From the wording of the report, it seemed that this was done for a military purpose. This meant that the Theocratic Empire's existing power would greatly be enhanced quite soon. That's not possible. One of the progenitor vampires with a beast's head cried out. No, such a thing cannot be true. Marquis Chiram, my lord. That must be a falsified report for sure. A forgery cooked up by the Theocratic Empire to threaten us. Too bad for this vampire, another progenitor, this time with a hulking physique that had been stitched up like a zombie, denied that very notion by saying, "This isn't an impossibility." Marquis Chiram was fully aware of the reality facing them. That inconceivably vast amount of divinity he felt back in Lomé Kingdom. The 7th Imperial Prince used that to fight against a Marquis class. No, to be more precise, that man had achieved an overwhelming victory. He had slaughtered the Dragon Slayer, and made the undead army, boasting countless monstrous creatures, fall to their knees. Not only could he see through a vampire's disguise, he could even sense spies planted among the humans, too. Worst of all, if he was given enough time to activate his full suite of powers, then he'd become horrifyingly strong. He had to be one of the most dangerous saints ever in the recorded history of this world. About 800 awakened humans appeared in Rania. Apparently, it was the handiwork of the 7th Imperial Prince. A deathly silence quickly filled the conference venue. The eyes of the vampires, filled with emotions of wanting to reject the unfolding reality, were now focused on Marquis Chiram. If that report is true, then we will never win against the Theocratic Empire. Holy Emperor Kelt All-False is still alive, and the Sword King is also sprightly, as well. Both the Crown Imperial Prince and Cardinal Raphael present considerable threats, 2. Here was a group filled with absolute powerhouses. Despite their advanced ages, they could still easily deal with several progenitor vampires, and then some. How many vampires were brave enough to fight a bunch of devils in human disguise who enjoyed torturing vampires and collecting their severed heads as a hobby? Not only that, the 7th Imperial Prince is about to ascend to the position of the Holy King. When he gets his hands on that authority and political power, he'd no doubt step up his efforts to foster a powerful combat force. What if the vampires still insisted on invading such a group of people? The end result would be rather obvious. Total annihilation. A known slaughterer of vampires was about to ascend to the throne of Holy King, which was a clear sign of their intention to intensify the crackdown on the vampires. The 7th Imperial Prince was capable of sensing hidden vampires. After he ascended to Holy King and got enough time to develop even further, then the kind of slaughter the likes of which the vampires had never experienced before would begin, without a doubt. I'm thinking of sending a communique to His Majesty the Vampire King. Marquis Kyram scanned the other progenitor vampires present and continued on, I'm thinking of suggesting that we delay the invasion for another 150 years. By then, all threatening existences should have died out. The progenitors all slumped at that suggestion. This was how it usually went for them. They could not overcome some measly little livestock, and had to flee for their lives. Now they were fated to hide once more and wait to be subjugated by the damn humans again. They would be confined to the darkness somewhere, and continue to live their days shivering away in fear within their chosen negative fields. The kingdom of blood that we've been yearning for all these years. Some began shedding tears of blood. Some began howling in sorrow, while some others fell into despair. One of the progenitors who managed to keep their rationale asked in a tense voice, what about the dukes and archdukes? Have the other marquises agree to your proposal, Marquis Kyram? Of course they won't agree with me. That's why I'm thinking of directly speaking to His Majesty by myself. But if you do that, Marquis Kyram, you might. Kyram quietly closed his eyes before replying, I'd be held responsible and get devoured by the dukes and archdukes, most likely. However, someone has to do it, otherwise it will be all over for us. We need to grab hold of opportunity in this dire situation. I must suppress His Majesty's urges by sacrificing myself and ensure that our kind will survive. Kyram opened his eyes again. Even if the fate waiting for me is a wretched one, I must. Only rats hide away in a hole, so how can you call yourselves the noble vampires while thinking of doing that? Marquis Kyram turned his head after hearing those words. Other progenitor vampires also shifted their gazes in the direction of that voice. A progenitor vampire was glaring at the other nobles from the darkness. Its skin had melted away, leaving behind a truly wretched appearance. Its whole body was wrapped in bandages, while its back was bent forward like a hunchback. Its hand was gripping a large crimson jewel, 2. TL, in first-person POV. I didn't think of this. No, hang on. I did expect that something like this might happen. However, deciding on something this important without consulting the person in question was just uncool, man. Way uncool. It's the position of the Holy King. They created a role that didn't even exist before, then they schemed to install me in that role. But, what could be their reason for it? Actually, I could more or less understand why. I had been making lots of waves for the theocratic empire without consciously doing so. I ended up stacking up quite a few achievements along the way. Holy cow! All I wanted to do was to protect the house I was living in, and protect my innocent subjects while I was at it, you know? Yet my actions resulted in my current situation. I gotta get out of here, pronto. When I went to say hello to Holy Emperor Kelt, he was smiling so benevolently at me. The letter from the capital said that he'd often fall asleep, and that his condition seemed precarious, but what I felt during our meeting was the majesty of the absolute power occupying the throne. This old man would easily stay strong for at least the next 3 years, I'd wager. Back in my room, I was hurriedly packing my bag. I already finished swiping and procuring all the grimoires and magic textbooks found in the Imperial Palace's library. I stuffed what I thought was important inside the item window, then lifted up the rest of the luggage myself. If they start pursuing me, then I had to leave behind fake traces for them to follow. What do you mean by you'll run away, Your Highness? Charlotte was in a full-on panic mode. Even I could tell that she was really pleased with me ascending to the position of the Holy King. But it was completely opposite for me. Charlotte, let's prepare for a journey. I beg your pardon. Let's head to Aslan. It's been a while, so why don't we go there on a sightseeing tour? Charlotte smiled wryly at that. But Your Highness, this matter won't be brushed aside so easily. Sure, it'd be a huge problem if I ran away now. Holy Emperor Kelt was personally overseeing the event. No, hang on. This wasn't just an event, but an ascension ceremony and a dry run for the future Holy Emperor coronation, as well. Countless subjects would be cheering it on, while numerous nobles from our neighboring nations would have been invited to attend. Well, it's gonna be too bad for them all, but I was in no mood to be considerate towards their feelings right now. I definitely had no desire to become this Holy King, never mind the bloody Holy Emperor. I'm a Meng nanny, so even if I do something like this, they'll probably think it's nothing strange. Honestly, I wanted nothing more than to get banished again as my sentence, and watch from the sidelines as the position of the Holy King was handed over to one of my other siblings. If I ascended to Holy King, then well, you didn't have to be a genius to figure out that I'd be basically confined to the Imperial Palace, never to roam around freely ever again. I mean, you only had to look at Holy Emperor Kelt for an example of that, no? The only time he came outside the palace was to participate in the war against Aslan. That was it. What do you mean, Meng nanny, Your Highness? When was the last time people called you that? Charlotte replied, looking quite dismayed. In any case, get ready, okay? Even if I'm destined to become this Holy King, it won't be any time soon. We're leaving right away. While saying that, I flung the door to my room wide open. What greeted me next was the scene of paladins outfitted in golden armor standing in 2 rows on either side of the passageway. These folk, filled to the brim with military discipline, were standing there like some kind of statues while holding their shields and resting their hands on the hilts of the swords. The Order of the Golden Cross? Chapter 274, 144. An Enthronement and a Celebration -2, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. I was stupefied at the sight. Oskel Baldur was standing in the middle of them. He smiled like a kind old man and said to me, the Vice-Captain of the Order of the Golden Cross and the holder of the title of the Sword King, Oskel Baldur, wishes to escort His Highness the Imperial Prince. May I inquire, where were you thinking of heading to, sire? I changed my mind. I'm staying in. I closed the door while the muscles around my eyes twitched non-stop. Escorting me, my foot. He was here to keep an eye on me. Out through the balcony, then. Leaving through the front door was clearly impossible. There was no way I'd fool the eyes of the Sword King. So, leaving through the balcony might be a better idea at this point. Unfortunately. I flung open the door to the balcony, and stepped onto the railing. When I looked down to the ground, the orders of the Crimson Cross and the Verdant Cross, plus the Paladin Corps members, were standing there, right in front of my eyes. Harmon was in charge of them. He turned around and met my stupefied gaze. Your Highness? Is something wrong? I threw the luggage in my hand at Harmon's face and slammed the balcony door shut. Crap, I was already surrounded. Only now did I figure out why they had put me in a room so close to the ground floor. It was probably to prevent me from using my trusty bone wyvern to fly out of here. Holy Emperor Kelt, that old man was dead set on raising me to the position of the Holy King. Your Highness, the Holy King coronation will be in 3 days' time. You only have to endure until then. Even including the formal military parade and the accompanying banquet after that, the whole event should not exceed 3 hours. It'll be over in a blink of an eye. Unlike her usual self, Charlotte sounded deeply flustered as she tried to dissuade me. But that's what I don't want to go through, you know. But, Your Highness, getting acquainted with the nobles now would prove to be a great help to you later when you... I flinched grandly and stared straight at Charlotte. I was not sure when she started doing it, but she was actually trying to persuade me. No, hang on. Even you. Do you also want to see me become the Holy King? Charlotte suddenly went silent, but she was obviously saying yes to my question. While feeling this sense of betrayal wash over me, I began massaging my temples in anger. Call both my oldest brother and sister. They are here, right? We were about to hold the Holy King coronation, so at the very least the Imperial Crown Prince, the first Imperial Prince, and the first Imperial Princess should be around the place. I called for the latter too, and a short while later, Lewin and Hilda were escorted to my quarters by a maidservant. Ah, my beloved little brother, congratulations are in order, it seems. It's been too long, so how about we share a drink? Belrogue sent this fine liquor as a celebratory gift. Lewin promptly settled down on the sofa and wrapped his arm around my shoulders, while Hilda walked up and ruffled my hair before pushing a bottle of booze in my face. I stared at the two of them with a serious face. I have a favor to ask of you. If it was these two, then they could definitely make the Holy Emperor rethink this whole thing. There were plenty of pretexts, as well. For one, I was still way too young, at only 18 years old. Sure, anyone past 16 was treated as an adult in this world, but there was no doubting the fact that I was a youngster. On top of that, I was as clueless as you could get. Never mind the matters of governance, there was also economics to consider. It wasn't just these two topics, either. I simply lacked knowledge or experience in every conceivable field. If they used those points as the reasons, then surely it'd be possible to overturn the Holy Emperor's decision. I seriously spoke to the two of them. Please lend me your support, first brother, first sister. TL, in third-person POV. Hans was currently staring at the heart of Mist Calf. The crimson jewel shards had been joined back together. But a portion around the size of an adult's head was missing from the edge of the large jewel, a meter in diameter. The demonic energy within it is still dissipating. Even though the remaining amount was still considerable, it was only barely enough to open the gateway to purgatory. But even that would be impossible to pull off if more time passed by. It won't even matter, though. Even if the vampires proceeded to open the gateway to purgatory once more, it shouldn't present any notable problem, anyway. Soon, the 7th Imperial Prince would ascend to the position of the Holy King. He'd get his hands on the necessary authority and political power. He'd be given the right to mobilize the Empire's powerful army. He'd enjoy the authority to mobilize not just the Sword King, but also the Imperial Crown Prince, too. Heck, he could even call on the Church of Kaelium to summon over 10,000 of their priests, currently spread all around the continent, as well. Most importantly, the holy relic currently in possession of the 7th Imperial Prince. The archangel that used to belong to the first Holy Emperor, Orden All-False, was in his possession. As long as that thing was fully repaired, nothing would present a problem to him. Yes, my worries are unfounded. I should be more concerned with selecting the right celebratory gift for His Highness, instead. Hans's career path to a brighter future would open up wide the moment the 7th Imperial Prince ascended to the Holy King. He'd surely become the Holy King's closest confidant and leave behind various achievements that would be celebrated throughout history. Here was a moment that the family of Hans, which didn't even have a surname, was being recorded in the annals of history. What those bastards are aiming to achieve is the sealing of the imperial family. However, Hans's mind wandered back to worrying before long. He couldn't help but pore through the data from Count Taimong. This vampire turned out to be someone far more incredible than Hans had initially bargained for. Even though he and his family members were often praised as geniuses, only by utilizing all the knowledge they had accumulated, as well as that handed down by their ancestors, could he somehow match the knowledge level of Count Taimong. It shouldn't be possible, but if the vampires had another being possessing a similar level of knowledge as Count Taimong among them. Aha, haha. Why am I so worried about, anyway? There's just no way. Hans shook off all the distracting thoughts from his mind. He got up from his seat and began rummaging through his luggage. He found the novel that the Imperial Prince had given him, and took it out of the bag. That wasn't all, but he also saw the unknown metallic debris and wiring messily tangled up in a pile, as well. All of them had been recovered from the ruins of the ice castle. Without a doubt, they were not materials found in this world. Hans knew that, and that allowed him to also know that Count Taimong had once successfully created a warp gate. Hans gritted his teeth as a sense of defeat took over him. To think that I lost to a damn vampire. He roughly massaged his temples. He rapidly inhaled and exhaled to get a grip on his emotions, before standing straight up. A bitter grin floated up on his lips when he looked at the book in his hand. Should I go and ask His Highness? Yes, there's a chance that he might know something else. He walked quickly towards the 7th Imperial Prince's quarters. The Order of the Golden Cross had set up a camp in the corridor, and Hans could hear a bit of a commotion happening behind the closed door. That door was suddenly flung open and the 7th Imperial Prince's shouting voice could be heard next. If you ain't gonna help, get the hell out of here. The 1st Imperial Prince and 1st Imperial Princess were quickly vacating the room with mischievous grins on their faces. A wine bottle suddenly flew out of the doorway and Hans had to hurriedly duck his head lower in surprise. We shall come again. The Holy King coronation. We're looking forward to it. Lewin and Hilda left the room, while Hans stared at the 7th Imperial Prince. He was panting like a bull while trying to slam the door shut, before finally noticing Hans's presence and tilting his head. Hans? What are you doing here? Ahaha. Well, sir. I have something to discuss with you, Hans said energetically, then showed the novel to the Imperial Prince. The latter shook his head. I told you, I don't know anything about it. Ah, is that so, sir? Still, maybe you can, somehow. While asking that, Hans naturally stepped across the doorway. I don't know. It's not like Count Taimong is alive to tell us the truth anyway, so how can I? The Imperial Prince replied while waving his hand dismissively. Hans watched the boy prince's back, then after closing the door, he quietly spoke up, Your Highness, sir. The 7th Imperial Prince, Alan, looked behind and stared at Hans. The latter had frozen up in place. His expression showed how serious he was, too. He put the book in his hand down on a nearby table, then held Alan's gaze. I'm not certain if my cowardly nature is to blame for my worries, sir. He simply had to talk about this. If his suspicion on what the vampires were trying to do was correct, then he and everyone else would need to be fully focused on it. I might even be burdening you with a needless worry, as well. However, if his prediction turned out to be on the money, then it had to be stopped, no matter what. And only himself and Prince Alan before him were capable of pulling this off. Even then, I am compelled to speak to you regarding this matter. Hans proceeded to say what was on his mind. Charlotte, standing next to them, gradually widened her eyes, while Alan settled down on the sofa and paid close attention to everything Hans said. From the missing part of Mistkev's recovered heart, to its demonic energy gradually dissipating, and the time remaining until all of it was completely gone. Hans spoke in a worried voice. He mentioned the danger that might come to pass. And then, he made a declaration, if I'm right about what they are planning to do, then that will become a truly dangerous situation for all, sir. However, you and I can put a stop to their plan. If we succeed. The light in Hans's eyes didn't waver once as he finished after a pause. This will become a great opportunity to deal a huge blow to the vampires. 144. An Enthronement and a Celebration -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 275, 145. In the Name of the Holy King -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. The banquet got underway inside the flashy hall. Maybe because it was the day before the coronation, many important people continued to enter the banquet hall, one after another. From the gentle, soothing background music, to the various luxurious cuisine laid out. I had no time to enjoy any one of it. That's because the moment I stepped inside the banquet hall, I was instantly mobbed by a throng of people. How do you do, Your Highness? This servant is Count Putin, hailing from the county of Arun. How do you do? Do you perhaps remember me, Your Highness? I'm Celia. The heads of the various noble houses, and the scions and esteemed daughters of nobility, all crowded me. They continued to shove glasses filled with fine liquor in my face, and I could only accept them all with an awkward grin. As soon as I began gasping for breath and showing signs of struggling to cope, Charlotte, acting as my escort, quickly stood in their way. His Highness wishes to take a rest. Please everyone, you must. Oh ho! Aren't you her ladyship Marquis Charlotte? She flinched and turned her head. A rotund nobleman was bowing his head to greet her, his hand pressed to his chest. It wasn't just him, though, as more sons and daughters of the noble houses began gathering around her, as well. Wait a second. Before long, Charlotte was dragged away from me. She was a member of none other than the Hirai's house. I wasn't all that clued up on what the special thing about her lineage was, but from the looks of things, her family seemed to be well regarded by the other nobles. This development certainly took some of the burden off my shoulders, though. Charlotte was pressed further away from me while floundering like a drowning woman. No suspicious movements so far, sir. Hans whispered to me from behind, after confirming that the coast was clear and walking up to me. Right now he was actually clean-cut and smartly dressed. I scanned the gathered nobles using my mind's eye. Nope, none at all. They are all humans. Of course, I don't have a clue if there are human spies mixed in among them. What Hans was most worried about was the sealing of the imperial family, using the Heart of Mist Calf. In other words, the warp magic. Opening a gateway to another dimension and sending life forms there required a specific technique. It should be impossible to pull off since Count Taimong was dead, but there was always that 1 in a million chance. Hans had said this during their discussion earlier. 3 days, sir. All we have to do is to endure for the next 3 days, until the coronation. That was how long until all the demonic energy from Mistcalf's heart dissipated. Meaning, the vampires had a time frame of 3 days where they could potentially try something underhanded. Hans mumbled softly, of course, if those vampires have functioning brains, they wouldn't dare try something stupid now. I agree with you on that one. The threat Hans spoke about? The odds of it happening were around 1%, tops. Even then, both Hans and I had made preparations, just in case. I glanced at Hans. His eyes were bloodshot, while thick black bags were hanging below his eyes. Man, he looks like crap, that's for sure. Hey, man, you feeling all right? I was preparing the whole night, sir. That's why. I pity you. We don't even know if they will really show up here or not. But, sir, you've also been making preparations for that off chance, haven't you? Well, yet. And thanks to that, it looks like I won't be able to weasel out of becoming the Holy King now. Just do it, sir. Some people are frothing at the mouth while trying so hard to move up in the world, you know, Hans retorted in a manner wholly unsuitable for the occasion. The nobles near us frowned deeply at his attitude. Surely these folk must have done their investigations on Hans by now. They were looking down on him and trivialized him simply because his background was that of a commoner. What an unfortunate thing that was, though. Disregarding a bona fide talent of a century just because of his lowly birth. Besides, sir, the easiest time for the vampires to make their move should be tomorrow, Hans added. Even if they were the so-called noble vampires and whatnot, they still wouldn't have the balls to infiltrate the imperial palace. That meant that they had only one chance they could potentially seize, during the coronation of the Holy King. More specifically, during the pilgrimage to the statue of Goddess Gaia located in the city's main plaza, which involved me and the others leaving the imperial palace. They would surely aim for that. In any case, you are implying that if nothing happens by tomorrow, it'll be peaceful for us, right? That's correct, sir. Hans nodded, but he kept staring at me. Please don't forget, you must make it as flashy as possible, like we've talked about. What was it again? Ah, right, like when you were showing off your military prowess back during the Church of Kelium incident. Just like that, sir. That's easier said than done, you know. It's a preventative measure, sir. Please do your best. The idea of suffering from intense muscle aches while trying to prevent something doesn't sound so appealing to me, though. I drank the wine from my glass. Hans stared at me in silence for a little while, before finally asking, "Aren't you at least a little bit apprehensive, sir?" "Regarding what?" I looked back at him, and he dry coughed as if he was flustered just now, "Even though I'm a genius. Just like we discussed earlier, the odds of them attacking us are only around 1%, sir. Even then, we're getting ready precisely because there's a 1% chance of it happening. I'm pretty sure it's not possible, but if Count Taimong is still alive somehow, then that mistake is on me. I'll take care of my own mess." "But sir, aren't you a bit too gullible? Is it all right for you to listen to the advice of a commoner? You know, Hans? I often think this, but it feels like you keep forgetting that I'm an imperial prince, you fool. If it was any other noble, they would have chopped your head off already for impudence." While glancing in dissatisfaction at Hans, I took out a parchment from my item window. The esteemed daughter of the family of guardians protecting the noble theocratic empire, Alice Astoria, is gracing us with her presence, the Grand Chamberlain loudly announced. The banquet hall's door opened, and Alice strode inside. Silence immediately descended on the venue, and I could spy the nobles beginning to get flustered. Some among them, those folks with deep religious convictions, even began praying the moment they clapped their eyes on Alice. "It's the Lady Saintess. She's the granddaughter of Cardinal Raphael, isn't she? Apparently she hid the fact that she's a saintess until now. Yes, I hear His Majesty the Holy Emperor will personally confirm whether she's a saintess or not after the coronation." The silence was quickly shattered by all their whispering, which grew loud enough to overtake the background music in the banquet hall. This reaction certainly didn't qualify as good, I'd say. Alice seemed to be flustered as well, as I could see her falter a bit just now. I muttered to no one in particular, "Well, that's gonna be troublesome." She had been hiding the truth of her being a saintess before now, all to prevent vampires coming to hunt her down, as well as to grow stronger in a safe location while no one was paying much attention to her. But I ended up exposing her secret so carelessly up north in Rania. I was definitely at fault, since I got too greedy with trying to minimize the sacrifices and protect the lives of the convict soldiers back then. I looked back down to the parchment in my hands, then called out to Hans, "Hey, Hans." "Yes, sir." I pressed the parchment to his chest. He ended up receiving it, looking rather puzzled. "You said something about advice from a commoner, right? With this, there's no more reason to say crap like that." Hans confirmed the contents of the parchment, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Jerurami. The parchment contained my decree, granting him a surname, and also bestowing a peerage that allowed him to use a residence within the capital. It's the peerage document. With my authority, I can only grant you the rank of Viscount, however. A commoner suddenly became a Viscount. Sure, the other nobles would get pretty vocal about this, but I was planning to ignore them all. I was a Magnani, and not to forget, I was about to ascend to the role of the Holy King. Who would dare raise a voice of objection regarding this issue? I looked at Hans. I'll raise your peerage to something better at a later stage. You've already accomplished more than enough to earn it, after all. Enjoy the banquet, okay? With that, I walked away. I sensed his gaze landing on my back, but I ignored it. My steps took me to a spot right before Alice, where I stood tall like a statue. She flinched in surprise and stared back at me, and I extended my hand to her. "Wanna dance?" The whispering of the nobles came to an abrupt halt. Even the music in the banquet hall changed. The nobles got into pairs at the turn of the music and began dancing to the rhythm. The gazes directed at Alice were dispersed for the time being. She made an awkward expression and answered, "This one's etiquette is still sorely lacking, and as such, I'm not certain if I can satisfy your expectations, Your Highness. Don't worry about it, since I also suck at it, too. So, why don't you teach me? Like how you taught me magic in the past." A faint smile formed on her face. It seemed that she no longer felt repulsed by me. We held hands and began dancing around clumsily, but still got to enjoy the banquet nevertheless. Tomorrow was my coronation. I predicted that it'd turn out to be a very tiring day, indeed. Chapter 276, 145. In the Name of the Holy King -1, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. The night came and went. The bright sun rose to announce the arrival of the new morning to Laurensis, the imperial capital of the theocratic empire. The ocean of people was so vast that it was impossible to count them all. It filled up the various wide roads of the city. Travelers and nobles coming from all corners of the continent arrived today to witness the coronation of the noble Holy King. At the same time, in an abandoned house somewhere in Laurensis, the progenitors, who had taken up residence here, were putting on a facade of regular humans. Infiltrating the imperial capital was incredibly tough. Perhaps due to the coronation of the Holy King, the entry inspection proved to be very strict. Priests had set up camps in front of the outer gates, and proceeded to do something utterly insane to every person wanting to enter, injecting divinity into their heads. A blood creation would have screamed from the sheer torment, which would have led to them being beheaded right there and then. The progenitors barely managed to infiltrate nonetheless by sucking up the intense pain. But now, they were planning to do something even more reckless. "You want to attack the Holy King?" The pasty complexions of the progenitors paled even further. The Count class and higher vampires had already fled from the capital a while ago. The remaining 8 progenitors were merely barons, viscounts, and Marquis Chiram. That was it. One of them was even gradually wasting away now. The progenitors turned their heads and stared at the creature in question, the one still holding that distinctive crimson jewel. "Are you really Count Taimong?" His flesh had melted down. Vampires boasted an exceptional regenerative ability, yet his hand, his feet, and even the rest of his body were basically bones. Right now he resembled an aged zombie that had lost most of its old appearance. Despite boasting the noble peerage of Count, he couldn't even do anything about his current hideous appearance, and had to suffer the indignity of stuffing himself inside a jar loaded onto a wagon so that he could slip into the city. Bandages were tightly wrapped around almost his entire body, allowing him to barely maintain his still melting body. The sound of a portion of his spine, still bent like a hunchback, collapsing and breaking apart could be heard. This creature, he, was slowly dying. "Who do I look like, then?" Count Taimong retorted while scanning the gathered vampire nobles. His eyes were stained raw with madness, but somehow he had still managed to hold on to his rationality. He was trying quite hard to rein in his emotions so that he'd get the chance to vent his rage and hatred. He continued on, and besides, we are not attacking the Holy King, but the one who's about to become it." While saying that, Count Taimong staggered weakly, and had to sit down on the spot. He panted laboriously and vomited out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained demonic energy, and instantly caught fire as soon as it was exposed to the air, evaporating. The progenitors watching this scene paled even further. "You wish to seal the Holy King? Do you think such a plan is even logical? Leave me out of this plan of yours." The plan being put forward here was to seal away the candidate to the position of the Holy King, 7th Imperial Prince Alan All-False. Rather than thinking of living like some rats in a hole, show the world the pride of vampires by sacrificing our lives. Be a hero, and seal the Holy King away. When you do, His Majesty the Vampire King shall remember you all. The progenitors had been entranced by Count Taimong's powerful declaration and had come here. But after thinking about it some more, it became clear to them that this whole thing was an act of pure madness. Not only were they stuck in the middle of the enemy territory, they were now being told to seal the figurative leader of the human monsters, the Holy King. Was such a thing even possible in the first place? Marquis Kyram, sitting on a worn-down chair with his fingers interlocked, continued to stare at Count Taimong. This sealing of the Holy King. Is it really possible? Yes, it is possible. It is. Demonic energy might be leaking out of this thing, but the gateway to purgatory can still be opened. And with my alchemical skill, I can still send at least one person to that side, in this case the Holy King. Marquis Kyram narrowed his eyes. Aren't you being too blinded by your desire for revenge? That's right. I won't deny your accusation. But Marquis, hear me well. I'm an alchemist. I act based not on my emotions, but my rationality. Count Taimong shot a pointed glare in Marquis Kyram's direction. The sealing of the Holy King, it's not an impossible task. Not at all. You must have seen it, too. The power of the Holy King. That horrifying power, that vicious, merciless personality. Marquis Kyram didn't deny that. The 7th Imperial Prince was indeed powerful and vicious, after all. Now tell me, can we afford to leave such a human unchecked? I'm asking you all this favor. Lend me your strength. I won't live for long. I will soon break down to ashes and die. But before that happens, give me a chance to exact my revenge on the bastard that has spat on my beliefs and on my life that has lasted 1.5 millennia. Count Taimong went down on his knees. He even planted his head on the floor. As tears of blood trickled down from his eyes, Taimong even began pleading as well. I beg of you, please help me, Your Excellency, Marquis Kyram. Other than the Vampire King, Count Taimong had never used the honorifics of other vampires. Such a man was discarding his lofty pride to earnestly beg them right now. Marquis Kyram watching this scene shed even more cold sweat than before. He now had to make a decision. Whether to wait for the next 150 years while suffering intense oppression, or seal that damn Holy King away and become heroes that welcomed the advent of a new world for the vampires. Marquis, sir. It's already time. Their pilgrimage will soon begin. Their only opportunity was during the pilgrimage itself. The imperial family members should be blinded by their arrogance, born out of the heavy security and their own absurd level of strength. As such, they would no doubt show many openings and let down their guard. That opening was the only chance the vampires would ever get to seal the Holy King away. Marquis Kyram sucked in a deep breath. He had finally come to a decision. We'll do it. The progenitors froze up. Their bodies began trembling from fear. Marquis Kyram glared at them. Didn't we all say we'd do it, already? His spirit speech forced the bodies of the other progenitors to move against their will. Hold on, Marquis Kyram. Before Kyram could leave the dilapidated house, he turned around to look at Taimong. You shouldn't step forward during this operation. However, Kyram stared at Count Taimong in slight puzzlement. I have another favor to ask of you. Vampires melted into the huge sea of humans on the streets. They were now biding their time. Their plan was to attract attention, and the moment the 7th Imperial Prince got too complacent, Count Taimong would use Mistkev's heart to seal that boy away. And they are indeed being careless right now. Behold the state of the streets right now. There were only the bare minimum necessary paladins manning their posts. The 7th Imperial Prince had taken the lives of so many progenitors before now. He had become far too confident of his own combat prowess, which had resulted in him climbing up to the role of Holy King. We shall strike him when he's the most defenseless. According to the reports, he's merely a strong human if he doesn't use his relics. The vampires were getting tense. Despite trembling in fear, they still pushed the crowd of people aside and continued to advance. The road leading up to Goddess Gaia's massive statue in the main plaza was restricted by the paladins. The sea of onlookers still rushed in from the left and right side of the road, however. Bells started ringing next, and the people carrying flower baskets began scattering flower petals everywhere. Marquis Kairam, still in his court jester get-up, and Count Taimong, under a thick robe, also dug into the large crowd of onlookers. There were plenty of opportunities. The cheering of the crowd would grow more raucous when the 7th Imperial Prince made his entrance, which in turn would bury most other noises, making it easier for the vampires to act. The breathing of the vampires grew heavier and faster. They focused their thoughts, preparing themselves so that they could rouse their demonic energy at a moment's notice. He only has to come near us. Just one chance. One opening, that's all. Our role is to simply distract him. Everything will be solved when we... Suddenly, all cheering abruptly came to a halt. The vampires flinched and clamped their mouths shut. The eerie silence suddenly descended everywhere after every single person present stopped making any sound. What's this? What happened? The flower petals falling from the heavens vanished, only to be replaced by snow. At the same time, faint sounds could be heard coming from afar. That sound was actually a sacred hymn being sung. The subjects of the empire standing before the entrance to the imperial palace slowly raised their heads. Boom! 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 Marquis Kairam was utterly stupefied by what he saw next. He had also raised his head up to see, just like the humans around him. The eyes of a young child among the crowd went round in surprise as he shouted something out loudly, "Mommy, it's a dragon!" Almost at the same time, Marquis Kairam gasped out as well, "Oh, my dear Lord Vampire King!" Boom! The well-polished road's surface began breaking apart. Thick, large claws dug in and shattered the ground as the creature marched on. Its large heart was pounding away loudly. Every single beat of the heart sent out waves of divinity into its surroundings. This legendary creature that boasted the lengthy spine and an equally long tail connected at the end, the horn and sharp fangs oozing with majestic dignity, and the wings made out of bone. It was the Bone Dragon. This legendary creature was taking the lead in the pilgrimage. A throne was placed on top of this creature, and a person was seated upon it. Behind the Bone Dragon were rows of undead marching forward in a well-drilled manner. Flags attached to the ends of the spear shafts they held up danced in the winds. The eyes of the musket-wielding undead were glowing sharply, even under the sunlight. Undead were also carrying a sedan chair, and Alice, riding on top of it, was singing a sacred hymn for all to hear. A bone wyvern was flying in the air, and swooped low towards the ground. The Empire's subjects, rendered speechless before now, all erupted in loud cheers. They extended their hands towards the 7th Imperial Prince. Their loud calls and clamoring in turn deafened the vampires hidden among them. Marquis Kairam and Count Taimong felt their consciousness grow fainter from this spectacle. Hans, walking among the marching undead, used a magic tool and broadcast his voice for all to hear. Now behold! Take a look, you abominable vampires! These humans already knew it. This is our noble and grand power. They knew that vampires were planning to sneak attack them. Engrave this scene to your memory and be fearful. Hide away, and shiver in your terror. Marquis Kyram clenched his teeth. They had failed. They needed to flee from here right now. Letting down their guard? Sealing the Holy King away? No, that bastard had not let his guard down at all. Sealing him would be an impossibility now. But that was no longer surprising, because he was. He is the emissary of the goddess who will pass judgment on the false lives. He is the true. The seventh imperial prince sitting on the throne, Alan All-False, slowly raised his head. Holy King! Marquis Kyram took in the boy prince's figure and shuddered in fright. Alan All-False, the one about to ascend to the Holy King's throne, had revealed his full majestic grandeur in front of the vampires. 145. In the name of the Holy King -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 277, 146. In the name of the Holy King -2, Part 1. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. The bone wyvern flew low to the ground to scan the Empire's subjects before passing them by. The holy undead held their flagpoles and muskets high, as if they wanted to pierce the heavens above. The seventh Imperial Prince, hooray! Hooray, His Majesty the Holy King, hooray! Our theocratic empire will last forever. The citizens continued to cheer on. Before long, large snowflakes falling from the sky dyed the pilgrimage road white. My bone dragon stomped through the snow created out of divinity. Please make it very noisy. And also as flashy as possible, sir. That's what Hans told me. What we're looking to achieve is prevention, sir. In 3 days' time, those bastards won't be able to do anything. 3 days. The expiration date for using the Heart of Mist Calf lasted until today, the day of the coronation. It would lose its power to open up the dimensional gateway after that. That's why. Hopefully, this much will be enough. Seated on the throne mounted on the bone dragon, I rested my chin on the palm of my hand. We would be arriving at the main plaza pretty soon. All I had to do was to pray for around 5 minutes to the massive statue of Goddess Gaia located there, then return to the Imperial Palace. Man, I'm starting to ache already. Judging from all the ominous squirming of my body, I figured that painful muscle aches were in store for me later tonight. Alice was using her resonance, while I resorted to activating the Astal rune, the throne's armrest, Amon's grimoire, and even summoned the bone dragon, too. The pilgrimage should go on for another 20 minutes or so. In other words, I had to keep this up for a little while longer. I activated Mind's Eye and continued to scan the throngs of onlookers. But there were just too many people here, and that made differentiating them difficult. Some even had their faces covered, as well. Either the vampires were not here in the first place, or were about to flee after witnessing this spectacle. If they were not here, Hans and my worries were probably for nothing. While I was thinking about stuff like that, the statue of the goddess Gaia in the distance finally entered my vision. The thing was at least 20 meters tall. We finally reached the front of the imposing statue of our dear goddess. At Charlotte's command, the paladins already on standby began the preparations for the prayer ceremony. Meanwhile, my holy undead surrounded the perimeter of the plaza, standing there in rank and file. The bone dragon came to a stop in front of the statue and lowered its head. I stood up from the throne and walked down the bone dragon's spine, its neck, and lightly jumped off from its skull. My gaze slowly drifted up the goddess statue. The goddess had long, straight hair, a helm with plumes sticking out was on her head, while an intricate yet extraordinary armor covered her figure. Finally, a sword was hanging from her hip. I gotta say, from what angle does she look like the goddess of love and mercy, or the goddess of life itself? Man, even the goddess herself looks like a battle maniac. As expected of a violence-loving religious organization. What a bunch of bloodthirsty savages, if you ask me. Charlotte walked up to me and whispered in my ear, "Please offer your prayers, and we will be finished after that." A gorgeously decorated altar was placed before the statue, while an impressively gilded holy book was resting on top of said altar. Decorations made from countless flowers were lined up on the left and right of the altar, too. I silently walked over there and stood tall before the goddess statue, prompting the loud cheering of the crowd to gradually die down. The atmosphere became solemn rather quickly. Only Alice's singing was ringing out gently in my surroundings. I brought my hands together, locked my fingers, and went down on one knee. The holy undead, the paladins, and even the citizens all knelt to offer their prayers, as well. In the middle of my prayer, though, I cracked my eyelids open a sliver. It's now the only chance the vampires would get if they want to attack. So, what are you all going to do now? Will you risk your lives in a suicidal act, or get frightened out of your wits and withdraw? Whatever you choose to do today, it'll still be the confirmation of your defeat. I curled up the corners of my lips and closed my eyes again to continue with the prayer. TL, in third-person POV. Marquis Chiram was hidden among the huge crowd, kneeling down as well. He interlocked his fingers and bowed down to pretend that he was praying too. How humiliating this was! Getting terrified by the Holy King wasn't humiliating enough, but now, he even had to kneel and bow his head to the goddess of life. He felt like shedding tears of blood from the misery of it all. It's now. He heard a quiet whisper within this still silence. Marquis Chiram flinched in surprise and turned his head. Count Taimong was glaring at the 7th Imperial Prince kneeling before the goddess statue with bloodshot eyes. Judging from how he was shuddering away like that, it was rather clear that his rationality had failed to keep up with his surging emotions. Damn it, Count Taimong has lost his rationality. Right now was the time for them to withdraw, yet Taimong had become completely blinded by his desire for revenge. Count Taimong tried to get up, but Marquis Chiram quickly reached out and grabbed the enraged alchemist's arm, silently shaking his head. The moment Count Taimong stood up, they would pounce on him without mercy. Take a good look. It might not be the case with the others, but at least with the holy undead, they were all just pretending to be praying right now. They might be kneeling and bowing their heads, but their hands had never let go of their weapons. Even the bone dragon was scanning the crowd with its brightly glowing eyeballs. It was like they were searching for any vampires. Everyone was on their knees, praying. Standing up in such a place would instantly paint a target on your back. No matter what, I'll still end up dying, Marquis. When he heard that reply, Marquis Chiram's gaze shifted over to the hand gripping Count Taimong's arm. He distinctly felt the sensation of flesh melting away underneath the loose-fitting robe. The powerful divinity was still melting the vampire's whole body down and gradually killing him. He even had to listen to a saintess singing a sacred hymn, so his demise was pretty much guaranteed now. As such, I choose to struggle, even if it's all by myself. The light of determination burned fiercely in Count Taimong's eyes. He was determined to land at least one sucker punch to the bastard, even if doing so would cost his life. It seemed to be impossible to change his mind at this stage. It couldn't be helped anymore. Marquis Chiram quietly closed his eyes. Very well. In that case, Regis, Biraman, Gron, he called out to the other progenitors hidden within the crowd using spirit speech filled with demonic energy. Progenitor vampires that were hiding among the onlookers in various locations flinched in surprise. Matching the new disturbance, the holy undead responded in unison. Hundreds of holy undead and the bone dragon glared at Marquis Chiram. They had detected the flow of demonic energy. Marquis Chiram. Count Taimong's eyes opened wider in shock. This is an order. Marquis Chiram used spirit speech once more. The holy undead all stood up, and gripped their weapons tighter. Hurry up, and attack Holy King Alan all false right in. Crunch! Count Taimong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That was because, in less than a blink of an eye, the bone dragon's large maw had ripped Marquis Chiram's upper torso in half. Ah! Count Taimong gasped out in shock. At this time, the Empire's citizens near Marquis Chiram finally sensed that something was off. They began cracking open their eyes a little. The sight greeting them was the remnant of someone's lower torso going up in bluish flames. They were initially dazed by this scene, but blood-curdling screams resounded out soon after. KKAAAAA. APP person is on fire. The prayer session came to an abrupt halt. All the nearby citizens screamed and fell into a bout of panic. Count Taimong clenched his teeth. This was his opportunity. The sole opportunity Marquis Kairam managed to create by sacrificing his own life. Right at this moment, I shall seal the Holy King away. Taimong glared at Alan currently kneeling in front of the goddess statue. Even though the vampires had revealed themselves and the citizens had all fallen into a panicked state, he didn't pay any heed and had not moved from the spot. Complete indifference. It looked as if he was continuing his prayer, as dictated by his deeply pious heart. At the same time, he was clearly looking down on the vampires right now, too. Be bloody hell! My body, it's moving on its own. The hidden vampires began raising up their demonic energy against their will after Marquis Kairam's spirit speech affected them. That focused the attention of the holy undead to them. The eerie creatures gripped their weapons tightly. They glared at the vampires with burning eyeballs, then took aim with their muskets. Wait a minute. Holy bullets containing healing magic were fired in a loud cacophony, and the vampires hidden among the citizens were killed off after turning into beehives, all full of holes. Their entire bodies were riddled with gunshot holes, and their corpses went up in flames. We don't have a choice now. Attack the Holy King. They had been discovered already. Marquis Kairam had been blessed with a type of divine aura called glib tongue of bedazzlement. This skill exerted a power that none of the vampires, brainwashed by him for a long time, could disobey. Let's go. The surviving vampires leapt up from their spots. The glares of every undead were locked on them in the next instant. Chapter 278, 146. In the Name of the Holy King -2, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. For the eternal extermination of all false lives. A man kitted out in a set of radiant armor stepped away from behind the bone dragon. The berserker Qasim Daryan swung his huge great sword and sliced apart an incoming vampire. Let there be never-ending glory for our master. Nasus, wielding a musket, fired a holy bullet. Charlotte raised her shield and placed her sword on top, making sure to protect Alan's unguarded back. Her sharp glares landed on the vampires next. And so, Count Taimong was finally given the opening he wanted so desperately. I cannot back away now. Now is the time to. This would be the moment that the era of prosperity for all vampires finally began, after thousands of years of ruination. And he would become. I shall be the hero recorded in the annals of history. Count Taimong's lengthy fingers quickly darted this way and that, drawing a warp magic circle on the ground. His target was right behind the unguarded back of the Holy King. The gap between him and Charlotte was narrow, but it should still be possible to land the spell there. The warp circle was rapidly completed. He slammed his palm down and injected demonic energy into it. Count Taimong's body broke down into tiny particles and his vision darkened momentarily. By the time he regained his sight, he was already right behind Prince Alan's back. At the same time, the 7th Imperial Prince had finished his prayer. He said, "Yup, Hans was right." He waved his hand and summoned a musket. Charlotte flinched in shock, spun around, and instantly took a swing with her sword. Count Taimong yanked out a crimson jewel from under his robe and pointed it at the back of Alan's head. "Do not move." His shout brought about an instant halt to Charlotte's sword swing. Her divine sword had severed a portion of Taimong's throat by then. The musket Alan had summoned was pointing at Count Taimong's face, as well. Still exposing his back, Alan turned his head slightly and glared at the vampire. I said, don't move a muscle." Count Taimong cried out, while breathing laboriously. The crimson jewel in his hand was the missing part of Mistkev's heart. Powerful demonic energy was swirling madly within it. Alan glanced at that and furrowed his brow. The moment you use your divinity, this heart will show a reaction, declared Tai Mong. What he failed to mention just then was that, even if he died right now, it was engineered so that the dimensional gateway would still open. If you do, this whole place will turn into literal hell. Tai Mong continued panting breathlessly. It felt like his body was finally breaking down out of his control. You bastard, you will be trapped inside purgatory, and the undead in there will emerge on this side. The vampire curled the corners of his lips up. Even if this bastard had made preparations, the 7th Imperial Prince was still too careless. He probably didn't expect his enemies to get this close to him. However, the 7th Imperial Prince answered with a completely disinterested expression on his face, "You think that's actually going to work?" Count Tai Mong began shedding cold sweat at that. A sword was piercing into his neck, while the muzzle of a musket was aimed at his face right now. Alice's hymn was also making his head dizzy. You're right. It might not work. Even if a bastard like you was sealed away, as long as Holy Emperor Kelt is alive, the gate to purgatory will be closed in the end. However, today's action would be. This will be our first victory. The vampire's first victory. Not just any victory either, but the successful sealing of an object of terror, Holy King Alan All False. Once this news spread to the rest of the continent, countless vampires would be encouraged to start an uprising of their own. The age of revolution would soon descend on this world. I shall become a hero, the ray of hope that will save my kind hidden throughout this world. Tai Mong was destined to disappear from this world without achieving the glorious feat of opening a gateway to another dimension. If he was going to die anyway, then he might as well die as a hero, instead. But then, Alan suddenly began snickering. Go ahead. Count Tai Mong was rendered speechless. Charlotte? Step aside for a minute. Charlotte hesitated when Alan spoke to her. It's an order. She cautiously extracted the sword cutting into Count Tai Mong, then stepped back while lowering her blade and raising her shield up. She was ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Count Tai Mong glared at the 7th Imperial Prince. He withdrew his underling. Just where was his confidence even coming from? No, do not be scared. I've already lost everything. It's foolish to be scared of a gamble when I've nothing left to lose. Alan opened his mouth. You seem to be deluding yourself, Mr. Count. You say your desire is to seal me away and achieve the first victory for the vampires. He snorted derisively as if what he heard just now had failed to impress him. Have you thought about what will happen when you fail? What? Are you even aware of what kind of an occasion this is? The 7th Imperial Prince got back to his feet, causing Count Tai Mong to falter and stumble back. Alan looked behind him, not a single sign of hesitation in his actions. Even though the heart of mist calf that could seal him away was right in front of his nose, he acted as if he didn't care. He was actively provoking the other side. This is the coronation of the Holy King. Count Tai Mong flinched. Alan dropped the musket to the floor and spread open his arms wide. And a few scared vampires tried to attack the coronation. But what if you all failed? What then? Tai Mong's eyes gradually widened. His head creaked and turned as he took in the sight of his surroundings. All the other progenitors had been slain by now. As for the Empire's subjects, they were obviously scared silly. However, none of them had fled. Their expressions might be filled with fear, but there was also a hint of expectation, an ardent wish, mixed in their faces as well. All these countless people, humans who had come from all corners of the continent. They were staring at the Holy King who had descended to this world, and the lone surviving vampire trying to stop him. So, if Tai Mong lost during this encounter, then... A twisted grin floated up on Alan's lips. Looks like your brain has finally begun to function properly. Then, it'd be practically the same as acknowledging the wide-scale defeat of the vampires. A powerful lump of fear welled up in Count Tai Mong's heart. This terror took over his rationality in an instant. Just he alone was now the deciding factor in the defeat of the entire vampire race. Keep racking your brain. Do your best to struggle. Alan held his head up high and retorted snarkily. Think about how to overcome this crisis, Mr. Count. Count Taimong's eyes shook hard. His teeth clattered noisily. His opponent held knowledge on warp magic. No, wait, it was more like, his degree of understanding on the items of the other dimension was far, far higher than Taimong's. Just what did that signify? He's already prepared a countermeasure for the warp. It was right at that moment that Count Taimong sensed a distinct presence behind him. It came from a lich breathing heavily. Nasus was taking aim with his musket right now. This undead must have been responsible for interfering with the warp magic back in the ice castle. Does his confidence come from this lich? No, that didn't seem right. Even if it was a lich, it only add more chaos to the demonic energy in Mistkev's heart once the Crimson Jewel was activated. It could be that the bastard was thinking of deciphering and cancelling Taimong's warp gate as soon as it was initiated. This human boy, he was blinded by his arrogance. Taimong had no choice but to think that way. It's impossible. This punk will never decipher my warp. There was no way anyone could match the knowledge Taimong had accumulated for the past 1500 years. The vampire count opened his eyes wider and glared at Alan. His breathing became even more rough and laborious. Phew! Ha! Ha! Count Taimong injected his demonic energy into Mistkev's heart. In response to his action, the Crimson Jewel suddenly went berserk. The nearby surrounding space distorted and warped. A line as thin as a piece of paper suddenly materialized in the empty air. It was the dimensional gateway, a warp gate connected to purgatory. And it began opening up. I shall seal you away, you bastard. Count Taimong quickly calculated, using all the accumulated knowledge in his head. He rapidly engraved rune letters in the air and encrypted the access code to the dimensional doorway. And with this, I shall announce to the rest of the world. Count Taimong's body was now crumbling away for good. I declare that, we the vampires, our kind, have finally grasped victory. The thin line split open noisily as if it was a maw of a living creature. Alan's brows shot up high as he stared inside the warp gate. It was a literal hell inside. A world dyed in monotone grey hue. The entirety of the terrain seemed to solely consist of grotesque flesh, while oceans and lakes made out of blood could be seen. Withered, dried-up trees were moving around, while bizarre corpses of non-human creatures resembling zombies were rolling around or crawling about to cannibalize their own kind. Screams were echoing throughout the grey sky, while a humongous ship made out of bones easily 100 meters plus in length sailed past his view. It was a completely different world. This perfected dimensional gateway was quite different from what the necromancers had managed to open back in Elusha. The doorway to purgatory had finally opened up in this world. You really opened it. Witnessing this scene, Alan looked stupefied, before his head fell lower. Count Taimong watched that reaction and broke into a loud peal of laughter. Indeed, this fool had been putting on an act. This human was planning to scare Taimong into not completing the warp gate today. Oh, hear me, Holy King. Be frightened. Your accursed power, your accursed flesh, they will all be sealed away in. Thank you very much, Count Taimong. Alan held his forehead, all the while slowly raising his head. A smile was etched on his face, but it was an indescribably cruel and twisted smile. He said, what you moron, have done is. His appearance, it. You opened the gateway to hell that the vampires will travel through very soon. It was like looking at the face of a demon king from a fairy tale. 146. In the name of the Holy King -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 279, 147. In the name of the Holy King -3, Part 1. Translate by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. The gateway to purgatory materialized right in the middle of the plaza. The Empire's subjects started screaming loudly in terror. A world so horrifying and disgusting to behold, where lands were made out of writhing flesh and bizarre screams reverberated throughout the sky. Zombies roamed around freely, devouring their own kind, while a ship of death was floating on the ocean of blood. Unlike his screaming subjects, however, Alan was smiling deeply. He swept his gaze over the crowd. Their attention was completely focused on the warp gate right now. This was what he had been waiting for all along. Now behold, my subjects! Alan roared out as loudly as he could. This is the world the vampires wish to create. What? What was he even talking about? Count Taimong's gaze shifted over to purgatory. That hellish place was so horrifying that not even vampires could survive there for long. Yet, this boy was saying something about vampires wanting to create such a world? What these bastards want to see is our world turning into hell. I ask all of you, do you wish to live in a hellish world like that? A sudden deathly chill ran down Count Taimong's spine just then. Oh, my gods! This was a trap. This boy, he had deliberately allowed the gateway to purgatory to open up. All so that he could turn every single vampire into an object of terror and drive that idea deep into the hearts of everyone in this world. What this bastard was aiming to achieve right now, was: we shall stop these monsters. It was to show to the world the scene of him closing the gate to purgatory, and completely crushing the vampires. It was to prove that the imperial family were the absolute beings. Nasus. The lich named Nasus stepped forward, then it held its musket up to fire a projectile. The gateway that was gradually opening wider was struck by the holy bullet and stopped growing. The lich indeed stopped the warp gate's expansion, but its effort wasn't perfect. The ancient runes, encrypted by Count Taimong himself, were impossible to decipher in such a short period of time. That's right. It's impossible, I tell you. It's utterly impossible. Even if it was a lich, all it could do right now was to buy some time. As such, now was Taimong's chance. Seal the bastard away, now. Phew! Count Taimong raised both of his hands, and slammed them down on the ground with every ounce of energy he could muster. That caused the gateway to the purgatory to expand even further. It swirled and spun around as if it wanted to suck something in. Countless hands made out of bones suddenly shot out from the gateway to grab at Alan's body. Almost instantly, his body began breaking apart into tiny particles. Yes, I did it. Count Taimong's expression brightened, but that lasted only for a short moment. Alan was just standing there, his arms crossed in front of his chest. He wasn't budging from his spot. Taimong was overcome with anxiety at this sight. Just what's making you feel so confident like this? This was a sealing technique. Yet the bastard about to be sealed away wasn't putting up any resistance whatsoever, nor did he even try to decipher the secrets of the runes. No, he was simply accepting it. But what could possibly be his reason? Viscount Hans Jerurami, the Holy King suddenly called out, and another human stepped out into the open. Count Taimong's eyes automatically shifted over to him. This young man was accompanied by many paladins, who were carrying a huge crimson jewel, the Heart of Mist Calf, as they stopped before the warp gate. What's this? The human named Hans placed the Heart of Mist Calf in front of the warp gate, then injected his mana into the crimson jewel. No, could it be? Sir, I shall now start the decoding process. And then, Count Taimong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hans continued in a confident voice, I shall close the gateway to purgatory. Hans was soaked in cold sweat right now. His fear-filled face was all too clear for everyone to see. The advice he gave to Alan back then, was this. Sir, please do everything you can to prevent the vampires from opening the gateway to purgatory. That was to prevent the vampire bastards from activating the warp gate. However, things had gone way past what was acceptable in his view right now. The 7th Imperial Prince was putting up possibly the performance of his lifetime in front of all the gathered subjects of the Empire. Let's say a warp gate opens up. Are you able to close it? The 7th Imperial Prince had asked. Hans replied confidently with, "Of course, sir. Just who am I? Aren't I a certifiable genius, sir?" He was being serious there. Sure, he might have lost to the vampires, but he still wanted to declare that he was a step ahead of those blood-sucking undead bastards. The 7th Imperial Prince grinned after hearing that reply. The end result of that grin was this development unfolding right now. Arg, bloody hell! As expected of the Imperial family, none of them were sane. Hans heard a story from Alice during their adventure in Irons. She said that whenever they were dead sure about something, the members of the Imperial family had this tendency to not ask any questions and simply bulldoze ahead. The Alan of right now neatly fit that description. There was a risk of him getting sealed away. There was also the risk of the theocratic empire falling into grave danger. Alan knew all this, yet why did it look like he didn't care about that and was enjoying himself at the moment? Wait, he's actually having fun. Hans stared at Alan before shaking his head. That couldn't be it. The 7th Imperial Prince was less than enthusiastic about becoming the Holy King. So there was simply no way that a person like him would be having fun while doing something this dangerous. This whole thing must have been him trying to perfectly wrap up this loose end, the mistake he made by letting Count Taimong escape with his life earlier. Yes, that had to be it. His Highness has entrusted me with this mission. Hans stared at the mouth of purgatory. A portion of Alan's head had disintegrated into particles and was getting sucked in there. Even in the midst of that, Alan was staring at Hans without any wavering in his eyes. Trust. Only that could be sensed within the light burning in his eyes. Yes, yes. I'll do it. Dang it, you can only overwork someone to a degree until it's no longer acceptable, you know. Hans clenched his teeth and put on a pair of goggles. He then quickly put on the next part of his attire, leather gloves and a lab apron. His clothes flapped in the winds. While glaring at the mouth of purgatory, he extended his left hand towards Mistcav's heart and his right in the direction of the warp gate. However, I won't be satisfied by the peerage of Viscount, sir. You better bestow the rank of Count, no wait, Marquis, or even a Duke, sir. Because I will be. Hans's brows shot up high. Accomplishing a feat good enough for it. He immediately got down to decoding the warp gate. He saw through the flow of demonic energy using his trusty goggles. The encrypted rune letters flowed freely within. He pictured a certain image in his head. It was of him staring at a doorway. Its sturdy lock had been encrypted. Hans grabbed his imaginary set of keys and began slotting them into the keyhole, one at a time. It didn't fit. Next. Didn't fit, again. Next. He slotted what seemed like countless keys in the keyhole over and over again. More cold sweat trickled down his skin. In the meantime, about half of Alan's body had been sucked away. No, this measly little thing won't. A key slotted itself perfectly into the keyhole. It fits. He undid the lock and opened the door. The authority to control a portion of the demonic energy flowing within the warp gate was now given to him. Next. Hans opened the door and stared at the next locked doorway. One door after another, he continued to forge ahead and deciphered the code. Not only was he swift, he was sure-footed as well. He was precise and showed no openings. Hans's eyes became bloodshot and blood began trickling down from his nostrils from the fatigue. Is he, really human? Astonishment quickly filled Count Taimong's expression. That human was systematically solving the encrypted codes that had been layered on top of one another. This is the last one. Hans stared at the last set of encrypted runes. It was like he was staring at a massive fortress wall. He grit his teeth and extended both of his hands, waving them around in the empty air. He was now trying to control all the runes and the flow of demonic energy. The demonic energy of Mist Calf aligned with his mana and they moved together. Faster. Much faster. The time span of only a few seconds felt like several hours. It was moving so very slowly. Hans's hand movements as he deciphered the code suddenly came to a halt. Charlotte's eyes shot open wider at this sight, but Alan watched silently. Hans's hands limply fell to his sides. His shoulders slumped even lower, and his whole figure plopped down to the ground. While panting with some difficulty, he looked up at the warp gate with a lost and tired expression on his face. Count Taimong had become dazed for a short while just then, but he suddenly exploded into a fit of laughter. Ha, ha ha ha. That's right, it's impossible for the likes of you. The trembling eyes of the vampire were glaring at Hans. A mere human can never decipher the ancient runes that I personally came up with. 1.5 millennia, that's the length of my life. You thought you could decode my life itself. Utter nonsense. It's your loss today. Hans winced at that, and stared at Count Taimong. Did you say loss? While saying that, he raised his hand. You know, that's my line. He then snapped his fingers. It's your loss, you damn vampire. Black hands suddenly emerged out of nowhere and grabbed the mouth of purgatory opened up by the warp gate. Taimong's eyes grew wider in an instant. It was the mediators. They were forcibly closing the warp gate. Hans shifted his gaze back to Count Taimong and retorted, knowledge accumulated over 1,500 years, is it? Indeed, you bastard probably do possess a knowledge base as vast and impressive as that number suggests. However, you see, He grabbed Taimong by the collar and slammed his forehead against the latter's head. I am the possessor of the pool of knowledge passed down through the generations of my ancestors. Tell me, between dozens of my ancestors and a single vampire, which side do you think is stronger? Stop looking down on us humans, you stinking vampire. Count Taimong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. You bastard, just what are you? Hans straightened his back, and replied confidently. I'm an alchemist from a rural backwater. And now? He turned his head and glanced at Alan. As the warp gate closed, the prince's body, which had been breaking apart in particles, began regaining its previous shape once more. I'm Viscount Hans Jerurami, who serves His Majesty the Holy King, Count. This has been a good battle, vampire. And today, you have lost to a human. Chapter 280, 147. In the Name of the Holy King -3, Part 2. Translate by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Count Taimong chuckled hollowly after hearing that. A genius. No, wait. For this human monster, the term genius seemed hopelessly inadequate. How could a human reach such a lofty height like this one has? Taimong was called a genius back in the ancient days when he was still alive, yet this human had surpassed him by an incalculable measure. The pool of knowledge inherited through the generations of his ancestors? What a funny notion that was. Even if that was true, such a pool would have totaled no more than 1,000 years at most. What won today was the knowledge accumulated by a human, his talent, and all the effort he had put in to get to where he was. That's what led to Taimong's defeat. What about him, compared to this human? He even sold his soul and became a vampire in his pursuit of alchemy, yet in the end, he couldn't even surpass this one measly living human. You think I'll accept this? Count Taimong ground his teeth noisily. No, I'll never accept it. It had been 1,500 years. Just how hard had he been working during that infinity-like span of time to achieve his goal? But now, a mere human dared to. You bastard! Count Taimong mustered up the remaining scraps of his energy and opened his jaw wide. But before his sharp fangs could reach the neck of Hans's, who was still holding onto the vampire's collar, someone viciously grabbed Taimong's head from behind. You still have something left to do, Count. This person then easily lifted Count Taimong up, before slamming the vampire's head straight into the mouth of the purgatory gate, which was gradually closing up. The vampire's tragic scream rang out. Count Taimong's head began splitting apart into tiny particles. However, he wasn't getting sucked into the warp gate, but actually getting wiped from this world due to the error in the warp magic itself. Soon afterwards, his head was gone for good. Alan, still holding onto the now headless neck of the vampire, lifted up the corpse high in the air. And as the countless subjects of the empire stared at him, he loudly declared to all who could hear, "We are the believers of Goddess Gaia. Now look, vampires! If you're still out there alive, then hear these words well and commit them to memory. We are the hunters of the vampires. This is the imperial family. We possess a power that you can never surpass. And in the name of Holy King Alan All-False, I issue a new decree. And now, through this occasion I shall declare. We shall begin the continent-wide vampire hunt. I declare war against all of you, vampires." Among the innumerable ocean of people was Marquis Kyram, still in his court jester get-up. He currently had a dazed face. From the moment his clone was destroyed until to this very moment, he had witnessed everything. We won. He killed the vampire. His Majesty the Holy King, hooray! Yes, humanity will never lose. We will definitely topple the vampires. Holy King Alan lifted up the dead Count Taimong up in the air. It was a horrifying scene of a vampire burning away to ashes, yet the cheering of the humans continued unabated. They were deeply stained by madness. This scene of them completely abandoning all of their fear and terror and entrusting themselves to the Holy King. As for the Holy King himself, as the madness-filled gazes of these zealots focused on him, he gallantly stepped onto the bone dragon's skull. He was using Count Taimong's burning corpse as an advertisement. How could a priest even think about doing something like that? That was definitely not something you could willfully do in front of the sacred goddess statue. That boy was displaying a personality far more cruel and vicious than all the demon kings found inside the fairy tales. With this, it had been decided. The vampires were defeated, while humanity found their leader. There was little doubt that among this crowd of humans, some must have been longing to become vampires themselves. After all, a vampire as an existence didn't suffer from any known disease, didn't die of old age, possessed incredible strength, and lived its life only for pleasure. Outwardly at least, there could be no other creatures as perfect as vampires. However, those people's minds would have changed the moment they clapped their eyes on the mouth of purgatory, and when the vampires were so mercilessly killed off. The hatred of the vampires they felt, and the fear of being gruesomely murdered by the Holy King if you became a vampire, would have been engraved deep into their consciences by now. Those humans who stood in awe of vampires and wished to become one would now turn their backs on that idea and begin exalting the imperial family, instead. On the other side of fear was awe, after all. Hold on, Marquis Kyram. You shouldn't step forward during this operation. However, I have another favor to ask of you. Kyram recalled what Count Taimong had told him before setting out. That bastard is getting stronger even as we speak. If we fail to seal him away today, then we'll have to resort to some other means. He rubbed his pulsing temples, hard. The very last favor Taimong had asked of him. The vampire count was worried about ultimately failing today's operation, and passed on his duty over to Kyram. You must create an army. The Holy King was planning to create an army. As such, the vampires also needed an army to fight against him. A force more powerful than the army the Holy King was planning to raise. Raise an army of blood with only the cruelest, vilest beings you can find, ones who are stained to their core with desire. Create an army that worships the night, one capable of dragging the god of death Yude down to the depths of the netherworld, and one that will make us all gods in return. But if that proves to be still inadequate, then in the northwest of the continent, there is a sealed doorway. The one sealed away by the gods. Undo their sealing. 1 year. I recommend that you finish all this preparation in 1 year. That will be. Marquis Kyram glared sharply at the Holy King standing tall above the bone dragon. The only way we can win. Very well, O Holy King of the Empire. Kyram's rage-filled eyes burned fiercely as he glared at Alan. At least for today, I acknowledge our defeat. However, this would not be the end. We shall advance even further. We shall become even stronger than ever before. And when that time arrived, we shall emerge victorious. Marquis Kyram silently disappeared into the crowd of people. TL, in first-person POV. The whole of the Imperial Palace entered emergency mode when the vampire incident happened, but too bad for me, the Holy King coronation went ahead regardless. I returned to the palace, and knelt in front of the Holy Emperor. He placed a crown on my head, then declared loudly that I was now the Holy King. Countless nobles present in the audience chamber roared out loudly, and all I could do at that moment was making a stupefied face. Holy cow! What have I done? While I was beating myself up with such thoughts in my head, night eventually came to visit again. You were wonderful today, Your Highness. While listening to Charlotte praising me, I jumped into bed. My whole body threatened to sag like a wet sponge from all the fatigue. If it was possible, I'd love to scream loudly, too. We managed to stop what the vampires were scheming to do, but it had resulted in me ascending to the position of the Holy King. Heck, I was even temporarily granted Holy Emperor Celt's authority. Humans are animals easily swayed by the mood. I couldn't help but recall the words spoken by some psychologist. Right, that's the crucial thing here, the mood. When dealing with the vampires, I ended up getting too heated up. I exerted myself to summon the bone dragon and hundreds of holy undead, then maintained them out in the open for a while. Then, there was Alice's sacred hymn and the loud cheering of the Empire's subjects. All these factors combined to steal away my reasoning and made me far too excited for my own good. I must have gone totally nuts. Why did I even make such a ruckus back then? I recalled the mug of Count Taimong. For the sake of looking all dignified and the like, I didn't even move a finger back then. My reason for that was fairly simple. If I hadn't done that, then it would have become pretty hard to get such an explosive reaction out of the crowd. Thanks to this incident, citizens were still cheering loudly in unbridled excitement, while partying up a storm on the streets of the capital despite the deepening night. The poor old me just wanted to get some sleep and recover from my fatigue, so I had to cover my ears with the pillows. But sir, you went too far. That was far too big of a gamble, Your Highness. Even if I was a certifiable genius, Hans complained while sagging into the nearby sofa. He then covered his eyes with the back of his hand. A gamble? I retorted to what he said. What do you mean by that, I wonder? Hans barely forced himself to sit up from the sofa, and addressed me in a protesting tone of voice. How could you say that, sir? I'm talking about the warp gate, of course. The warp gate. What would you have done if I failed to close up that thing? But, you weren't going to fail, were you? Hans's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. I knew you were fully capable of closing the gate. And that's why I entrusted it to you in the first place. But sir, aren't you too trusting of me? It's not that surprising for someone to believe in their retainers, now is it? Hans clamped his mouth shut. I stared at him for a bit before lying on the bed spread-eagled. Those damn vampire bastards. Now I have a lot more to do because of them. But, isn't this for the best? Your Highness, you're the Holy King now. With this, the pathway to the throne of the Holy Emperor is yours, said Charlotte while sounding genuinely pleased. Hey, you! What do you mean, this is for the best? It'd already be a minor miracle if I don't get chained to the Imperial Palace at this rate. Whatever. Anyways, you two get ready, too. Hans and Charlotte stared back at me. I returned their stare and clarified myself. My grandfather asked me this, what will be my first act as the Holy King? Charlotte cautiously replied with a question of her own, and what was your answer, Your Highness? My answer? Well, I said, I laid back down and stared at the ceiling. Raising 10,000 troops. Not 5,000 as I said before, but now I'm thinking of raising 10,000 soldiers, instead. Both Charlotte and Hans raised their brows up high. While still lying on my back, I turned my head slightly to stare at them. And the training time will be 1 year. The imperial family had more than enough wherewithal to raise an army strong enough to utterly crush the vampires now. I grinned like an idiot and addressed the pair, I'll be needing the help of you too. 147. In the Name of the Holy King -3, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 281, 148. Train Like It's the Real Deal -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Holy Emperor Kelt was walking down the Imperial Palace's corridor, Cardinal Raphael keeping him company. The palace, a sacred place, placed importance on maintaining its quiet stillness and a serious atmosphere, so much so that servants and maids were taught to walk without making a sound as their first lesson in basic etiquette. A small commotion breaking out nearby was instantly noticed, as a result. Kelt looked outside the window. The imperial palace was shielded on all sides by the tall outer walls. On its massive and wide practice grounds, thousands of people were gathered. The task the 7th imperial prince wanted to start, the nurturing of 10,000 priests, had begun in earnest. Kelt stopped walking and asked, "Don't you find this miraculous?" Raphael bowed his head a little and listened. "A boy, a Magnani, has spread the fame of the imperial family far and wide, throughout the continent. The coronation of the Holy King, and the vampires' sudden raid on the ceremony after they were frightened by him, had managed to transform the atmosphere throughout the continent. The influence and strength of the imperial family had become renowned throughout the continent, and requests for paladins to be dispatched to help came in more frequently than ever before. The ferreting out of the traitors in cahoots with the vampires, or those suspected of doing such things, had begun in earnest, in other words. Isn't this truly commendable? The idea of unifying the races and religions into one, Kelt commented further, and Raphael nodded in silent agreement. The army of priests Holy King Alan wished to create had no discrimination whatsoever. The only restriction it had imposed on itself was the number of people, at 10,000, but things like one's race or the religious background didn't matter one jot. Also, there was no discrimination based on one's station, either. As long as your character had been verified and you were deemed to possess an unyielding drive, all were welcome to join. The main god, the goddess of life and love, Gaia. And then Tamar, the god of abundance and farming, and Heim, the god of war, etc., etc. And even the god of death, Yude. Up until now, each individual had fastidiously placed emphasis on their own beliefs, while disparaging the faith of others. But now, the walls standing between such religious views were coming down. These people, who resented and hated others who did not follow the same doctrine as them and willingly turned their backs on others, and despite the memories of previous war hanging over their heads, their disparate religious views were gradually unifying under one banner. The reason for that was the dark elf princess Tina's coronation. Through the appearance of the World Tree, Aslan had turned into the land of abundance. Alan's role in that incident was undeniably great. It had resulted in believers worshipping Gaia emerging from Aslan. We also have the exact opposite of that, too. Indeed, many believers that worshipped the god of death had also emerged from within the theocratic empire. This was the result of Alan wielding necromancy openly. There was no bitter conflict here, just devout theologians from various nations coming together to passionately discuss their beliefs and grow closer in the process. The world has begun unifying under one banner. Nothing remotely close to something like this had occurred during the past several millennia in the continent's history. But there was no denying the fact that this kind of solidarity played a crucial role in driving out the vampire menace for good. However, 10,000, Emperor Kelt muttered, frowning deeply. No matter how excellent the financial health of the imperial family was, it'd still be a challenge to come up with enough funds in the short time span of 1 year to support such a large number of people. Your Majesty, His Imperial Highness has requested that the supplies be ready on time. Raphael's cautious reminder caused Kelt to powerfully massage his temples. Supplying enough provisions, armor, and even weapons and other sundry equipment for the entire duration of 1 year. That's what the boy had requested. Of course, it was not an impossibility if the imperial court decided to open up its treasury, but even then, the cost involved was enormous. However, it's too late to go back on my word now, Emperor Kelt sighed. He had his pride as the Holy Emperor. Besides, the grandson he was so proud of was about to embark on his first wide-scale operation, so it would not be good if the supposedly doting grandfather decided to stand in the boy's way, now, would it? Raphael. Open the Imperial Palace's treasury. Then we should be able to meet our financial obligation. Your Majesty. The funds have already been prepared, my lord. Kelt's brows shot up high at that. He quickly turned around and stared at Raphael. The cardinal could only groan softly under his breath as his reply, His Highness the 7th Imperial Prince has provided the necessary funds, Your Majesty. TL, in first-person POV. I was walking down the palace's corridors, accompanied by Hans and Charlotte, who were following right behind me. There shouldn't be any problem with the funds, I said. That's right, absolutely no problem on that front. Money? Such a thing was nothing to me. I still had all those treasures I had, retrieved from the ancient Aslan tomb in my possession, after all. And I guess the recruitment process won't be an issue, either. Here was an opportunity for them to raise their status. Not just serfs, but commoners and mercenaries hailing from all corners of the continent, and perhaps even runaway slaves. I had bet they'd flock here. If there was a potential problem here, then it'd be with their character and their tenacity, their drive not to give up. That's what they needed to be tested on. I ended up asking for an impossible favor from my oldest sister, though. I smiled wryly after remembering something. Before Hilda left for her own territory, I had basically demanded enough equipment to outfit 10,000 people from her, stuff like chainmail, swords, spears, arrows, maces, and shields, etc., etc. We weren't talking about one type of each armament, either, but every variety imaginable. Don't you worry. 3 months will be enough. Hilda told me, while giving me a rather manly thumb up. Well, at this point all I could do now was to pray that the poor dwarves didn't keel over from overwork. I stopped walking down the corridor and stared at those currently gathered in the practice grounds of the Imperial Palace. Under Harmon's command, the new recruits were standing around in sloppy approximations of rank and file. Some were even yawning grandly. I couldn't spot a single lick of fighting spirit anywhere. Well, it's like I'm looking at the Tang Dynasty's army. Tang Dynasty? Charlotte repeated softly, tilting her head in confusion. I noticed a couple of familiar faces among the recruits. One of them happened to be Grill, from Rania. You know, Charlotte's adopted father. Hang on, did Grill also volunteer? I tried to talk him out of him, but he insisted. Charlotte shook her head and held her forehead as if a migraine had suddenly begun assaulting her. Well, if that dude was dreaming of becoming a paladin, who was I to say no to him? If he was suddenly overcome with a desire to move up in the world despite his age, then I had no thoughts of dissuading him. The other familiar faces belonged to Adolf and Yuria from Irons. I had sent special letters of recommendation for those two, actually. I smiled faintly while staring at the two. Still, changing your status won't be as easy as they think. I turned around to face Hans and Charlotte. What we needed were capable soldiers, not some delectable prey that would only serve to stoke the enemy's fighting spirit. What are you planning to do with them, my lord? Charlotte asked me seriously, and I briefly glanced back at the would-be soldiers. It didn't matter whether they swung their swords hundreds of times in the air or trained tirelessly inside a definitely not dangerous greenhouse, they'd still fall way short of the soldiers who had experienced real combat. They are supposed to go up against the vampires. So, I figured it'd be good to make them earn some real-world experience. Send a communique to Queen Tina of Aslan. When I suddenly mentioned Aslan's ruler, both Charlotte and Hans began tilting their heads in more confusion. Tell her that we're going to utilize the walls of the border region. We shall move this army over there. What we'd find there should be wonderful opportunities to let them experience real combat situations. TL, in third-person POV. It had been 2 weeks since the new recruits came in. They continued to build up their stamina through regular training. Just as they became more or less used to the training regime, they were supplied with their own equipment. After receiving his, Grill could only make a stupefied face. The equipment resting before him was old and shabby. Not even the abandoned weapons found in some rural farmstead would be this rusty. Grill hesitantly picked up an axe with its blade dyed mud brown, as well as a wooden shield that had rotted until there were holes in it. What are we supposed to do with these things? I wonder about that myself. Grill shifted his gaze to his side. He spotted the former mercenary, Adolf, picking up his sword. That sword's blade had been chipped so badly that forget about cutting something with it, using it like a club would be a far faster way to kill an enemy instead. And this is mine. Grill heard that soft murmur and looked around Adolf's frame. He noticed a young girl tightly holding onto a short sword there. He couldn't help but comment when he saw her, "What the? I heard that you have to be 18 or older to join up, so why is there a shorty like her here?" Yuria furrowed her brow, then suddenly kicked Grill on his shin. He grunted in pain and hurriedly rubbed his aching limb. "I came here after getting a letter of recommendation, you know." "A letter from who?" Adolf's question was answered energetically by Yuria, the Orichalcan-ranked mercenary, Lord Alan, of course. Adolf instantly clamped his mouth shut. What she said just now implied that the 7th Imperial Prince, no wait, the Holy King himself, had personally written the recommendation for this girl. Ah! I see. Which also meant that Adolf was in no position to look down on Yuria, since he too came here with such a letter of recommendation. "By the way, a lot of people have gathered here," commented Yuria, staring at the others currently standing around in the practice grounds. Adolf replied to her observation, "I heard that the first batch of the recruits numbers around 2050 or so. The plan is to accept up to 10 batches of recruits." 10 batches, you say? Yuria ended up tilting her head at that revelation. Did that mean rather than 10,000, now it'd be 20,000, instead? Adolf shook his head to say he wasn't sure, either. Whatever the case may be, we're all classmates, so to speak, so let's work together to get through this. Grill extended his hand energetically. Ah, yes. Of course. Let's give it our all, together. Adolf grabbed and shook Grill's extended hand. Yuria also cautiously reached out and placed her hand on theirs, prompting Grill to quip again, "But, it might be too much for a little girl like you, though." Which promptly earned him another kick in the shin. Chapter 282, 148. Train Like It's the Real Deal -1, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Eventually, the noisy equipment distribution came to an end. At the end of the distribution, Harmon began issuing new commands to the recruits. "Everyone, get ready. Your new training shall start from." Right at that moment, paladins suddenly marched into the practice grounds. Harmon stopped talking in surprise and confusion. One of the paladins walked up to him to whisper something in his ear. "Real combat training? Where?" "The border region to Aslan." The paladin nodded silently at Harmon's question. Meanwhile, the other paladins stepping inside the practice grounds were dropping a large rucksack in front of each confused recruit. What the heck? Why are they so heavy? The recruits were already kitted out in their newly supplied armor. Now a leather bag filled with luggage was being given to them. Its contents were food and water meant to last a week, an outdoor tent, a blanket, a simple first aid kit with some bandages, and even a small shovel as well. From now on, we begin our march. The recruits stared at Harmon, their faces stunned. Our destination is the border region with Aslan, where our border wall rests. We have a 2-week march to reach there. 2 weeks. The eyes of all the recruits widened greatly in an instant. Even riding on carriages, it would take 2 weeks to get to the border. But now, this many people had to walk on foot to reach there in less than 2 weeks. Those who fall behind will have their qualification to become the Empire's proud soldiers revoked. Harmon shouted out while scanning the faces of the recruits. What are you all doing? Pick up your bags. The recruits hesitantly lifted up their bags. With Harmon at the front, the recruits formed somewhat orderly lines and marched out of the Imperial Palace. And so, their long march began. However, winter hadn't ended yet and snow still fell from the heavens. The paladins leading the wagons closely observed the new recruits toiling away. Phew! Phew! Grill was breathing heavily as he struggled with his bag. Adolf shifted his gaze over to Yuria, marching next to him. Are you doing all right? Please don't worry. I can definitely do this, Yuria replied while carrying a bag larger than she was. She was also grunting in some difficulty, however. In any case, Adolf furrowed his brow. When are we supposed to take a break? 8 hours of non-stop marching, then 2 hours of break, followed up by yet another 8 hours of grueling march. The tiring, unforgiving march continued on in this manner. They had to sleep during those 2 hours of breaks, as well. It wasn't surprising to see all the recruits were exhausted. The ones you're about to face in the future are vampires, who do not sleep at night. Harmon was walking on the road and shouting at them. So, you must get used to this. If you fail to endure, then forget about becoming a paladin, you won't even become a cleric. Grill listened to Harmon's shouts, panting laboriously. Even though the paladin was roaring at the top of his lungs and commanding the troops while marching alongside them, he didn't even look remotely tired. Just what was up with his monstrous stamina? That man was once Charlotte's superior officer, although he somehow ended up as her subordinate these days. Bloody hell, just who am I? I'm the proud father of a daughter serving as a paladin. You think I can't endure this little bit of hardship? Grill gnashed his teeth and continued to forge ahead. Arg, what a bother! Adolf flinched a little at that angry-sounding yell, and glanced to his side. Yuria and her deeply crumpled expression was glaring at Grill walking ahead of her. An uncle like that is doing it, so I can definitely do it, too. She chased after Grill with determination to spare. Well, they are overflowing with tenacity, at least. Adolf turned his head at that voice, and promptly froze in surprise. Fella, isn't that a bit too uncomfortable to wear? A rather peculiar individual among the recruits was walking next to him. This person was kitted out in the set of heavy chainmail and a surcoat while carrying the rucksack on his back. On these points alone, he didn't seem all that different from any other recruits. Other than the fact that a bird-beak mask was covering his face, instead of the usual helm that everyone else had to wear, that was. Nope, not at all, said this peculiar bird-beak masked recruit with a shake of his head. This guy was not even bothering with polite speech from the very beginning. Adolf thought inwardly that indeed, the world was full of eccentric people like this guy. We will be comrades moving on, so we should at least exchange our names, don't you think? My name is Adolf. Adolf extended his hand, and the eccentric recruit shook it firmly and replied, I'm Extra, an apothecary. The march continued on, and half of the original group eventually dropped out. Around the time the second week was coming to an end, the recruits finally could see their destination in the distance. I see it. It's the border wall. They excitedly pointed at the wall standing tall and proud at the border region. They stared at the tall and imposing structure and rejoiced. Harmon took a deep breath and exhaled softly. He seemed to be tired as well, because he had to shake his head once before he could shout at the recruits, "Prepare to set up camp." Even though everyone was exhausted, they still went ahead and prepared camp. Finally, "It's over." "No, wait a minute. We still have to go back, right? Dear Goddess! Goddess Gaia, please save our souls. Still, we should at least get a good night's sleep tonight." The recruits vented their dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Grill, Adolf, and Yuria worked together to prepare for the night. They gathered firewood and set up their tents. While staring at the tall border wall, Grill let out an exclamation of awe. "Wow! So that's the border wall that kept Aslan out all this time." That wall signified the border to the nation of Aslan, the one that Charlotte had crossed over to wage war in the not-too-distant past. "Uncle? Your mouth," Yuria called out to Grill, and he hurriedly clamped his slack jaw shut. As they got back to work, Adolf walked up to them. "I received our share of food and water." The week's worth of provisions they had received at the start of the march had long run out during this 2-week-long journey. Maybe that was the reason why new provisions were being distributed by the fortress near the border wall. "Isn't this a lot?" Yuria asked, while her brows shot up. "Maybe it's also for another week," Adolf replied, rubbing his chin. He didn't forget to sneak a glance at other recruits nearby, however. Some of them were gorging themselves, while a few others were splitting a portion of the new provisions and cautiously packing them away in their luggage for safekeeping. "It seems that food and water will remain important in the future, too," Adolf muttered to no one in particular. "That should be the case. It'll be smarter of you to eat sparingly from now on," a voice suddenly came from the side, and Adolf turned his head to look. "Oh, it's you. So. It's extra. What a unique name that is," thought Adolf. Also, a fairly easy name to forget, as well. Grill stared at the man wearing the bird beak mask and just had to say something. "Now that's a weird mask you got there, fella. If you aren't a former cleric, then you must be a real oddball." Yuria promptly retorted to him, "But uncle, you're the real oddball here, you know." "Hey, you. You have a problem with me or something? You're the one who started it first." Grill and Yuria began bickering away. Extra ignored those two and turned his attention back to Adolf. "Is it fine to join you?" "Of course." Adolf nodded back. Although this masked recruit looked rather weird, he didn't come across as a bad person, at least. More importantly, though, if he was an apothecary, then he might prove to be helpful later on. Adolf turned his head and watched Grill, Yuria, and Extra chatting away. Even in the middle of their chat, they still glanced in the general direction of the border wall behind them. Priests donning the distinctive white robes had gathered there, but there were some others who looked like magicians wearing black robes in front of them, as well. Are they necromancers? Adolf wondered inwardly. Aslan had become a vassal nation to the theocratic empire after the war. As such, it would not be that surprising to receive support from the necromancers. The real question was, though, why were they here in the first place? Everyone, rest up well for tonight. Today's training will end with the conclusion of the march. The recruits roared out in elation at Harmon's words. But Adolf was making a wary expression, instead. Is that for real? What do you mean? When Yuria asked that, Adolf looked back at her and replied, I was talking about our training. Grill butted in, Nah, it should be fine. Lord Harmon might have a stiff upper lip and makes a lot of wrong assumptions like an idiot, but let me tell you this. Harmon suddenly fake coughed for some reason in the distance. He sure can be flexible when it comes to it, Grill declared quite confidently. Yuria asked him while sounding rather surprised, Uncle, are you acquainted with that Lord Paladin? Of course. I may look this way, but I'm acquainted with lots of people in high places, girly. Grill stood tall and proud as he answered. Yuria stared at him with an uncertain expression on her face. It'll be a good idea to get some sleep now. The trio's gaze shifted over to the man wearing the bird beak mask. He was advising them for some reason. Things will get really hectic from tomorrow on. Those words seemed to contain some other deeper meaning. However, both Grill and Yuria didn't think too much about it. Only Adolf continued to stare at Extra. Well, then. Lights out. With the exception of the recruits doing the night watch duties, the rest went to bed. As the night deepened, the necromancers began wielding their staves. They used demonic energy to summon some fog to cover the ground, and the fog slowly seeped into the tents of the sleeping recruits. And so, the next morning, a nasty surprise was in store for the recruits after they woke up, causing them to open their eyes real wide. Cough. Cough. Buyug. Several recruits suddenly broke out in high fever. Some even coughed and wheezed non-stop, while vomiting as well. What the heck? What's going on here? Grill, Adolf, and Yuria stared at this sight in a daze. Of the 1,000 remaining recruits, about 50 of them were plopped down on the ground while vomiting away. Their panting sounded so laborious that they might keel over at any given moment. Adolf checked out the black spots appearing on those recruits' faces. Wait, could that be? It's a plague, Extra muttered. Adolf automatically gasped, a plague. A plague had spread out overnight through the camp. Adolf hurriedly looked around and saw the priests in the distance, but none of them were making a move. He quickly approached Harmon and asked him. Lord Paladin, it's a plague. Sir, if it's not treated right away. Harmon glanced at him before replying, don't worry. What do you mean? Yuria and Grill had also come over to ask. Harmon continued on, it's nothing more than a non-life-threatening plague. Of course, we don't know what will happen once the illness becomes worse, but if that happens, we shall make our move. When Adolf heard that reply, he automatically recalled the necromancers he had seen late last night. No, it couldn't be. Harmon swept his gaze over the recruits. This is your next training. He then called out loudly to everyone, survive the plague. The faces of Grill, Adolf, and Yuria paled in an instant at that order. 148. Train like it's the real deal -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 283, 149. Train like it's the real deal -2, Part 1. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. While still in my disguise as Extra, I continued to observe the new recruits closely. Isn't that insane? You want us to survive a plague? Unsurprisingly, they began protesting vociferously, but Harmon simply shook his head and countered them, saying, we've already told you this. Instances of casualties arising from our training methods will almost never happen. You must cooperate with your comrades to endure this trial. That is your training this time. Almost. What do you mean by almost? Isn't that basically the same thing as you admitting that someone will die? Well, this sure turned into a fine mess. I could tell that everyone was terrified out of their wits. Some were even saying that they'd rather give up the training here. How pathetic. There were quite a lot of dropouts. More than I expected, at least. Too bad, as I wasn't even considering lowering the difficulty level of the training regime. The thing was, this training they were asked to do? It was the most basic of all basic training that all the Heavenly Army members had to go through. Here's the thing, vampires didn't get tired. They didn't care whether it was day or night. It was natural that we'd resort to a forced march to build up the new recruits' stamina. The claws and fangs of the vampires carried toxins and were also capable of spreading plagues, as well. So this training of enduring plagues was meant to build up one's resistance against the illnesses and learn how to adapt as quickly as possible. Of course, it was also to foster even closer camaraderie, too. The first 50 recruits to contract the plague? They were actually members of the Order of the Crimson Cross, one of the loyal forces of the theocratic empire. Whether these recruits would attack or abandon their sickly comrades, or nurse them back to health and take care of them, that would be where these people would be judged. Vampires were very strong. You couldn't beat them with 1 or 2 sloppily trained soldiers. That's why teamwork was crucial and the sense of belonging to a group was an absolute necessity. For the next week or so, we were planning to observe their behavior. And so, time ticked by pretty quickly. The plague continued to spread. If someone contracted it, then the new recruits distanced themselves from that person, even though they were supposed to be comrades in arms. Too bad for them, they would be disqualified. Didn't you say you were an apothecary? It was getting late at night. Someone shouted in my direction, so I turned my head to look. A group of recruits was walking towards me in a huff. Don't you have any healing medicine or something? Unfortunately, no. What about the mask you're wearing, then? I heard that it can prevent the plague from infecting you. That's true. It has such functions, but I only have this one mask. The gazes of the nearby recruiters all focused on us. One of the group reached out and grabbed my collar. Since you have that mask, you might also have some other medicines to deal with this plague, am I right? Hurry up and cough it out. My comrade is dying right now. He sounded pretty anxious at the moment. I replied to him calmly, your comrade should give up, then. The priests on standby will treat your friend in that case. Damn it, that idiot won't give up, and that's the whole problem here. Even back at home in the village, he kept making all those big boasts, you know. Even when we were young, he kept mouthing off about becoming a knight or whatever. But now, Harmon walked up to us and asked in a grave voice, "Oh, you soldier over there. What are you doing?" The recruit groaned under his breath and let go of my collar. I spoke up again, it's too bad, but other than some salves to apply to external wounds, the one we received as a part of our supplies, I don't have any treatments for plagues like this one. As for the rest of my stuff, they were confiscated. What about your mask, then? They said they don't mind if I use it as a healer's mask. The recruit clicked his tongue before leaving in dissatisfaction. That guy, he definitely got a passing grade just now. Not only did he care about his comrade, he also acted rationally, despite the situation being urgent. I entered the tent where Grill's group was staying. Cough. Cough. Grill was coughing away, and suffering from a high fever. Uriah wiped his sweaty forehead with a handkerchief soaked in water. As for Adolf, he was melting the snow found outside to restock the drinking water supply now running dangerously low. These 3 were also getting full passing marks from me. Uncle, please, just give up. You might really die if you keep this up, you know. Uriah said in a worried voice. Don't make me laugh. My Charlotte became a paladin. My daughter became one, so why can't her father do it, too? I think that's enough of your delusions of grandeur. I'm telling you, I'm not delusional. Grill continued to deny what Uriah was saying to him. Adolf took Grill's wrist to check the pulse before injecting some divinity into him. You know medical techniques? I asked Adolf in some surprise. Nah, it's just some emergency first aid stuff that most other mercenaries also know about. Its effectiveness is negligible at best. I can't even heal a common flu, you see. Adolf looked back at me and asked instead, by any chance, do you know any treatment methods? I know you said that other than what's been supplied to us, everything else of yours got confiscated, but you're still an apothecary, so you must know how to diagnose someone, at least. I took out a gourd-shaped bottle from my inner pocket. What great timing this was! My initial plan was to use this alias of Extra to write a letter and send it to these folks along with the elixir concocted by Hans, but now that we were already acquainted like this, I might as well give it to them right now. If you want medicine, Well, I do have this. What kind of a medicine is this? It's a real cure-all wonder drug. Except that it's got a nasty stench. While saying that, I popped the cork open. The soul-shuddering stench quickly filled the interior of the tent. Heck, the smell must have gotten outside too, because we could hear the other recruits beyond the tent's flaps swearing loudly. Grill was currently suffering from a high fever, meaning he was greatly weakened right now. The stench alone must have been enough to churn his stomach the other way around, because he suddenly turned his head and began throwing up inside a nearby leather rucksack. Yuria's face paled instantly at that sight. That's my bag. She angrily smacked the back of Grill's head, before making a tearful face while staring at her ruined rucksack. Adolf was also covering his nose while frowning deeply. His face told me how hard he was trying to keep the meal he had eaten earlier down in his stomach right now. I spoke to him. This potion is created by combining the sap of some plants in holy water. Not only is it effective against plagues, it'll also make your body feel so much lighter. In a few days, you may even gain some level of immunity against plagues, too. Adolf had a contemplative expression after listening to my explanation. I added one more thing, oh, and also, it doesn't contain any toxins. I know. Adolf took the gourd from me and pushed it towards Grill. Oh Mr. Adolf, you are not suggesting that I drink that thing, now are you? It's to prevent the spread of the plague. Grill, drink it. Oh my goddess. I'd rather get quarantined by myself. Besides, this tent is mine, anyway. There will not be any problems if all three of you get out of. It's too late for that. Adolf simply shoved the sloshing gourd into Grill's mouth. The latter struggled and flailed about, prompting Yuria to quickly restrain his arms and legs while grunting at the difficulty. Oh, and one more thing. You get the best effect when drinking the whole thing. When I said that, Adolf shoved the gourd even further down inside Grill's mouth. The latter continued to struggle, but eventually, his eyes rolled over and his whole body went limp. Is he dead? Yuria asked in a worried voice. No, he just blacked out. However, his condition seems to have improved, Adolf answered, after placing his hand on Grill's forehead. He sighed in relief after confirming that the high fever had gone down now. The efficacy of the drug has been confirmed with this. But seeing how its effects manifest so instantly, the drug must be quite valuable. I pushed forward 2 more bottles at Adolf and Yuria. You two should also drink them. You want us to drink something this horrible? No, I don't want to. Yuria hurriedly shook her head. But Adolf was staring at me intensely, instead. It was as if he wanted to peer into my head or something. Very well. I'll drink it. You will. Yuria was stunned by Adolf's declaration, but he simply pressed one of the bottles over to her. He then took his bottle and began shaking it lightly. This can definitely prevent the plague, yes. Of course, I replied. Yuria, drink it. But. You told me that your dream was to become a paladin and revive your monastery, didn't you? If you contract the plague now and get kicked out, then all you've achieved so far will be for nothing. I understand. Yuria firmly squeezed her eyes shut, popped the cork open, then dumped the whole thing in her mouth. Adolf also drank the potion in one go. They began groaning in pain, like someone getting tortured. Judging from their paling complexions, they must have found the taste of the elixir totally disgusting. Every medicine that's good for you is supposed to taste bad, you know. I grinned deeply and gifted them with that piece of sagely advice before leaving the tent. Okay, get some rest now. Chapter 284, 149. Train like it's the real deal -2, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Hold on. Adolf staggered back up to his feet and called out to me. I'd like to have a word with you. Us two alone. I tilted my head slightly at that. But then. Everyone, Get up! Right now! Harmon loudly roared out. The sleeping recruits all woke up from their slumber and stared at him. I shall all give you an opportunity. He stared at the confused recruits, his eyes cold and unwavering. An opportunity to give up. An opportunity for you all to return to your old regular lives before you are burdened with even more terrifying memories for the rest of your days. Anyone who wishes to give up now, show us your hands, then climb aboard the waiting carriages over there. We shall allow you to travel back to your homes. The recruits began sneaking glances at each other while listening to Harmon's announcement. Give up, he said. Was he seriously telling them to give up now, after they had endured the relentless march and even the plague? What a laughable notion that was! The recruits kept their silence, and Harmon continued on with the next part of his announcement. I see. I'll take your silence as your consent to participate in the next part of the training. He sucked in a short but deep breath. You are hereby ordered to climb to the top of the border wall. That's where your next training will begin. Next training? Adolf muttered in confusion. He probably couldn't believe the fact that they were being forced to start the next part of their training, even though the plague hadn't been dealt with yet. Too bad for him, though, he was worrying about the wrong issue here, because the recruits would be at their best physical condition during the next part of the training. I turned to look at Adolf and addressed him, that talk you wanted? Let's have it on top of the border wall, shall we? TL, in third-person POV. Adolf climbed up to the top of the border wall. Grill also managed to reach the top with Uria's support, even though he was still sniffling away constantly and rubbing his nose. The morning sun was rising up beyond the wall to brighten their surroundings. The 800 or so survivors, now standing on top of the tall wall, stared at the sight greeting them there, gasping in surprise. Their dazed gazes were now scanning the territory of Aslan beyond the border. Which moron was it? The one who said that Aslan is the land of death. Aslan. It was definitely a mysterious land. One half of it was a barren desert, while the other half was covered in expansive greenery as far as the eyes could see. Houses made out of trees, forming villages and ranches, were visible in the far-off distance. The so-called land of death was gradually transforming into a world of life right now. What an excellent place to live, don't you think? Adolf turned his head after hearing that question and stared at Extra. The latter also turned his head to lock his gaze with Adolf's. All right, so. What did you want to talk about? I was curious about something. Curious, you say? Yes. I wanted to ask you about how many more training courses are left after this one. Extra tilted his head in confusion. What are you talking about? We endured the grueling march and the plague. Then we even climbed up the border wall, too. From here on, I'm expecting the next part of the training to be all of us rapidly descending from the top. Basically, we'd be training to jump down from the wall itself. But if I consider the difficulty of the training so far, could it be that we must do this training without any safety equipment? You speak as if I'm a training instructor, or maybe even a judge. Yes, that's how you come across to me. Adolf didn't hold back as he continued, while on our way here, I made sure to study all the people around me. He took note of those who didn't seem to get tired during the march. He figured that they were all going to be comrades pretty soon, so it'd be a good idea to get acquainted with the stronger people. And I noticed that some people during the march were strangely tough. Adolf was quietly confident of his own abilities, acquired through his days as a mercenary. Even someone like him got tired towards the end, but quite a few people finished the march without any noticeable issues. OHOH? So what? I believed that those people would be able to complete all of the training. But then, they suddenly contracted the plague. Carry on. The very first set of people to come down with the plagues were a group of 50 or so. They cried out about how terrible the pain and suffering were, and gave up on the whole thing after failing to endure for 5 days. They were the same people who withstood the grueling march without seemingly breaking a sweat. Yet, they gave up so easily, because of a plague? As for the plague that kept spreading through the ranks of the recruits, although it was indeed outrageously vile, the symptoms seemed a lot milder than the ones who had first contracted it. Which made Adolf think that what happened so far was simply a distraction, so to speak. Finally, you are wearing that mask to prevent the plague from infecting you, are you not? But, this is just for show, though. Extra smacked his lips in reply. Correct, your guesses are on the money, Adolf. The mysterious masked man didn't even try to lie and admitted to it all. Adolf's expression began to gradually distort. However, you're mistaken about something. The reason you were all ordered to climb up the border wall wasn't so that you could train in the art of rapidly descending the wall yourself. It was exactly at that moment that some commotion broke out on top of the wall. Hey, it's the Lady Saintess. Lady Saintess. Grill and Yuria jumped up in surprise when the recruits began calling out loudly, and hurriedly looked below the wall themselves. Alice was down there, waving her hand at the recruits up on the wall to cheer them on. The light of confusion immediately swirled in Adolf's eyes. But, why is Lady Saintess even here? Extra snarkily retorted, what do you think? Alice took some steps away from the border wall. With her as the center, other priests surrounded her from all sides, forming a protective wall. They stopped being on passive standby mode and got down on their knees before offering their prayers. To match them, Alice began singing the sacred hymn. Adolf. Adolf flinched in surprise at his name being called and stared at Extra. The latter was backing away to create a lot of distance away from the former mercenary. As you said, I'm indeed a judge of the proceedings. And also, Extra could be seen making an eerie grin under the mask as he raised his hand. I'm also an observer who's here to find out just how well you and your comrades endure the training. He then snapped his fingers. With Extra as the center, the golden runes that formed the Aztal rune spread out like a huge spider web. It even reached down to where Alice was, by the foot of the border wall, and began gushing out powerful waves of divine power. Declaration of Sanctuary. A stupendous amount of divinity whipped around them viciously. Adolf and all the other soldiers near Extra were swept up by the storm of divinity and had to hurriedly step back. Adolf had to shield his face with his hands, just as his brows shot up high. Oh my goddess, this divinity, wasn't it? No way, the holy K. It's the undead, one of the new recruits screamed loudly. Everyone's gaze automatically shifted away from Extra to Aslan's territory beyond the border wall. A white-colored army began crawling out from the land now bathed in the rays of the rising morning sun. Creatures made out of bleached bones and kitted out in white armor, with eerie glows coming out of their hollow eye sockets. The new recruits froze up on the spot and unconsciously muttered, "Holy, undead." Over 1,000 holy undead had appeared before them. One person was commanding them from the front. Her lengthy white cape flapped magnificently in the winds. A paladin kitted out in a set of form-fitting armor and wielding a huge cross shield and a divine sword stood tall and imposing. It was none other than Charlotte Hero-Eyes. She was commanding the holy undead to advance towards the border wall. However, this was no ordinary undead army. Although it was made up of low-tier undead, they possessed siege weapons. Their formation seemed to suggest that they were here to forcibly take over the border wall. The undead gripped their muskets and began taking aim. Muskets that had been upgraded by the Aztal rune, no less. The skeleton mages glared at the new recruits on top of the wall, while their bony fingers rested on the triggers. Adolf urgently turned his head and stared at Extra. No, it can't be. The training we're about to do is. Right at that exact moment, a holy bullet cleanly pierced through Adolf's arm and blew it apart. Hey! His eyes opened wider in shock as he watched his severed arm spin through the air. This is your next training, Adolf. The former mercenary's gaze shifted back to Extra in shock. Protect the border wall from the holy undead. Extra ever so slightly shifted his mask to a side. His expression could be spied from the exposed gap. The time limit is 1 hour. The training subject this time is. There they were, his eyes arched like a pair of new moons, and the corners of his lips creepily curling up so much. It's the castle defense. Adolf thought for a moment there that this man's expression was truly cruel and vicious to behold. 149. Train like it's the real deal -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 285, 150. Train like it's the real deal -3, Part 1. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. 3 weeks ago, inside the Imperial Palace's library. Just like always, Alice was in the library, studying magic. In the mornings, she'd focus on training her physical body, while during lunchtime she'd research magic. In the afternoons, she would do image training, while her evenings were taken up with close-quarter combat drills. Another round of studying magic followed, which lasted well until the wee hours before she went to bed. She didn't forget to squeeze in her prayer sessions and learning more about the duties of a lady-in-waiting during her busy schedule, either. This whole process was how her daily life usually went. To her, this was a normal and peaceful daily pattern. Unfortunately, someone was disturbing this comfortable daily routine of hers lately. You. Lady Alice. Lady Alice. The sigh was so drawn out and heavy that it might cave in the earth below. It proved to be hard for her to ignore. Alice was unable to let it go unanswered, so she put down the book she was reading and shifted her gaze to her side. "What's the matter, Lord Hans?" When she gently spoke, Hans planted his forehead on the desk and answered, "He told me to come up with a new weapon, ma'am." "A new weapon type? How does that even make sense? Seriously now, you can only overwork someone to a degree, you know? How am I supposed to know what a cannon is, anyway? Sure, there's some kind of an ancient record of someone inventing it in the distant past, but it supposedly possesses dozens, nay, 100 times the firepower of a musket. How does that make any sense?" Alice could only smile awkwardly at that. It felt like she heard the exact same complaint coming from him dozens of times a day for a while now. "He said I'd get a fat bonus if I succeed in this task, but you. If he was talking about piles of cash, I'm already sitting on them after joining the imperial family's ranks. I'm no longer as obsessed about making money as before, you know." Hans continued to grumble and express his discontent. "Oh, you wanna be unemployed, then?" Hans flinched at the sudden voice. Alan opened the library's door and stepped inside, prompting Hans to fake chuckle to hide his awkwardness. "Of course not, sir. I was merely joking there, Your Highness." "No, wait a minute. It's now Your Majesty, isn't it, sir? In any case, you know I was simply Joe." Before Hans could finish, Alan ground his fist against the top of the alchemist's head, hard. Alice watched the duo and inwardly sighed in relief. Now that Alan was here, surely Hans would leave the library. Meaning she should be able to focus on her studies now. "Hey, Alice." Alice looked up at Alan when he called out her name. There was a somewhat mischievous grin on his face. "I need your assistance." "I beg your pardon. I was preparing for a simple simulated reality training, but it got a bit difficult, you see. Train like it's the real deal. And treat the real thing like the real deal, know what I mean?" Alan grinned brightly at her. "Please help." Oh, and as a bonus, Alan lightly shook around a gourd-shaped bottle in front of Alice's eyes. "Drink this, too." Alice recalled the events from 3 weeks ago and shook her head slowly. The contents of that bottle were ridiculously disgusting to experience, so much so that she had to wonder if Alan had reverted back to his old Mangnani ways and decided to play a nasty prank on her. However, it's not difficult at all. She didn't feel any fatigue while performing the divinity resonance. This was the effect of the elixir she had drunk 3 weeks ago. She had drunk it and immediately entered divinity control mode to offer a prayer. Her divinity reserve was amplified, and its effectiveness had improved by a great margin. She had been feeling frustrated lately, after sensing her own growth stagnating, but just a single elixir managed to completely and utterly reinvigorate her to an absurd degree. A regular priest would be crying out in elation, proclaiming that this was a God's miracle. They might remember this incredible debt for the rest of their lives, but Alan seemed to be rather indifferent about it. Honestly, I can't tell what's really in his mind. Alice looked up at the man wearing the bird-beak mask up on the border wall and grinned softly. Although her ears were catching the screams of some other people, she believed that he did this for the sake of everyone here. Everyone, do your best. For Alice, offering her prayer was the sole method of cheering she could provide to these new recruits. Oh-wah-ah! Adolf stared at his severed hand flying away. Blood sprayed out from the wound. However, that lasted only for a few seconds. Bones suddenly sprouted out from the severed stump of his arm. Blood vessels and muscle fibers then wrapped around his new bones like some kind of wiggling feelers, before new skin covered them all. What the hell? What's going on here? This bizarre phenomenon only made Adolf even more terrified. His destroyed arm suddenly grew back. He had only heard about something like this in some far-fetched rumors. This would be his first time experiencing it for real. He even had to wonder whether or not this was an illusion caused by him falling into a panicked state. It's coming, one of the recruits cried out loudly. A huge boulder was flying in towards the border wall. It was a projectile fired by a catapult. Ah! Some hapless recruits were struck by that boulder. Their bodies were ripped apart and they tumbled down below the wall. Death. Getting hit by something like that would obviously mean instant death. Don't you worry now. You won't die. Adolf hurriedly turned his head. Extra had put his mask back on and began backing away even further. Why did it feel like he was smirking under the mask, though? When you're in this sanctuary, you can't die even if you want to. Well, as long as your entire head doesn't get smashed to smithereens, that is. He said that they couldn't be killed. He said that the great divine power would restore life itself, which seemed rather contradictory. Be a good soldier and defend your positions. Risk your lives and protect this wall. That is your duty this time. When Extra said that, Adolf, Grill and Yuria all looked below the border wall. Skeletons wielding muskets were pulling the triggers again. Projectiles flew up before descending like shooting stars, turning the recruits into figurative beehives full of holes. It was a truly horrifying sight. This couldn't be training at all. No, it was a one-sided massacre. All of you, get into defensive lines. Harmon roared out at them. Grill, who had enjoyed some friendly repertoire with the paladin, worked up his courage and asked Harmon. Hold on, Sir Paladin. Nobody told us that we'd be going through training like this before. Grill, go and defend your original position. We must not lose this defensive battle, no matter what. What do you mean, we mustn't lose? Just who are we even fighting against, anyway? It's Marquise Charlotte. Grill and his puzzled face began scanning the ground below the border wall once more. Only then did he finally notice a paladin in white armor leading the equally white undead army. Charlotte was waving her sword around, commanding the undead behind her. What is she doing down there? Grill dazedly muttered out. Uncle, now isn't the time to say something weird. We gotta run. Yuria shouted at him and yanked at Grill's clothes. He stumbled and plopped on his butt, only to witness a huge boulder narrowly brush past his head. His jaw fell down to the floor. This isn't the life of a paladin I dreamed about, you know. Even if you don't fight back, our opponents are ready and willing to fight us. Harmon spoke up, glaring at Charlotte. If you don't resist, then only pain and misery awaits. His words caused the complexions of all the nearby recruits to pale instantly. Charlotte was also lacking in combat experience. In this case, what she lacked was the ability to command an army. Come and occupy the border wall. That's your job this time. Alan had said that while ordering the holy undead to follow her commands, they really acted and moved according to her orders. Use the siege weapons to attack the top of the border wall. The rest, advance. The undead heeded her command and ran forward. They then summoned ladders made out of bones to climb up on the wall. Do not allow them to reach the top. Harmon's roar resounded out. The recruits, despite still being stuck in a state of panic and confusion, began displaying hints of reacting to his commands. Fire the arrows! The recruits gripped their bows tightly and peeked over the edge of the border wall. Charlotte discovered them and issued another order. Commence firing! About 50 or so members of the musket regiment on standby simultaneously pulled their triggers. A loud cacophony of gunshots rocked the air and whitish smoke spread out everywhere. At the same time, the bodies of the recruits up on the wall were ruthlessly pierced through. This is too easy, Charlotte muttered to herself. Even though the recruits were currently being commanded by Harmon, who had plenty of combat experience, they were still a disorganized mess. There was simply no way they could defend against Alan's army. However, today should prove to be a good experience for them in the end. Alan had previously said that he didn't need some soldiers who'd get killed off too easily. No, what he was looking for were powerful clerics who swore to protect their mother nation and their loved ones. He was planning to filter out all those candidates filled with useless ambitions of their future and desire to move up in the world, before they had a chance to bloom. The holy undead were deliberately avoiding attacking the vital parts of the recruits. This was a part of Alan's orders, but despite that, Charlotte was still thinking of doing things realistically. Mace Regiment, go and take over the border wall. The skeletons wielding maces heeded her command and climbed up to the top of the border wall. They swung their maces around to force back the recruits. Shield soldiers, defend the ladders. Skeletons carrying shields created sturdy walls by stacking themselves together, and defended the ladders. Spears soldiers, form a pike wall. The pike wall of sharp spears jutted out and completely forced back the ranks of the recruits. They flinched nastily in shock, while Harmon was face-palming himself. Damn it, it's too late. The shields created impregnable walls while the lengthy spears threatened their human opponents. Forward! The skeletons began stepping forward one step at a time when Charlotte issued her next command. The recruits, not knowing what they were supposed to do here, started backing away, and the distance to the cliff-like edge of the border wall gradually narrowed. The faces of Grill, Adolf, and Yuria all paled greatly. Just as the tips of the spears reached their faces and they took one last step back, their feet dangled in the empty air. The recruits all began falling from the top of the border wall. They crash-landed on the hard, unforgiving ground below. Thud! They all experienced horrifying pain, but none of them died. Instead, their broken and shattered bones recovered rapidly. Their gazes, dazed and blurry from the impact to their heads, were directed at the top of the border wall. The holy undead began vanishing from this world, scattering away into motes of radiant light. Harmon massaged his temples while looking at the 800 or so recruits laying on their backs on the ground below. He shouted at them loudly, "Today's training will conclude here." Adolf, Grill, and Yuria waited for Harmon's next instruction with trembling eyes. "However, we shall fight another defensive battle tomorrow." This was an endless loop of hell. Chapter 286, 150. Train like it's the real deal -3, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Around 200 people declared their intentions to give up. That meant 600 or so remained behind. They gradually started to act and move according to Harmon's commands. "Our enemies are strong, but the terrain advantage is with us. Use that to its full extent," Harmon called out loudly. Grill simply roared back at him, "Don't make me laugh. They held the terrain advantage here?" Their opponent was a wholly undead army that didn't feel any fear, and was armed to the teeth with proper equipment. The recruits were having a horrible time trying to oppose such beings with their chipped swords, rusted axes, and rotting shields full of holes. Not only that, these undead were deliberately avoiding the heads or the hearts of the defenders and attacked everywhere else. Meaning, they were going easy on the living humans. I'm gonna pass this trial with flying colors and stand proudly before my daughter. Grill roared out again. Harmon stared at him, and rather than frowning, smiled faintly instead. He, and everyone else, might be full of dissatisfaction, but they were still fully following Harmon's commands. Destroy the ladders. Grill smashed his axe down on the bone ladder. The ladder broke apart, causing the undead climbing up to tumble down to the bottom of the border wall. Muskets fired their projectiles in Grill's direction, but Adolf's shield defended him just in time. Although the shield itself was large, the projectiles still punched many holes through it, forcing it back. Commence firing! Harmon roared out, and Yuria and the others held up their crossbows. Perhaps due to the weapon's weight, she was sweating buckets while trying to aim and hit the skeletons below. Time continued to tick by. The castle defense battle repeated itself day after day, and the recruits continued to fail to defend the wall. Fail, 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 fail. The training that used to happen once a day, became a twice-a-day occurrence. It didn't matter whether it was during the day or late at night, the undead raid mercilessly tormented the recruits. And so, about 2 weeks later, the recruits gradually grew more or less familiar and numb to the fear of death. Their familiarity with the various weapons also improved significantly. Their instinctive revulsion towards the undead also gradually disappeared as well. Eventually. It's been 1 hour. The training will conclude here. I congratulate you on defending the wall. It's our victory. Harmon loudly announced, and the recruits all plopped down on their butts. We won. We did it. They had finally succeeded in defending this castle. But rather than happiness, the recruits were chuckling hollowly away, instead. This training was finally over. They couldn't even recall how they managed to endure it for so long. They simply moved according to instinct now. They followed Harmon's orders so that they could protect their comrades as much as possible. They kept enduring and fought back. The end result of all that fighting was that they had managed to hold on for 1 hour. Extra, who was watching this development silently, felt a great deal of satisfaction. The number of recruits remaining was on the low side, but with this, they were now ready. They were now seasoned soldiers and all they needed from this moment on was a systematic training regime. They would no doubt serve as fine vessels that would become a new generation of paladins in the near future. My lord, you were too cruel this time, said Harmon while walking up to Extra. He had to be feeling tired as well, because he sat down on the ground. How many more times do we need to repeat this process, sire? Throughout the rest of the year. May I confirm if your intention is to kill me through overwork? Don't feel too bad, replied Extra, looking at the resting Harmon. You aren't the only one working their butts off, you know. Alice, Hans, Charlotte, and even Alan aka Extra were included in this assessment. They might enjoy little breaks every now and then, but even then, all of them would have to suffer a great deal for the remainder of the year. Sire, I'll definitely lodge a request for a long holiday later. Of course. After this training is over, take a good rest for a week or so before heading back here. Extra scanned the soldiers either sagging limply or sprawled on their backs on top of the border wall, and chuckled in a pleased tone, what a relief that no one died. But your majesty, you made sure that didn't happen, didn't you? Why are you calling me your majesty? I'm still not used to that title, you know. While retorting like that, Extra lightly tossed a gourd-shaped bottle in Harmon's direction. You drink that, too, and distribute the potion to all those who passed the last training. We don't have a lot to spare, so it's fine to distribute a smaller amount to them. I was under the impression that this potion is quite valuable. Is it fine to do that, sire? These soldiers will fight for our empire. What's the point of holding back on our support in that case? Extra replied, before turning around to leave. Return to the capital tomorrow. Carriages will be provided, so take a good rest during the journey back to the imperial palace. Thank you, sire. Harman bowed his head. With this, the successful candidates from the first batch that would become a part of the new 10,000-strong Crusader army had been found. Their final number, 557. Grill, Adolf, and Yuria climbed aboard the waiting carriage. They looked outside the moving vehicle and discovered a new batch of recruits over yonder marching towards the border wall. Oh my goddess! Grill's jaw nearly hit the floor of the carriage. Hey, they can't be from the second batch, right? These new recruits were crossing paths with the first batch leaving the scene. The expressions of the second batch of recruits brightened considerably. They were happy to see the first batch heading back to the imperial capital on carriages. Yes, our destination is right in front of us. There it is, the border wall. Finally. Our march is over. Looks like they'll let us ride carriages on our way back. The first batch of recruits kept their silence while staring at the second batch, inwardly praying for their souls. Charlotte was standing on top of the border wall, studying the incoming second batch of recruits. As she stood there in silence, one of the paladins walked up to her and whispered something in her ear. She nodded, then walked over to Extra, who was sitting rather precariously on the wall's edge, to speak to him. Your Majesty, Viscount Hans has succeeded in the experiment. Extra turned his head to look at her. He has successfully manufactured the item called cannon, Your Majesty. Inside the Aslan Royal Palace. Your Majesty, do you think this makes any sort of sense? One of the 12 feudal lords of Aslan, Retin, expressed his discontent to the ruler of Aslan, Royal Princess Tina. 1. Even if we're now a vassal state of the Empire, training in our border region. How can such a thing be logical, ma'am? Trees and plants were growing seemingly everywhere, not just inside this grand audience chamber, but even throughout the entirety of the royal palace. As the stream of water flowed gently by, a man with a rotund physique was bellowing loudly at Royal Princess Tina. Those bastards are planning to invade us. Without that reason, they wouldn't have done. Lord Retin, please calm down, Tina's clear voice rang throughout the audience chamber. Retin flinched at her spirit speech, brimming full of divinity, but he didn't back away. No, he actually stepped forward, instead. But then, the special squad made up entirely of demi-human species wearing steel masks that hid their faces, the Hashishins, quickly surrounded Tina in order to protect her. Rihan's steps came to a stuttering halt after noticing the Hashishins. My queen, this is not a matter that I can stay calm about. What are you so worried about, Lord Retin? The queen's question caused a flood of cold sweat to break out on Retin's skin. The theocratic empire's influence grows stronger every single day, Your Majesty. They even began raising an army. Without a doubt, they will soon embark on the conquest of the entire continent. Retin's words became harsher and louder. Aslan will become their first target. Those bastards, with the pretext of hunting down the vampires, will. Aslan won't be in any danger. How can you be so sure, Your Majesty? It is because I know His Majesty the Holy King well. If he indeed held some kind of ambition to conquer the continent, then our nation would have been destroyed a long time ago. But ma'am, our subjects are living in fear. Royal Princess Tina blinked several times, before standing up from the throne to walk towards one of the windows located on the left side of the audience chamber. Through this window, located high up on the royal palace itself, she took in the sight of the streets of Aslan's capital down below. You say they are living in fear. The city was overflowing with vitality. Verdant leaves covered practically everywhere, while the energy of the living abundantly flowed within the avenues. Every citizen she could see was smiling brightly away. Tina turned her head back and stared at Retin. To my eyes, they seem far more content than when my father was ruling them. Words just don't get through to you. This is why damn elves are. The Hashishins were about to make a move to punish Retin's insolent words, but Tina stopped them. You will regret this. Retin spun on his heels and left the audience chamber in a huff. Damn it. It's not going as planned. Retin grit his teeth. The reasons why Tina was allowed to become the ruler of Aslan were threefold. 1. The theocratic empire did politely demand it. 2. She was Rahama's descendant. And finally, the other nobles figured she would be an easy puppet to manipulate. Indeed, the nobles had predicted that all political power of the kingdom would naturally fall into their hands by manipulating her from behind the scenes, but then the Hashishins continued to follow her, and before long, all power became concentrated on her. Instead, even a portion of the nobility broke ranks and sided with her, while the citizens were supporting her, as well. As long as the world tree existed, her authority would remain untouchable. How dare a measly little demi-human? A lowly elf dares to rule over humans. All demi-humans were slaves. That was the ancient custom, the old mindset, deeply ingrained in the Aslan culture. As such, Retin openly expressed his dissatisfaction at a mere elf doing whatever she liked with Aslan. He eventually arrived at his quarters and closed the door behind him. I shall definitely take your head one of these days, you little elf *tch. I am the one who should have been the king of Aslan. Me, Retin. Well, in that case, why don't we make it happen, then? Retin froze instantly. As a flood of cold sweat went down his back, he quickly shifted his gaze over to a sofa located on the corner of the room. A middle-aged man in his mid to late 50s was sitting there. His abundant, yet rough and unruly hair was spread out like a lion's mane. He even had wild-looking beard as well, while his entire body was covered in muscles as hard and sturdy as the best armor available. This man, with crimson hair and eyes, was Count Duran. The progenitor vampire, Count Duran. The vampire smiled meaningfully and spoke up, what you wish to accomplish, I can make it happen for you. 150. Train like it's the real deal -3 Fin. TL, changed from Queen Tina to Royal Princess Tina to match the author's change. Chapter 287, 151. The Approaching Darkness -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Retin and 3 other feudal lords of Aslan were walking through a cave bathed in the inky black darkness. It felt like their innards were tumbling. Their heads were spinning dangerously, while their eyes couldn't see through the curtain of darkness and forced them to walk blindly here. They felt around with their hands and found the walls, then injected demonic energy into their eyes, finally giving them some view of what was in front of them. It wasn't a normal cave, after all. Their hands came in contact with some kind of viscous, sticky liquid. An acrid metallic stench came from it. It was blood. The entire inner wall of the cave was covered in thick coats of blood. The complexions of Retin and other feudal lords paled instantly. My apologies. A count capable of casting excellent warp magic has died, you see. Some idiotic blood creations were used to operate this warp magic, so the after effects will be intense for you all. We will also need about a month's preparation to open the warp gate for you to return. Duke Duran was leading the feudal lords along. Keep following me. The nobles did indeed follow, even though cold sweat was trickling down their bodies. Duke Duran was one of the progenitor vampires that they had been negotiating with previously. This was the final card against the theocratic empire the now deceased former king of Aslan, Rahama, had prepared, just in case. The inky black darkness gradually turned crimson in hue. A cacophony of noises could be heard now as well. Retin and the other feudal lords, still diligently following Duke Duran, shifted their gazes over to the right side. There was a huge opening by the cave wall, sharp sparks could be seen dancing in the air. The quartet peeked through this opening to see what was going on. Oh my gods! What they heard was the harsh clangor of metal. Below them was a stiff cliff face. They could see a crater-like area at the bottom where molten lava was flowing out. Meanwhile, goblins were hurriedly darting here and there, carrying steel around. Ogres were swinging large hammers to temper the heated metal. Hundreds of goblins and dozens of ogres were currently manufacturing weapons. A goblin collapsed from overwork. A nearby ogre simply ripped the poor goblin apart and devoured it. The goblin's upper torso was gone now, while its bleeding lower torso was placed on top of the heated metal, before the large hammer came down on it. Standing next to the ogre was a goblin shaman silently mouthing some kind of a spell. Cursed weapons, made with blood. Lord Retin, look to your right. Retin heard his colleague calling out to him, so he peeked out further past the opening in the cave's wall. What the hell is that, now? He could see some kind of a swamp down there, except that he could also tell that it was created from decomposed corpses, judging from all the rotting meat and bones floating around on its surface. Countless humans stood before it, but orcs kitted out in armor were preventing them from approaching it. The humans were slaves, convicted criminals, deserters, old men on the brink of death, or deeply ill patients. In other words, they were humans who willingly came here after being disillusioned by the unfairness of the world. Fine. Rather than getting chased down and dying miserably later, I might as well become a monster and get my revenge. They willingly chose to become monsters, and walked into the swamp of corpses. As they approached it, something dragged them inside. This is a process to manufacture blood creations. Normally, they need to receive the blood of a progenitor, but unfortunately that takes far too long. Duran explained. One of the humans already inside the swamp, who looked to have spent a dozen plus days in there, strode out of it and cried out loudly, I can feel it. I can feel this incredible power. The back muscles of this man, who was now boasting a mountainous physique, began writhing in a grotesque manner. Orcs on standby began distributing equipment to him. These creatures were currently creating an army that far surpassed anything the vampires had raised before now. It's not just this place. We are raising a great army in various locations throughout the continent. It seems that Marquis Kyram has ardently pleaded with His Majesty the Vampire King for this, Duran explained further. Retin could only swallow nervously, his mouth dry. Even then, he continued to follow Duran. Eventually, Retin and company reached the end of the cave and entered a humongous hallway. The moment they set foot in this place, the jaws of all the feudal lords dropped right down to the floor. They then began screaming, too. It's a monster. A snake? Or is it a dragon? All that shouting prompted Retin to widen his eyes in surprise. He then gasped out in an impressed tone of voice to express his awe, it's a basilisk. It was a gigantic snake that reached 15 meters high just by raising its head up a bit. Whitish scales covered its abdomen area, while its back was covered in what looked like a crustacean's outer shell. It opened its large maw wide, while its reptilian eyes glared sharply at the human nobles as its snake-like tongue flicked this way and that. This is merely a pet I'm rearing, said Duke Duran calmly. The basilisk scanned the nobles, then slithered right in front of Retin before opening its maw even wider. A truly disgusting stench came from its mouth. Toxins mixed in with its breath were so strong that Retin felt like his skin was melting away. Duke Duran settled down on the throne in front of the basilisk. He held his head high with a truly arrogant demeanor and ripped into his own arm. Blood gushed out, and so did powerful waves of demonic energy from the wound. And so, what will you do now? Duke Duran asked. Retin stared at the progenitor vampire, entranced by the scent of the blood. Are you still planning to form an alliance with us? Oh, of course. However, as long as Royal Princess Tina is around, the rest of Aslan will support her. Eliminating her will only invite confusion and chaos, instead. Indeed, the necromancers will not follow us if we do. Even the citizens will. Isn't there already a most optimum way to form the alliance? The most efficient way will utterly eliminate all opposition from the citizens and nobles of Aslan. Also, I hold no aversion towards the noble blood flowing within Royal Princess Tina. Retten's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Are you perhaps suggesting a political marriage? If all feudal lords agree to it, then yes, it'll be possible to pull it off. We only seek to form an alliance with you. All ruling authority will be handed over to the nobles, while the dark elf will remain as a puppet. This is the opportunity that you've been waiting for, the one where you get to finally become the king that holds all the power. So, what say you? Retten walked up to Duke Duran. The other feudal lords reached out as if to stop him, but he shook their hands off violently. Duran spoke again, you should know by now what it means to become a vampire. The everlasting life, and becoming an apex predator that stands at the top of the food chain. Retten swallowed dryly once more. He continued to stare at the blood oozing from Duke Duran's hand like a man in a trance, and reached out with his own trembling hands. Duke Duran's crimson-hued eyes began to burn even deeper in red. That's why you should follow me, Lord Retten. Retten went down on his knees. He extended both of his hands to catch Duran's blood before bringing it into his mouth. TL, in first-person POV. I was sitting inside my office in the Theocratic Empire's Imperial Palace, busy compiling a document. Here it was, the perfect plan. And it was none other than the loaded unemployed bum plan. 1. Charlotte next to me heard my muttering and frowned deeply. If I may inquire, what do you mean by that, Your Majesty? You know, I heard about White's current situation. White, as soon as he ascended to Holy Emperor, ran away from the imperial court under the pretext of searching for the missing second imperial prince Ruppel. Sure, his personality meant that he probably was really thinking of finding his missing son, rather than finding the affairs of the imperial court too burdensome to sit through. Whatever the case might have been, the main takeaway from that story was this: he skipped town as soon as he ascended to the throne. And now, look at him. What kind of a life was he living right now? Even if the imperial family wanted to saddle him with some kind of administrative duties, White had all of his authority revoked, so there was basically nothing he could officially do. Most of the time, he'd just stay in his room idling his days away, or he'd go out to satisfy his favorite pastime, vampire hunting, every now and then. Oh, and he'd also get dispatched to other nations along with paladins for missions. To put it simply, that dude was enjoying living his free life. But Your Majesty, do you really not wish to become the new Holy Emperor? Charlotte asked me. Why do you think I'm working this hard right now? From a certain moment in time, I had become an agent of the imperial family. I was working my butt off for them, and voluntarily rolled up my sleeves to get deeply involved, just so that I could protect the Empire's subjects. It was almost like I acted subconsciously, out of instinct, etc., etc. Some part of that could be blamed on the imperial family's blood coursing through my veins and making me hate vampires with passion, but the thing was, I also just couldn't sit back and do nothing while innocent people were ending up as snacks for some disgusting, vile monsters. But at this rate, I'd never be able to escape from the prison called the Imperial Palace. Sure, the throne of the Holy Emperor sounded rather enticing, but your freedom would be taken away just as much. To put it in simpler terms, I would end up like just Celt. Other than participating in some future wars, I'd be confined to the Imperial Palace for the next 100 years or so. The real reason why I was going out of my way to raise an army of 10,000 crusaders was to make my life so much easier in the future. TL, the literal translation of the one would have been the Golden Bum Plan. I changed it slightly to avoid the inevitable bum jokes. Chapter 288, 151. The Approaching Darkness -1, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. I've already declared war on the vampires hiding throughout the continent. They are being hunted down even as we speak through the wide-scale dispatching of paladins. The vampire suppression effort had begun in earnest. Never mind waging war, those bloodsuckers should probably be scrambling to hide in a deep hole somewhere right about now. For sure, as long as Kelt and I were still around, this peace should continue. But once he was no longer with us, the vampires would no doubt rise up and fight back. The 10,000-strong crusaders were meant to prevent that from happening. These combatants were definitely not what you'd call regular in any measure. Even when compared to regular knights, this group of fighters would easily win in an overwhelming fashion. Vampires were terror personified. So, the best method to prevent a war with them was to scare them into giving up in the first place. I could threaten them perfectly well even if I wasn't the Holy King. Me being simply around somewhere in the theocratic empire would work wonders, too. Meaning, I might get to live a peaceful life inside a perfectly peaceful world if everything went well. I would love to see it, though. Lord Alan becoming the next Holy Emperor. I could sense Charlotte feeling rueful about it from her voice. Don't you worry about that. I'll bounce right after I ascend, you see. The ruling authority was already with me. Even Oskell the Sword King would follow my orders now. If a net was placed to stop me from escaping, then I could just undo it myself. The Holy Emperor's throne would automatically go to White, or even to Lewin, in that case. Both of them possessed the traits of a wise ruler, so in a peaceful world with no conflicts to worry about, they would surely work hard for the subjects of the Empire. It was around this time that I heard someone knock on the door. It opened, and Alice, dressed like a lady-in-waiting, stepped inside before bowing her head. Lord Hans requests you that you attend the test firing of the cannon, sire. Hey, so she chose to go with the stiff, all-business tone, eh? I got up from the chair. Finally, the time to spectate our new weapon had come. The raising of the Crusader army was truly epic in scale. It needed to possess an overwhelming combat prowess as long as I was around. It would be the sixth force that was fully loyal to the imperial family, and thus could be trusted wholeheartedly. I ordered a portion of the Astal rune to be engraved on their bodies. The request for the assistance of Cardinals Uriel and Raphael to help with the process of engraving the Astal rune on the entirety of the sixth force has been lodged, sire. Our current location was somewhere a bit of distance away from Laurensis, the capital. We could see a hill, which had been prepared for the express purpose of training the handlers of siege weapons. While we were heading there on horseback, Charlotte continued to report, "It seems that task will be completed within 1 year, Your Majesty. That would make the current combat force even stronger than before, and with that, further guarantee the absolute safety of the Empire's citizens. Combatants wouldn't suddenly exhibit the same level of combat prowess as Cardinal Mikhail just because the Astal rune was now engraved on their bodies, but it'd still grant them divinity amplification, as well as a regenerative ability similar to immortality. We were using the absolute minimum number of rune, in order to cause the least amount of backlash. If it was only that, I figured the physical and psychological toll on the combatants wouldn't be as bad. While reading the book Undead Synthesis Method, Composition of Chimeras and listening to Charlotte's explanations, we reached the practice grounds where the siege weapons were being operated. I headed to the shooting range under Charlotte's guidance and eventually the figures of Hans and his fellow alchemists and magicians came into view. And there it was, the huge new weapon, resting in front of them. Wow, this cannon is pretty substantial. Rather than a cannon, it looked more like a small tank to me. The thing consisted of a main body with a gun barrel around 2.5 meters long, and wooden wheels supported the whole thing. Judging from the many runes plastered all over it, it seemed that quite a high level of skill was needed to operate this weapon. I stared at the large hunk of metal. Hans was in the middle of the group of dozens of alchemists and magicians, busy issuing various commands. He discovered we had arrived and walked up to us while looking completely drained by fatigue. "Welcome to the firing range, Your Majesty. How many nights did you stay up this time?" "I think it was the whole month, sir. This product might have been invented hundreds of years ago, but we tried to create something even better by using the data from back then." "How about it, sir? Would you like to see?" I nodded in reply. Back when I first used a musket, the sheer firepower I had experienced really shocked me. Since a cannon was expected to produce the destructive power several times, nay, several dozen times, higher than a musket, I couldn't help but look forward to what was about to happen. Hans ordered the magicians to inject mana into the cannon. Mana started spinning inside the barrel, condensing a cannon shell. The preparation time was around 10 minutes. All right, then. Fire! Hans waved his arm grandly. Along with a smallish sound of fireworks going off, sparks gushed out from the muzzle of the cannon. Although there was some grey smoke pouring out, even they came across as lackluster. And that was it. The cannon, basically a hunk of metal, didn't even tremble once. As for the shell, it couldn't even hit the target waiting about 500 meters away, simply dissipating in the air. I became dismayed and muttered something out. What the? Is this a puffed rice machine or something? Puffed rice? Hans made a puzzled face, only for it to be quickly replaced by a considerably satisfied expression next. Ahaha! Yes, I'm a genius, indeed. Your Majesty, I'm sure you felt disappointed by what you witnessed just now, but this test actually served as a perfect proof, instead. Hans placed his hand on my shoulder. A genius calculates for every little eventuality in his head, sir. Now please use your divine aura next, sir. The Astal rune has been connected to the weapon, so the attack will become considerably more powerful. The alchemists and magicians around us furrowed their brows while staring at Hans. They probably thought that his actions were bordering on impudence. I didn't mind it and did as Hans told me, using the Astal rune. The cannon was soon upgraded. All right, then. Get ready again. At Hans's command, the alchemists and magicians put on some leather gowns, goggles, and earplugs. Your Majesty, I advise that you put them on as well. Hans pushed the goggles and the earplugs my way, so I put them on. Meanwhile, the magicians began injecting mana into the upgraded cannon again. This time, the process took only around 5 minutes. The golden light of the Astal rune was mixed with the blue light of the divine aura. Mana swirled viciously within the cannon, and Hans nodded his head once and shouted out loudly. Fire! Kaboom! I flinched in shock as my eyes threatened to bulge out of my face. The cannon was shoved back. At the same time, a blinding flash of light exploded from the muzzle, and the shell flew out at a frightening turn of speed. The target was struck solidly, and a massive explosion went off there. The ripples of mana slammed into its surroundings. The terrain rumbled ominously, and even though we were 500 meters away, I still faintly sensed the waves containing mana reaching us. To operate this weapon, we need a minimum of 5 high-class priests, sir. They need to be trained intensely if they wish to hit the target accurately every single time. As for the preparation time, it's around 5 minutes, sir. At the very least, if vampires or undead are hit by this thing, Hans grinned deeply while staring at me, unless it's a progenitor, everything within the 5-meter radius will be dead, sir. Any others in the vicinity will be flung away by the shockwave. Excellent. I clapped my hands vigorously. This firepower was beyond my expectation. I energetically pounded on Hans's back. Nicely done. What an excellent weapon this was. The existence of a weapon like this should greatly scare the vampires. No, hang on a minute, never mind vampires, no kings in this continent would dare to look down on us now. This weapon would prove to be a powerful card in maintaining the peace. Can you show me the blueprint? I asked Hans. He presented me with the cannon's blueprint. After scanning it once, I realized that its structure wasn't all that complicated, so I promptly memorized the blueprint itself. After I was done, I called out to him again, Viscount Hans Jerurami. Yes, Your Majesty. A happy grin was etched on Hans's face. He must have found my reaction quite satisfactory. I shall now grant you the title of Count. Hans's jaw dropped. I let him be and placed my hand on the experimental cannon. The weapon suddenly split apart into particles before vanishing from the world. Actually, I just stored it in my item window. While we were in the middle of conducting the cannon tests, a paladin at the foot of a hill in the far-off distance waved a flag to catch our attention, then hurriedly approached us on horseback. "It's an emergency situation, sire." He was carrying a missive. He loudly called out to us while closing the distance, and quickly dismounted from the horse. He knelt down before me and presented the document to me. "Sire, a seditious activity has been detected within Aslan." I furrowed my brow and took the missive. Its contents were quite simple: 3,000 or so orcs, around 300 necromancers, and another 5,000 slave soldiers were apparently stationed at the border region. "Wait, monsters! I read the rest of the report in a daze." "It's civil war, sire. A civil war has broken out in Aslan. The feudal lords had started a rebellion. Aslan was getting swept up in the flames of war once again." 151. The Approaching Darkness -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 289, 152. The Approaching Darkness -2, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. 14 days before Aslan's civil war, Tina, sitting on the throne, received a report. It said that seditious movements of the feudal lords had been detected. "Retin is currently gathering forces, ma'am." "What will you do, your majesty?" Damon asked her. He was once upon a time her teacher, and now he was installed as one of the feudal lords himself. "Will you report this to His Majesty the Holy King?" He had also been saved by Alan and granted his divinity. His devotion to the Holy King easily matched the level of Tina's loyalty. The best-sounding option seemed to be sending a report to the Holy King and mobilizing the necessary troops. Preparations to hit the feudal lords at any time Tina gave her order had already been made. "Lord Damon, please report this matter to the Theocratic Empire." "Understood, ma'am." For the sake of Aslan's subjects, the strength of the feudal lords was a necessity. The funds and authority they possessed had a calming effect on the populace, and they were a crucial factor in controlling the behavior of the necromancers, as well. However, if they were really planning a rebellion, then such a development could not be brushed aside quietly. "Strike them!" One command from Tina, and Damon silently nodded. His gaze shifted over to the Hashishins, who bowed deeply before stepping back. Just before they almost fully melted into the darkness to disappear from view, Tina called out to them, "If you think it'll get too dangerous, please withdraw." "Understood, your majesty." The Hashishins, once her brothers and sisters, vanished into the darkness. Their role was to assassinate the rebelling feudal lords. They rushed out into the darkness of the night. The murky, gloomy clouds hid even the sharpest moonlight in the ghostly wee hours. The Hashishins ran silently towards the private residences of the nobles within Aslan's capital city. Their opponents this time were powerful. King Rahama believed that only the strong deserved to become nobles, after all. But no matter how strong you were, you'd leave an opening behind when you slept. They slipped silently into the residence and instantly suppressed the security guards on duty. Each and every one of their steps left no sound behind. Once the dark elf Hashishins succeeded in infiltrating the manor, they cast noise-blocking magic. Then, the dwarves burst through the door. At the same time, windows shattered. Wercats and werdogs, specialized in close-quarters combat, quickly slipped in through the broken doorway, their claws already coated in poison. But then, they flinched in surprise and stopped moving altogether. "Welcome, all of you." A man with bulging muscles, crimson hair that resembled a lion's mane and red eyes, welcomed them. "Duran." A vampire duke. The expressionless faces of Hashishins were overcome with sudden changes. All emotions had been exorcised out of these Hashishins through the horrifying level of brainwashing performed by King Rahama. But these people without emotions became agitated and their complexions paled instantly when they saw what lay waiting for them. This was a trap. Which meant Queen Tina is in danger. What excellent prey you are! Just as the Hashishins began stepping back, Duke Duran grinned deeply. Members of Aslan's 12 feudal lords, Retin and 3 other lords, were currently leading their forces somewhere. Oh, oh! Truly excellent! This was deep in the middle of the night. The gloomy clouds had swallowed up the moonlight, yet Retin could see what was in front of him as clearly as if it was the middle of the day. Even his hearing had become so much sharper. He could actually hear the sounds of insects crawling on the ground. So, this is the power granted through the blood of a progenitor, a vampire duke. Retin glanced at the ones following him, a group hiding themselves under thick robes. Soldiers made up of blood creations, orcs, and his own private mercenary necromancers were all advancing forward with him. Retin and the group finally paused before the royal palace. He then spoke confidently to his followers. Attack! Go and protect our dear queen! A thick and slimy grin floated up on his face. Protect her from the traitors, that is. With that one order from Retin, his soldiers madly rushed inside the palace grounds. Soon, the noises of weapons clashing and screams rocked the darkness of the night. Several explosions went off to indicate that magic had been used as well, and black smoke plumes billowed up. Lights came on to brighten the streets of Aslan's capital. Citizens watched the royal palace with worried eyes. Just what is going on? Her Majesty Tina is in danger. What are the royal guards doing? Their worried murmuring continued to grow louder. In the meantime, Retin walked along the palace's corridors and reached the audience chamber's doorway. He flung the doors wide open. Tina could be seen furrowing her brow, while Damon blocked Retin's path. Retin, what is the meaning of? How foolish of you, Damon! For you to scheme a rebellion like this. Damon's brows shot up high. Retin ignored him for now, and shifted his gaze over to Tina, now sitting on the throne and gripping her staff tightly. He bowed his head towards her. Your Majesty, my queen! Please be rest assured. This servant, Retin, will deal with this traitor. What nonsense are you spewing right now? Damon roared out. Retin leisurely stood back up and tilted his head theatrically. Let me ask you, Damon. Who do you think will be branded as the traitor in a civil war? What did you say? It's simple, really. The one who managed to get his hands on the person with the noblest bloodline is the rightful patriot, while the one who failed to do so is the traitor. Damon's expression crumpled instantly and he quickly roused up divinity. This bastard was planning to turn Tina into a puppet. How dare he drool over the daughter of the king? You bastard! Damon pounced forward, but Retin's fingernails suddenly extended like meat hooks. He swiped his hand powerfully, deflecting the incoming Damon away. The latter was flung away and painfully crashed right next to Tina's throne, rolling away on the floor. Kyohua! His face was sliced open, while a deep claw wound opened up from his chest right down to his abdomen. Tina's hardened gaze was locked on Retin's fingernails. Those were no longer a human's nails. Could it be that, you, Royal Princess Tina, this thing called being a vampire, Retin's eyes began glowing in an eerie crimson hue. A truly magnificent thing, Your Majesty. Tina slammed her staff down on the floor. Branches of trees began rushing into the audience chamber, then morphed into a humanoid made out of wood standing at least 5 meters tall. The woodman. While this was happening, some more tree branches extended to wrap around the foot of the unconscious Damon before silently dragging him away. Retin stumbled back at the sight of the woodman. Despite becoming a vampire, he still found the presence of this creature hard to bear. He couldn't win as long as Tina was under the grace of the World Tree. However, ahaha! Such a lowly creature of wood will not. The ground rumbled noisily and part of the royal palace began collapsing. The soldiers following behind Retin were crushed to death by the falling debris of the palace. The ground caved in and a white snake-like creature instantly shot up from the resulting hole. The basilisk chomped down on the woodman, obliterating it completely. From underground, Tina glared at Retin. Was this the reason why monsters like orcs were inside the royal capital? Retin powerfully kicked off the floor and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he managed to break through her defense and cover her mouth with his large hand. His other hand grabbed and twisted her arm, making her drop the staff. He glanced at where Damon had been, but that man was gone by then. He ran away. No, maybe not. Did she ensure his safe escape? Retin shifted his gaze back to Tina. Her boundless love for her retainers seemed to be going strong even now. But this was actually for the best. Things would get so much easier when a clear ringleader of the rebellion was presented to the world, after all. Retin's smile deepened even further. And so, I'm the new king from this moment henceforth, my dear queen. As such. Tina's eyes sharply glared at him. I pray that you stay docile and be a good puppet. TL, in first-person POV. The civil war broke out 14 days ago. I was back in the Imperial Palace now. To find out what the hell was going on, I was perusing through the report, but its contents were a disorganized mess, as if it had been compiled in a hurry. Yes, Your Majesty. Our side needed a lot of time to sort out the correct information, as well as to determine when the information itself had been dispatched, Charlotte replied. Her explanation sounded about right. You'd need that much time to reach Laurensis from Aslan's royal capital on horseback, if you traveled non-stop without taking any breaks. There were other methods of communication, like carrier birds or communication crystals, but their stability depended on the prevailing weather conditions. So, then, the hordes of orcs, necromancers, and slave soldiers, etc., by the border region? Apparently, they were under the orders of Tina, too? And the one being blamed as the traitor was someone among the 12 feudal lords, Damon? What a load of bullcrap this is! I knew full well what kind of a person Damon was. Not only was he a teacher who cared about Tina like a doting father, he was also a retainer with a truly immeasurable loyalty to her, too. But now, he has started a rebellion? Don't make me laugh. Charlotte standing behind me opened her mouth. According to the report, most of the feudal lords are currently pursuing Damon, along with the assistance of Queen Tina. And also, they say that this rebellion was instigated by the Theocratic Empire. My steps came to a halt. I turned around and stared at her. What was that? They claim that the Theocratic Empire used the man named Damon to drive out Queen Tina with the intention of installing him in the position of king, Your Majesty. And what's supposed to be the reason for that? To display the absolute authority of the Holy King, they say, Your Majesty. Why were they involving me in that nonsense? When I stared at her without saying anything, Charlotte checked my mood before cautiously continuing. Apparently the pretext they have come up with is that, now Your Highness the Imperial Prince has ascended to the position of the Holy King, you wish to display the might of your influence to each of the countries on the continent. Not only did you openly train your army by the border wall, you also wish to flaunt to the world that you can easily change the ruler of Aslan if you wanted to. Such incitements are. Who said that? The report says that Queen Tina issued that decree. Hey! Meaning, some other bastard was the one inciting this whole thing. Seeing how Tina's name got brought up over and over again, she must be still safe for the time being. They were still using her as a nice-looking puppet, no doubt. But, how did this thing happen, anyway? Chapter 290, 152. The Approaching Darkness -2, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. A rebellion, was it? How could something like that even succeed in the first place? The ruling authority of Aslan rested with the 12 feudal lords, but only half of them sided with Tina. The support of the citizens, as well as the necromancers, was also going through the roof right now. Which wasn't surprising, considering that Aslan had been saved by the world tree she was looking after. As such, turning her into a puppet should have been a pretty tall order. Not only that, the nobles would have found her difficult to defeat as long as she had her elemental spirits to help her. While thinking about this and that, I finally reached the Imperial Palace's audience chamber. I calmed my breathing before entering. Although faint, I could sense the aura of divinity plus an odd pressure seeping out from the gaps of the doorway. What is His Imperial Majesty the Holy Emperor's mood like? I asked Charlotte, but she couldn't bring herself to verbalize the answer. She instead raised both of her hands and silently formed a pair of horns sticking out over her head, a clear sign that the Holy Emperor was currently feeling greatly pissed off. Gee whiz! Gimme a freaking break! Seriously? I'm beyond occupied with the task of raising an army right now, you know? I opened the door to the audience chamber. His Majesty the Holy King has graced us with his presence. The Grand Chamberlain's loud announcement was accompanied by the paladins standing in perfect lines on the left and right side of the chamber, proudly raising their heads high. On the other hand, the nobles present all lowered their heads. I silently walked down the center of the audience chamber. My feet strode down the crimson carpet before I looked up at Kelt. He was sitting on the throne, his face deeply distorted by rage. Aslan has raised the flags of rebellion. I have just heard it, Your Imperial Majesty. They expressed their wish to escape the fetters of a vassal state by yelling out independence. They are also trying to besmirch the honor of the imperial family by claiming that this act was our doing. Perhaps, were you indeed involved? Your Imperial Majesty, if I was really involved there, then Aslan would have been wiped off the map by now, I deliberately replied with some exaggeration added in. One needed to be unwavering when trying to convince Holy Emperor Kelt. Since there was the precedence of the Rania incident up north, there was a chance that Kelt suspected me of actually instigating this whole thing. However, my worries seemed to be for nothing because what I feared might happen didn't happen in the end. Kelt suppressed his anger. He rubbed his temples hard and coughed gruffly. A short while later, he shook his head as if he suffered from lightheadedness just now. This matter, what are you planning to do about it, Holy King? He didn't use my given name of Alan. He called me the Holy King for the record keepers, it seemed. He probably wanted to find out how I, not as his grandson, but as the Holy King, would deal with this matter. I replied, there is a good chance that Queen Tina has been turned into a puppet, Your Imperial Majesty. I see. However, how is it possible for Aslan to wage a coup d'état so easily like this? It's possible if vampires are involved. The nobles present inside the audience chamber all visibly winced when I said that. I'm assuming that the feudal lords have joined forces with the vampires. Kelt suddenly stood up from the throne and straightened his back slowly. The absolute sovereign walked down from the throne and approached me. It felt like tidal waves of divinity were flooding out with every step he took. As he began speaking again, every word spoken in spirit speech reverberated powerfully in the audience chamber. Kelt, whose figure seemed slight and slender, but in actual truth, was a towering man, looked down at me. Which means, Aslan as of now has fallen into the hands of the vampires. I quietly closed my eyes. This, no longer could be helped. Your Imperial Majesty. You may speak. I shall conquer Aslan. Even though it hasn't even been 10 years, they still chose to point their swords at us. Even if they did so for the sake of their coup, it still clearly is an act of taking us lightly. Thus, allow me to trample on their territory, and turn their lands into, Kelt narrowed his eyes, but I still finished the rest of the sentence. Into the territory of the theocratic empire. This was unavoidable now. Through this event, Aslan would end up as nice prey for the vampires. This wasn't some faraway place we were talking about, but our direct next-door neighbor. We simply couldn't afford to let vampires set up their base camp there. Kelt formed a considerably satisfied smile. Very well. I shall allow it. That's right, even though you have inherited both the political standing and the necessary authority, I have not given you a suitable territory yet, haven't I? He stared deeply into my eyes and spoke up. I shall hand Aslan over to you. I sucked in my breath. He wasn't giving me time to interject here. Get ready to mobilize. Understood. You may leave now. Get some good rest first. I bowed silently and stepped back. Charlotte followed me outside the audience chamber. The moment the doorway was closed shut, I couldn't help but blurt out some choice words. That damn snake-like geezer. I could more or less guess what Kelt had been angling for just now. He probably wanted to see the person about to become the next Holy Emperor, the one designated as his successor, achieve a massive feat and earn a territory through my own hard work. He probably wanted to witness everything happen with his own two eyes before he kicked the bucket, in other words. Before all that, though, hitting Aslan at this stage wasn't going to be easy. Sure, them going on and on about independence or whatever, and them stationing an army by the border region were enough pretexts to start a war, but even then, we couldn't just hit them for just those two reasons. Rampant fake news was being spread around at the moment, and as such, it'd be pretty hard to avoid the subjects growing distrustful of the war itself. Surely the other nations would stoke the flames of misunderstanding, the one about us raising an army to conquer the rest of the continent under the pretext of a war against the vampires. Kelt was planning to see how I would go about resolving all this. All the plans I came up with were circling down the drain because what was going on. My peaceful life, it's... Just as I held my head and began groaning unhappily, something else happened. Your Majesty. Hans hurriedly ran up to us with a deeply pale face. He dashed towards me so quickly that he actually ran out of breath by the end. He then grabbed my shoulders and shook me around. Your Majesty. Sir. Charlotte must have found this scene too insolent to tolerate, because she suddenly grabbed the scruff of his neck and pulled him away from me. What is it this time? Right now my mind was a complicated mess. I just didn't have the mental leeway to listen to Hans's whining. I needed to get ready for war, and come up with a way to safely rescue both the Aslan citizens and Tina. Hans flailed his arms about and gasped out. He's here, sir. He? Who? Why yes, you know. That person. I furrowed my brow. Hans sneaked glances around us. Maids, manservants, and ladies-in-waiting were walking around minding their own business, while guard soldiers were standing here and there. He scanned all these people, then shook off Charlotte's hand on his neck before whispering in my ear, Damon. It's him. He's here. My eyes bulged at the news. TL, in third-person POV. I feel better already. Although the stench is disgusting, this healing potion is indeed the real deal. As expected of His Majesty the Holy King's potion, it's truly wondrous. Damon stared at the gourd-shaped bottle containing the wonder drug and fell into a reminiscence of the past. He recalled the events of him and Tina getting dragged away to the Black Order's headquarters as slaves, then the battle between Nasus the Lich and the Holy King, the intense confrontation against the Black Dragon, and even Aslan's revolution, as well. I must inform him of the truth. Damon had secretly slipped past the border wall and stepped into the theocratic empire. In that process he had overcome several close brushes with death. He stole a horse and injected divinity into it. When the horse collapsed from fatigue, he'd steal another one from passing merchants. He had continued to travel without a moment's rest. Eventually he had arrived in the capital, Laurensis, and infiltrated into the crowd of people living here. He was once the instructor of the Hashishins, so such a thing proved to be rather simple to pull off. However, he didn't dare infiltrate the imperial palace. His path was blocked by the skilled paladins guarding the palace, so he resorted to writing a letter, instead. The recipient of the letter? Hans Jerurami. Since he and Damon were acquaintances, the alchemist would surely help him out, or so he reasoned. And so, he did get to meet with Hans and received this wonder drug, then found a quiet little street by Lawrence's slums to sit down and wait in. Meeting with His Highness in this situation will only complicate matters. Damon was being labelled as the instigator of the rebellion, acting under the orders of the Holy King. So him meeting His Majesty openly in the current situation could turn the false rumor into the real thing. While he was thinking that, he heard footsteps closing in. Damon raised his head and noticed that someone was standing tall before him. This someone was wearing a robe. He was someone he hadn't met for the past 3 years or so, and had shed his previous boy-like visage. He was now an imposing young man. Damon instantly felt an irrepressible happiness and guilt the moment he saw this young man. He urgently went down on his knees. One of the 12 feudal lords of Aslan, Damon, he brought his hands together in the gesture of offering a prayer. Pays his respect to Lord Angel. Damon then bowed his head deeply. But then, Alan suddenly opened his firmly shut mouth. "I'm sorry about this, Damon. But you're Aslan." Damon flinched a little and raised his head. His eyes shot open wide at what he saw. The Holy King and his indifferent face were now standing before him. "Will have to be destroyed now." 152. The Approaching Darkness -2, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 291, 153. The Approaching Darkness -3, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. I continued to read the tome on undead hybridization and creation of chimeras while traveling in my carriage. Experimenting on what I had read, I opened the carriage door and waved my finger around in the air. A holy undead was summoned outside the moving carriage. Bones broke through the surface of the ground, the first set forming some legs. Right after that, a horse's body materialized, but rather than a horse's head, a regular humanoid skeleton's upper torso was attached to it. A set of armor wrapped around it rapidly, and the undead creature gripped onto a lengthy polearm as sharp light burned in its eye sockets. I did it. It was the result of all my experiments for the past few days while riding in the carriage. I could bring about quite an eye-popping performance now. An undead with a lower body from a horse boasted excellent mobility, complementing its upper torso of a humanoid soldier. I had managed to alter the structure of a regular undead quite noticeably, and now I could create a brand new legion of undead. Just as I was feeling quite pleased at the result. "Why, Your Majesty, my lord." I turned my head and stared at Damon. He was shivering away under his robe, his hands interlocked in a pleading posture. "This servant earnestly begs Your Majesty to reconsider your decision." His trembling eyes were pleading with me. Even I could tell that he was shivering in fear. Which was understandable, considering what I told him earlier about my plan, the destruction of Aslan. But their fate had already been decided. "It's too late now," I replied. "If I handled this matter too nicely, then no doubt the vampires would target other countries, too. I thought the events back in the Kingdom of Lomé and the Holy King coronation would serve as perfect deterrents, but it seemed they weren't effective enough. There were still some humans willing to cooperate with vampires, which meant that they were falling for all that sweet talk coming from the bloodsuckers. That also meant that some idiots were looking down on the theocratic empire, as well. Since that was the case, I needed to show off our overwhelming might, one so shocking and absurd that it would easily suppress such temptations. I need to show the world that the theocratic empire can easily trample on another country if we want to. There was no avoiding it. This world's cultures, values, and mindsets were different from that of Earth. Terror was another word for respect, and also the symbol for peace that would maintain law and order. Aslan raised the flags of rebellion to the empire not just once, but twice in less than 5 years. But that's because of the vampires. Vampires being involved does not change matters. No, hang on. It's precisely because those undead are involved that we cannot let this event go by unpunished. I stared straight into Damon's eyes. Although it is unfortunate for Tina, she will have to step down from the throne. Damon got up from his seat and knelt down on the floor. He bowed his head and addressed me. We at Aslan have no desire to go against the will of your Majesty the Holy King. Especially Her Majesty, the Queen of Aslan. If you wish, we do not mind your Majesty taking over Aslan. However, I beg of you, please spare Her Majesty Queen Tina's pitiful life. The carriage came to a stop. Charlotte dismounted from her horse and addressed me through the carriage's open doorway. Your Majesty, we've arrived at the border wall. I got up from my spot and turned my head to take a glance at Damon. Don't you worry. I'm doing this to save her and the citizens of Aslan, after all. Those bastards hadn't yet managed to unify the whole of Aslan. If we hit them before they finished rallying and gathering all of their troops, then we should be able to minimize the losses from war as much as possible. Damon's eyes gradually widened. He then bowed his head even lower. If that is your will, this servant shall follow, your Majesty. I ignored him and went along with Charlotte to the command tent. The paladin captains of all 6 forces representing the imperial family had gathered there by the time we entered, with the sole exception of Oscar the Sword King, who had led the army during our previous incursion into Aslan. We greet your Majesty the Holy. I roundly ignored them and headed straight to the operation map laid out on the central table. I scanned all the chess pieces placed on top of the map, then picked up a knight piece located by the border wall before slamming it down where Aslan's capital was. I declared loudly, 10 days. The leaders of the paladins bowing their heads flinched in surprise and hurriedly raised their heads. I swept my gaze over them and said again, we shall destroy Aslan in that period of time. The distance between the border wall and Aslan's capital was around 7 days' travel. What I said could be construed as the army now having only 3 days to conquer all the territory between here and the capital. That was basically asking for the impossible. However, there was this one other way to make that a reality, and that was to ignore all the territories and cities, and simply conquer the capital, instead. This action would mean that the army had to forego securing the supply route behind them and perform a forced march, accumulating a lot of fatigue in the process. The level of difficulty here was so high that a common soldier wouldn't be able to endure after being worn down by fatigue and hunger. However, that's what I planned to try, forcibly if that's what's required. I definitely wasn't going to sit back and let the vampires bring to life whatever underhanded scheme they had cooked up. But sire, that will burden the soldiers too greatly. Our forces will be more than enough to conquer the enemy's capital city, but the losses to our own side will be just as extensive, sire. When the paladin captains raised their objections, I replied with, simply laying siege to the capital will be more than enough. Regardless of what the plan of the vampire bastards was, it was my role to invade the capital and rescue Tina. What I wanted to achieve here was preventing another undeadification of the entire capital, like what had happened back in the kingdom of Lomé, through the presence of the Empire's army. So, I figured that the army could just surround the Aslan capital and rest while biding their time for that opportune moment. They have not rallied together, anyway. Their citizens are distrustful, while many necromancers are not following them yet, either. Just one look was enough to tell anyone with a brain that the enemy forces stationed by the border wall weren't the part of Aslan's regular army. The ones behind this whole event didn't have enough influence to rally the entire country. As such, this was our chance. Such a thing was only possible because Tina wasn't the one issuing these orders in the first place. If we don't conclude this war as soon as possible, the ones to suffer the most will be the common people. Lead the army to the capital. As for the person standing in front of the pack, I looked up from the map and scanned the captains once more. I shall take the lead. After saying that, I left the command tent. A sigh automatically left my lips. This sense of fatigue was making my head hazy, too. This must be a part of the training, right? Yup, it has to be. Well, we're supposed to train like the real deal, so. I turned my head after listening to those murmurs. If you included the new recruits, the number of combatants currently stationed by the border wall was close to 20,000. The murmurs came from the trio of Grill, Adolf, and Yuria making dazed faces. They had been staying in the campsite for the troops on standby. Judging from how they were absent-mindedly poking at the burning firewood with sticks, I figured that they were still suffering from the residual side effects of the intense training they had gone through. Charlotte walked up to me and asked, "Your Majesty, how about taking a short break? More people will die the longer we rest," I replied. Right about now, the Aslan capital should be a pit of confusion and turmoil. If the vampires had really taken over the ruling authority, then it wouldn't be all that surprising to see a festival of blood already unfolding there. I muttered again, "But you know, something about this feels weird." "Regarding what, Your Majesty? Why would vampires do something like this?" "Sure, they might possess enough destructive power to bend a country to their will, but in order to exercise that power, they would have to make thorough preparations, as monumental in scale as the task at hand. For instance, during the incident back in Lomé, 2 Marquis class and many more progenitor vampires had been mobilized. The vampires ended up receiving a heavy blow upon the failure of that operation. Well, they had lost 1 Marquis and many other nobles back then, after all. I had no doubt that this event was only possible because a vampire of Marquis or higher peerage got the ball rolling in the first place. I can't figure out what those bastards are thinking. What exactly were they aiming for here? Could it be as simple as sowing chaos in the theocratic empire? But the price for such a result seemed a bit too high, didn't it? If they failed this attempt as well, then they would really lose the foundation needed to create a kingdom of vampires. "Your Majesty, those bastards are arrogant," said Charlotte, taking her cape off to drape around my shoulders after judging the weather a bit too chilly. "Although they are cunning, their weakness lies with their arrogance, which causes them to look down on humanity. That's how we've been winning against them, Your Majesty." "Looking down on humanity, is it?" I raised my head to look up. A bitter smile slowly spread across my face as I took in the sight of the moon illuminating the night sky. It would be nice if that's really the case. Chapter 292, 153. The Approaching Darkness -3, Part 2. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. Next morning, within the formation of Aslan troops stationed by the border. "You think it's true?" "What, you mean the story about vampires' involvement this time?" "Right, that one. Don't you think something's really smelly here? A sudden coup d'état, and wasn't it Lord Damon who resolutely stayed by the side of our princess even after King Rahama discarded her? But now, why would he?" Large-scale defensive barricades were hastily being constructed at the moment. Necromancers standing on top of the barricade's platform were sharing their suspicions of this event. Orcs and ogres, who possessed far greater physical strength than humans, were responsible for stacking processed logs to build the barricades. As these monsters continued to build the defensive wall, the necromancers watching them work couldn't help but share their misgivings. Seriously now, just where did so many orc slaves come from? And it wasn't just the orcs, either. Goblins and ogres were in the mix as well. Other than humans, the only other entities capable of raising these many monsters were vampires. Perhaps Lord Damon wasn't behind the rebellion, but Lord Redden, instead. "Oh I. You soldiers over there!" The necromancers flinched in surprise and raised their heads. There, on top of the command tower doubling as a watchtower as well, was a nobleman in his mid-50s. He loudly shouted at the necromancers below, "If you have time to yap idly away, do more work, instead. Or will you be more obedient after your throats get ripped out first?" This man was around 2 meters tall and his whole frame was filled with rippling muscles. His name was Jerem. He was also one of the 12 feudal lords who had, along with Redden, joined hands with Duke Duran. Although Jerem spoke with much confidence and authority, inwardly he was not feeling the same. Deep inside, his heart was currently being rocked by the waves of fear. You must delay the advance of the theocratic empire, no matter what. At most, 10 days. We should be finished negotiating with the vampires by then, and the army of blood should then be dispatched to Aslan soon. When that happens, you too will receive the glorious honor of becoming a new vampire yourself. If you wish to live forever in a new era, you must do as I say." Retin had said those words to Jerem earlier. Jerem shifted his gaze over to the Theocratic Empire's border wall some distance away. Talk was cheap in this case, that was certain. This very spot was where the Aslan army, over 10,000 strong, was completely obliterated by a single person only a handful of years ago. That single person was none other than the Holy Emperor, Celt All False. Jerem definitely did not want to experience that man's nonsensical and overwhelming might ever again. "Even if it was me, there's no way I can fight against Holy Emperor Celt by myself." Celt was someone so absurdly strong that, despite fighting against not only King Rahama but also the combined forces of the feudal lords all by himself, he didn't have to retreat even once. No, the truth was that it was the Aslan forces that had to turn tail and run away from him instead. So, how could Jerem stop someone like that by himself? Ugh, is eternal life that good, anyway? Jerem could only groan under his breath. At almost the same time, the large gateway in the border wall suddenly opened. When those large doors began opening up left and right, Jerem involuntarily flinched and stumbled backwards. The images of Celt from a few years ago popped up in his mind again, and the terror ingrained deep into his soul welled up in his chest. Not just the Holy Emperor, either, the other side also had the Sword King, the Crown Imperial Prince, and even the Holy King as well. No one could predict just what kind of monsters would pop out from there. As Jerem's tension soared, his eyes shot open wider after noticing a single paladin riding on horseback, waving a yellow flag as he approached Aslan's camp. "Lord Jerem, sir. That's a messenger." The yellow flag means that the Theocratic Empire requests a dialogue first. "What will we do now, sir?" Jerem heard the report while observing the incoming paladin. He was breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. Well, that's fortunate. If the other party wished to engage in some kind of discussion, then that meant Jerem would get to waste even more time. The paladin eventually reached the foot of the hastily erected defensive barricades. This knight was kitted out from head to toe in the paladin armor, the shining metal engraved with many runes. Judging from that, the knight must have been from an extraordinary background. "Humph, aren't you a gutsy fellow?" Jerem muttered to no one in particular. At a casual glance, this knight seemed to be a scion of nobility, yet he came here to request a dialogue, without any escorts? Could it be that he was looking down on the might of Aslan? Jerem addressed the soldiers, "Open the defensive barricade's gate. I shall personally speak to that bastard." The orcs opened the gates. Jerem mounted his horse and rode out, while his escort of knights followed him. He stopped before the paladin, held his head up high, and sat up tall and proud in the saddle. "What brings you here, O the paladin of the Theocratic Empire? If you want a dialogue, we can take it slowly and hear me now, O the people of Aslan." Jerem and the escorting knights flinched in surprise and focused their attention on the paladin even more. His spirit speech-laden voice reverberated loudly in the vicinity of the barricades. "I advise you all to surrender immediately. I suggest that you take these defensive barricades down this instant, cast your weapons aside, and willingly become prisoners of war. But in case you disregard this suggestion, know this. The Theocratic Empire's army, personally commanded by the Holy King, will march into your lands." Cold sweat trickled down Jerem's face. Did he say the Holy King? Son of AB*TCH. When this paladin said the Holy King, did he mean Alan All False? That Holy King? The monster who slaughtered hundreds of Aslan soldiers in the city of slaves, Evelyum, and even went on to kill King Rahama afterwards? Worst of all, that man was known to go around slaughtering vampires simply because that was his hobby. He was a known war fanatic, a lunatic who willingly sought out places where vampires were hiding. Hell, he had even declared war against vampires not too long ago. Against the Holy King, this sort of shabby little defensive barricade wouldn't even last 2 days. We will not surrender. However, we're willing to negotiate, said Jerem. There are no negotiations. You will simply surrender now. The paladin was unwavering. Jerem sneaked a glance at the escorting knights behind him. He was a member of Aslan's 12 feudal lords. At the very least, he needed to put up a dignified presence in front of an enemy. So, he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the paladin. You dare to spew such nonsense? This is Aslan. We have been waging war with you bastards for thousands of years, yet you want us to bow our heads to you. What a truly unfunny joke that is. When Jerem roared that out, sounds of laughter could be heard coming from above the defensive barricades. Even the orcs, goblins, and ogres were chuckling away. As the jeering laughter continued, the paladin's head began cocking to the side. So, is that your answer, then? That's right. Very well, why don't I behead you right here, right now, and throw your lifeless head over the border wall? Allow me to give you an opportunity to wallow in regret, and blame the Holy King for sending you here today. Ah ha ha ha. Well, don't say I didn't give you a chance, dear Mr. Jerem. Ah ha ha. Jerem began tilting his head in confusion. Did this paladin say I just now? Besides all that, he had also called Jerem by name, too. But, how could this bastard know his name? Just as Jerem's head tilting intensified some more, ripples of divinity viciously pulsed out from the paladin's position. Right below the hooves of the horse he was riding, waves made purely out of holy water spread out rapidly. Jerem's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, then he hurriedly yanked on the reins of his own horse to send it stumbling back. Even the escorting knights fell into an unbridled panic and started freaking out. The holy water rushed towards them like tidal waves, their surroundings were deeply flooded in an instant. The water even gushed past the open gateway of the barricades and rapidly spread beyond them, as well. In the name of Alan All-False the Holy King, the paladin slowly removed his helm. Jerem's jaw matched the paladin's movement speed and slowly fell as well, sheer terror shaking his eyes. I shall judge you all today. The paladin took out the skull of Amun. Jerem inwardly screamed, Holy sh*t. It's the Holy King, Alan All-False. A deathly chill ran down his spine. He hurriedly pulled the reins of his horse and turned it around, but it was too late by then. Hands of bone shooting out from the lake of holy water quickly grabbed onto the hind legs of his horse. Jerem's mount reared in shock and threw him from the saddle. He crashed straight into the pool of holy water below helplessly. He came in contact with the holy water, and the hands made out of bones rising from the lake's surface grabbed onto Jerem next. Uawa! Release me, this instant! He hurriedly roused his demonic energy, but that only invited a rather horrifying result, the adverse reaction when demonic energy and divinity collided. His demonic energy touched the holy water's divinity and exploded loudly. Jerem's body was flung away violently, and he crashed into the defensive barricade. Kuaa! He vomited out a mouthful of blood and stared at the Holy King with trembling eyes. What are you all doing? He's all alone. Hurry, close the barricade and kill. Jerem's roars were met with the Holy King's retort, alone, you say? My bad, but I'm not alone. Jerem froze. He hurriedly turned his head towards the Holy King once more. The Theocratic Empire's Holy King was spreading his arms wide. You see, I am the Legion. Almost at the same time, all sorts of undead began crawling out from the lake of holy water spread all around him. No, make that the sea of holy water, instead. From centaur-like cavalry to skeleton soldiers boasting 4 arms, a bone wyvern, and even a monster resembling a centipede with its spine connected to its feeler-like bones. This was a legion of monsters several thousand strong. The Holy King's eyes burned eerily within the sockets of the mountain goat's skull as he stood proudly amid this horde of monsters. He declared to them all, remember this, you brought this upon yourself, O foolish lord of Aslan. 153. The Approaching Darkness -3, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 293, 154. In the Name of the King -1, Part 1. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. "Oa-a-a-a," someone screamed out. Others firmly clamped their mouths shut. Their eyes shot open wide, but their minds wanted so badly to reject the reality happening right in front of their eyes. This has to be a dream. That's right. Our peaceful Aslan is suddenly experiencing a civil war. Not only that, isn't it too strange for us to protect our border with orcs? Most importantly, though, the necromancers and slave soldiers standing on top of the barricade's platforms could only swallow with their suddenly dry mouths. There's no freaking way we can resist monsters like that. This spectacle laid out right before their eyes. An azure ocean of holy water had spread out seemingly everywhere, and bizarre monstrosities were crawling up from its surface. Their numbers began in the dozens, but soon swelled past hundreds and into the thousands. Every single one of them was a monster that had shed any pretense of being a humanoid creature. No, wait, it was more accurate to say the rough outlines of humanoids had been haphazardly added to their construction, which only made them look even more terrifying. These monsters made out of bones began screeching loudly. The tones containing the spirit speech of divine power slammed into the ears of Aslan's soldiers and they simply froze up on the spot. Just as they gradually regained their wits, Jerem's loud voice resounded out, "Oh, here yet, brave warriors of Aslan, stop these abominations." He was glaring at the Holy King, even though he himself was still buried in the barricade. "The murderer of our king, Rahama. Beat the war drums, and command the army." The various commanders finally pulled themselves together after Jerem's roars reached them. They then shouted out themselves, "Prepare for combat. Beat the drums, now!" Boom! 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 The drum beats reverberated throughout the area of the defenses. However, the noise only managed to drive the Aslan soldiers and monsters, already suffering from great fright, further into the grip of terror. The drum beats sounded like the marching footsteps of the powerful monsters, instead. For the sake of Aslan, a commander standing above the barricade cried out. The soldiers around him also roared out, rousing their faltering courage, but they still couldn't do anything about their paled complexions even now. Fire! Orcs, ogres, and goblins began moving. These creatures couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. It was their fate to fight until they lost their lives, as they were under the spell of the vampires. Load! Orcs pulled on their bowstrings, while goblins began operating the siege weapons. The arrow tips were aimed at the sky, while the tips of the ballista bolts pointed at the holy monsters on the ground. Fire! The orcs up on the rough walls fired the arrows, while the ballistas were shoved back by the recoil from firing their bolts. The arrows drew arcs in the air before descending to the ground, while the powerful ballista bolts brushed past the monsters. Bones shattered when arrows hit them. The bolts punched right through the undead, shattering them into millions of pieces. However, rising as if to overcome their decreasing numbers, even more of the holy undead were gradually added to their ranks, causing the terror in the Aslan soldiers to grow even worse. Go! One word from the Holy King, and the monsters pounced forward. The ground below their feet rumbled. They rushed forward, their feet splashing the surface of the lake of holy water. Arrows and siege weapon projectiles continued to fly in, but those obstructions only caused a brief stagger in the progress of the holy undead and failed to stop their advance. Kai-ya-ya-ya. Thousands of undead spread out in a wide area and rapidly closed in on the barricades, including the skeleton centipede moving at a frightening turn of speed. "See, close the gate! You idiots, close it, now!" Ogres heeded the necromancer's order and quickly closed the barricade's gate. But when the gateway was slammed shut, the skeleton centipede simply burrowed straight into the ground by using its dozens of finger bone-like legs. Water sprayed up into the air, before the holy water rapidly filled up the hole dug out by the undead monster. Gone? Centipede, monster? Where? The orcs watching this scene muttered, while their eyes opened wider. As they dazedly stared at the ground behind the barricade they were standing on suddenly broke open, and the skeleton centipede shot out from the hole, its glowing eyes gleaming sharply. Q-ahoo! One of the ogres tried to swing its club, but the skeleton centipede rapidly dashed forward and wrapped around the giant creature like a snake. The sharp claws attached to the ends of those finger bone-like legs stabbed deep into the ogre's flesh. The skeletal head tore open its victim's throat and its blade-like ribs tore the struggling monster's hide apart. The ogre screeched tragically and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The orcs watching this scene lost all color from their faces. An ogre, a creature far larger and stronger than they were, was instantly torn into bloody rags. Meanwhile, goblins were crying out urgently, "Coming, coming! Monsters, coming!" Orcs turned their heads forward again and saw the skeleton soldiers with forearms closing in. Ladders made out of bones were pressed against the barricades. The undead creatures used their forearms and two legs to climb the ladders at shocking speed. But that wasn't even the end of the story. Some didn't even bother with the ladders and simply crawled up on the surface of the barricades like some kind of insects. This scene was truly horrifying to behold. Orcs bashed their spears down to shatter the bones of the undead below them. But then one of the skeleton soldiers grabbed the incoming spear with its free hand, and used the orc's weapon as a makeshift rope to climb up even faster instead. Once this skeleton soldier reached the platforms on top of the barricades, it unsheathed all four of its swords and began swinging them around indiscriminately. 4 blades flew about. To defend against it, the orcs raised their shields. The first blade was indeed blocked, but the second, third, and fourth aimed for the new opening and stabbed cleanly through the orc. Other skeleton soldiers reaching the platform soon after simply spun around like tornadoes while brandishing all 4 of their swords. The Holy King calmly observed the unfolding situation. Behind him were the skeleton cavalry that closely resembled the mythical creatures, centaurs. Alan took a good look at the surprisingly sturdy barricades before bringing out Amon's grimoire. He then began chanting the summoning spell for a certain creature. "Damn it, my duty is to defend this place." Jerem had finally managed to extract his embedded body from the barricade. He needed to endure this assault for at least 3 days. Only then could he earn the grace period of 10 days Retin had mentioned and prevent the imperial bastards from reaching the royal capital. Even if he was to die here, he'd unhesitantly sacrifice himself if that meant he'd regain the glory of Aslan. For Aslan. Jerem yanked his sword out and roused up his demonic energy. His eyes became bloodshot, and the muscles all over his body ballooned up. He glared murderously at the Holy King holding a grimoire in the distance. In order to kill that bastard in one powerful strike, Jerem even chose to shave off his own lifespan. Woo! He kicked the ground with great power and dashed forward. The holy water on the ground spun up as if a storm was coming. But, the moment Jerem's sword was about to slam into Alan's forehead, goblins on the barricade's platform screamed out in pure terror, "A great being! A great being comes!" Huge claws emerged from the holy water's surface and slammed down on the ground, followed soon after by the skull of a dragon. The instinctive, indescribable fear stopped Jerem's sword dead in its tracks. Qasim. As Jerem was faltering in shock, Alan summoned a great sword and easily deflected the Aslan feudal lord's sword away. Bone armor was rapidly wrapped around the Holy King's frame. Claws that resembled meat hooks shot out and grabbed Jerem by his throat, lifting him clean off the ground. Kio-urhuk. The great being! The great being, oh, ooh! Goblins and orcs kept screeching, trembling in pure terror. Some of them fell to their knees and bowed their heads deeply, or began shaking their heads desperately after failing to escape. "Stop that thing! Don't just stand around like idiots, you damn orc bastards!" Necromancers loudly roared out, and got ready to cast their spells. But even they still couldn't help but falter a little after witnessing the mythical bone dragon only seen in distant legends. While they dithered about, the undead dragon slammed its skull straight into the barricade. The sturdy defensive wall broke apart like it was made of cookie crumbs. The necromancers on top of the platforms plunged to the ground and died after being impaled or crushed by the debris. Scorching flames filled the bone dragon's maw, then spewed out to burn every single monster standing before it. Kawa-a-a-a-a-a. All the necromancers and slave soldiers witnessing the unfolding spectacle held their breaths. Orcs managed to flail about within the ocean of draconic flames for less than 2 seconds. In that short blink of a time, their bodies simply burned away. They were completely erased from this world, not even their skeletons remaining. One of the slave soldiers dazedly shifted his gaze over to the shattered hole in the barricade. Dust clouds kicked up as skeleton cavalry rushed in through the open gap. A lengthy spear was swung through the air, instantly chopping the slave soldier's head off. The skeleton cavalry spread out in all directions. Their hooves even trampled past the orcs that boasted larger physiques than humans. The undead didn't discriminate between orcs, goblins, or humans, they hunted them all down as long as they were on or near the barricades. Every time the undead swung or stabbed with their spears, a life was reaped away, without exception. Ku-oo-oo-oo. The bone wyvern flying in the air spread its wings wide. Skeleton mages riding on top of the creature took aim with their muskets. They accurately picked out the pockets of resistance still daring to fight back and sniped the enemies to death one by one. A portion of the slave soldiers discarded their weapons and fled after witnessing the merciless march of the monstrous holy undead. One of them tripped on something and fell awkwardly to the ground. This soldier hurriedly looked behind him and discovered a skeleton centaur-like creature pouncing on him. The glowing eye sockets of the undead gleamed murderously within its skull. Its jaw split open as it exhaled bluish air, a bizarre cackling noise escaping from it at the same time. It was like staring at the messenger of death closing in. Hold on, don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. The slave soldier shielded his head and cried out. When that happened, the undead cavalry simply brushed past him. It stabbed its spear at a nearby necromancer trying to wield his staff, lifting him off his feet before discarding the lifeless corpse away to the side. Chapter 294, 154. In the Name of the King -1, Part 2. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. The slave soldier watched it all happen, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He briefly stared at the weapon he had discarded, before urgently crying out to his comrades. Throw your weapons away. They won't kill you if you surrender. The other slave soldiers gasped in surprise before hurriedly discarding their weapons. That caused the necromancers to shout at them in anger, "What are you all doing? If you back off now, our Aslan will parry." A large shadow loomed over that necromancer's head. Flames were burning within the bone dragon's maw right above him. The necromancers all clamped their mouths shut. One of them tried to cry out his spell and raise his staff up, only for the flames to completely and utterly wipe him out of existence without leaving so much as a single trace behind. His colleagues next to him were scorched by the flames and died too. The remaining necromancers watched this scene unfold and hastily threw their staves away. They even raised their hands up high to indicate their surrender. The bone dragon ignored them and stomped straight past them. The battlefield was sorted out in the proverbial blink of an eye, and silence gradually returned to the scene. Jerem, his throat still grabbed by the Holy King, glared at Alan. The Holy King wore bone armor and the skull of a mountain goat. His eyes were glowing eerily while bluish breath leaked out from his slightly parted lips. How could anyone call this being the Holy King? It was like staring at a true devil. What an overwhelming power this was, as expected of the one who killed King Rahama. The Holy King looked up at Jerem and asked, "Who is behind this? Which vampire is responsible?" Jerem's throat was twisted even further. Blood vessels bulged on his face and his complexion turned crimson. "Just kill me. I'm one of Aslan's proud 12 feudal lords. I have nothing to say to the likes of you." Oh, the so-called proud feudal lord sold his country out for an eternal life? Is that how it is? This is all for the sake of Aslan. You think I don't know what you bastards are scheming? You want to wage a war against the vampires. Jerem sneered mockingly. No, you just used that as a pretext to raise an army. After you purge all vampires, your next target would have been us, isn't that true? Starting from way back in ancient history, it was you bastards that kept attacking us. That's why things would have been the same this time, too. You crazed war fanatics. That's the same story for Aslan, too, though. That's right. And that's why we can never be allies. A vassal state, you say? No, there can only be a total annihilation for one side. Rather than bowing our heads to you. Jerem glared murderously at the Holy King. I will sell my soul to the devil and walk the path of mutual destruction along with you lot. And that was the will of our King Rahama, too. He was completely stained by madness at this point. It was as if he never acknowledged Tina, the descendant of that dead king, as his queen. In a way, Tina was also a traitor who aided in the killing of Rahama. One could argue that she was a puppet queen who only managed to ascend to the throne through the theocratic empire's assistance. The pushback from the nobles must have come from that fact. Well, all right, then. Let me ask you something else. The Holy King brought Jerem's face closer. If, say, King Rahama personally commands you, are you willing to follow him? Jerem's expression froze up in an instant. The Holy King looked behind him and called out. Daemon! Yes, Your Majesty! Please speak! Daemon had left the border wall and was standing in the middle of Aslan camp even before Jerem had noticed him. At the same time, 20,000 soldiers were pouring out from the open gateway of the Empire's border wall under Charlotte's command. You know where Rahama's remains are buried, don't you? The Holy King asked. Yes, sire. I do. Guide me there. Jerem glared at the Holy King and roared out in rage, You bastard! Are you planning to defile our king? No, I'm just trying to give you a final chance. The Holy King pulled Jerem's face real close and stared straight into the latter's eyes. Jerem's whole body instinctively shrunk back when he stared at those eerily burning eyes. Now, choose. Live on by submitting to me, or die. Jerem, dyed deep with terror by the Holy King's threat, faltered and lowered his head. Inside a dark, damp prison cell somewhere. Why won't you drink it? Retin was currently glaring at a shackled and chained dark elf inside the cell. The dark elf was the queen of Aslan, Tina Aslan. Retin didn't give up and tried to coax her into drinking the blood contained in a bowl before her eyes. Only by you drinking this will Aslan regain her peace. Are you telling me to become a vampire, Retin? That's right. Only by doing so can we receive the promised eternal salvation. The eternal life itself. The glory of all the citizens of Aslan becoming vampires will become ours, too. Yes, our land will become the very first kingdom of vampires. And you, Retin grabbed Tina's collar and lifted her up. Are destined to become a duchess. Yes, the wife of Duke Duran. Tina quietly closed her eyes, silently rejecting the invitation. Retin cursed loudly. 2 conditions had to be fulfilled before one could become a vampire. 1. The blood of a progenitor. 2. The willingness of the party about to drink the blood. This subordination contract could only be concluded successfully if the one willingly chose to become a vampire. But Tina was rejecting the second half of that requirement. You damn little! Just as Retin raised his hand to slap Tina's face. It won't do for you to rough up my future fiancé, now will it? Retin's hand froze in mid-air. He turned his head and stared at Duke Duran. Master! Retin had become a blood creation and as such, he was now obediently submitting to Duran's commands. He was frightened out of his wits and bowed his head before quickly stepping back. Duran opened the cell's door and entered before looking down at Tina. Are you still thinking of rejecting me? What is your reason for wanting me? Simple. Aslan can only truly be mine when you become mine, too. And also, I get to defile the world tree. Tina furrowed her brow deeply. No matter how much I burn the world tree or try to stain it with blood, nothing I do works. My strength alone isn't enough to stop the sacred power emanating from that tree. However, the story should be different if it's the elf bound to the tree. Duke Duran bent over and matched Tina's eye level. I wish to possess that power. The power of the defiled world tree, that is. That's why I need your help after you've turned into a vampire. It's not a bad proposition for you. After all, it's a glorious chance to inherit the blood of the noble, great me. Duke Duran proclaimed his own blood to be noble, of a great heritage. His arrogant speech was overloaded with the boundless ego of being a vampire. Tina resolutely replied, I decline. Duke Duran's expression crumpled. In that case, I don't have a choice but to make up my mind, too. I'll just cut your head off and turn you into an undead, instead. Although it may take several centuries, slowly and gradually turning you into a progenitor might be an entertaining distraction. Retin. Yes, master. Retin bowed his head. We will proceed with my marriage to the queen. My lord, you mean? We shall commence with the corruption ceremony. The corners of Duke Duran's lips curled up. Summon all the livestock living in the city to the royal palace. Execute the queen before their eyes. We shall use the blood of all the livestock to turn her into an undead. Tina's face hardened immediately. Oh, my dear queen. Enjoy the process of your soul being defiled by the blood of the subjects you hold so dear. Tina's eyes shook strongly, but that lasted only for a second or two. She then frowned slightly as her gaze shifted over to Retin. He was trying to hide it, but his legs were shaking and he was biting into his nails. She asked, why are you being so impatient like this? There was no visible change in Duke Duran's expression, but Retin standing next to him was sweating buckets of cold sweat while clearly being jittery. Could it be? Tina addressed them with a hint of mockery in her voice. Has His Majesty the Holy King arrived? How dare you still speak? Before Retin could roar out some more, though, Duran didn't try to hide it and told her the truth, indeed. I hear that the Holy King has broken through the border region already. Tina's face brightened immediately. That happened 10 days ago. The report says his army is marching towards the royal capital with a terrifying momentum. I'm sure they will arrive here either later today or tomorrow. Which means? Tina was inwardly relieved. She thought that the horrifying plan these vampires had cooked up would now be stopped. Unfortunately for you, even if the Holy King's army arrives here, they can never conquer Aslan's capital, Duke Duran grinned in a sinister manner. He turned around and left the cell, while Retin undid the chains binding Tina and brought her to the royal palace's audience chamber. Soon, the army of blood will arrive, thought Duran. The army of blood led by Marquis Kairam was currently marching towards Aslan's capital as well. Duran had heard that they should be arriving very soon. He had also heard that the sovereign of blood himself, the Vampire King, was personally participating in the proceedings this time. What an incredible honor this was turning out to be. Duran had provided the very first footing for the kingdom the Vampire King wished so dearly to create. No matter how strong the Holy King was, not only would he not win against Duran, he'd also lose soundly against the Vampire King, too. Duran fully believed in that notion, not doubting it even once. Just as he grinned deeply in satisfaction, a blood creation rushed up to him and cried out, Sir, I bring you an urgent report. Duke Duran turned his head and stared at the creature. An army has reached the vicinity of Aslan's royal capital. Yet another satisfied grin floated up on Duke Duran's face after listening to that report. It seemed that his allies had arrived. Is it the army of blood, then? No, sir. Our allies are nowhere to be seen. What did you say? It's the Holy King's army. His army has arrived at the capital first. Duke Duran's expression froze instantly. 154. In the Name of the King -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 295, 155. In the Name of the King -2. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. Duke Duran hurriedly changed location. Only after climbing to the top of the tallest tower in the royal palace did he finally get to see the army that had arrived himself. That army had now completely surrounded Aslan's royal capital. Paladins kitted out in white armor and troops numbering past 20,000 were currently setting up camp beyond the city's outer walls. Duke Duran's trembling eyes scanned his surroundings. Where was the army of blood? Where was His Majesty, the Vampire King? Duran looked up at the sky. The sun was starting to set beyond the horizon. The night was creeping closer, ready to blanket the world in darkness. But, he had definitely received a report from Marquis Kyram, hadn't he? The latter said that the Vampire King was personally leading the army of blood to invade Aslan. What about the army of blood? Duke Duran turned his head and asked a blood creation nearby. But the latter was instead soaked in cold sweat. It bowed its head deeply while shuddering away. We sent out scouts, sir. But we couldn't find the army of blood led by His Majesty the Vampire King. They are nowhere to be found in the territory of Aslan. Duke Duran's brows shot up. Could it be? His expression distorted hideously from pure rage. You deceived me, Marquis Kyram. TL, in first-person POV. Under Damon's guidance, I headed to an unnamed temple located some distance away from Aslan's capital. Charlotte was dragging along the bound Jerem. I enhanced my eyesight with divine power in order to see through the darkness and walk safely ahead. The entire structure was built out of brick, and lush vegetation of various types was growing everywhere. All sorts of traps were also installed in the passageways, but Damon easily found and disabled them all. Hang on. We aren't going to fight a dragon or something similar in here, now are we? When I asked that, Charlotte flinched in surprise and quickly reached for the hilt of her sword. Hey! Does she want to have a go at a dragon that badly? While I was thinking that, Damon, who was walking ahead of us, shook his head. Of course not, sire. Although I would have loved to keep one here, not only was there no spare dragon lying around, we also couldn't raise one, sire. Look at this dude, saying something pretty horrifying so casually like that. I raised my head and looked ahead after sensing a bunch of presences. Some individuals covering their faces with steel masks at the end of the corridor stopped us. They were Hashishins. They all bowed to Damon. He asked them, how many survivors? 57, sir. More than half lost their lives. Damon rubbed his temples angrily. What about Her Majesty, Queen Tina? She's currently confined to a prison cell. According to our intel, they are preparing for some kind of a ceremony. Citizens and the feudal lords are being summoned to the royal palace. Is the preparation to raid them complete? We have finished gathering, sir. Damon nodded at that. Please, let us continue on. He pointed at the end of the passageway. Opening the door there led us into a brightly illuminated space, which turned out to be a wide hallway. Streams of water gently trickled by on the floor, while countless flowers blooming practically everywhere bathed the surroundings in a visual symphony of bright colors. The ceiling was wide open, letting the bright moonlight in to illuminate the interior. When I stepped inside, an unexpected sight greeted me. 500 or so priests wearing monks' attire were bowing their heads in my direction while standing in the fields of flowers. I simply had to ask. And who are these people? Damon replied calmly, they are the ones your majesty saved in the past, sire. In other words, they were the 500 slaves imprisoned by the Black Order. They now possessed divinity, and were undergoing various types of training within this temple as some kind of priests. To our Lord Angel, who has gifted the ones without light with the rays of salvation. We shall devote our bodies and souls to you. I could hear their soft whisperings. They were praying right now. You bastard! Have you been raising this kind of combat force in secret? Daemon! You really were planning to rebel, weren't you? Jerem roared out loudly. Daemon simply glanced at him dismissively. This is His Majesty's personal troop. I might have trained them, yes, but I'm unable to command them as I wish. I was utterly flabbergasted by the crap coming out of Daemon's mouth. Bloody hell, I was not responsible for raising this kind of army, you know. Besides all that, the ones gathered here all looked far stronger than the recruits I had been training recently. Was it because of the effect of all that dragon meat and blood they had consumed? Also, Daemon had trained them for a few years, so this might be an obvious end result, too. Well, he used to be the instructor of the Hashishins, after all. I shifted my gaze over to a coffin located in the center of this hall. The moonlight flooding in from the hole in the ceiling brightly illuminated this coffin. I'm guessing that thing is where King Rahama's remains rest. I began walking towards it. You bastard, are you really going to defile our king's grave? Jerem roared out and tried to rush forward, only for Charlotte to block his path. He began shouting at Daemon instead, Daemon, think about this again. You don't know what that devil will do once you hand over the king's remains. Because of that bastard, our Aslan will. Yes, our Aslan will end up being destroyed, Daemon muttered almost absent-mindedly, causing Jerem to flinch nastily and lock his gaze on him. However, perhaps that is the best course of action for the sake of Lady Tina. You bastard! Jerem began struggling again, so Charlotte brought him down and used her shield to press him to the floor, preventing him from moving entirely. I ignored Jerem's struggles and shifted my attention back to the lid atop the coffin. A single white lily had been placed on top of the coffin, which was resting on top of an altar. Judging from how withered it was, I figured that the flower had been left up there for a while. Daemon walked up and told me, Her Majesty paid a visit to this place late at night, every single day, sire. I could only smile wryly at that revelation. The meaning behind the white lily. Wasn't it pure love? A love that doesn't change? Even though he was an idiot father who discarded his own daughter. Yet, she's a good kid, all right. While saying that, I slowly rubbed the surface of the coffin, and then carefully brushed off the flower petals piled up on the lid. Oh, you foolish king who didn't realize it until your death. I stopped brushing the coffin, opened my hand wide, then slammed it down on the lid. I began driving divinity deep into it. It's now time for you to right all the wrongs you've committed. Divine power rapidly spread out everywhere. The petals that had scattered in every direction were pulled up into the air by the strong gusts of wind. The believers raised their heads and stared at the coffin. Even Jerem, a member of the 12 feudal lords, stared at it with a hardened face. The ground rumbled for a short while, but then, everything suddenly became quiet. Staring at the coffin, I slowly cocked my head to the side. As the still silence continued on, a pure white hand suddenly broke through the coffin. This hand, trembling ever so faintly, grasped the withered white lily. Divinity began oozing from the tips of the bony hand. The withered flower slowly regained its vigor and white color as the sacred power filled it up. The white lily had been brought back to life. As if that was a signal, the coffin suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The thick dust cloud danced in the air as I continued looking on. A being kitted out in steel armor, its white skull wrapped in ragged fabric, emerged from within. A Death Knight! Daemon gasped out in shock. At the same time, Jerem's jaw was dropping to the floor. His whole body began spasming as he gradually entered a freaked-out state. Release me this instant! He shoved Charlotte aside, but only because she didn't try to stop him. Jerem hurriedly rushed up to the Death Knight before kneeling in front of it. His adoring gaze looked up at his king, now revived before his eyes. My king, King Rahama! Even though he cried out, Rahama didn't pay him any attention. No, he simply held that single white lily while tilting his head this way and that. Even after death, I remained in my flesh. Jerem jolted nastily at Rahama's voice. Despite inheriting my blood, she was a useless tool. As such, I turned her into a slave and threw her away. Yet such a slave looked after my flesh. Rahama carefully inserted the lily inside his armor. She came to seek out this foolish king every single day, late at night. She offered flowers, and brought her hands together to pray for me. Rahama then slowly shifted his gaze towards me. Is my daughter. His glowing eye sockets suddenly burned even more fiercely than before within the skull under the hood. My daughter. Tina Aslan. Where is she now? Tell me, oh my master. In third-person POV. Many Aslan citizens had been summoned to the royal palace. They numbered roughly around 1,000. The reason for the summons was fairly simple. Queen Tina has an announcement to make to all of you. The citizens were curious to find out whether their queen was still safe, and they also wanted to find out what fate had in store for their country. It was now time for them to see their queen for themselves, and listen to her words. But when they arrived in the expansive royal audience chamber. What is the meaning of this? Our sacred palace has become Aslan's royal palace, Normally, a pristine river should have been flowing here, along with lush, verdant vegetation growing abundantly in every nook and cranny. But now, look at it. The entire palace was stained in the color of blood. Corpses of the soldiers who had resisted were still strewn about everywhere, while Queen Tina could be seen on her throne, bound and tied up. Your Majesty! Oh my goodness, just how could this be? Who dares to do this to someone so young? All these people, the residents of Aslan's royal capital, ached in their hearts for the current pitiful state of their dear queen. But they also shuddered in fear at the orc soldiers currently surrounding the perimeter of the royal audience chamber. That thing, that's a vampire, isn't it? Could it be that the feudal lords and the vampires have conspired together? You bunch of human scum! The citizens began gritting and gnashing their teeth while staring at the crimson-eyed vampires, their sharp claws and fangs standing out among the orc soldiers. Just what happened here? Could it be that you bastards were the traitors, instead? The citizens then began shouting at the necromancers accompanying them. The latter group urgently shook their heads, denying that notion. And no, wait. We also didn't know such a thing would happen. It's nothing much, oh you bunch of livestock, Duke Duran suddenly spoke up, then reached down to stroke the chin of Queen Tina, sitting there on the throne with her arms bound. I've merely invited you all here for the sake of your queen. You should all be honored, instead. Duran then shifted his gaze over to Retin. The latter waved his hand, and the orcs began bringing in and installing a large guillotine. Watching this scene unfold, Duran silently clicked his tongue. Although I didn't want to resort to doing this. He wanted to manipulate the powers of the World Tree. He believed that when the Dark Elf was turned into a vampire and became his subordinate, he'd be able to freely control the power of the World Tree and defile this entire world as he saw fit. But now, he no longer had enough leeway to pull that off. Marquis Kyram. To think that he managed to deceive me. What could be the reason for that insane clown to send Duran to Aslan, while even daring to bring up the name of His Majesty, the Vampire King? Marquis Kyram told Duran to seduce the feudal lords of Aslan and create a sure footing for the eventual establishment of their kingdom of blood, but never mind the Vampire King, not even that jester's shadow could be seen anywhere nearby. That also applied to the army of blood, as well. Without a doubt, something somewhere had gone wrong. Now that the Holy King's army had laid siege to the royal capital, Duke Duran needed to resort to a method that could delay their advance. That method was to turn Queen Tina into an undead creature, and enhance her demonic energy through the blood of the gathered subjects of Aslan. Duran then planned to use the necrofied Queen Tina as his puppet to command the rest of Aslan's army. While the army confronted and bought time against the Holy King's legion, he'd take Tina and flee from here. Marquis Kyram, I shall tear you into thousands of pieces the moment I see you. I shall drink all of your blood and make sure you can't revive any more. Just as Duke Duran gritted his teeth in humiliation, Retin loudly declared for all to hear, from this moment on, we shall commence with the marriage ceremony between Duke Duran of the Blood Kingdom and the Queen of Aslan, Tina Aslan. Retin finished shouting, and forcibly dragged Tina down from the throne before placing her on the guillotine. Oh, no! Your Majesty! Oh my gods! The citizens tried to get closer, but the orc soldiers stopped them in their tracks. The monsters yanked their swords out and swung them around angrily, threatening the citizens. Please stop! Tina shouted out. The orc soldiers snickered and stepped back at her order. If only you had quietly become a blood creation like we told you, you would have avoided your fate and not suffered this humiliation, oh dear Queen, Duke Duran spoke from where he stood next to the guillotine. Tina's neck was secured to the frame. The vampires confirmed she was secure, and drew several runes all over the place before rousing their demonic energy. With that, the corruption ceremony meant to defile this place was underway. Once Tina's head was cut off and the citizens were murdered, their tormented souls would rush into Tina's severed head, turning her into a powerful undead. A lowly slave should start as a slave, indeed. Oh, Queen of Aslan, become my slave, Duran smirked at her. Tina clenched her teeth. But right at that moment, her gaze suddenly shifted over to the window of the royal palace. She noticed an unidentifiable object flying around in the air. Is that a wyvern? It was indeed a wyvern, a bone wyvern. And someone was riding on top of it, as well. The strange pair flew up rapidly and disappeared from the view of the skies afforded through the window. And now, the marriage between these two noble beings will commence. The sacrificial offering for the ceremony will be 1,000 livestock. Retin roared out, clearly excited. With this act, we now declare the eternal master-servant relationship between Duke Duran and Queen Tina, as well as the alliance between Aslan and the Blood Kingdom. He raised his extended claw towards the rope connected to the guillotine's blade. Duke Duran then muttered one word, execute. Ahaha! I shall now become the King of Aslan. Retin guffawed, and swiped with his claw to sever the rope. Duran smirked deeply and stared at Tina, who had both of her eyes closed tightly. But just as the guillotine's blade could slam down. Who said I would hand over my daughter to you? The ceiling of the royal palace caved in with a spectacular boom, and someone slammed down powerfully to the floor. Wah! Duke Duran hurriedly waved his hands around to dispel the choking dust, only to spot an object coming for him. The thing flying in at him with such shocking speed was a mace. No, it looked more like a large lump of hardened steel, rather than a proper weapon. Duran's face was utterly smashed in. The force of impact spun his head 360 degrees, while his entire body bounced haplessly away on the floor. Kyo-uha! Duran crashed into the floor some distance away and grunted in pain. His trembling hands reached up towards his crushed face, and he touched it carefully. His face was already regenerating. His eyeballs grew back, giving him his sight back, which also allowed him to see the individual who had struck him. The silhouette of the guillotine was inside the cloud of dust, but the falling executioner's blade had been stopped midway by a hand covered in a thick metal gauntlet. Every single citizen inside the royal audience chamber sucked in their breath. Even the necromancers could only look on in utter shock, their eyes threatening to pop out of their faces. The creature possessed an imposing physique, over 2 meters tall. His entire figure was covered in heavy armor, while his pure white skull was wrapped in fabric that now resembled a hood. Who dares to call himself a king in my presence? The king strengthened his grip and easily shattered the guillotine's blade, then lightly waved his hand around to deflect the scattered shards from falling on Tina. Now, kneel. The king picked up his daughter in an embrace. And worship. He swung the great mace, over 2 meters long, around with a powerful hand, and cleared out the dust cloud. I am the King of Aslan, Rahama Aslan. And I shall bid you all farewell. The glowing eyeballs inside the skull were now locked on the vampires. Offer your souls to the god of death, Uday. King Rahama. This was the moment of Aslan's once absolute sovereign returning to his former royal palace. Chapter 296, 156. Aslan in Chaos -1, Part 1. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. A shocked expression formed Tina's face while she was still inside the cloud of dust. She looked up at the person holding her. He wore a set of heavy armor, with ragged cloth wrapped about his head like some kind of a hood. Then she noticed a familiar white lily hidden beneath the armor. Father. Flustered, she even forgot about their stations and uttered a title that was still somewhat unfamiliar to her. As she grew even more flustered, the undead carefully raised his hand and patted her on the head. His glowing eye sockets were staring at her, but he solemnly maintained his silence. Could it be, Lord Angel? Only the Holy King, Alan All-False, was capable of reviving the former King Rahama as a holy undead like this. Without a doubt, Alan had awakened the former king in order to rescue her. Duke Duran was also feeling rather shaken at the moment. Why is King Rahaman in this place? A drop of cold sweat trickled down his face. The Death Knight emerging from the curtain of dust was definitely King Rahama Aslan. Not only that, he even possessed divine energy. There was little doubt that this creature was the handiwork of the Holy King himself. But never in Duran's wildest imagination had he believed that a human possessed a level of power monstrous enough to successfully revive King Rahama. But, where is the Holy King? A portion of Duran's brain was crushed by that strike to his face, and it was still undergoing regeneration. He couldn't think properly at the moment, but even then he knew the first thing he had to do was to find out where the most threatening existence to his survival was hiding. However, he couldn't spot the Holy King anywhere. Perhaps that was for the best. The undead before Duran was none other than King Rahama. Just dealing with him was going to be a difficult task. The Vampire Duke was not confident of fighting the Holy King at the same time and leaving here in one piece. For now, I shall try to buy myself some time. Duran swore that he'd kill the undead Rahama standing before his eyes as soon as his brain had fully recovered. I certainly didn't expect to meet the true king, Rahama Aslan, again like this. It certainly is an honor. Duke Duran exclaimed while standing up, his face now fully regenerated. His whole body was dyed in the crimson hue of blood. It looked like he had been drenched in blood. Armor of blood materialized around him, and he reached out to grasp a sword congealing there, also made out of blood. Although I wanted to fight him at least once, that was back when he was still a human being, thought Duran. King Rahama was one of the only two humans that the Vampire King had kept a wary eye on, the other one being Emperor Kelt All-False. He could unleash powerful abilities in combat that didn't lose out even when compared to the likes of the Sword King or the Crown Imperial Prince. No, it would be more correct to say that he easily exceeded either of those two if he used his demonic energy without any restrictions holding him back. Now King Rahama was no longer under the fatal restriction called a lifespan. Meaning that he should be even stronger than back when he was still alive. Failing to deal with this undead king quickly would only make things quite disadvantageous for Duran. King Rahama finally opened his mouth to speak. Oh, here yet, my former subjects. The Aslan citizens gathered in the audience chamber all flinched and stared at King Rahama. Leave this place. While saying that, King Rahama picked up a piece of the shattered guillotine blade and chucked it towards a window, shattering the glass there. He then grabbed the scruff of Tina's neck, and effortlessly tossed her lightly outside. Father! Tina! Go to the side of my master. Go and protect the subjects of Aslan. Tina fell from the royal palace's high window, but the bone wyvern swooped in to catch her and flew away. At the same time, the citizens quickly began escaping from the audience chamber. The orcs and Retin were currently frozen stiff, placing their undivided attention on the mighty form of King Rahama. These stupid bastards! Duke Duran cursed to himself before roaring out loudly. "Come, my basilisk! Devour them all!" The palace's floor caved in, and a huge snake emerged from the resulting hole. It opened its maw wide and bared its sharp fangs. But just before it could pounce on the fleeing citizens with its gaping maw, yet another existence broke through the high window with the broken glass. It was actually the skull of a huge dragon. Its bony maw opened wide and chomped down on the basilisk's throat. The white snake's neck was twisted aside as a stream of toxins spewed out from its mouth, defiling the palace. Duke Duran's jaw went slack, a feeling of sheer stupefaction washing over him. Even a bone dragon. The Holy King had summoned more than one monster and was controlling them at the same time. Just what exactly was he, to pull off something like this? Duke Duran began stumbling backwards without realizing it. He needed to flee from here. This whole affair smelled worse than a rotting fish now. The reason why Marquis Kyram was nowhere to be seen. Maybe that insane clown had already predicted this outcome. Right at that moment, King Rahama made a move before anyone else could. His figure dashed forward and his mace came flying in at Duran's face once more. As his eyes burned fiercely, Rahama spoke, the one with a vulgar soul, who attempted to murder Tina. Duran hurriedly raised his blood sword. "I shall break you into a million pieces." The blood sword and the mace collided, causing the entire floor to buckle and collapse. Late at night, at the camp of the Theocratic Empire's army, brightly illuminated by rows of blazing torches and burning braziers, Tina rode on the bone wyvern and landed in the middle of the camp belonging to the Holy King's army. Charlotte was on standby. She squared her shoulders, placed a hand on her chest, and bowed gracefully in silence, an act of established decorum when greeting royalty from another nation. As she did so, Alice ran up to them from somewhere behind Charlotte and urgently checked Tina's condition out. "Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any issues," Alice sighed in relief, and looked behind her. Tina looked over there as well, and finally discovered Alan standing there, Amon's skull and the bone armor already adorning his figure. Standing to either side of him were Damon and Jerem. Tina was instantly filled with happiness and worry the moment she saw Holy King Alan. Worried, because this incident, this coup, was the result of her incompetence. No doubt the Theocratic Empire would not overlook this event. "Your Majesty the Holy King." Tina hurriedly went down to her knees and bowed her head. "I beg for your forgiveness. This event was due to my incompetence. All responsibility lies with me. That's why, I beg of you, ensure that no other events of such nature will take place in Aslan. It already has been decided." Tina flinched at the reply. Aslan cannot avoid her destruction anymore. The eyes on Tina's bowed head grew wider. In the end, the country she deeply cared for had still managed to earn the wrath of the Theocratic Empire. It was an obvious end result. Aslan had pointed its sword twice at the Empire in less than 5 years, so it wasn't all that surprising to find out that the other side wasn't willing to let this go on any longer. Tina squeezed her eyes shut. "But then. However, with your help, we may be able to ensure the safety of her subjects." She opened her eyes again and lifted her head up. Alan had reached out to her by then. "Lend me your aid, Tina." Tina automatically reached out and took his hand. He helped her get on a skeleton horse, then he himself climbed up on the saddle. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the Theocratic Empire's army. Over 20,000 troops were getting ready to advance. He roared out to them. "Kill all those who resist, but do not harm the ones who surrender. Our true purpose is to hunt down the vampires." Queen Tina was with them now, meaning the Aslan army would probably not oppose them. "Also, continue to be vigilant of our surroundings." While issuing that order, Alan silently recalled what Jerem had told him earlier. "An army of blood is heading towards Aslan's royal capital even as we speak. They should be very close to reaching there, as a matter of fact. I advise you to send some scouts ahead to search the surroundings areas, then quickly take over the royal capital to protect the citizens inside." According to the feudal lord's intel, an army of blood was headed to this location. An army created by the vampires, no less. Which meant Alan now had to come up with a strategy to deal with them, too. Once King Rahama became his follower, Jerem willingly began following him, as well. It wasn't just because his king had awakened, however. Jerem's eyes showed that he had become entranced already. Entranced by a power that had even revived the long-dead king. It had to be the power of the gods. His value system and his faith all had been converted by what he witnessed. That was unsurprising, considering that he was a feudal lord of a nation who also used to worship the god of death. Alan looked behind him once more to confirm that the 20,000 troops had completed their preparations to move out. Advance. With this, Aslan will fall, and Alan took the lead, and the great army of 20,000 began moving forward as well. And this land will become a new territory of the Theocratic Empire. At the end of this war, Alan would become the new, undisputed king of Aslan. Chapter 297, 156. Aslan in Chaos -1, Part 2. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. The Aslan soldiers located on the city's outer walls were in a panicked state right now. Explosions were going off in the royal palace's direction, and plumes of smoke could be seen rising from there. Then a huge dragon and snake began battling each other in the palace's vicinity, too. How can demonic beasts like that be near the palace? What should we do, sir? The soldiers asked the nearby necromancers. The meaning behind the royal palace being in danger was simple: their queen was also in danger. The necromancers turned their heads to look outside the city. The Theocratic Empire's army was approaching. The Holy King was leading them at the front. The man kitted out in a set of bone armor and the skull helm of a mountain goat was fully displaying his majesty, a pure white aura gushing out from his entire body. Right behind him was a company of paladins. Their combined fighting spirit seemed to increase the weight of the air itself, ruthlessly crushing down on the Aslan soldiers. This army emanated a white aura that drove away the darkness and advanced upon the walls. If they decided so, it would prove to be too simple to break through the defenses of the outer wall, currently paralyzed by the unstable command structure, and enter the city itself. In all honesty, defending the outer wall seemed like a waste of time. That is, before the necromancer could say something, he saw something that made him doubt his own eyes. He quickly took out a telescope to take a closer look at the Holy King. That was when he confirmed the figure of a dark elf riding on the same skeletal horse as the Holy King. Her Majesty the Queen. The necromancer shifted his telescope, only to spot two of the feudal lords, Jerem and Damon, riding along on either side of the Holy King. What on earth is going on here? The two feudal lords and Her Majesty the Queen were all with them? In this sort of situation, what exactly should the Aslan troops do? No orders had come in from the higher UPS, even now. The necromancer became afraid that this was simply an act of subterfuge, and told his fellow Aslan soldiers to get ready, but a short while later, he ended up witnessing the sight of Queen Tina receiving a tree branch from the Holy King. A branch of the World Tree, no less. Tina lightly swung the branch around. A tree suddenly rose from the grass field before taking on the rough shape of a humanoid, a woodman. She's the real deal. Only Queen Tina was capable of summoning a tree spirit like that. The necromancer lowered the telescope. Open the gates. Sir? But, the feudal lords ordered us to defend. Her Majesty, our queen, is right over there, on their side. So is there a reason to listen to the orders of the feudal lords at this point? The rumors of the feudal lords potentially being the actual traitors had long been circulating among the Aslan soldiers by this point. And the truth had just been confirmed to them. Their queen was currently accompanying the forces of the Theocratic Empire. The fact that she even summoned the woodman indicated that she was fully cooperating with them. We shall follow Her Majesty. The necromancer issued his order, and the large gateway of the outer wall opened up. The necromancers and soldiers stood on either side of the gateway and bowed their heads deeply. The Holy King stepped into the capital, then loudly roared out, "Set up the defensive formation along with the soldiers of Aslan. As soon as the scouts discover the location of the army of blood, report to me at once." His roaring words reverberated throughout the night sky. The Empire's paladins quickly climbed up to the top of the outer wall. They continued to spread out and didn't bother to threaten any of the Aslan soldiers who offered no resistance. "As for you, the believers, you are to come with me." He pointed at the 500 monks raised by Damon, and the 50 Hashishins that served Tina. "We shall kill Duke Duran and occupy Aslan's throne." Alan dashed towards the royal palace, leading them from the front. What should we do now, in your opinion? Are you asking me because you already don't know? Retin told us to defend this place. He also told us that the army of blood will arrive sometime today, didn't he? Today, you say? Just when? Take a look, the night is drawing to a close already. It'll soon be morning. Are you telling me to wait until then? The opinions of the feudal lords, currently tasked with defending the outer walls of the royal palace, had reached an impasse. One of the bickering lords looked up at the sky. Even now, the huge bone dragon and the basilisk were still fighting fiercely, occasionally colliding with the palace itself. Stone debris tumbled down from their violent struggle. "Our king, Rahama, has returned. You feudal lords, kneel in obedience before him. Go and assist him right away." The Aslan citizens that had successfully escaped from the royal palace began shouting out to them from the grounds inside the castle walls. The feudal lords asked in confusion, "What kind of crazy talk is this? Shouldn't we go and see Duke Duran, and find out what's going on? Haven't we already dispatched some soldiers for that purpose? But none of them have returned so far." The feudal lords remained undecided despite everything. The news of their former king coming back to life was making them shudder in fear. King Rahama has become a death knight, and protected Her Majesty the Queen. Treating that news as fake seemed difficult when the necromancers that were fleeing the royal palace, along with 1,000 citizens, were all saying the same thing. That news was basically the same as the former king personally acknowledging Queen Tina as his legitimate successor. These feudal lords had dared to raise the flag of rebellion against the legitimate successor. To make matters worse, they had even joined hands with the vampires, which was practically the same thing as going against the will of the god of death as well. With everything they had done so far, these feudal lords now found themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. "We should open the castle gates now. It's not too late. The theocratic empire is cordial towards Her Majesty, and as such, we also need to join hands with them. If we say we were threatened with death, do you think they'll believe such a lie? The Holy King's Legion has already reached us. Can't you tell from just looking? The army of blood. Those bastards have abandoned us." Just as the three feudal lords began bickering with each other, one of the soldiers urgently cried out to them, "They are here. The Holy King. The Holy King is here." The feudal lords quickly turned their heads. There he was, the Holy King, now approaching the castle. In his embrace was Tina, while hundreds of monks were following steadily behind him. Her Majesty the Queen. The soldiers grew agitated after seeing this scene. But on the other hand, the orc soldiers defending the royal palace began roaring out raucously, instead. "What should we do, sirs? Defend, or open the castle gates?" the soldier asked, but the feudal lords couldn't reply, their lips trembling non-stop. Their reasoning had frozen and they couldn't come to a decision. But then, one of the feudal lords managed to roar out suddenly, "Stop them! The army of blood will definitely come. We will get to enjoy eternal life after becoming vampires. That's why we must stop them here. The theocratic empire will obviously try to annihilate us all, while using this event as a pretext, anyway." The shouts of this feudal lord managed to convince his fellow lords. They all nodded in unison. The orc soldiers raised their weapons, while the human soldiers heeded the orders of the feudal lords and began tugging on their bowstrings, even though they tightly clenched their teeth. As long as we have the castle wall, we can endure for some time. Once the morning sun comes, the army of blood will arrive. The feudal lords hadn't lost all hope yet. They continued to hold on to the contradictory delusion that the vampires would definitely arrive, even though the undead generally avoided appearing in the morning. Just as they yanked out their weapons, Nasus, Qasim, a lich and a berserker were summoned, and mounted on their own skeletal horses. Even as they were charging forward, they raised their heads to look up. Go and handle the feudal lords. These two undead were now tasked with handling the three rebelling feudal lords of Aslan. As for the Holy King, Alan, and I'll be. He sucked in a deep breath, and extended his right hand. Bones began sprouting forth from his hand, constructing a larger hand of bone around it. This hand grew to an abnormal size, then sank heavily towards the ground. Inside this enlarged frame of bones was a huge metallic barrel. Alan pointed the cannon manufactured by Hans at the castle gate. Divinity rapidly filled the cannon. The powerful divine energy began swirling around within the weapon, before violently shooting towards its target. The huge projectile of pure divinity slammed straight into the castle's gateway, melting the gates of solid steel before completely obliterating them in a massive explosion. The gates were completely broken apart under the overwhelming assault. Even as the feudal lords began freaking out, Alan said something that everyone around could hear, "And now, I shall hunt down Duke Duran." He broke through the choking dust and stepped onto the grounds of the royal palace. 156. Aslan in Chaos -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin. Chapter 298, 157. Aslan in Chaos -2. Translated by a passing wanderer. Edited by Red. Tina, you head to the World Tree, Alan directed. Tina dismounted from the skeletal horse. The Hashishins escorted her to their new destination, while the monks followed Alan to break into the royal palace. Orc soldiers showed up on every floor to block their progress. "We must stop them. Master said so." Master ordered. "Stop them." These orcs were brandishing all sorts of weapons. The monks rushing along in the narrow corridor quietly whispered under their hoods, "Under the name of Goddess Gaia, Holy King Alan Allfalst's blessing be with us." Under the mountain goat skull helm, Alan's face displayed his surprise when he heard that. These monks were praying, but they weren't simply praying to Gaia. They also mentioned Alan's name during their prayers. A white aura gushed out from the figures of the monks as they recited their prayers. They wielded their staves and held their heads high. A staff overflowing with divine power was ruthlessly swung around to sweep an orc off its feet, and then the sharp end of the weapon was thrust into the helm of the downed monster. Blood splattered everywhere, and the orc went limp. Another monk dodged the weapon swung around by an orc, grabbed the monster's wrist, and bent it in the wrong direction. He then snatched the orc's weapon away and killed the orc with it. The 500 or so monks quickly spread throughout the royal palace to suppress the 1,000+ orcs present inside the building. As expected of monks trained by none other than Damon, they were truly multi-talented with how excellent their martial techniques were, as well as their proficiency in handling various weapons. Humans! Stop them! Shields, formations! More orcs hurried into the royal palace's corridors. Kitted out in heavy armor that humans would have found too heavy to wear, they quickly overlapped their forged steel shields, each weighing at least 30 kilograms, to create a sturdy shield wall, then pushed their spears through the small gaps in this wall. The monks took in this sight before stepping back. Alan pointed the cannon mounted on his right arm at the new obstruction while his eyes glowed even more fiercely. "Get out of my way!" The holy projectile exploded forth and tore through the orcs mercilessly. The steel armor and the flesh of the monsters were literally erased from existence. The ensuing explosion caused angry flames to spread out. The nearby windows all shattered, and many orcs were thrown out of the palace altogether from the force of impact. Debris fell from the quaking ceiling. Orcs lying half-dead in the obliterated passage of the palace vomited out mouthfuls of blood. They raised their faltering heads and stared at the human walking towards them from the end of the corridor. This being with a mountain goat's skull for a helm and a set of bone armor surrounding him, framed by the backdrop of billowing flames behind him. On his right arm was a gigantic cannon over 2 meters in length, all encased in bones. It was so long that it extended past the tip of his hand and well past his shoulder. A devil! A devil! The orcs were utterly terrified. But when they turned around to try and flee, the spells of obedience the vampires had placed on them activated, causing their bodies to suddenly balloon up, before exploding into gory bits. The orcs witnessed their kin die in such a gruesome fashion and began shaking their heads frantically, as if to reject their current reality. If they tried to fight, the Holy King would murder them. But if they tried to run, the vampire's spell would blow them up, instead. They couldn't flee either way. Only death awaited them. The cannon aimed at the head of another orc next. Ah, kuaaaa. The orc roared out and tried to pounce on the human, but a blinding flash of light wiped the poor creature from existence, starting from its head. Truly excellent, King Rahama Aslan. While saying that, Duke Duran panted heavily to get a grip on his breathing. His wrecked helm was being reconstructed with blood and securely enclosed his head once more. Duran snickered, then glared at King Rahama, currently on one knee while maintaining his balance with his mace. Even then, did you really think you can win against us, the noble vampires, just because you were revived? The once sacred royal audience chamber of the ruler of Aslan had been thoroughly defiled by now. Toxins from the basilisk had deeply stained every visible corner, while blood corrupted by the demonic energy had splashed and spread everywhere. Orcs were standing and waiting, while Retin was injuring his own flesh to extract blood from it. The demonic energy from the surrounding area was rapidly being sucked into Duran. Despite his confident tone, though, there was a strand of sweat trickling down his cheek. You goddamn monster! He needed the assistance of his blood creations in order to fight evenly against King Rahama. But even after receiving the boost from their blood and demonic energy, Duran could only barely suppress Rahama. I shouldn't have turned Retin into a blood creation. If him dividing a portion of his strength off in order to seduce a feudal lord could be seen as the root of his current problem, then yes, it certainly was. If you are an undead, be a good undead and go back to hell, Rahama. Duran roared out and gripped his blood sword tightly before thrusting at Rahama's forehead. It was at that point Rahaman's jaw broke the weighty silence he had been observing. Back when I was still the king of Aslan, I believed I could win against you. However, that was wrong, it seems. Indeed, you are strong. I now acknowledge it. Duran furrowed his brow at that. The personality of King Rahama he remembered was not like this. For him to reject his own strength, and then to acknowledge someone else's power? But with this, now I know for sure. Rahama raised his head up, and his glowing eye sockets arched like new moons, an eerie cackle leaving his bony jaw. I know for sure now that my master is stronger than you. A deathly chill ran down Duran's spine. That was because he had detected a massive amount of divinity somewhere behind him. He urgently turned his head around and stared at the firmly shut door, only for his jaw to drop. Crazy son of a... Kaboom! A cannon shell made out of light came flying in like a shooting star. It broke through the doorway and obliterated Duran's upper body. His remaining lower torso stumbled back. King Rahama tried to get back to his feet, but his body crumbled and he had to fall back to the floor. In the meantime, the remaining orcs and Retin jumped up in shock and hurriedly retreated. Duran's lower half began writhing around at the same time, and his body started regenerating. The destroyed spine sprouted up from the hips before the ribs, arms, and hands, and finally, the neck and the skull grew out from there. New flesh started reforming to cover them all, and Duran's trembling eyes shifted over to the audience chamber's doorway. Rahama too also turned his head towards the doorway and deeply bowed his head. Master! You've arrived! The doorway with a big melted hole in it, was flung wide open. Around 500 monks entered, dispersing to the left and right sides of the chamber. These monks, clad in robes that dragged on the floor, stood tall and proud before slamming their staves down. "So, you were the one." Boots covered in bones stepped on the floor. Glowing eyes under the skull of a mountain goat glared sharply at Duke Duran, still in the middle of his regeneration. The one responsible for this event. The Holy King, Alan Allfalls. He had finally shown up. The muscles around Duran's eyes that had just finished regenerating began twitching. His whole body even shuddered a little from instinctive fear. This is too dangerous. To think that he'd actually have to confront the Holy King in this manner. "Marquis Kyram, you stinking bastard! Just where the hell are you?" Duran inwardly cursed out while finishing up the last of his regeneration. He sucked in a deep breath. At the same time, he also stared back at the Holy King and spotted the cannon with divinity swirling within it taking aim at him again. As expected. "You're different from a count class. To think that you'd still be alive after your body blew into pieces." In that case, the glowing eyes under the mountain goat's skull arched in a creepy grin. "Why don't we experiment on how many times you must die before you are really dead?" TL, in first-person POV. I sucked my breath in deeply before exhaling. Duke Duran was in the middle of regenerating himself, completely bathed in blood. Wowzers, I guess he's really different from the other, regular vampires, then. His body got obliterated into bits and pieces, yet here he is, still alive. The divinity contained in my attack should have greatly restricted a vampire's regenerative ability, yet this bloodsucker was strong enough to overcome that. A normal person who didn't know how to wield divinity would never be able to kill this Duke-class vampire. This was the reason why this continent required the imperial family's presence. I injected more divinity into my portable cannon. The holy shell expanded before condensing even further. One of the 12 feudal lords who had raised the flag of rebellion first, Retin, urgently cried out, Master, what should we do now?" Even then, he didn't forget to hold his bizarre-looking claws up high, getting ready for another round of battle. The orcs next to him also raised their weapons and glared threateningly at the monks. This tense silence seemed to stretch on for a bit, before Duke Duran finally said, "Attack them. We don't have an escape path left anyway. If you wish to live on, kill them and survive." At the same time, I also spoke up, "Kill them. This is a territory of the Theocratic Empire. My territory." I finished reloading the cannon and aimed it at Duke Duran's face. I will not tolerate some vulgar vampire daring to soil my own territory. Flames spat out from the cannon, and the blinding shooting star flew straight at Duran. Danger! Duran's body suddenly split apart into droplets of blood before dispersing everywhere. They seemed to float up, before coalescing in one spot to reconstruct his body. Man, what a tricky, rat-like bastard! The 12 bone hands on my back spread out. Muskets were summoned into their grips and I took aim at the quickly regenerating Duran over there. Holy bullets rapidly condensed before firing at their target. Duran looked quite flustered as he dispersed his body once more, and was sucked into a puddle of blood on the floor. "Protect Duke Duran, now!" Retin roared out, prompting the orcs to rush towards me. But the monks quickly stood in their way. They wielded their staves and began to wage a messy melee against the orcs and Retin. Meanwhile, Duran's body was rapidly reconstructed from the puddle of blood soaking the floor, which I also happened to be standing on top of at the moment. He dug deep into my defenses. "For the glory of our great vampire king!" He raised his sword high before thrusting it towards my heart. The 12 bone hands let go of the muskets and at the same time, spears, swords, and maces were summoned into their grips to defend against the incoming blood sword, overlapping with one another. Duran gasped out, while I took a hard swing with the cannon in the air. From right below its muzzle, a blade belonging to my great sword shot out towards the vampire. I braced myself on the ground and pivoted around. My right hand continued to swing the great sword poking out from under the cannon muzzle. "You monstrous basta!" Duran quickly withdrew his blood sword to block the incoming great sword. Clang! The two blades collided noisily. Divinity and demonic energy clashed and exploded from the impact. Despite that, neither I nor Duran were blown away. We held our positions and glared into each other's eyes. The floor beneath our feet began buckling and breaking down. My physical ability, amplified by divinity, was also bolstered by the strength exerted by the hundreds of bones, and was enough to overwhelm Duke Duran's own monstrous physical prowess. The great sword was gradually pressing the blood sword down. How can a human be this strong? Duran's sword of blood shattered. Even his armor of blood broke apart, and his figure was flung helplessly away. He rolled around on the puddles of blood on the ground, splashing them all over the place. All the blood in his surroundings began gathering on Duke Duran again. It looked to me as if he was trying to recover by absorbing the blood from the orcs and retin. I summoned holy water from the tips of my feet. The blood containing demonic energy violently rippled before exploding everywhere about me. At the same time, the blood being sucked into Duran's body also exploded, leaving his body in tatters. You monster! Oh who you calling a monster here? I quickly sprinted towards Duran as he forced himself up. I don't have enough blood," he muttered, urgently looking around his vicinity. Eventually his searching gaze landed beyond the broken-down wall of the audience chamber. The bone dragon and the basilisk were still fighting outside, viciously tearing into each other. The poison and tainted blood from the white-scaled snake monster spewed out everywhere. "That's it." Duran extended his hand. Blood was rapidly extracted from the basilisk and gathered around him. He then confidently glared in my direction. "A mere human dares to." I flinched in surprise and stopped getting closer. After urgently summoning a whole bunch of bones, I stacked them in front of me to create a sturdy shield wall. Crunch! A stake of blood drilled straight past the shield, but I managed to retreat in time to avoid the attack by a whisker. "From now on, I'll start fighting you seriously," Duran proclaimed, as his flesh began writhing rather ominously. His body suddenly ballooned up as he finally shed all pretense of looking like a human being. A pair of bat-like wings broke through the skin on his back, while his human legs blew apart, only to be replaced by a pair of hoofed legs similar to a horse's. Even his once human-looking face changed to something resembling a lion, while all the muscles on his torso took on this distinct crimson hue, as if they were superheated stones. He had become a literal monster standing at least 3 meters tall. The way he looked kinda reminded me of a devil, too. A great sword of blood materialized within the grip of the new devilish Duran. When he took a casual swing with the weapon, blood drops spread around like dancing flames, and spewed out powerful poisons. "Oh, here yet, you stinking livestock! You should not have opposed me." The devilified Duran slammed his blood great sword on the floor hard. The holy water was corrupted instantly, and the ground was stained by the blood once more. It didn't stop there. Clones bearing the same appearance as when Duran still resembled a human began rising up from the surface. There were a total of 6 of them, and they all wore the same armor of blood and held the blood swords as well. Their murderous glares locked onto me. "Even if you are the Holy King, you are still no match for me, the noble one who was granted the title of a duke." He pointed that blood great sword in my direction as the light in his eyes sharpened considerably. "Know your place, you damn livestock." I ignored him for now and glanced to my side. I could see King Rahama standing back up, seemingly finished recovering. Qasim the Berserker and Nasus the Lich were also entering the audience chamber behind me, having disposed of the trio of feudal lords outside. Our head count is still on the low side, isn't it? While saying that, I raised my left hand and snapped my fingers lightly. A portion of the blood staining the floor was shoved back once more by my holy water. The two got mixed up and undulated wildly. My monster legion began leaping out from the holy water's surface. From the skeleton centipede, to the skeleton cavalry featuring the lower half of horses and upper half of skeleton soldiers, followed up by the four-armed skeleton infantrymen. My bizarre monster army made entirely out of bones emerged into the open, making the audience chamber a rather cramped space. The monks still fighting intensely against the orcs stopped and withdrew in smart formation. The orcs and Retin also retreated. And just like that, our two opposing camps started a glaring contest. Master, all those monsters! When Retin gasped that, the devil version of Durand shifted his gaze over to the former feudal lord of Aslan. A sneer suddenly formed on Durand's face. He reached out to grab Retin's head, then used his blood greatsword to chop the latter's torso in half. He lifted the bleeding upper torso up high, gulping down all the falling blood with his gaping mouth. Yet another clone materialized as a result. Durand discarded Retin's body and began loosening his muscles. His hoofed feet stomped loudly on the floor, while he bent his back like a hunchback. The devil Durand roared out in anger, for the glory of the Vampire King. His roaring drove his clones into action. The orcs also roared out and charged forwards. I aimed with my cannon and issued my orders, to go and hunt down the filthy vampires. Qasim, Nasus, Rahama, the monks, and the monster army all rushed forward at the same time. Both sides charged with all their might, trained their weapons at their targets, and began swinging away. 157. Aslan in Chaos -2 Fin. Chapter 299, 158. Yet Another King -1, Part 1. Translated by A Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. The holy undead, the monks, orcs and Durand's clones began a messy melee. Divinity and demonic energy spread throughout the area. Blood splattered everywhere, along with chaos and destruction. The Aslan royal audience chamber had long lost its former splendor by this point. Thud, thud. Durand, now looking like a real devil, stomping down hard with his hoofed feet. His feet, moving one step at a time, broke into a crazed dance before long. I enhanced every single one of my physical abilities with divinity, and even activated both my divine aura and the Aztal rune. Next up, I fused both Amun's staff and the grimoire with the bone frame supporting the cannon. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion, with the exception of Durand and I. We moved at much faster speed, as if we existed in a different time flow. Durand swept his great sword back before swinging it forward powerfully. The powerful strike sent out a tidal wave of flame-like blood containing deadly poison as well as choking heat. I took aim at the incoming flame wave of blood with my cannon before firing a shot. The blood flame exploded spectacularly. When I breathed in, I sensed demonic energy seeping into my lungs. Coo-oo-oo. This vampire, he even stopped sounding like a person, and began making some weird-ass monster noise. Durand rushed at me and took another swing with that blood greatsword. I met him midway with my own greatsword, located below the cannon's muzzle. The vampire's blade made out of blood clashed against my steel blade. Divinity and demonic energy collided and scattered in every direction. For sure, this bastard had become a lot stronger after he shed his human facade for good. I heard my shoulder bones creak, as if they were about to pop out of their intended positions. Man, I should have learned that deflecting skill that Charlotte used so freely back then. The 12 muskets on my back aimed at the vampire bastard and fired indiscriminately into his body. Holy bullets pierced straight through him, causing Durand to stumble back before falling to one knee. But just by sucking in a deep breath, all the wounds on his body regenerated. The blood being shed all over our surroundings from the dead orcs was being absorbed into him. At the same time, one of his clones suddenly broke down and was sucked back into him, as well. Durand fully recovered immediately after that. I muttered, "Aha, so that's how it is. The number of your clones represent how many lives you have left." Durand flinched in surprise and tried to get up, but I was a beat faster than him, and I managed to stab my greatsword, then the muzzle of the cannon, into his abdomen. As the blade ripped straight into his flesh, divinity quickly coalesced within the cannon. I planted my feet covered in the bone boots firmly. The floor cracked apart beneath me as I used brute force to shove Durand's huge body back. Kuuu! You monster bastard! Oh hey, so you can still speak human, after all. Right after I quipped, I fired the holy shell from the cannon. A portion of Durand's torso was blown apart. Kuuu! The vampire swung his great sword around and tried to shake me loose. I quickly distanced myself from him. Durand vomited out a ton of blood. Kuaa! Suddenly, his blood rose up like water from a fountain. The blood droplets floated up in the air, only for them to descend rapidly like bullets. Evade! I froze up for a millisecond before crying out loudly. A portion of my bone monster army collapsed and was rebuilt again in a flash. A huge umbrella-like shield was created in an instant to protect the monks. As for me, I raised the cannon above my head to block the blood bullets. In the meantime, another one of Durand's clones disappeared, only for the vampire's body to completely recover. I still need more blood, Durand muttered, urgently scanning his vicinity. He probably was thirsting after some more basilisk blood right about now. The only reason why he could win against the undead King Rahama was due to the help provided by all the blood. I pressed my hand into the holy water on the floor and swirled it around. The water splashed and scattered in a large arc, landing on the hole in the wall, the ceiling, and the other parts of the floor. Bones sprouted from the holy water, completely covering up the hole in the wall. Durand hurriedly swung his blood great sword around to break the wall down, but it was all a waste of time. Which made some sense, because looks like Tina has reached the world tree. I muttered, causing Durand's jaw to drop. A large number of plant roots had been steadily encroaching into the royal audience chamber. The vegetation absorbed and purified all the blood coming in contact with them. My divinity and the mana from the world tree merged, making the roots even tougher and stronger. Durand's clones stumbled back in an ungainly manner, while the orcs were struck by the roots and got blown apart, dying in droves. When the roots absorbed my holy water, they become even larger than before. A portion of the roots bunched up and became woodmen, then the newly summoned creatures pounced on Durand's clones. One by one, the clones were killed off. Witnessing this scene, Durand gasped out in a trembling voice, "No, not yet. Nat, it's already over for you." As I said that, I walked up to Durand. He suddenly began swinging that blood great sword in a frenzy, as if his instinctive fear had taken over him. I either dodged or deflected his sword swings before slamming my cannon into his torso, then left numerous slashes all over his flesh with my own great sword attached below the cannon's muzzle. His blood splattered everywhere. A portion of his blood coalesced and tried to return to him, only for the various plant roots spreading out to all corners of the palace to absorb it and get rid of it for good. That damn dark elf! Durand cursed loudly. He gripped the blood great sword with both hands, then began spinning his entire body around. I used my cannon to block his attack. However, the bone frame supporting it was breaking apart from the pressure. Cracks also developed on the cannon's muzzle. But I amplified my divinity even further through Amon's staff, the grimoire, and the Astal rune, then instantly repaired all the damaged parts. This repair ability was powerful enough to restore the headquarters of the Church of K'Eliam, so this much was nothing at all. Durand could only shudder at this sight. How can such a restorative ability belong to a? In a way, this power to restore and repair was far more powerful than that which the vampires possessed. Even if demonic energy tried to curtail this power, the words of the gods should still come across as an absurdly horrifying power from the perspective of the vampires. "I can sense it now," I said, glaring at Duke Durand before glancing around at the vampire's clones. Every time I killed this punk, one clone disappeared, and that in turn made it easier for Rahama, Qasim, and Nasus to defeat the remaining clones. "You're losing your strength." I grinned from under the mountain goat's skull. That's right. This punk was losing his power gradually. How dare a mere livestock This idiot vampire was still blinded by his ego. He held the rank of a duke, though, so I should commend him for his unyielding pride, at least. Too bad for him, it was nothing more than putting on some hot air at this point. Durand glared murderously at me. I shall offer you up to His Majesty, the Vampire King. He suddenly spread his wings wide, then charged towards me. I sensed demonic energy violently raging within his heart. At the same time, his whole body began burning with a bluish flame. Wasn't that the sign of a vampire about to combust to ashes? Hey, was he trying to blow himself up along with me? Sorry, but that's not gonna happen. Because I knew something he didn't. I could sense a presence beyond the wall currently blocked off by my bones and the plant roots. You will never reach me, vampire. That wall suddenly came down, hard. A dragon's bony skull broke through and opened its maw wide. Durand looked behind himself and discovered a huge open maw unstoppably tearing into the audience chamber's interior. He screamed the moment he spotted the sharp fangs of the dragon closing in. His action of pouncing at me suddenly morphed into him trying to escape in my direction, instead. Unfortunately for him, it was too late by then. The dragon's jaws opened even wider, and chomped down on Durand's fleeing figure. Ku-a-a-a-a-a! He screamed as the dragon's fangs dug into him. His whole body began burning even more. Release me! No, this can't. It cannot be. The sharp fangs bit down viciously, and tore Durand's body in half. His upper torso tumbled down to the ground, while the rest of his lower half was extinguished in blue flames. I'm dying. But it cannot be. Durand gasped out and tried to prop himself up on the floor. His devilish appearance disappeared, to be replaced by his prior human-like facade. He crawled away as tears of blood trickled down from his eyes. I reached down and grabbed his head, then dragged his sorry ass towards the hole in the wall. I held him up by the hole and let him enjoy the view of the outside. The morning sun was already rising in the distance. The bright amber glow of the sun was gradually illuminating the world. We were greeted by the sights of the basilisk's corpse on the ground, ripped apart by the bone dragon, the huge world tree and its verdant leaves dancing in the vines, the vast sprawling city beyond it, and finally, the theocratic empire's army gleaming in white, standing atop the outer walls of the city. Countless citizens and necromancers, plus other soldiers from the theocratic empire, were visible in the vicinity of the royal palace, and they were all staring at us. Hey, do you see it, Durand? The sunlight touched Durand's body. He began screeching even louder. This is the theocratic empire. Even a weak blood creation of the vampires could withstand the sunlight, yet Durand could not. His face, his whole body, began melting down. His eyes rolled over to stare at me, filled with fear. Yup, that's the right kind of look for a vampire. I took off Amon's skull, which prompted the bone armor, the great sword, and the cannon to disappear from my body. I settled down on the debris of the wrecked wall. And this is the final moment of a moron who invaded my territory. I summoned a musket and pointed its muzzle at the vampire's melting head. I should thank you for that. Thanks to you, the theocratic empire just gained new territory. Durand's brows shot up high. I simply smirked back at him. And with this, the empire's strength will become even greater. Soon, I shall send the Vampire King on his way, as well. Patiently wait for him in hell, okay? Holy King, you Devi! I pulled the trigger. His head exploded and disappeared completely. You bastards can't win against us, I muttered coldly. Durand's headless torso tumbled down and quickly dissipated into ashes, not leaving behind even a single bit of flesh. I shifted my gaze back to my front, and stared at the capital of Aslan bathed in the morning sun's rays. The air felt fresh and pleasant, while the sunlight on my skin was warm and gentle. For sure, a land with a world tree had something different about it. Even if that was the case. What am I supposed to do after taking over this place, though? Just thinking about what needed to be done in order to properly manage this place made me groan deeply under my breath. Chapter 300, 158. Yet Another King -1, Part 2. Translated by a Passing Wanderer. Edited by Red. 5 days passed by after we dealt with Duran and his gang. Under Tina's command, the Necromancers quickly took action. They absorbed life force from various livestock, not human but actual animals, and summoned skeletons to immediately start working on reconstructing the royal palace as quickly and efficiently as possible. These men dared to rebel against our Queen Tina. The survivors among the rebelling feudal lords were dragged out into the city's main plaza, before being placed on the guillotine. Wait. We were only listening to Retons. Execute them. The guillotine's blade mercilessly came down and chopped their heads off. The citizens angrily kicked the severed heads around or spat at the corpses. As for me, I was sitting on a hastily constructed throne located in the wrecked audience chamber of the palace. Its wall still had a gaping hole, and a rather pleasant breeze was blowing inside. I was receiving the reports on the current situation of Aslan while enjoying the fresh air. The punishment of Queen Tina, is it? Sure, the coup d'état was initiated by Retin and the feudal lords, but Tina was at fault for failing to prevent it in the first place. And it was now my job to decide what her punishment would be. Her getting stripped of her throne was obvious, but she still needed to be further punished somehow. Her guilt in this case was rather large, but she was Aslan royalty, so that should count favorably for her. What should I do? While I was stuck in the dilemma trying to decide on Tina's punishment, I got a peek into Rahama's vision being shared with me. I had summoned him earlier, and he was currently sitting on one of the world tree's roots along with Tina. He was solemnly maintaining his silence, although Tina, in his embrace, was busy weaving some flowers together to create a wreath to decorate his skull. Plenty of awkward air was wafting around between the father and daughter, but Tina seemed to be genuinely happy, so I decided to let them be together for a little while longer. I'm tired. Summoning King Rahama for even a short period of time exhausted a lot of my divinity. I had to shake my head hard at the dizziness creeping up on me. I then summoned a certain item from the item window, a golden bangle. This was the treasured tool of the very first Holy Emperor, Orden All-False. The cracked parts had been completely repaired by now. I wondered if it was possible for me to use it right away. I should ask Hans about it later. I might end up breaking it again if I carelessly used it in the wrong manner. While I was thinking about that, the doorway to the royal audience chamber was urgently pushed open, and Charlotte, her face quite pale, ran up to me. Your Majesty. I was startled by her voice, and quickly looked back at her. It was so rare to see her get so flustered. Could it be that she had learned something new about the army of blood that was supposed to be marching towards the Aslan capital? If so, that would certainly complicate the matters a great deal. It was already taxing enough to get a handle on this place's situation after dealing with Duke Durant's matters. But now, we also had to defend against the army of blood, too? I stood up from the throne. Is it the army of blood? Charlotte nodded and started to reply, but she still seemed to be in a fluster, because she ended up stuttering a little. Those bastards have reached our capital, Your Majesty. I massaged my temples. These damn vampire bastards, they just don't want to give me some time to rest, now do they? They were getting their butts hooped every single time, so why were they still throwing tantrums like this? Now I needed to get ready to mobilize the 20,000 troops on standby. But what Charlotte said next made me freeze up on the spot. She stared at me with trembling eyes and reported, "They have attacked Laurensis, the capital of our theocratic empire, Your Majesty." I had no choice but to freeze up at that report. Inside the audience chamber of the Holy Emperor, Holy Emperor Kelt All-False had put on a set of radiant golden armor. Your Majesty. You look truly dependable, sire. Oskel Baldur the Sword King, kitted out in a similar set of golden armor, bowed deeply as he addressed his emperor. There was a look of satisfaction written all over Oskel's face. He had never imagined in his wildest dreams that one day he'd get to witness the Holy Emperor put on his golden suit of armor once more. Kelt glanced at Oskel for a bit before guffawing, "Is that so? It certainly has been a while since I last put this on for something serious." Unlike these two nonchalant old men, Raphael, standing next to them, was groaning under his breath. "Your Majesty, may I remind you that our enemies are at our doorstep?" "I know that already. You have told me that dozens of times by now, Raphael. However, I'm still curious. How did these bastards get this far?" Kelt shifted his puzzled gaze over to Raphael. "A demonic beast from hell dug a passageway underground, Your Majesty." "Oh. A demonic beast from hell, is it? That sounds rather interesting. But they didn't dig into the capital itself." Raphael bowed his head. "I assume they were wary of being found out by Your Majesty's senses. Just one mistake would have resulted in them being buried alive, after all." You're right about that. But they sure sucker punched me real good on this one. To think that the commotion down in Aslan was nothing but bait. The vampire who planned this whole thing out, that bastard will be a rather cumbersome opponent, indeed." After listening to Cardinal Raphael's report, Kelt began loosening his neck, then picked up his trusty warhammer resting against his throne. Its huge hammerhead left the hilt looking comparatively puny. "However, that bastard is also rather cocky, isn't he? Not targeting my grandson but me, instead." Kelt slung his massive warhammer over his shoulder easily. He was none other than Kelt All-False, the strongest holy emperor in history, and the founder of the Order of the Golden Cross. Such a man was now taking a step forward towards his next great deed. "This is my first time stepping onto a battlefield after the war in Aslan. But I didn't even need to put on my armor back then," the Holy Emperor muttered to himself, as he started walking down the crimson carpet. His group left the audience chamber and walked down the Imperial Palace's corridors. They arrived on the highest balcony located on the palace's top floor. Kelt rested his hand on the railing and stared in some amazement at the skies above a valley far, far beyond the outer walls of the capital of Laurensis. The morning sun, it has vanished. Crimson fog resembling storm clouds had spread all over the skies above. Kelt shifted his gaze and stared at the huge hole in the mountain range on the opposite side. That's where the demonic beast of hell was standing tall. This monstrosity was at least 15 meters high. 3 angry-looking canine heads that resembled wolves were attached to the hulking body, seemingly burning in undying flames. Thick and viscous saliva dripped from those heads like molten lava. It was Hell's guardian, Cerberus. Meanwhile, the royal guardian knights that answered only to the vampire king, along with other vampire nobles and the lycans they had reared, all strode out from the gaping chasm on the ground. It didn't stop there, as an army with around 50,000 low to mid-tier undead crawled out from the hole after them, too. The undead continued to rise from the gap as if a gateway to hell itself had opened up underground. Kelt stared at this spectacle with an indifferent face, then asked, "What are the Crown Imperial Prince and Lewin doing?" "They have taken over command of the outer walls, Your Imperial Majesty. Also, the other territories have heard the news and are urgently mobilizing their troops as well." "I see. Although my son is an idiot, he's still good at fighting, so he should do a good job even if we let him be. Also, my grandson should be on his way now, after receiving this news." Holy Emperor Kelt shifted his gaze over to an individual standing right in front of Cerberus. This figure had a ragged cloak flapping around his shoulders, while the body underneath was wrapped tightly in bandages. A dense crimson fog was circling around in his vicinity. His muscular body was at least 3 meters tall. His lengthy crimson hair was whipping in the winds, and he was wielding a lengthy staff that almost matched his height. It was the king of all vampires, King Wielandmir. A trickle of cold sweat fell down Raphael's face. Even though the vampire was doing nothing but simply standing there, the pressure emitted by his presence alone travelled such a vast distance to harshly prick at Raphael's skin. That bastard is the Vampire King that His Highness the Crown Imperial Prince mentioned. The existence referred to as the strongest Vampire King in history, ever. Kelt stared at the Vampire King in the distance and was somewhat surprised. Well, now, that's quite unpleasant, isn't it? He then shook his head. Raphael, it seems that I lack the qualification to be the Holy Emperor. Raphael glanced back at Emperor Kelt. I should be more concerned with the safety of my subjects, yet, Kelt spun the warmer in the air before pointing at the Vampire King. Yet, all I feel right now is sheer joy. Sparks suddenly jumped off from his body as his nearly unstoppable power tried to erupt out of him. A cruel smile slowly spread across Kelt's face next. After all, I suddenly find myself with an opportunity to collect the skull of a Vampire King before I die of old age. 158. Yet Another King -1, Part 1 and 2, Fin.